still talk to him every day. He in meetings, we still chop it up, and not even about the things that's going on, but just like brother talk, regardless of whatever happens, that's still my guy. I love him to death. What, he here, he there, wherever. Man, like I just said, like business is business, and like just going out there and like I can only control the things that I can control. And so I just go out there and do the best I can at my job.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That's Deebo Samuel yesterday after practice discussing his boy, Brandon Aiyuk, as the holdout continues or the hold-in continues. As of now, he's still a member of the San Francisco 49ers. He's not a Pittsburgh Steeler. Although we ran the breaking news report yesterday, he is still a member of the 49ers. Talks are ongoing. But that's Deebo Samuel. And look, business as usual for this football team. They've got to do what they got to do here as we get ready for a preseason game. Saturday, the preseason opener against the Tennessee Titans. We'll have a postgame show right after the game right here on 95.7 The Game. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. What is happening to everybody out there? All the overnight dancers, all the people in traffic, carpenters, janitors, bus drivers, train operators, you name it. Even the homeless people. Good morning to you guys as well. Hopefully you had a good night's sleep. What up, Shasky?
It's all anyone wants to talk about everywhere I go. Brandon Aiyuk, what's going on? And obviously, when a player does what he's doing, most fans are like, I just want that guy. Like, I want him to play for us, And I think people are, A, exhausted, B, frustrated, and C, want a resolution that somehow ends up with not losing him, at least for this year.
Yeah.
And it just feels to me like we're in this big circle of who has leverage, who doesn't have leverage, who's going to play, who's not going to play, who's offered what. It's all over the place. I mean, from New England coming out and saying some reports $28.5 million, some saying it could have been worth up to $32.5 million per year. Who knows?
Yeah.
But once I think that the Niners allowed him to negotiate outside of the building, I think it was really difficult to be able to put this genie back in the bottle. And so, their business tactic on this one, timeline-wise, their business tactic on understanding how the player, or at least having a feel for how the player was going to respond or how the agent was going to respond, a lot of it feels off in this one. And the Niners, I'm sure, are regretting lots of different things throughout this process.
At this point, look, I'm looking at Ricky Pearsall. He's having trouble staying on the field. Jawad Jennings having a hell of a camp. We'll see about Chris Conley. We had a caller yesterday say, Chris Conley, Vontae, what? Well, he was breaking the huddle at times as a starting extra wide receiver. At this point, I would play hardball with Brandon Aiyuk, because I understand both sides of the equation. And you're right about the timeline. This is bad business to wait until this point of the season, training camp, to move your starting ex-wide receiver who had a special year. And I hear people say, he's the fourth option on the football team. Well, he could be your number one option next year, because we don't know what the hell the future holds for Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. Christian McCaffrey's dealing with a calf. He may be your number one option next year in a passing game. I would play hardball. I cannot allow Brandon Aiyuk at this point to play for anybody but my team. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. And look, you may make the player disgruntled, but you got to do what you got to do, and you got to call his bluff. Are you really going to sit out a year of football? Are you really going to sit out a year of NFL football and forfeit? And then all of a sudden, you got your contract. You're not going to be a free agent next year. You're going to have to play for the 14.
Well, we've seen one player do that in the last decade, and that was Le'Veon Bell. And he's admitted since happening, like, it wasn't the greatest financially, because he did miss, I think, $17 million that year. But also he just lost a year of football, and he lost the feel a little to a degree. And you only get 7-8 years of the good players, 7 or 8 years of your prime, and you don't want to risk that. There's so much on the line, and I know that Aiyuk has a lot for him, professionally, personally, individually. The Niners have so much on the line in terms of like this window. The window is now. Purdy's only going to get more expensive. The roster's only going to get older. It's going to get more expensive or younger, right? And you're looking around the league, and the Warriors are the first team that can admit this. Like, everybody who's young is going to be then hitting their prime. As you're an older team, you will be coming out of your prime. And the beauty of what the Patriots did was they defied that by constantly turning the roster over. Yeah. Well, we can already tell, like, hey, maybe Pearsall develops one day into a very good player. Sure feels like a lot to put on his plate now on a win-now situation. Yeah. Like, I think that's asking a lot.
That is asking a lot. Matt Barrows, Joey Willard, or Dibs yesterday. Matt Barrows has been good. A lot of good beat writers on this situation, man. Not over-reporting, just kind of giving us the nuts and bolts and keeping us afloat on what's going on here. Matt Barrows asked if it's most likely Aiyuk stays as a Niner.
Let me phrase it this way. I think that's still the outcome that the 49ers want. It's up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide whether he wants that or not. I mean, I don't know what the trade package is that Pittsburgh is offering right now, but I do know that the 49ers prefer to have a wide receiver as part of that trade package. And you look up and down the Steelers roster, and there are not a lot of desirable wide receivers. This is why the Steelers would be interested in this scenario. There is reason for the 49ers to say no to this. But, another reason is to keep Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, if Washington and Pittsburgh are the two places that he wants to go, and Washington's not interested in the contract, and Pittsburgh doesn't have the ammunition to work out a deal, the 49ers are basically telling Brandon Aiyuk, okay, it's time to go to your third option, which presumably is the 49ers.
So I'm with Matt there. You want a receiver back. You're not getting George Pickens. Why would the Steelers trade George Pickens, a guy they invested in, a young man out of Georgia who's coming along? And look, he had a lot of bad quarterbacks, a terrible offensive coordinator, went over 1,000 yards. They're trying to pair Brandon Aiyuk with George Pickens. So when you look at their roster, their wide receivers, you got to, you want to get a playmaker back. I get where the Niners are coming from. Maybe they're asking for a king's ransom. Maybe they're asking for a couple first-round picks. But I could see this playing out like the Jimmy Garoppolo situation where he's on the little baby field throwing 5-yard passes, and they're looking for top-flight compensation. They're looking for top-of-the-line compensation, first-round picks, whatever the case may be. And no team's budged. They said, you're either going to have to cut him and we'll sign him as a free agent, or you just hold on to him. And what ended up happening? They ended up restructuring Jimmy Garoppolo, and he ended up being on the football team. This may go that direction where the 49ers are saying, Pittsburgh, you can't give us what we want. We're not going to budge on what we want for Brandon Aiyuk and the second-team All-Pro. So, therefore, we're going to just sit here and say, you know what? No deal. We're not trading this guy.
But then the part that I'm flabbergasted that, well, we need a receiver back in return. There were 35 wide receivers drafted in 2024. 35, and you took 2. Yeah. You took 2. So if you had foresight and you understood, look, I'm going to bring up a saying that I have. It's called KYP. When you're on the field or out in life, KYP is important. Know your personnel. All right? So let's say you're the shortstop. Ball's hitting the gap. And I know that you don't have the greatest arm. I better go out there a little farther than I normally would to receive that cut. Know your personnel. Conversely, if you're, let's just say, Dante Culpepper, and we were talking about him beforehand, and I know you've got a rocket arm, and I'm going to dial up some plays to kind of showcase that arm. I know your personnel. In this situation, you have to have a feeling as a team. How is Brandon Aiyuk going to react with his camp if these negotiations don't go well? You have to know the player. Yep. You have to have a good feel for what he's going to do. And we could argue about the amount of money. Some guys can react well to that. Trent Williams, just out of sight, out of mind. Yep. He's kind of a cool cucumber.
By the way, Trent Williams, real quick, I'm not playing Brock Purdy until Trent Williams shows up to camp. I can't have Brock Purdy play behind some of these left tackles. I can't risk that.
Hey, look, as so players are fighting all over the league,
Trent's not playing. Brock, you're not playing either.
But like, I'm not saying that you have to predict how someone's going to act, because there's Antonio Brown types out there that just go off. They just go crazy, right? And stuff happens, whatever. But you got to have a good feel for how Aiyuk's going to act. And especially considering he's been in the building for 4 years. This isn't a guy that you just drafted or, you do have to have a feel for this. And look, Timeline, they botched this. Financially, they've botched this. Asset valuation in terms of when and how to move off someone, they've botched this. Allowing him to start negotiating with everyone. Yep. Well, now you put all the eggs in his basket, and so New England might have the best offer. New England might give him the most money. Yep. He doesn't want to go to New England. Yep. So you're limiting the amount of teams that are out in play for you to get the best haul back.
There's no doubt.
And I go back to the Buckner deal. And it sucked, and I didn't love the deal, whatever. But it happened so quick and so fast that I think it was the only way it was going to work. You rip the Band-Aid off. In this situation, you are really, you're tempting fate here. You're tempting your locker room. You're playing with people's, moving forward, how they're going to perceive you in negotiations. So I go back to KYP. Know your personnel. And they've kind of botched that.
No, they have botched it. They have botched it the whole way. And he came out and said that he wanted to deal shortly after the Super Bowl. And how can you not, just having a feel for the league.
Exactly.
A feel for the league, knowing that, boy, all these receivers are up. Damn, Amon-Ra St. Brown may get paid. Damn, Nico Collins may get paid in Houston. Wow, A.J. Brown may get re-up. Whoa, Devontae Smith. Whoa, Tyreek Hill. Whoa, Jalen Waddle. There's all these wide receivers. I can't even name them all that got all these monsters extensions. And the Niners waited and waited and waited. It was like, uh-oh. And Brandon Aiyuk said, well, the value's going up and up and up. And his agent knows what's going on. And his agent is doing a good job saying that, hey, we're going to stand firm here and we're going to get this done. Now, with Brandon Aiyuk, you say, know your personnel. And this is what I want to know. And we may never get the answer when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. He was in the doghouse his second year, and he wasn't pleased. And he, obviously Trent Sherfield started that first game against Detroit. He didn't really come on, midway through the year. He's played against Arizona. But I wonder if if Brandon Aiyuk has never quite gotten over being in the doghouse, because I don't know where his relationship is with Kyle Shanahan. How's that relationship with Kyle? We know Deebo's really cool with Kyle Shanahan. We know Kittle's really cool with Kyle Shanahan. Brock and Shanahan have a good rapport. Obviously, McCaffrey has Shanahan at his wedding, and they've known each other for many, many years because Kyle used to babysit him. But where's the relationship with Brandon Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan? What got me thinking about that, Shasky, about whether or not Brandon Aiyuk has got, because maybe he's held on to it saying, oh, you guys have had me in the doghouse? Wait until I ball out and it's contract time. Well, I'm not going to forget what you guys did to me my second year. Well,
and that's okay, you heard Deebo as we came in, it's a business, It's a business. I think it is a business, but I think it's very personal for a lot of these guys. And I get it.
It is personal. Are you committed to it was personal?
Yeah, but you know what? That's more, honestly, in this modern day, that's more believable than all these guys saying it's a business and I just act like a robot. Right. Most of you don't. And that's okay. I don't expect you to. In fact, I want you to take it You don't think Brady took it personal for 25 years that he was drafted in the 6th round?
Absolutely.
I mean, my God, he's still ticked off. How about Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan's sitting at his Hall of Fame induction speech, mad at players that dissed him, coaches that cut him.
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown can name every wide receiver drafted before him. Draymond Green could name every player drafted before him.
So, to me, I love, and I've this year more than ever, I've heard more it's a business. It's not. Yes, it's a business, but it's simultaneously deeply personal. You know why? Because it's your career.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I get that. So your point about Shanahan and Aiyuk is actually a great one, because you're taking, does Aiyuk feel X, Y, and Z? Because I keep going back to Shanahan, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know how Shanahan views Aiyuk. I don't know how Shanahan envisions him moving forward. I don't understand what he sees in terms of the value he's bringing to the table. Why hasn't he stepped in?
Well, Matt Barrows brought this up yesterday after Michael Silver wrote an article about Shanahan being annoyed that he's been at practice, but he's not practicing because he's healthy, and he's watching his receivers drop like flies here, especially his rookies, and Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. Matt Barrows was asked about the Aiyuk situation and whether or not, or what's annoying Kyle Shanahan about the Aiyuk situation.
There were a couple instances where Brandon Aiyuk is out there. He's watching from the sideline, and John Lynch kind of walks over and either kind of takes him to the spot where John watches practice, or in one instance, I watched this, he kind of takes him all the way back into the team headquarters. So, I mean, I guess that could be a sense that they'd rather have him out of sight when he's around. The other part of it is that there's this ridiculous notion that he arrived with a neck and a back issue, and that's why he's not practicing. not because of any contract. That's officially why he's not practicing. So maybe that's what's annoying Shanahan, that if you're here, if you're healthy, if we're dealing with all sorts of real injuries at wide receiver, and they are, you ought to be back out here. You're under contract. You should be practicing with your team.
So that's, but Shanahan can't be mad about that because Shanahan's been in this league forever. He's been in this league for a long, long time. He understands what's going on with the player and the agent and what's going on with the contract stuff. He knows that. And Shanahan admitted, it's like, hey, who was it that Shanahan said, Shanahan and Litch, you're at a podium. Maybe it was last year or whatnot. Forget who it was, but they were saying, yeah, if I was him, I wouldn't get on the field either. Maybe it been Nick Bosa. Maybe been Nick Bosa saying, yeah, he's smart. He can't get on the field. Yeah. So what's the difference with Brandon Aiyuk? I'm not saying both players are the same, and it's not the same situation. Yeah. I understand what Nick Bosa means to this football team and who he is in this league, and I understand where Brandon Aiyuk's status is with this football team. But when you look at the contract situation, a year left on the deal. You don't want to play on that last year of the rookie deal. But you want to come to camp. You want to play for the 49ers. Bosa held out, stayed away, came 3 days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game, and they mentioned it. Yeah, if I was Bosa, I wouldn't step on the field. So why is Shanahan? Is it because he's a former wide receiver and he thinks that, maybe he didn't get a shot at Texas? I have no idea. But Shanahan, all of a sudden, you're annoyed that Aiyuk's not practicing?
I don't.
At least he's there.
I don't get it.
Bosa was in Florida, out of sight, out of mind. Trent Williams right now is in East Texas, out of sight, out of mind.
What about him saying that John Lynch didn't want him on the field? So when I was there with Deebo was holding in. He had a giant chain. Yeah. He was standing. There's two fields. They're next to each other. Imagine two fields right next to each other. For those that have never been to practice, he was in the middle of the two fields, kind of dancing around, and then he'd be on the far wall, if you're the end zone sides, if you will, where no one's allowed to kind of stand except player personnel, and that's where John Lynch will stand from time to time, which is kind of the area that I'm in my mind envisioning where they're saying he's standing. Deebo was in that area, but he was allowed on the field, and he was bouncing around, he was talking with everybody. And it was always like these murmurs. I think it was only 4 or 5 days, where he was holding in, hey, they're going to get a deal done, blah, blah, blah. This one where they're taking him off the field, there's just some weirdness here. And I was listening to Mayoko on his podcast yesterday.
49ers Talk podcast.
Yeah, thank you, with Jennifer Lee Chan. And he even said it. And you and I kind of talked about this day one. He's like, I've been coming to a lot of camps. There's just not the same energy this year. Something's a little off. And I'm like, damn, Mayoko doesn't just say that.
Yeah, he doesn't say that.
And he said, Deebo's run a few people over. It was something like that. But there's just, and he didn't use the word juice, but I know what he was thinking. Because I said to B, there's just not that same juice. I know it's day one. And something feels off. And I'm not blaming, I think it's a variety of things. I don't think it's just one thing. But all of this stuff is mounting up, and it's just...
Well, I think the exhaustion of losing that Super Bowl, I think these players, and let's pick it up on the other side, because I got a thought on that. I got a thought on that as well, because I've been hearing the same thing about camp, and you said it day one, and I thought maybe it's just the fans not being at camp. Maybe day one, shirts and skins, we know what time it is, but I want to pick that up on the other side, and that'll be brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
I mean, you want resolution for sure for him and the team, but at the end of the day, there's nothing, nervous energy. There's none of that going on. It's business as usual. We understand the situation, and we'll let them kind of handle that from there.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It was Fred Warner yesterday. Fred Warner speaking. He's got a little foot issue there. I doubt he plays week 1, or in the preseason game against the Tennessee Titans. He said it was minor. I'm not going to freak out about Fred Warner yet. We're still a month out from the season.
When you hear feet, you start thinking of Willis and the turf toe, and it's not great. Look, he's been an Iron Man, So given all the other injuries on this roster currently, I understand. Hey, it's only August, and that's totally fair. It's just not good. It's not ideal.
I mean, injuries happen in football, Shasky.
There's no doubt.
But look, River Island's guest line, and by the way, Nahegan and I went to Lathrop yesterday. They got some houses in Lathrop that are just, oh my God. I wanted to just stay.
Yeah?
I mean,
you didn't FaceTime the lady, did you?
Oh, I sent her videos.
Uh-oh.
I sent her videos. She was like, what are they doing? Giving you a free house? It's like, yeah, I wish it worked like that.
Giving you a free house.
I wish it worked like that. I wish it worked like that.
I love you, Anna.
I'll keep you from Lathrop. I'll keep you from Lathrop with a free house. What? Are you kidding me?
I would definitely think about it.
I would think about it too. But their River Islands baseball field. Oh my God, Shasky. That facility. I'm not even kidding you. The pictures on the website doesn't do it justice.
Okay, yeah, because I saw it on the website about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I mean, I've been down to San Jose for single A baseball games.
Yeah, SJ Muni.
Yeah. I mean, it blows it away.
Wow.
I mean, it's not even close.
Wow.
And this is for travel ball. Yeah. This is for the high school team's going to play there. Minor leagues can play there. It's $325 down each line, $380 to center. They got a nice little grass area in left field. The dugout, Shasky.
Sick.
Oh my God!
Did you take videos of it?
Oh yeah, Dehegan had the camera out.
Yeah, I want to see him.
He had it all out, dude. It was next level.
Here's the bigger question I have for you about the Lathrop trip: music or talking the whole way, or sports talk the whole way, or did Dehegan just talk your ear off? Who drove? Whose car were you in?
Dehegan drove. Dehegan drove.
How's he as a driver?
Oh, he's pretty good. I didn't worry about anything.
Really?
He was a great driver. Great driver. East Coast drivers, Midwest drivers tend to be a little good because they're aggressive. So they tend to be good drivers. We listened to sports talk for about 20 minutes, Steiny and Goo, and it was just straight talking the whole time, back and forth, just talking sports and all kind of sports and what's going on with the Giants, what's going on with Clay, the Warriors, the Niners, everything with that. River Islands as well. So a lot of talking, and we were hungry. So you know what your boy did.
Here we go.
And I'll wear it.
Taco Bell?
We got back, and I was starving. I hadn't eaten anything all day. Nope, I stopped by the Chipotle, got me a burrito bowl. I did. It's the first time I had Chipotle in probably 8 years.
I had Chipotle one time when I was with a work buddy years back. He's like, we're going to go to a good burrito spot, Chipotle. And you know me, I grew up one block off Mission Street. We're not going, I just don't. One time in my life.
It wasn't bad.
One time.
It wasn't bad yesterday, but your boy was starving.
I don't hate on those who like it.
I'm not hating on them either. I mean, when you grow up in San Francisco, you look at Chipotle, it's like, all right, come on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not knocking Chipotle, but grew up in San Francisco, all right? So, but your boy was starving so bad, I was like, and then I think I saw one of your boys.
Which one?
Do you have a friend who drives a drop top 50?
Got a couple buddies.
Redhead?
Was it Joycey?
Maybe
He's
Joyce.
blonde.
He's no, I think he was at your dad's funeral.
Oh, okay.
Redhead. I don't know. Anyway, somebody yells like, Bonte, I've been looking for you. What up, buddy? And he's in the drop top 5.0. I was like, and I just threw up the piece. I was like, hey, I thought it was one of your friends. Anyway.
Maybe,
Anyway,
got a lot of buddies.
A lot of buddies. Anyway, so the River Islands guest line today, we got a stacked one. Dave Flemming, 720, live from D.C. as the Giants trying to win a series. Herm Edwards, Brother Aiyuk's college coach. It's been all over the situation. We'll talk to Herm Edwards at 8 o'clock. And, of course, Jake Peavy. Jake Peavy, World Series champ at 9:20, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. You brought up the juice at practice, the lack of juice, the lack of energy.
Because Mayoko brought it up.
You know what? I was thinking about, because I was first day of practice. It was like, all right, there's no fans here. There's no music. But you know what? Now it makes sense. Think about who's off the field and who brings juice to practice all the time. Trey Greenlaw.
Yeah.
You're missing Trey Greenlaw in practice.
Trent.
Trent.
Who's a vibes guy.
Vibes guy. Big time vibes guy.
Yeah.
But I think about Trey Greenlaw where...
That's a good point.
We were at practice last season.
He does intensify it.
And we're like, Dre, we need you to hit the head, because, man, it's too early. It's too early. Nah, he came over and dapped us all up.
Yeah.
And then what did he do that next play? He stuffed Chris McCaffrey in the hole. And it was like, Dre, you don't have pads on. I thought you were, like, taking a step back here without pads or whatnot. So when you're missing a juice guy like that, you don't have Eric Armstead back on his team.
That's true.
And even though Eric Armstead may be a little quiet, he made something to that defensive line in that locker room.
And Aiyuk and Fred Warner mixed it up multiple years in a row. And Aiyuk is a guy that competes really hard at practice. And I'm not saying guys weren't practicing hard. What I'm saying is it just didn't have that same electricity of years past. And maybe to your point, like no fans is an element. Certain players missing. It just felt a little mundane, which was surprising to me considering how important this season is.
No, it does. It does at all. So the Drake Greenlaw injury, I think that lack of juice. You got D. Winters trying to win a job. He's probably a little more on the quiet side. Fred Warner was speaking yesterday. He was talking about how the defensive line, all four guys are all quiet. He goes, this is the quietest defensive line they've had, but they're monsters and they have a lot of depth. So not having Armstead, you don't have that juice right there. Leonard Floyd is new to the team, so he's probably not going to speak up. Bosa's naturally a quiet guy.
He's very quiet.
He's going to lead by example. I wonder where George Kittle's at because he usually brings juice to the practice field.
But he's a guy that is, not that he doesn't practice, they just, as a veteran and as established as he is, he sometimes can work, like he'll work off to the side by himself every now and then. Like he gets those veteran days. And Trent does too.
Right.
CMC does too. Like that's the other thing. Like CMC does not do a whole lot in a lot of these practices.
Exactly.
And so like guys like him never really pop at practice. Like Kittle, I've always thought like, at least the last 4 years, like, God, Kittle doesn't do a lot of practice, but game day, he's awesome. So, he's in his own category. It's just when Mayoko, who's been covering the team for 25 years, kind of says like, it's just been, not that it's down, not that it's left. It just doesn't have the same electricity that it's had in years past. I'm saying to myself, okay, that can be a good thing, but it can also, I don't know. Maybe it is something.
Well, the doldrums of knowing that Aiyuk's not there, and the players know, Bosa's tone where he said, losing Aiyuk will be a big loss. The players know that. We may not be as good as we think we are without Brandon Aiyuk. The players are kind of telling you that. So you don't have that juice. And again, when you're missing Dre Green, like I think about Dre Greenlaw, tone setters in practice. Dre Greenlaw always practice. And he's flying around. And you can't help but notice him. That is a problem. Then you got a lot of youngsters who are trying to trying to find their way on this football team, but Ricky Pearsall's not going to speak up. Trent Taylor's back, but he doesn't know his place on his team. Ronnie Bell doesn't know his place on his team. Danny Gray's off on the injury. He's off on the side field. He doesn't speak up a lot.
Hufanga's on the sideline.
Hufanga's on the sideline.
He's another guy who's very animated.
Yep.
Now, I'll give it, from all reports, George Odom is having a great camp.
Right?
Like, I didn't have that in my cards. But again, George Odom, more of a special teams player, a little more calm. He's not one of the juice guys.
And maybe it's just the doldrums of losing 2 Super Bowls. And losing a Super Bowl in a way where you're like, boy, we got to start back from ground zero and build this back up and try to get to a place that's so hard to get to. By the way, Ernie Chavez, shout out to Ernie Chavez on YouTube, said it takes about 1 hour and 8 minutes to get to Sacktown Sports from Lathrop. So no, I will not be taking the 80,000 from Sacramento.
Are you familiar with Greek mythology at all?
A little. I used to be into it. But
I'm
not
fascinated by it.
Not anymore. I used to
dabble in it a little bit.
No, I as a kid and in high school, I loved it. But I've just 25 years ago.
You got to Google it.
I'm all in sports, man. The Greek mythology, it's a myth, right?
Possibly.
Are you familiar with Atlas?
Yeah, I've heard about Atlas.
You gotta basically shoulder the entire boulder, of the world and continue to kind of go up the hill and all that. Like, I do feel like there's an Atlas feel to the 49ers. Every year you don't win it all. And you've talked about this in other sports where you have this window. You've seen the Boston Celtics kind of go through this. The heavier the expectations and then the heavier the disappointment. No, it just weighs on you and weighs on you and weighs on you. And look, you can break through, but each year that you don't, I think it becomes infinitely more difficult. And I look at like Patrick Mahomes winning early, that first one.
Well, that's what I'm
it
saying.
almost feels like it's it's not, but it feels like it's become easier and like the floodgates open up. And I think a lot, I always think about it, it's like, had Brady not won that first one, what does he end up being?
Exactly.
Right? And so the weight of not winning, it just continues to fester and fester and fester. And to your point, like I do think that there's not a cloud. It's tough to get back up in August when you just lost in February.
What happens with the Buffalo Bills if they beat the New York Giants in Super Bowl 25? You know what I'm saying? What happens if they do that? And the Niners. And you know what's funny? You bring up Patrick Mahomes. Emmanuel Mosley got hurt again with the Detroit Lions, and it sucks. He's got a torn pec. Might be out for the season. 3rd and 15, I kept thinking about when I saw that report. 3rd and 15, Miami. If that play turns out differently and the Kansas City Chiefs ends up punting that football, the course of history's changed. The way we think about Jimmy Garoppolo, the way we think about Shanahan, the way we think about the 49ers, the way we think about Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, the course of NFL history is changed if you force a punt on 3rd and 15. And I'm sorry, Emmanuel Mosley got hurt yesterday, and I thought about it. It was like, damn, he makes a play on 3rd and 15, or if Jimmy Ward doesn't go to that play changed the course of NFL history.
In my mind, I could think of 4 images over the last few years. The Niners as a team after the interception, all in the end zone, posing with the screenshot of what the score is against that Kansas City team. That's one image.
Yep.
The other one is Jaquiski Tartt on the ground.
Yep. L.A.
The other one is on the sideline where Brock can't even throw the ball.
Yeah.
He's
got to get Tommy John. He's got a torn elbow. I'm like, what are you talking about?
And then the lasting image from this last one is Aiyuk standing alone in the end zone.
Wow.
In overtime.
Wow.
Where he's just got his hands on his hips. These images are just, they're going to haunt me forever.
Yeah, they're going to haunt, especially if they don't win the Super Bowl with this core. More coming up here on the Morning Roast. We got a big guest list here. Giants, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. You guys get one in yesterday? You guys get one in?
No, I was overwhelmed.
All right. Maybe they get one in today. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full service baking with no compromises.
Are you ready to boost your game at work?
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love me some Harlem Heat. And the Heat's turning up down in Santa Clara. What do you do with Brandon Aiyuk? By the way, we haven't even mentioned Trent Williams. He's out in East Texas chilling. We're going to Tennessee Saturday to play week 1 of the preseason. And without Big Trent, I'm saying, hey, Brock Purdy, only work you're going to get is in scrimmages where I know the team can't hit you. That's the only work you're going to get. You're not playing in the game, and we're not going to risk you getting hit because Jalen Moore is out there playing left tackle or whatnot. So the 49ers, man, they got some things to do. But what do you do about Brandon Aiyuk, fans? 888-957-9570. Shasky, the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Yesterday's show was just wild. Just absolutely wild. Some of the call, we just wild. It was one of the ones for the morning roast. It was one I would never, ever forget. But where are we at now today? Because, we jumped the gun with the breaking news sounder. It's not my guy's fault. Matt DeHeagle was on him. Andrew Filippone's been all over it. But it was a report. And he said the contract and the details are getting ironed out. And then Jordan Schultz said, yeah, there's nothing happening quite yet. So he's still a member of the 49ers. And I think you and I both agree. We want Brandon Aiyuk to be a 49er. So at this point, Pittsburgh has nothing they can give us, right? They're not going to give up a first-round pick. They're not going to give up multiple first-round picks. They're not going to give up a first and a second, right? That's too much compensation. So if they're not going to give me what I want, I'm holding on to Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm daring him to try not to play this season. You sure you don't want to play week 1 against the New York Jets? You sure you don't want to play on Monday Night Football and get introduced to the crowd at Levi's Stadium wearing that number 11? You sure you don't want to go up against Sauce Gardner? I will call his bluff. I'm not trading Brandon Aiyuk right now. I think Ricky Pearsall's out dinged up again with a shoulder injury. And Deebo's already, listen to Deebo, Shasky. He's like, it's weird not having Aiyuk out there.
It's kind of weird, for sure. I remember last year when we played the Giants, I had went to him. I was like, bro, I never knew how weird it was for you not to be on the field at the same time. And, the time that I was out and he was out there by himself, and it was just like, I kind of see what you feel like. Kind of feel awkward with, being with somebody out there for 4 years straight or whatever. Business is business, and you know how it goes.
Business is business, Shasky.
Here's the issue with playing hardball. It sounds great, but we don't understand what the ramifications are. Right?
Yep.
So there might be a feeling amongst other, again, I'm speculating. Right. I meant this on the front end, but there might be a sentiment from other people like, well, wait a minute. Like, this is how you treat players who have, that you think are very, very, very good players that you say you want to, keep long-term. This is how it goes. Like, that could right. He could be a malcontent. Like, we don't know. Like, look, Antonio Brown is clearly just whack job, completely insane. Yep. But the wide receiver position as a byproduct of the way it's set up feels like it creates more malcontents than maybe any other position in that sport.
Right.
And Aiyuk has been nothing but professional his entire career. I also saw Terrell Owens, start off as a yes, sir, yes, ma'am kind of a person in all of his press conferences, and then he evolved over time. We watched Colin Kaepernick evolve over time. So who's to say that Brandon Aiyuk remains the same, evolves? Who knows?
Right.
But maybe he's a malcontent, and maybe that seeps over to other people. Right. I'm not saying, I don't even like saying that out loud because I don't think it's fair because his track record is spotless. But you just never know. You never know introducing this to the sidelines, the locker room, how that seeps in. All right, let's play this out. He goes a month. And instead of getting his typical 8-9 targets, he's getting 3 or 4 targets. He's only seen 41% of the snaps as opposed to, 85% of the snaps. How does he react? They're phasing in the young players, and now he's in a contract walk year. You're playing with his money. It sounds great. I would like them to do it. In Madden, I know it works. I just think the practicality of it, of the logistics of going through it every day, it's a little different.
It might be a little different. It might be a little
Maybe
different.
I'm being too big of a hater. I don't know.
No, it's not being a hater. It's just trying to look at the situation. You have to look at the situation if you do bring them back. But I think Brandon Aiyuk, and I think this locker room, this is where I trust the locker room, with guys like Fred Warner, with guys like Deebo, with guys like Brock Purdy, with guys like Christian McCaffrey, that once it's time to play football, And if you do keep him on this team and he doesn't have his deal and he's playing on a 14, 15 million, and obviously he's not going to be happy about that, but I do think he'll be able to compartmentalize, okay, they didn't pay me. I'm going to go out there and try to prove it to them. And if I don't get the targets, it is what it is. I'm just crossing out the calendar. Another day passes by to where I can get closer to free agency. But I do think once he puts that helmet on in the regular season, that B.A. go out there and be a total professional. And then he'll do what he's got to do to help this team win football games. Because at the end of the day, I do believe that Brandon Aiyuk wants to win football games. Yeah. He wants to win at a high level. I saw his body language after that Super Bowl. That didn't look like a kid that was just all about his money. That guy was distraught, losing the biggest game of his life. When you lose the Super Bowl, we remember Nick Bosa his rookie year when they lost in Miami. He was sobbing left and right. Deebo Samuel, hell, I remember Frank Gore walking off the field in New Orleans with the confetti's coming down from Baltimore, and Frank Gore is tearing up left and right. So I hear what you're saying. I understand it completely. It could become a factor. Now, I think that becomes a factor if you're losing games.
For sure.
If you're winning,
for sure.
Okay, he could be able to check that. But if you're losing, and you're only getting 4 to 5 targets, and you're messing with my value and my numbers, then we got a problem.
And I'm recklessly speculating there because you have to. But this is what a front office is doing: is they're playing out these scenarios. This goes back to KYP, right? Know your personnel. They know him obviously much more than I do. But players do evolve and they mature, and their personalities change over time. Some stay the same, some change, and so I don't know. Like I don't know how that would work. I do know this, that if I was the quarterback, right, and let's say I'm Brock Purdy, the beauty of this system is I'm never really like exactly told who to throw to on any given play because we have such a balanced offense. I do think when you have a high-priced wide receiver who's an apex player, there is a tendency to like tunnel vision, look that guy down the road. Mm-hmm. But the same can be said about a guy like, hey, I know BA needs to get looks because if he doesn't, he's going to get frustrated. And like it just, I don't need any of that.
Well,
like I don't need that.
Though, but I don't think that would happen because BA's a damn good player.
Well, I don't want to lose him.
And
you know
what
I mean?
I hear you.
I don't want to lose him.
And I don't think he'll force it. I think Brock's going to do what Brock does, and he's going to do what's best for the offense. But I think Brock realizes BA's a damn good player. You want to get him involved in the game plan anyway. He's a tough wide receiver. Obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers think that. The Patriots think that. Now, I was listening to Ross Tucker, and he was talking about, thank God the Patriots to do that. Why would they do that when you could just draft a wide receiver? Patriots haven't drafted a good wide receiver since 2002. Like, it's easier said than done, right? Everybody says, well, there's receivers coming out left and right. There's receivers coming out left and right. As good as the receiver class has been, there's a lot of bust in these receiver classes.
Well, let's just go position by position. Forget receiver for just a second. When the Niners tried to replace Deshaun Golson with Eric Reed, I thought it went okay.
It did.
I think he was one-time Pro Bowler. I could be wrong.
He had a really good rookie season.
No, but
he was solid.
But I think looking back, it didn't go as well as they wanted, right? And even then, he was solid.
Coaching staff changes, regime changes, and remember they tried to play him at middle linebacker. It was 2016 against the Dallas Cowboys. It was an absolute train wreck.
I like Eric Reed as a player. Yeah. I
actually like him as a person.
But they tried to do that, right? They tried to do that at D tackle, and we all know how that went.
Yep.
Right, that was very difficult. They tried to do that at quarterback with Trey Lance. How'd that work out?
It didn't work out.
You're trying to replace Jimmy Garoppolo with Trey Lance. Now, to their credit, they did it with Laken Tomlinson. They had Laken Tomlinson in the fold, and they drafted Aaron Banks to be his replacement, but they gave him a redshirt year.
Yep.
Right? So to me, that matters. Like having that redshirt year and then like setting him up for success, and Banks has been really good. Now, we'll see if they end up paying him. To your point, it sounds easier than it looks.
Right.
And I look at the Ricky Pearsall situation, and I'm like, look, I think Ricky Pearsall will be fine next year. I don't know if I want him being my starter day one. And I don't think you drafted him in April to be your starter day one.
Well, just look at the Niners' history. Going back to Chio. Chio's a third-round pick.
Yeah.
Third-round pick,
Third-round pick.
Third-round pick.
Tennessee, Chattanooga.
Yep. J.J. Stokes was a first-round pick, and I remember J.J. Stokes at UCLA.
Traded up.
He was a monster at UCLA. Never quite panned out in the pros. Mm-hmm. We talked about Rashawn Woods at Oklahoma State. And that was just a beginning. A.J. Jenkins, first round. We all remember that pick. There's a lot. Michael Crabtree, first-round pick. Had a great year, couple seasons.
One great year.
One great year, decent year, towards Achilles. But that was that.
I know.
That was that. It is really hard. Like, we keep saying, oh, man, you can go get this player. Receivers come a dime a dozen. Do they really? Like, you can pop here and there, and they'll pop here and there, but it's really, really hard. So for people to just say, well, you could just draft another receiver. Receivers are rich. Well, there's adjustment. What about the system? What college system are you playing in? Are you playing in the spread system? Are you just running bubble routes? Are you just running go routes? Are you just running comeback routes? Can you run crossers? Can you run block? There's so many complexities to the pro game as compared to the college game. It's a tough adjustment for a lot of these guys. And look, Ricky Pearsall, from what I'm hearing, can beat man coverage here and there.
Yeah.
But how physically can he hold up physically in this league?
We'll see.
Now, you played the SEC. And the SEC is as close to the NFL as you'll get in college football. But obviously, he's getting nicked up early in camp. And it's like, can you really count on Ricky Pearsall? I know he's the first-round pick. But, boy, I don't know.
Bonte, they tried to do the same thing. They had Trent Brown on the roster. They traded Trent Brown away, and they tried to draft his replacement in McGlinchey.
Mike McGlinchey.
I always thought McGlinchey underwhelmed.
He did. He
ended up being basically a 4-year starter for you, or 5-year starter, and he walked in free agency. Still one of the craziest contracts I've ever seen.
Right.
$50 million guaranteed from the Broncos. But like, they're still chasing right tackle.
Right.
Colton McKivitz, like, it's fine, for 1 year, but I think a lot of people would say, like, yeah, if they can upgrade right tackle, boy, they've been chasing that since Trent Brown.
No doubt about it.
So to your point, I think it's really hard to just draft and replace at positions.
And then when you develop somebody,
it's hard in general.
It really is. But when you finally pop on one, and Deebo Samuel, I see the 510 here in the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. When you do finally get a receiver to pop, like Deebo and then Brandon Aiyuk, it makes up for drafting Dante Pettis in the second round. It makes up for waiting on Jalen Hurd to get healthy. It makes up for Danny Gray not contributing nothing.
At all.
That's a sunken cost. I mean, Danny Gray can't even get on the damn field.
And you took Ronnie Bell last year, even though it was late. It was very late. You took Ronnie Bell. Like, they've taken a lot of receivers, man.
And we'll see about him. Let's go to Nate in Virginia. Nate, what's happening? Good morning, Nate. You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I just wanted to get a quick opinion on what's the odds that you think Lynch will come back and say, hey, obviously, BA, you want to go somewhere to win, you want money, can we meet at like 29? Because at this point, he's the best wide receiver on our team. I mean, I love Deebo, but he's a gadget guy, right? He don't run the route tree. Ricky Pearsall, we don't know yet, right? And I don't trust this organization in first-round draft picks, early or late.
Yeah. What else you got, Nate? You want to keep BA? You want to keep BA, right?
I want to keep. We need to. I mean, other than the Amari Cooper deal, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Amari Cooper fits the system. He doesn't fit the system exactly, but he's a good wide receiver. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And we look at the rest of the wide receiver depth chart. Like I said, Deebo, he's a wide back, right? He's a gadget player. He's special. He does different things. He's hard to replace. But he doesn't run the route tree.
Right.
Well,
the money things. Let me ask you real quick before you move on, Shasky. I keep hearing BA wants this and BA wants that. Do we know for sure what he wants?
We don't even know exactly what New England offered, because I saw some reports saying 28.5.
Yep.
And I saw other reports that said 32.5.
Right.
It's a big difference.
And the Niners, reports are the Niners haven't engaged in talks since May with Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know what's what.
That's
I
what
don't know.
So here's the question that I have. Like, without knowing the money, I read an article about the Eagles with Jalen Hurts and Sirianni, and apparently they couldn't stand being, or Jalen Hurts couldn't stand being in the room with him, and they were questioning his X's and O's. Whole nother conversation. Would love to have that about the Eagles moving forward. I think Belichick's going to be there. That's a hot take. Put it in the. Can you put that? Just put that off to the side. Belichick will be the Eagles coach in a year, but I think we underrate that. You have to be in these meeting rooms and you spend so much time with all of these players. And I'm asking out loud, can everyone kiss and make up? Can we all find a way to be in rooms together and to study and to practice and to play together and work together and look each other in the eye? I would like to think everyone can be professional, but there are times where people feel like their feelings are hurt.
I do wonder if it's salvageable, and that's something I want to ask Herm Edwards when he comes on. Can they repair this relationship? Can they get on the same page and make this work? Because I do think that, Brandon Aiyuk, man, you're in a dynamic offense. And look, Pittsburgh may have something cooking down the line here, but we don't know. Arthur Smith's going to run kind of the same system, not the same system as Shanahan, but they're going to run the ball a lot with Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren. And then, you have George Pickens there who wants his targets. You have Darnell Washington, a backup tight end from Georgia. He's going to want to get in the mix. Freiermuth is a damn good tight end. He's going to get some targets. You're going to be in a similar system to where you're not going to be getting 15 targets a game or 12 targets a game. You're not going to be treated like Justin Jefferson. And, I'm hearing a lot about, Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? He's like the heart and soul of the Detroit Lions. But they also, what their identity is? We're going to play smash mouth football, and we want to be as 50-50 as possible. So we're going to use David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to run the ball behind this offensive line. Detroit's a very, very physical team. And what got them that 24-7 lead was they were averaging 7 yards a carry against the 49ers running the football. So Amon-Ra St. Brown will get the targets in the pass game, but at some point, J-Bo Williams is going to want targets. You still have Sam Laporta there. So, look, man, I feel like this is the best situation for BA. For the 49ers, this is the best receiver you drafted in many, many years outside of Deebo Samuel. Let's make this work. We don't want to lose BA. And then moving forward, who's going to be Brock Purdy's number one target? Like, I envision a wide receiver room with Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Aiyuk moving forward and alongside Juwan Jennings. Like, why? Let's make this work. This guy's a good player. This is a good team. Is it Parag Marate who's got his fingerprints all over this? Like, Kawakami said it, and now it's got me thinking, damn, is Parag Marate driving the line here? Is he drawing the line saying, no, this is what it is? I don't like that. I don't like it, Shasky.
Well, and this is why I keep coming back to Kyle Shanahan, because when there was stalemates in previous negotiations, Bosa and the Trent Williams situation, Kyle Shanahan interjected, and Kyle Shanahan went to the front office from reports and said, get this done. So I wonder, like, is he a get this done? Because I think that's telling too, yeah. B. Like, if Kyle Shanahan thinks that they can, like, if he thinks the juice isn't worth the squeeze, that's interesting to me. Now we have a different conversation, right? Because if Kyle Shanahan, the architect of this offense, thinks that he can move on right now from Brandon Aiyuk, wow, that's telling.
Yeah, that's a lot of confidence in
a lot of things.
In Brock Purdy.
Himself.
It's a lot of confidence in himself and his play calling. It's a lot of confidence in Ricky Pearsall.
Yes.
It's a lot of confidence in Juwan Jennings and Chris Conley and maybe Jacob Cowan. So maybe Trent Taylor. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game. We get the legal in. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and IC Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The fact that Shanahan appears to be annoyed because Aiyuk is on the field but he's not practicing. Again, we broke this down. He basically said, yeah, Bosa shouldn't get on the field. I understand the situation. Well, what don't you understand about the Brandon Aiyuk situation? It's like they're not the same player. We're not comparing Bosa and Aiyuk. We're not comparing Aiyuk to Deebo Samuel, but the situations are similar. So now you draw the line on Brandon Aiyuk. Oh, he ain't practicing with us. Forget this guy. Well, Bosa was in Florida.
Well, I don't think it's the specifics of he's not practicing with us. I think it's just the totality of everything that's going on behind the scenes, the timeline. Like I think it's everything. And I think he's probably feeling like, yeah, we kind of mishandled this.
Yeah.
He won't come out and say it. No one's going to come out and say, yeah, we've been botching this. You don't do that in the middle of it.
This is what I wonder with this situation now. That's happened. Maybe we did this yesterday a little bit, but I'm curious, the 49er fans, as we get ready for camp and this situation is overshadowed, who's playing well at camp. Fred Warner's had a good camp. Juwan Jennings had a good camp.
George
Odom's had a good camp. Deebo Samuel's had a good camp. But how many 49er fans don't want to salvage this relationship? How many 49er fans are just out on Brandon Aiyuk all the way?
So I had 3 softball games last night, and I played first base in the last one, and a variety of people would get to first base and they'd say, what the hell is going on with Brandon Aiyuk? I don't know. Well, why can't he just come in and play? I don't know. Well, is he going to stay or is he going to go? I don't know. Well, I'm over him then. I'm just like, wow. Like a lot of people.
I'm over him.
Yeah, they're over him. But I think most people, I'm over him. But if he wants to come and play for us, I'll take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Like, that's the fan setting, you know? Like, I'm over him, but if he stays with us, then I'll be rooting for him week 1.
So how many fans feel like that? 888-957-9570. Are you over Brandon Aiyuk? Do you just want to move on from him to resolve this situation? Or do you want to do everything in your power to try to bring this guy back and keep him as a member of the 49ers? Because he does help give this offense the best chance to thrive. It's a lot of pressure to put out everybody else. When we talk about the route running and the one-on-ones and everything like that. What's going on here? Well, how are you feeling, 49er fans, as we get ready for week 1 of the preseason game? And by the way, I would not play Brock Purdy at all in preseason if Big Trent Williams is not in camp. If Trent Williams is not there, and Trent doesn't play preseason anyway, I'm not playing Brock Purdy these. I know it sounds crazy.
Last year when he was coming off the elbow injury, it made sense to play him. They played him for that one drive. Remember, they went down the field and scored right away when the field was super dry and sandy, and there was the third game.
I don't even remember the preseason.
Yeah, I do. Well, they did like a couple of sweet Deebo plays, and everybody looked good.
Because I know Buffalo's playing Josh Allen this week in the quarter. Caleb Williams was playing for the Bears. Andy Reid's playing his guys for the first quarter. He believes in playing
Andy
the preseason.
Reid always does.
Yeah, he always does. He believes in that stuff. So,
but here's the question that I'm curious if you have an answer on. What if I told you Kyle Shanahan would tell me and you know, who's the number one option? And he says this, well, in my offense, the open man.
Yeah, he would say that. I believe that's what he thinks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like like a faceless avatar
on this play when they run this defense. Exactly. This guy's going to be open.
If this guy runs the route the way he's supposed to, and we block it up, and the quarterback times it out, the faceless avatar is the guy who's the number one.
That's why I don't get caught up in. Well, this guy's a number 4 option. This guy's Deebo. If Brandon Aiyuk's a number 1, if say hypothetically Brandon Aiyuk is the number 4 option, because I'm with you. I don't think Shanahan thinks like that. I think Shanahan just thinks my play's going to work. This guy's going to be open. But if he is the 4th option, he led the team in receptions and receiving yards. Is it the first time in NFL history a quote-unquote number 4 option led the team in receiving yards and catches? That's insane to me.
No,
that is insane to me. So, and I think about some of the big plays. It's some like the Washington Commanders game. Brock Purdy's rolling around. He throws it across the field. Who's he hit? Brandon Aiyuk. The Seattle game, Thanksgiving, where it almost made Kyle Shanahan throw his headset. Oh, I didn't want you to throw it there. That's not the read. Who did he throw it to? Brandon Aiyuk. But when it was time to break open the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, deep down the field, who did he throw it to? Brandon Aiyuk. 3rd down in an NFC championship. Key 3rd down in the red zone. We got to score, man. We got to get a touchdown now. We're going to lose this game. We're going to lose out on the chance to go to Las Vegas. Who did he find? Brandon Aiyuk.
But this is also the same family that when everyone valued running backs at a certain value, they said, no, they're replaceable. So could Kyle be starting a trend in his own mind? Again, I'm not ripping him. I'm like elevating him here, where it's like everyone in the league is overvaluing wide receivers, and we actually think they're more replaceable than you think they are. Not that they're not important. We just drafted one in the first round, but that I can get comparable production out of a variety of guys where everyone else is investing $30 to $60 million in 1 to 2 players at the wide receiver position. I actually am viewing it the way we viewed running backs 10 years ago, which is, no, they're more replaceable than you think, and I can get comparable production. I'm just asking out loud.
Well, it was funny because the Chicago game, and we're going to break here, but the Chicago game, when they lost it with Trey Lance and Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and remember I came back out, I was like, I think we need a running back. I think we need a home run hitting running back. The hell with platooning running backs, the Jeff Wilson Jr.'s, the Tevin Coleman's, the Elijah Mitchells, all these guys. And you finally got a home run hitting quarterback. And look, you've averaged 30 points a game since you got that home run hitting running back. So don't undervalue. Don't try to say, hey, everybody's replaceable, because obviously they're not. You need home run hitters at these positions. All right, more coming up here on the roast. Dave Flemming coming up on the other side. We'll talk some Giants here, some Giants. They get a big win last night in the nation's capital. Then we'll jump right back into Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. Herm Edwards, 8 o'clock. But right now, let's talk to our man Flem on the other side. And that will be brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If your supply chain demands...
I am rooting against the Giants.
Giants want to be able to win the series with a win tomorrow, but they got to win this one tonight to have that opportunity. And they're not making it easy here in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded, one out. Alex Call, the hitter. And he grounds one to short. Fitzgerald to second. That's one. Throw to first. Got him. Double play.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Dave Flemming on a call for NBC Sports Bay Area. Camilo Duvall making us all sweat there in the ninth inning. What a meeting on the mound. A meeting on the mound. And then in one pitch, boom, double play. Giants win. They're back to 500 at 58-58. By the way, join 95.7 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September 6th for the Pedinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Look, man, Dave Flemming's going to join us in a second here. Him and Javi do a great job in that booth. I'm really loving it. Blake Snell gets his second straight win. Blake Snell, look, that changeup was rolling yesterday. 8 strikeouts, 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs. Gave up the little runs there in the bottom of the third inning, but he was able to rectify it and get everything straight. Tyler Rogers with a great 8th inning. Ryan Walker getting out of a big jam there, but Camilo Duvall making us all sweat there in the bottom of the 9th inning. But the Giants do get the win. However, it's unfortunate what's going on with them right now. When you look at the wild card race, and yeah, we're still talking playoffs with the San Francisco Giants, right? You could say that they're 3.5 behind the Braves and the Padres, but I look at the loss column, Shasky, and they're 5 games behind the Atlanta Braves in the loss column. They're 6 games behind the Diamondbacks and the Padres in the loss column. Now, the Diamondbacks and Padres are 8-2 in their last 10 games. They've both won 4 straight games.
Arizona might have the best offense in the last 3 weeks in baseball.
They've been on fire. But the Giants' offense is starting to come around. You know, Yastrzemski's playing well. Conforto's on fire. Matt Chapman's on fire. Heliot Ramos, I think he's going to win your 2024 Willie Mack Award. He's been that good, and he's bounced back from his injury, and he's hitting the ball hard. They're 7-3 in their last 10. They've yet to make up ground. That's why I'm looking at the schedule, Shasky. And we know about September and the teams you got to play in September. But you got a big 4-game series coming up against the Braves next week. All right? You play Detroit this weekend after playing the Nationals today. Can you win the series? Big-time start for Kyle Harrison today. Huge start for Kyle Harrison. But then you get the Braves after the Tigers. And if you can win that series, maybe you can catch the Braves a little bit here because you got to make up games in the loss column. I don't care about how many games back you are of these teams. To me, it's the loss column. You're 5 back of the Braves in the loss column. You're 6 back of the Diamondbacks and the Padres in the loss column. You just got to continue to win some games here.
I mean, if I'm the Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks, I'm actually looking at the Dodgers, and I'm saying to myself, we sure we can't win the NL West? Because the Dodgers are reeling too, right now. They're not the same team. They're waiting for Mookie Betts to come back. So, we're in a very difficult division.
They're 3 back of the Dodgers right now. That's crazy.
They don't have 66 wins.
That is crazy.
I know. They've been, but they haven't been good for a while.
What a sweep the Diamondbacks had yesterday at the Guardians. That was big time.
Do you know who's having a monster year?
Gurriel Jr.?
No, Jock Peterson.
Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't want to say it.
Well, and Marte. Marte's having a monster year.
Don't say it, Spadoni. Don't tick me off, Spadoni.
No, I was going to say Josh Bell as well. That was a great acquisition.
It was.
I can't believe,
I always liked Josh Bell.
I did, but he's always left something on the table. And it's like, wow, why isn't this guy better? But he gets down to Arizona, and I'm looking up, Josh Bell's in the stat sheet every game. Every game. Jock Peterson, what is he doing? 18 home runs, 51 RBIs, batting 284. Can you believe that?
No, I can't. Paul Skeens is going to probably get most of the headlines for Rookie of the Year. This Jackson Merrill, San Diego center fielder, he's batted around 300 all year. He's got 17 jacks, 21 years
really
old, manning center field on that team. You see the amount of talent that the Padres traded away to go get Soto, because that's the entire Nationals team is all Padre former prospects, and they're very good. They're a young, very promising team. And the guy they kept, Jackson Merrill in center field, is just having a monster year.
The Dodgers, they gonna start feeling the heat here.
I've been following this. This NL West is cooked.
No, it's
cooking.
I stayed away because I've been so focused on the wild card. But they did lose 2 or 3 to the Phillies. Kershaw's not the same guy. We know that. They're waiting on Walker Buehler. And Walker Buehler wasn't the same guy when he came back. There's a monster series coming up for the Dodgers against the Pirates. They need Mookie in the worst way. I think the Dodgers will be fine. But you got to remember, the Diamondbacks, They beat the Dodgers in the playoffs last year.
And
I believe the year before, the Padres beat the Dodgers in the playoffs. So they're not afraid of the big, bad, blue L.A. Dodgers right now.
No, they're not. And I look at the ball that both those teams have been playing the last couple of weeks. And
Arizona's been great.
They've been on fire.
God.
I mean, they've been on fire. And so, like, Corbin Carroll has done really nothing all year. I mean, you
he had
look
a
at
big
his
doubleheader
numbers,
yesterday.
What?
He had a monster doubleheader, though.
No, but I'm just saying,
overall, he's batting 215.
Yeah, he's not been good. I don't even know if he has 10 home runs right now. Like, he's just not been the same player. You get the big contract. He had a great year last year, but he has not been the same player. Perdomo, their shortstop, has had moments, but really, like, it's Marte, it's Jock. I mean, that team.
Gurriel Jr.'s had a good
Christian
year.
Walker, who should have been an all-star.
No, they got some players.
They do, and their pitching staff was hurt for a long time.
Yep, no, they're coming around. They're coming around here. This race is getting a lot of fun. And the Braves have lost 4 straight.
I think they're vulnerable.
They are very vulnerable. So that's what I'm looking at here as the Giants. Again, they're 3.5 back in the standings, but they're 5 back in the loss column of the Braves. And they got a big series with the Braves next week, but they have to take care of business today and try to win a series in Washington, D.C. Just control what you control and win some games. We got Dave Flemming on the line here. Dave Flemming joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game. On 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I had a lot of fun yesterday. Shout out to Colleen out there in Lathrop in River Islands, taking us on the tour of that beautiful baseball field and, of course, the entire city there in Lathrop. Let's get Flem on here. Flem, good morning. Now you got an early start today. Big-time start for Kyle Harrison. I do want to start with this, though. Not with Matt Chapman, not with Yaz, not with Ramos, not with Blake Snell. I'm going to start with you and Javi. I think, look, Kruk and Kuiper legends, and we know it. And look, everybody, they're going to have a day where they're going to have to step away. We get it. But I'm looking at you. I'm listening to you and Javi Flem. You guys get better and better by the inning. I'm liking Javi right now, man. He's getting better and better, Flem.
I think he's great. And I'm a little, I don't want to say like I'm emotional about it, but this is his last game of the year today.
What?
So
what?
So this is my last chance to do a game with him. But we don't have most of the games from here on out, which is a good thing for the Giants. But we got mostly division games, so we'll have Dwayne and Mike even when we go on the road for a lot of the remaining road games, and it's a home heavy schedule. And so this is it for him. He's done a great job, I think.
Wow. No, he has. You guys go to Baltimore and Kansas City. I'm surprised it's his last game. But
I think Hunter's doing those, and we love having Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter's great too.
So that's a good thing.
I love Javi though, and his perspective from the bullpen. But just pass the message on. I think you guys have done a fabulous job this season.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, no thanks.
Well, I'm watching the telecast yesterday, and they're talking about all the no-hitters that you've been a part of, and that you've had an opportunity to be a part of the broadcast, and you were even kind of making fun of it, and you were talking about Blake Snell's, and I had noticed it, and I had actually texted you, and I told these guys earlier in the season, Blake Snell, with the whole pitch calm thing, he's on the hip. This is going back to the no-hitter. He's on the hip, weeks prior when he first came back, and he's calling every pitch, and it was clunky, and the pitch clock, and it's just, I don't know. The whole thing didn't look right, and it wasn't like in synergy. And then on Friday night, when he's actually allowing Patrick Bailey to call pitches, it just, everything seemed to click, and he had just great stuff. And he even argued with the umpire early in the game, and Bailey went out there and talked to him, and I thought it was a seminal moment. And Blake Snell, and he rebounded yesterday. I just think that Blake Snell has really found it right now, and him trusting Patrick Bailey is in part what I believe, as well as, having command of all of his stuff, of why he's really been a lot better these last 6-7 starts.
Oh, big time. I agree with you. And I think, look, it's natural for that to take a little time. You're with not just with a brand new team, you're with a brand new group of teammates, and especially that pitcher-catcher relationship. I don't blame him for at first wanting to like, hey, this is me. I got to take ownership of this. I got to steer the ship. I think once he built that trust with Patrick and realized this guy knows what he's doing, I think it frees you up as a pitcher when you have that trust. You don't have to worry so much about that part of the game. You can just kind of stay in the moment and execute your pitch. And it's not, it lightens the load just enough to where it makes it easier out there. Not easy, but easier. And those two right now are working really, really well together. I mean, I kind of feel for Patrick because obviously he is being leaned on real hard. Like his workload is super heavy and his at-bats haven't been great. And, he says, I feel fine. I'm okay. but you watch the at-bats, it sure doesn't look that way. And so how do you break him up? He's got to catch yesterday, right? He's got to. So today he gets a day off. I'll tell you guys what I said on that pregame you were watching yesterday. I've done 9 of them, 9, including a perfect game. And Matt Cain's perfect game was amazing. And Tim Lincecum's no-hitters were amazing. I called a World Series no-hitter combined with the Astros, the most dominant performance I think I've ever seen Blake Snell on Friday. I think that was the most overwhelming I've ever seen a pitcher. There was not one good at bat. There was not one at bat the whole game against a pretty good team and a lineup that had its big guys in there. I don't think there was an at bat all game where I thought, oh yeah, this guy, he's seeing him well. He's not one. There was one, by definition, one hard hit ball the entire game, and that was a little kind of medium line drive to second base. It was amazing.
That fastball was rolling there at Great American Ballpark, and I didn't even realize there was no hitter going on until the 9th inning when people started tweeting. It's like, oh my gosh, get to a TV because he was so dominant. I was like, wow, Blake Snell's just mowing through these guys. In my head, I was just thinking, is Bowmel going to let him pitch the 9th? And obviously he does, and he gets the no-hitter or whatnot, and he's dominant. His numbers show it. We'll look at the offense, though, because we've been harping on the offense. Who can get hot in this lineup? Who can get hot? And I know there's still 5 back in the loss column of the Atlanta Braves, and they got a big-time series with them at Oracle Park next week. But, boy, Chapman, Yaz, Ramos, they're starting to get going here to carry this lineup. And let's start with Matt Chapman, who, look, he's got an option to opt out or whatnot. I want this guy that remained a Giant for a long, long time, man. He's done it at both ends, defense, glove, third base, throwing guys out, and then, of course, with his bat, he's on fire right now, Flem.
I think they want him to be here. I think he wants to be here. I think that you never say this. We know enough about all this to not make any real predictions. But I think they're going to figure out a way to keep Matt around. He's been their best player all year. He's having a fantastic year. Just don't let the batting average fool you. Everything else that he does out there is elite, and he should be here for a long time. I sure hope so. I have loved watching him play, and he plays every single day, and he hustles every single play. Last night, that was a big play in the game. He beats out that infield hit because he is busting it. We showed a great replay. The second he leaves the batter's box, it is full throttle, and he beat it by a fraction of a second, and that got the Giants a run, and then they got another one after that. So Chapman's just a leader by example. The power has been great. What have they hit? 15 home runs on this road trip, 7 games, 15 home runs. Now, that's what you're supposed to do. You come to the hotter weather, these ballparks where the ball flies. That's what you're supposed to do. But that's why they're 4-2 on the trip so far. And they need to keep that up. And to your point about the schedule, they have a lot of ground to make up. Yep. I know the odds don't look great when you look at the standings, and as well as the Padres and Diamondbacks especially have been playing. But you get 4 head-to-head against the Braves. You get 6 head-to-head each against the Diamondbacks and the Padres. You get those 3 games at home against the Cardinals at the very end of the year. You have your shot. And that's why games like today, I'll make the case today's the biggest game of the year. Like, you're trying to go back home. You got the Tigers in this weekend. The Tigers have had a nice year.
Scrappy.
They're scrappy, but they traded away a couple of their guys at the deadline. Skubal went last night, so I think that means the Giants will miss him, which is a huge break over the weekend. If you can get home above 500 with a lot of momentum, you got a chance to set up Monday. I mean, those 4 games against the Braves might be the biggest games of the whole year, not just in the moment, but when we look back on it
I love this.
At the end of the year. So that's why I feel like today, it's not like if you lose today, the season's over, but I do feel like today is a massive game for this team.
I'm kind of with you here, Flem. The dog days of August, they're all massive. This is what we want as Giants fans. Real quick, Shasky, Matt Chapman, his last 14 games, batting .377. Okay. He's 20 of 53, 11 extra base hits, 13 RBIs, 6 home runs. He's slugging like crazy. The OPS is off the charts. So his last, and in that play Sunday that we talked about on Monday, to save the game there, up 3-2 in Cincinnati in the bottom of the 6th inning, Chapman's having a good year.
And it's a play at third base. The only other person I've seen make is Dave's son. I knew you'd get a laugh there. Hey, Dave, I'm looking at Elliot Ramos, and he had the thumb injury, and you're just worried about him, right? Like, hey, he had a monster couple of months. He goes to the All-Star game. It's a lot of workload. He sees the whole league. They've had months on him. They can adjust. I think this series has boom, he's back. He feels good. He's driving that ball. That ball he crushed the other day to right center was just absolutely smoked. He's been awesome. He's batting .432 against lefties. This guy balanced. Splits look good on the road and at home. Lefties and righties. He's balanced all around. I think he's just been an absolute monster revelation. And to think we maybe wouldn't even have got to look at him if Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't get hurt.
It's the only silver lining to the Jung-Hoo Lee injury. I hope ultimately we would have, because I hope, the talent has shined through now, and I hope that Elliott would have forced his way up here no matter what. But you're right. I mean, it's kind of scary to think, in a different scenario. I mean, heck, what was it, a couple of years ago, the Giants exposed him. Anybody could have taken him, and they didn't. It's been a blessing to have him here, and he is not out of the woods with that injury. It's still hurting him, but he talked about it last night after the game. He's managed to convince himself that I know it's going to hurt a little, but I'm not going to hurt it more, so I can still swing hard. I mean, there were 4 or 5 games there where it just wasn't him, and I was worried about it because that's an injury that takes some time to heal up, and he's not going to get that time. They don't have that time. They need him in there every single day. I'm glad he's sort of fighting his way through that. That's a tough young man. I love the kid. He's positive. He's energetic. He's a great teammate. He cheers hard for everybody down there. He's bouncing around. He's got some Pablo to him. You go in the clubhouse before the game, and Elliott's just he's loud. He's checking in with everybody, sort of bouncing from table to table in the food room. To me, that's especially today. I was in there a few minutes ago, and it's a noon local start. This is a tough go for the Giants here. You got a guy like that perking everybody up, waking everybody up. I think they'll be ready to go first pitch.
Is that your Willie Mack Award winner for 2024? Because I believe that I guess you could go Chapman too, but I like this Ramos kid as this Willie Mack Award winner, kind of coming out of nowhere, stuck in the minors, and then boom, he's your all-star.
You could make a great case for either of them. I mean, for me, Chapman from day one, game one, has posted every single day.
Yeah.
That's leadership by example. That's, to me, the spirit of the Willie Mack Award, and playing hard every single day, working before the game every single day. But I would not argue with you if you're going Elliott, because both those guys deserve it.
All right, we've gone this long. We haven't brought up the guy that I didn't see this coming. And I know that people have been high on him as a super utility guy. This Tyler Fitzgerald month that his guys had, it's 150 at-bats essentially this year, 12 homers. He's been absolutely on fire. And to me, it's he lays off the junk away, and anything up in the zone, he's just crushing it. I mean, just absolutely hitting lasers. He's playing really good defensively at shortstop. I just didn't see this coming. This Tyler Fitzgerald situation it's been a revelation.
Yeah, I will say this, because I hadn't, we were getting little bits and pieces of Tyler, and in the spring training games, we'd see him over the last few years. But I will say this, a lot of, not just one or two, a lot of Giants coaches over the last couple of years have said to me and said to us, the kid that I really like is Tyler Fitzgerald. I heard that from more than just one person. And, for me, our looks at him were so brief. It's not like I disagreed, but I was always okay, well, I'll file that away. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, just because we just didn't have a lot of exposure to him. And I think it's what stood out to those guys is that's big league athletic ability. And, this game, what I love about baseball is all shapes, all sizes, all body types, all styles, soft tossing lefty, flame throwing righty, power hitter, Jose Altuve, Judge, all that. That's great about baseball, but this is still high level professional sports, and the physical tools, the body, the athletic ability still carries the day in most cases. And that's what Tyler has. He's got fast twitch, super athletic, bat speed, power, and it's coming together for him. He's another one of these. We've talked about it with Brett Wisely, and Brett's struggling again with it right now. But Tyler is a guy who takes things hard. He's got the baseball demeanor of a guy who is grinding out every day. And I think finally now he's comfortable in his job, his position. I'm a big leaguer. I belong here. And if that lets the athletic talent come out, I love watching him every day. He's been awesome.
No, and that double play to end the game yesterday after the mound meeting, the pitching mound visit with Camilo Duvall yesterday, the ninth inning here. Look, we could talk about guys. And
that's what, I don't want to interrupt you, Bonte, but like that, Cal Ripken used to say that, right? Like, how do you judge a big league shortstop? When you absolutely need it, can you turn the double play?
Yep.
Can you, when you have to have it, when the game's on the line, can you get it done?
Yep.
And that wasn't just a piece of cake last night, the way they turned that. And Tyler was calm and comfortable and looked ready for the moment. Remember early this year, what was his first start? I can't remember if Webb was on the mound or whatever, his first start of the year, and he boots a ground ball, like almost his first chance of the year. And I think you're seeing the growth now. Yep. Last night, in the biggest moment, maybe of the whole season, you could argue the ninth inning last night, and he handled it flawlessly.
I'm with you there. It was smooth, one pitch, and then because if they lose that game yesterday, Flem, I probably would have came in here this morning and said, you know what, that may be the season. That may have been the death knell for the season with the way Arizona's playing, as you mentioned, sweeping the Guardians yesterday, and the Padres were red hot. Dodgers are scuffling there, so that was a big-time play by them. Yaz is being consummate professional. We could talk about him all day long, but I know you got to run here because we got an early game. Do want to get your thoughts because you call a lot of college football, and I'm not 100% sure if you've ever called a Brandon Aiyuk game at Arizona State, but I want to get your thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk. You're a big-time Niner fan, just like us. What do you make of the situation, man? It's getting messier and messier, and we don't want to see Aiyuk leave. I'm sure the Niners don't, but boy, how did we get to this point, Flem?
Yeah, I did call a bunch of his games in college, and I think while Herm was still the head coach at ASU, and Herm just raved about the guy. Like, you want to know who our best player is? I'll tell you who our best player is. And, you watch him play in college, you're so dependent on everybody around you. It happens in the NFL too, but I don't know if I expected him to be this great at the NFL level. He's great. Like that is not just a good player. He's one of the 10 best receivers in the league, I think. I do. And if you want to win the Super Bowl, you want that guy on your side. I don't know. I'm not a cap expert. I don't know about any of that stuff. I know nothing about that. All I know is the minute they give him away, I don't care what you get back, you're a worse team. And when you get championship aspirations and you're taking steps backwards, that sucks. So I hope they figure it out. I do, because I really do believe he's one of the 10 best players at his position in the league, and I think he's one of the 5 best players on the Niners roster.
Wow. That's strong words right there. We'll have Herm on in about 20 minutes to talk about Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not this relationship is salvageable. But a big game and a big start for Kyle Harrison. Bounce back after the start in Cincinnati. He's got to get this one, Flem. Kyle Harrison on the mound today against the Nationals.
The velo was down last start. I don't want to I don't want to read too much into it, but I'm a little worried about both youngsters. They're in uncharted territory. It's the end of the year. I didn't love getting rid of Alex Cobb just to have him in the back pocket. I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
I think you're. I don't want to say you're too worried because you should be. That it should be a concern. But I saw Kyle walk out of here last night with like a case of water, and I think he's like both those kids. I know Kyle grew up in the East Bay. It's hot in the summertime. Hayden grew up in Illinois. But once you get acclimated and are in San Francisco and you're a young guy, you come here. All it takes is one bad inning, and your energy is sapped. And you're seeing the jerseys, these freaking jerseys that show every drip of sweat.
Not to cut you off, Flem, but it feels like the Giants always play the Nats in the summer. One year they won the World Series, one of the years. I was out there for the 8 o'clock July 4th start on the West Coast, and it was about 100% humidity. I was like, this is misery.
Lincecum was terrible.
Maybe the worst start of Bumgarner's career. Bumgarner that's Madison Bumgarner, your ultimate tough guy horse. He melted out here. So I think it's a little cooler today. It's overcast. Hydrate like heck and hope that doesn't happen, because I think that's been the big issue these last couple starts for those young guys. And I think when we get back home, you're going to see the performance back like you expect. I think they've struggled with that.
One last thing. This is just a quick aside. Love the home run hat from the Nats. I love that top hat.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And they made a great trade with the Juan Soto deal. I mean, all their best players came from that. And like, I love Abrams and I love Wood. Like, I like their little roster. They made a really nice move with that deal.
There's no such thing as a good trade when you trade away Juan Soto. That does not it's I think it's impossible when you trade a guy at that level and you say we don't want him on our team. I can't justify that, but they probably made the best of that kind of deal maybe in the history of baseball with those guys. Now, Gore, Abrams, I think is still like, are those guys going to be stars? But I think that James Wood kid has a chance to be a big-time player. So I'm with you. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I still can't believe they had Bryce Harper and Juan Soto as 24-year-olds and let them both go.
It's insane.
Not to mention Trey Turner.
And Trey Turner. Like, all of them wanted to stay. All of them loved being here. Like, I don't know how you allow that to happen, but in the context of, okay, we just decided they weren't staying, we weren't going to sign them, they did real well with that trade. Because you're right, this team they find a little more pitching. This team's plucky.
Yeah.
Like, they got a chance.
No doubt about that. Nationals, a big game for Kyle Harrison today. Giants trying to win the series before they get back home. Tell Javi we said hi. I can't believe it's the last call. You guys are really good in that booth together. Flem, thanks for the time. We'll talk to you next week, brother.
And just one last thing. He's going to be he's coming home with us to be there for the reunion on Saturday, the 2014 team reunion. And I'm not going to spoil it. They don't want me to talk about everybody who's coming, but it's a great list. Like, almost everybody from those teams is going to be there. When I saw the list yesterday, it's awesome. So I think Saturday is going to be so cool. You're going to see some guys you haven't seen in a long time out there, and Giants fans are going to enjoy that.
Well, we know Jake Peavy is going to be there because his performance Saturday for the Giants Community Fund. Yeah, we'll have Jake Peavy out at 9:20.
Wow.
Jake Peavy's in town. Watch out
Jeremy
now.
Renner?
I'm not spoiling it. It's a long list, though.
I love it.
It'll be a lot of fun, man. Have a good call today, Dave.
See you guys. Thanks.
Dave Flemming here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game.
So they are showcasing this like leather jacket, this Letterman varsity jacket.
With the World Series patch.
What?
With the World Series patch?
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool.
This is what I would say to every team out there. You can't make enough of those coats.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why we don't make more of them. I understand like they're not great in the rain, in the elements and stuff, but I never like getting the singular championship like jacket. Like sweatshirt's one thing, the jacket. Like I want it to be
patches.
more. What?
You want like 2014, 2010, 2014.
Well, even that, like they get outdated because like if your team wins a championship, then it's
just buy a new patch and put it on. That's what some people do.
Whatever.
Some people do.
Oh man, I gotta get a whole new championship patch for my championship jacket. That's so rough.
Well, I mean, we know you have an entire closet of Giants gear, so that's different. But I would say
I know you're not talking. I know you're not talking.
I mean, I got a lot of coats.
I know you're not talking about the Giants gear.
I got a lot.
Both you guys. It doesn't take a shot to love it.
I admit it that I have it all in my closet.
I know. I actually got you a Giants Letterman coat for Christmas a couple years ago.
I know. I still wear it.
I know. I love that coat.
A great jacket.
You know, I'm just well-rounded.
I knew you'd love it. But I'm watching the Nats celebrate with these home runs, and they put on this top hat that's a red, white, and blue.
I saw that.
It's a great look.
Thinking about that though, Flim's right. They had Bryce Harper, Soto. They didn't even win the World Series with Bryce Harper. They went out on that team with Trey Turner and Soto.
Rendon.
I mean, Anthony Rendon, who's, by the way, back in the Angels lineup. I don't know if you guys saw that.
He'll be there for 4 minutes.
Really quick, it was while Flem brought that up. I pulled up the 2018 Nats roster.
Give it to me.
They had
Scherzer,
their catchers, Matt
Strasburg,
Wieters, Ryan Zimmerman, Trey Turner at short, Anthony Rendon at third, a 19-year-old rookie Juan Soto in left, Bryce Harper in right. The rotation had Max Scherzer, Tanner Roark, Gio Gonzalez, Steven Strasburg, Eric Fetty, and Sean Doolittle was their closer.
Doolittle!
That team went 82-80 that year.
That's crazy.
And then Harper went to Philly and they won the World Series.
And they won the World Series.
With a 19-year-old.
Wow. They were always in the playoffs, though, with those teams.
I mean, we played that.
They were always in the playoffs. I remember when St. Louis... Or no, when the Giants did play them. I'm thinking about when the Giants played the Cardinals in the NLCS, and the Nationals didn't pitch Strasburg. Remember, they shut them down.
Yeah, they shut them down.
And the Cardinals rallied in that game 5, and the Giants were on their tarmac waiting. Do we go to St. Louis? Do we go to D.C.? And I remember I was praying. I was like, the Nationals got the Giants number. That would have been a bloodbath. I always thought that.
Everyone goes to the 18-inning home run by Brandon Belt. To me, it was Matt Williams taking the ball out of his starter's hands and giving it to the Stanford closer who wasn't as good.
That was silly. Dave Martinez.
Was it Pablo scoring on a buster hit down the line?
Did Pablo
tied the game? It was 1-0.
Who got thrown out, though? Who got thrown out? Because somebody tried to score on that play. I felt like
it Buster? I remember Buster got thrown out like a couple times.
Did Buster score and Pablo get thrown out? Or did Pablo?
One hit the other in. I forget what it was. And then Yasmero Petit. That's the moment for me. Yasmero Petit was amazing in that game.
Nah, he was the man. He was the man.
Hunter Strickland is still bitter over that series.
I mean, that was a hell of a series. Bumgarner actually lost in that series to Game 3. They actually got to him in Game 3. Madison Bumgarner there, but the Giants did win that series. Classic national teams, though. They ended up winning the World Series after going 82-80. Remember when they were 93-69? I believe that year they started off very, very slow. And if I'm not mistaken, they were like 10, 15 games under 500 at one point.
They started 19-31.
There you go.
Then came back, got the wild card, and then won it all. And then it was Drew Storen gave up the double to Pablo.
Storen, Stanford
Panic
closer.
Scores. Posey thrown out at home.
Posey thrown out at home. Yep,
okay.
Pablo scored because he was coming around the base like big old Pablo.
Poor Matt
What
Williams.
a game that was.
Dealing that game.
What a game that was.
Poor Matt Williams.
What a game that was, man.
I don't know if you know this, but as we're talking about historic comebacks, 45 games left in the season, and they're only 43 out. The Chicago White Sox. I just want to be all over this story. The Chicago White Sox right now. I don't know if you know this, Bonte. They're not just bad; they're historically bad. I've been kind of covering this. They're 28-89. I'll say that again. They're 28-89. Can you name the organization that has it has to be 160 games in the modern era? Who has the worst record ever? What organization owns that title?
Worst record ever, 19. Damn, I just read about it the other day.
We're not going back to the 1800s. I'm just going to go modern era. Modern.
Mets, 62?
Yes. Can you name one player on the 62 Mets? This is always one of my favorites.
Was Tom Seaver on that team? Was he on that team yet?
I do not see him on this list.
Was Nolan Ryan probably wasn't on that team
that was
yet.
later. I would think he was 67, 68. He was a reliever.
Boy, I can't name one player on that team.
Roger Craig. Roger Craig,
Baby.
Craig, the former manager, Baby. Whenever you want to win some trivia.
See, I forgot
he was 10-24 on the 62 Mets.
I forgot he was on that team. I didn't even realize that because I always remember Baby as a Brooklyn Dodger.
Yeah, well, he was on that team, and he had 24 losses. 13 complete games, though.
Damn.
So right now, the 62 Mets, they went 40-120-1.
At a time.
And the manager was Casey Stengel. Look up Casey Stengel's photo, and you tell me if that doesn't look ridiculous.
So 41 wins. The White Sox would need 13 wins. So you said 41 wins, right, for the Mets? 40 wins.
They lost 120, and they tied one game. I don't know why we had ties back then, but we did.
So I'm looking at the White Sox schedule the rest of the way. They have two against the Cubs.
History.
So they have the series against the Cubs coming up.
The Giants get them.
They get 2 games against the Cubs. They get 3 games against the Yankees.
Oof.
They get 3 at Houston. 3 here in San Francisco.
Oh yeah.
A 4-game set against the Tigers at home. 3 against Texas at home. That's a big 10-game homestand for them. 4 against the Tigers, 3 against Texas, 3 against the Mets. Then they get 3 at Baltimore, 3 at Fenway Park against the Red Sox. They come back home and play the Guardians. Then they get 3 against the A's the weekend of my birthday, September 13th, 14th, 15th. Then they get the White Sox for 3, Padres for 3, then the Angels and Tigers. So they need 41 wins, right?
Yes.
I think they went 42. I think they got 14 wins on the schedule.
Okay. Did you see what they ended up
14 wins. Damn. They just fired the manager.
I was just you buried the lead.
Yeah, sorry.
Pedro Grifol.
So they're gonna rally behind the interim guy.
They haven't won consecutive games since June 27th. They haven't won 2 in a row.
You know what we need to do? We need to bury a baseball. Like what was the guy?
Tony Sparano with the Raiders.
Rest in peace. Yeah. But you need to bury a baseball.
He's the first guy who raided Wildcat in the NFL.
That's right.
Ronnie Brown.
Ricky Williams.
He ran a Wildcat at Foxborough and had Belichick throwing his headset.
Gruden was convinced it was the new wave.
Yeah, this Wildcat. Remember that? This Wildcat. I'm so enamored with this Wildcat. And it was done.
I was channel flipping yet.
Charlie Montoyo is going to be the White Sox interim manager, so you know the White Sox will be playing very hard for his job down the stretch.
So what, you think they're going to get it? I think they're not going to get it.
Huh?
I think they're not going to get it. I think we're looking at the worst team ever.
Robert is still playing. I like Luis Robert. Andrew Vaughn.
You need to get Luis Robert out of there.
Benintendi's hot.
Benintendi is hot. I mean, what did they do?
That's a sentence.
What did they do?
I got to look up Benintendi's numbers. He's hot. I got to give you a break.
Big pause.
He's batting 210.
Crochet's on the mount today. He's on the mound.
What did my guy say after that A's win? Do it for the South Side?
South Side stand up.
South Side stand up. So I do think, you know what? I think they get one against the Cubs at home. I do think that. They get swept by the Yankees. I think they get one in San Francisco. Watch the Giants lose once to the White Sox. Watch they lose once to the White Sox. They'll get one against the Tigers. That's 3. They might get 2 against the Tigers. That's 4 games. Rangers, Mets, Orioles.
It's yes or no. What are you doing? I'll burrito bet you. Breakfast burritos for the crew. They're not going to get it.
Well, you already owe me one because you said Team USA is going to lose a game.
9 of their last 12 are against the Angels and Tigers. So, I mean,
they're not going to lose to Serbia today.
Did Team USA get the gold? And basketball's over?
They will Saturday against Germany probably or France.
Well, let's see.
Honestly, Canada getting knocked out that's the team that probably would have beaten the
huge. USA. Dylan Brooks coming up small. Jamal Murray, what happened to him off the bench?
They really missed Andrew Wiggins. I think Andrew Wiggins is going to have a fire under him to prove Steve Kerr wrong that they left him off at Team Canada.
Andrew Wiggins revenge tour?
Speaking about Blake, no, I'm not even joking here. I bought stock on Blake Snell when nobody wanted that stock. Stock looks great. It's exploded like Bitcoin.
Andrew Wiggins, the next Blake Snell?
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, thanks, Fitz.
What do you average? 13 points a game? Hey, Fitz is with me on this one. He will average at least 17 points a game next season. Andrew Wiggins.
Thank God. Thank God.
You watch. You know what? I'll go even. I'll stand on this. Andrew Wiggins will score at least 18 points per game next season.
Here, I want you to stand on
5 points per game.
Will he be on the Warriors June 1st?
I just hope he's not on the injury report.
Next June 1st?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Team USA, big showdown with Serbia and Nikola Jokic.
Oh, my God.
Joel Embiid dealing with an ankle injury. Embiid's out the second half. Team USA's win over Brazil with ankle discomfort.
Of course.
Despite being questionable for today's game, the expectation is that Embiid will be in the lineup to take on Jokic later today.
Addition by subtraction. Don't play.
Hey, you got Anthony Davis. You got Bam Adebayo. We got to get Steph Curry rolling. He's struggling right now. But you got enough. Devin Booker's playing very good basketball. LeBron James, Anthony Edwards. You got KD. Team USA should be able to handle their business. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We play to win the game. Or do we play to win the contract? Well, Herm Edwards is going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk a little about Brandon Aiyuk and what the heck is going on with him and whether or not they can salvage this relationship. The former head coach, the New York Jets, Kansas City Chiefs, and, of course, Arizona State Sun Devils, Herm Edwards will join us on the other side here on The Roast.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the...
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
What's the joke, Big Pun? I'm not in the laughing mood right now when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. I want this thing done. Done. But oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift, all the overnight dancers. I wonder if they got overnight dancers in Lathrop. Lathrop was great. I had a great time out there.
Wow, dude. Monte's going to open up the first male gentleman's club in Lathrop. And now we have a gentleman's club.
Hey, they got a great police station, great fire.
The Bada Bing by Bonte.
Great field. Shout out to Colleen yesterday taking us on the tour. Dude, the houses are just unbelievable. Oh, my God.
Lap dance in Lathrop?
Be careful. Shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They're going to call it to the roast. You better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Let's bring in Herm Edwards, the old ball coach, Arizona State, New York Jets, Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, Tampa Bay assistant. He's done it all. Of course, a former NFL player. He joins us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, also an ESPN analyst as well. He does a great job on television. Coach, what's happening, man? Good morning to you.
I'm in Bristol, actually. I'm here, going to do some preseason work for them. We have some games tonight all of a sudden. They're playing tackle football.
They're playing tackle football, man. We've been waiting. Yeah, the only guy who's not playing tackle football, or one of the only guys not playing tackle football is their old player, Brandon Aiyuk here. And I guess I want to start here, Coach. The first question I have for you, these negotiations can get messy. I think both parties you could blame both parties for this whole situation or whatnot. He's coming in to hold in, and he is in a film room, and he's in the meetings and whatnot. Can they repair this relationship? We hear all the rumors with the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Cleveland Browns and New England Patriots. Can both parties at this point, from what you know with Brandon Aiyuk, because I'm sure you communicate with them, can they salvage this relationship and get on the same page and play ball here in 2024?
Absolutely. This is business. And this is what you tell every player when you're the head coach, when a player is going through the contract negotiation. You always tell the players this, just watch what happens during these negotiations. If it gets into the news cycle, and you're going to have to deal with all that, but at the end of the day, guys, that's the business part of it. It's not personal. It's not personal. It's just business. And I think sometimes players need to learn that too. This is business. It's nothing against you. It's just business. And business is different than being a football player or being a football coach. And so with that being said, hopefully this thing will transpire where it can get done where both parties, will shake hands and hug each other and get going. And if not, then, Brandon will go somewhere else and the 49ers will have to regroup and, continue to go. And at the end of the day, guys, I've always said this, it's like if a player gets hurt in the opening game, you can't cancel the season. You got to play. And if Brandon Aiyuk is no longer a 49er, I hope he is, because I think it's a really good football team, and I think he has a chance to, tie Jerry Rice's record, 1,000 yards receiving for 3 years in a row. And he's done a lot of good things there. I hope he's there. But if not, the 49ers got to move on, and the players got to move on. This is a playoff football team. They have a window of opportunity, and every player, every coach knows that.
So we always hear it's a business. Take me through the dynamics of being the head coach, knowing the value of a player, and the conversations you're having with whoever the contract person or the financial person is, with the owner. How does the head coach impact those discussions? How would you go about impacting those discussions in a situation like this?
Well, first of all, you want to keep all your good players. And in today's world, it's very difficult because of salary cap. And you always got to look ahead. Who's next up? Who do we have to pay next? And if we pay this guy this much, then all of a sudden there might be a guy next year that's up that, I really want to keep that guy. So at the end of the day, basically you put the names on the board and say, Coach, there's 7 guys up here. You only can keep 5. What are the 5 you really want to keep? And you got to circle them. And that's the business part of it. And when this negotiation is going on, as a coach, all you do basically, you don't do the contracts. You don't get involved in it anymore. But the one thing you can do is continue to communicate with your player. This happened to me with Larry Johnson when I was in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And I'd call Larry every other day and say, how you doing? Coach, I'm doing good. I said, just keep working out. It's going to get done. You're going to come to camp. I want you in shape. I said, don't get out of shape. Coach, I'm good. Any material you need, I'll get it to you, whatever you need. I said, we love you. Just don't say anything. It'll get done eventually. And eventually it did. So that's all you can do as a head coach.
He stayed away in that situation?
Yeah, remember it was on Hard Knocks. You guys were on Hard Knocks that year, right, Herm?
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Yeah, he was on Hard Knocks on HBO when they were doing that.
How would you have handled it if he did a hold in and he was there? Because there's some days Aiyuk comes onto the field and then, again, there's different interpretations. The GM, right. John Lynch, is like kind of ushering him off the field. How would you deal with that?
Well, as a coach, you want your players there, regardless if he has a contract or not. And the players want him there. And that's showing hope. That's showing excitement for each other. But at the end of it, what's best for the team? I mean, that's what you got to decide. And if he's not a distraction, you don't worry about it. If he comes into meetings and he's paying attention and he's doing what he's supposed to do, that's not a distraction to anybody. He's not practicing. There's a lot of guys, a lot of veterans don't practice. Anymore. These guys, they wear baseball hats half the time. Right? If you're trying to protect them. And the football's different than it was, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So we all understand that. So I think every organization handles it a little bit different. You as the head coach, you report to the ownership, to the GM, but you also have a responsibility to your players, because you can never lose sight of the players, because the players they're checking the temperature of the head coach. That's all the players care about. They're watching the head coach when all this stuff is going about. How is the head coach acting? And that's important because they're watching you.
Herm Edwards here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. How did Larry Johnson perform that season after holding out? Because we know Bosa held out with the Niners last year, and he admitted, I did not have the best season. I got off to a very slow start. He believed that missing training camp hurt him. Do you recall how Larry Johnson performed that year?
He played well. He played well. And what we did is we protected him early. What I did, I protected him early. I didn't give him as many carries early. I got him into the season, right? And so you got to know your players, and you got to protect them from themselves. Because every guy, when they hold out, being around watching, it's not like practicing. I've always said this about football: the grass knows when your football cleats have not been there. You can't lie to the grass with your shoes. Your cleats know. And when you don't practice, this is a game of practice, this football thing. Because think about it. You practice more than you play. You play 17 games. You practice 3 or 4 days a week. Are you kidding me? So, you have to be a part of that. And when you're not, you can say, well, I can go out there. No, you can't. Because physically, you're not ready to do that. Mentally, you might be. So this is where you have to be very careful. You got to give them spurts. You just got to play them a little bit here and give them a little rest, play them a little bit here until they get in football condition.
What does this offense look like if they have to move forward without Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, they're missing a big explosive player that can. This is a catch and run offense, right? This is not a vertical offense where they throw the ball down the field. They're throwing it inside the numbers. It's all timing. It's catch and run offense, and he has the ability to do that. Pearsall, who played for us, he's good in his ability to catch and run, but he's not like Aiyuk, right? He's more of an inside slot guy. You can move him around. He's a really good blocker in the run game. Where Aiyuk is a one-on-one contest, he's going to win. If they throw it up there 10 times, he's probably going to win 8 of them because of his ability to adjust and play the ball in the air.
Coach, you referenced Pearsall a couple times here. You said in the past that you got to almost protect him from himself because he works too hard. You a little worried about what's going on with some of these injuries? Because I'm a little concerned.
Well, he'll get over it. But that, and I think the more they understand the player, that they'll get a feel for him because I tell you what, he doesn't know how to. He got one speed. It's full speed. And I knew that when I had him at Arizona State. And there was times I just told him, okay, that's it. You get 10 plays today. You're good. Come on, stand with me. Because that's his mentality. That's who he is. That's all he knows. And so you got to understand that when you got a guy like this. And hopefully these are little nicks and bruises that the players get sometimes. He'll recover and get to play in the preseason.
Coach, and I know you've had plenty of private conversations with Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't expect you to share any on these airways or whatnot. That's private, and I'm going to respect that. However, if you can, what do you think has annoyed Brandon Aiyuk the most about this process?
Well, look, I know both parties, right?
Yeah, John Lynch, too. Yeah, I forgot John Lynch.
The Lynch family.
Yep.
And we're going to see him next week, actually. And I'll say this. I don't want to get in the middle of it, but I do know this. I think both parties would like this to get done, bottom line. And I think sometimes when it gets out, the story, it's like the Guppy story. It was a Guppy in Miami, and as more people tell stories to the story, it becomes the great white whale when it gets to San Francisco. So we have to be careful, right? Yeah. When we say, well, all this and that, look, just we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
Right.
No one knows except the parties that are trying to do the contract.
You know him, Brandon, the way you do. Does he still want to be a 49er? Because we still want him to be a 49er. I think the guy's dynamic. I think he's one of the most underrated players. I thought his season last year, we get a lot of fans who say, man, he's the fourth option on the team. Well, damn, he may be the greatest fourth option of all time because he led the team in receiving yards and receptions, the third down threat. So does he still, at the end of the day, want to be a member of the San Francisco 49ers?
Absolutely. And, Brandon likes to win. And, he wants to win, and why not? You're on a winning team. And you got a team that obviously every year is picked, whether, one or two to go to the Super Bowl, to represent the NFC. And they've been close, and this team, I think this team, when I look at it, the question you got to ask yourself, they've been in 3 Super Bowls in the last 12 years. The energy is what you get worried about with a team like this, all the energy that's needed to do that, right? And all of a sudden you're the target for every team you play, because every team's excited about not because you don't have to give a speech to your players the week you're going to play the 49ers. All you got to tell them is that, hey, look, these guys, this is what they've done. 3 Super Bowls, right? 3 defeats. And in the last 12 years, guys, they've been there. So this is the team we're dealing with. And the players know that. And so they're excited about playing. You're getting every team's best game. It doesn't matter what the record is. They're playing the San Francisco 49ers.
How difficult is it for a player on the final year of their contract in terms of, especially at the counting positions, running back and wide receiver and quarterback? How difficult is that to navigate? Just in general, the emotions of people trying to up their stats rightfully while also trying to win and knowing that there is money on the line.
Well, that's the business of it, and in today's world, I mean, it's phenomenal what these players are getting paid, and I'm glad they are, because there's a generation of players before them that were getting paid this kind of money, and they're deserved every penny of it, because it's football's not a career. You can't say I'm gonna be a career football player. It's week to week. In one play you could be done, and your career's over. So you have to get what you can get, and there has to be a way where I've always said, how much do you need? It's not what it's not what you want. How much do you need? Because at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself this as a player. If I'm on a really good team and we can make some runs, I got to make sure that I get what I need, but not what I want, because maybe what I want will affect some other guys getting their money and keeping this team together. Now, that would be my thing. The bottom line is to win. No player can win by itself. Teams win, right? That's what wins, teams. And if I'm on a good team, I want to keep that team together as long as I can, because the more I win, the better it is.
No doubt. You think the modern day player thinks like that, though? That
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Yeah. I think some of them do.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of them, it's a me. It's a me world. And I don't think it's anyone's fault. I think that's the generation that we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
And it's the social media. It's all the things that we weren't involved in 20 years ago, and now this is part of it. And I look at it like this way. I say, whatever, when you press in, You can't take it back.
Yeah, we know that.
Coach, how do you
press in? You cannot take it back, man. It's out there, and it's going to be up for discussion. I'll be on NFL Live today. We'll probably be talking about this stuff, right? So it's like, here we go.
Hey, Coach, not knowing the specifics, and both parties probably feel, aggravated to a degree. How if you could sit down with all the parties in the room, okay, and you were at the table and you were the consigliere, how could you get the genie back in the bottle here?
Well, at the end of the day, if you want to get it resolved, and when it gets resolved, you hug and say, "Okay, man, let's go win a championship," right? Because at the bottom line, when it's done, it's done.
Herm Edwards, everybody.
It's just talk, right? It's just talking. Everybody's talking right now, and everybody's negotiating the contract, and everyone's got an opinion, right? And at the end of the day, you want to get it done, and once it's done.
All right, Coach. I know you got
Thanks,
TV.
Coach.
We got Lions and Giants. Hopefully they don't fight today out there with the Giants and the Detroit Lions. That's all they was doing was fighting.
Swinging helmets at each other?
All right. Talk to y'all later.
All right, Coach. Coach Herm Edwards here on the River Islands guest line. Again, the River Islands guest line is in the time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. Herm said a lot there. He said a lot there.
Did you notice what happened? Like a cornerback on an outside, on the little hitch, you jumped.
No, it was a long pregnant pause.
And now he hits you with the double move, wide open.
It was Sammy
touchdown.
Watkins v. Richard Sherman in the Super Bowl.
100%. Why'd you have to go there, though?
Yeah, you couldn't name like Nnamdi Asomugha. You could
go Sean Smith, Brandon Cooks. We could do that one.
It was like Michael Jordan,
99-yard touchdown, Superdome.
He crossed him over.
You could bring up Fabian Washington. Gary Conley.
Was Fabian Nebraska?
Yeah, Nebraska Cornhusker.
Wow.
Damon Arnett. Yikes.
David Arnett.
Philip Buchanan.
Ohio State. I think he was in that Fiesta Bowl that I was at.
Ohio State.
The Ohio State against Clemson. He had the red dreads, the little red tips.
The hot Cheetos, I call them.
Red tips, hashtag pause.
He is right. Like, I don't believe every player in the league is going to think the same way. We can't even get 4 people in a room agreeing on if the sky is blue or not, right? But there are guys, and I've said this about, Aaron Rodgers many, many, many times. Like, Aaron Rodgers wanted to get his cake and eat it too in Green Bay at the end. He wanted to get maximum guaranteed money in every individual season and then complain about how the organization couldn't bring in free agents and was strapped and had to let certain players walk because he made a ton of money. And, Drew Brees famously took a lot of money in New Orleans, and they had to say goodbye to a couple of good players and make some shrewd trades and stuff. And so not everyone's going to be wired the same. People do have different wants versus needs and things like that. But at the end of the day, right, if the money's close, right, that's the key. The money's got to be close. Yeah, then the situation can matter. I don't know if the money was so over the top in New England versus what's being offered elsewhere, but I think the situation is so bad in New England that the money needed to be $35-40 million for him to even consider. Think Golden State Warriors, Ronnie Turioff, David Lee style acquisition.
Derek
there
Fisher.
is a penalty to pay if you're New England.
Derek Fisher, 6 years, $36 million, and you had to do it because P.D. Alessandro is with the Orlando Magic right now. Remember his wife Leah used to come into Pete's Coffee in Sacramento, Fillmore Street when I was serving up cappuccinos, and he came in one day and we built a little relationship, and he's like, look, man, part of the reason why we signed Derek Fisher is because we needed to let other players know that, hey, we're the Warriors. We play in the NBA too, and there's a tax, the Warriors tax, because you're not that good. So you may go sign 5 years, 30 years, so wherever it's like, hey, here's 6 to 36, well, go over the top. So, yeah, there's a Patriots tax right now, and Brendan Aiyuk was like, nah. But I just wonder how far apart are they?
Well,
because
that's
the
numbers,
the question we don't know. And
like, if they're at 21, okay, listen, if they're at 25 and he's asking for 29, just the hypotheticals, right? Okay, $4 million off. Can we meet in the middle?
Yeah, 27. Let's do it.
I mean, can we
on
meet
this
in the middle?
football team? On this football team.
Well, because then here's the reality. You're going to freaking move the money around in 2 years anyway.
Exactly. You're going to probably restructure, probably get some guarantees like they did with George Kittle and Trent Williams, and they do it with all these players here where everybody's restructured. Didn't Fred Warner restructure his deal last year? He restructured his deal. So, and then when you think about the team, and look, I'm all for Brandon Aiyuk getting his money. I want Brandon Aiyuk on this team, and I do believe he deserves what he wants. But does he want 30? Does he want 28? Does he want 26? I have no idea what he wants. But boy, you leave the 49ers, and you think about all the primetime games they play. You think about how many afternoon games they play on Fox, and they're America's game of the week. And you think about the system with Kyle Shanahan. You're playing with one of the brightest offensive minds in all of football. You're playing with an ascending quarterback who you built the first game of the season, Pittsburgh, you go 8 for 8. 8 catches, 8 targets, and a couple touchdowns. So how far apart are we? That's all I want. That to me is the only question I want. I don't care about anything else right now, Shasky, in terms of the Patriots, in terms of the Browns. It sounds like the Browns are not going to give up Amari Cooper. It's the Steelers, and the Steelers are like, we're going to play hardball. We know you're desperate. I was just talking to Spadoni during the break. He's got the Raiders sweater on. I was like, did Khalil Mack get traded during training camp? And he goes, dude, he got traded on Labor Day weekend. And I'll never forget that. And how did that destroy the Raiders that year? Boy, you just lost one of the premier edge rushers right before week number 1. And then he goes out on Sunday Night Football, lost the game to Green Bay, and he dominates right away. It was like, you gave that guy up on Labor Day weekend? Really?
Yeah, it was a horrible trade. But in this situation, I'm coming to the conclusion that the Niners allowing him to negotiate with other teams, you should have known right then and there you were trading him. Boom, the second you did that. So they have one of two options. The first option, you trade him, and he's gone. The second option is either you're paying him or you're telling him we have done negotiating with other teams. We are done allowing you to seek contracts elsewhere. You are either signing this tenure or you're playing on your 5th-year option. Those are your two options. And I think allowing him to negotiate, and then they've kind of brought this upon themselves. And so the boss, I'll give him credit here, gave me a really good analogy. And I'm going to use it here. He's like, look, if you, Joe, were holding out and I had a station function and I allowed you, let's say for whatever reason, you weren't on air, but we had a station function and you're just lingering in the office, be like, dude, either you get on air or you're out of here. It's like one or the other. Now, I know it's not a perfect metaphor and it's totally, unique and all that, but they do have to make a decision here. And that's where the Niners, either you're trading them or you're keeping them. Because it's one or the other.
Not only that, odds are you're probably not going to linger around the station. If you're not on air, I don't want anything to do with the station. I'm using this time to get the hell away from this station. But I hear you with the analogy.
But if you're Aiyuk, right, and you're allowed to flirt with other teams, you don't think he's on the, for example, on the sideline, man, I just can't wait until this trade is done. I can't wait. Why are they not giving my money? What's going on? And what's every person coming? What's up? You good? Is everything good? What's going on?
Or it's just damn, y'all doing me like this. I came in here. Here's the thing. He came in during the offseason to go meet with Lynch and Shanahan and the brasses with the agency. And then, remember, he put up the video of him going back into Levi Stadium, right before camp. And then, obviously, he's been holding in. He's sitting there with the bro hugs or whatnot. But obviously, somewhere, somehow, some way, he's annoyed Kyle Shanahan. He's annoyed Kyle Shanahan, who may be the most important figure on this team. So, look, again, Deebo Samuel, he said it's weird not having Aiyuk out there. Oops.
It's kind of weird, for sure. I remember last
what happened there?
It's kind of weird, for sure. I remember last year when we played the Giants, I had went to him. I was like, bro, I never knew how weird it was for you not to be on the field at the same time. And, the time that I was out and he was out there by himself, and it was just I kind of see what you feel kind of feel awkward with, being with somebody out there for 4 years straight or whatever. Business is business, and you know how it goes.
Are you still communicating with Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo?
I still talk to him every day. He in meetings, we still chop it up, and not even about the things that's going on, but just brother talk, regardless of whatever happens, it's still my guy. I love him to death. What he here, he there, wherever. Man, like I just said, business is business, and just going out there, and I can only control the things that I can control. And so I just go out there and do the best I can at my job.
So here we are, another day, another dollar. Brandon Aiyuk still a member of the 49ers. We hit the breaking news sounder. No, folks, he's not a Pittsburgh Steeler yet.
We need a resolution.
Yeah,
for the psyche, for the soul.
For Andrew Filipponi, for Matt Mayoko, for us, for the fans. Pretty Ricky. Who the hell is Pretty Ricky? Who is Pretty Ricky? Just guys just fired off tweets.
Why Richard Seymour.
Everybody just wants to be first on the news. I was the first to break it. I was first, number one. What does that get you? A high five? A handshake?
7,000 retweets.
Oh, great. Awesome. Trust me. Dumas said this before, and I'm with him on this one. There's no fun in going viral on Twitter. It's not a fun situation. I'd rather just get one like and one retweet and move on with my day. Because you get more retweets and more likes, and all of a sudden you get the trolls. Going viral is a nightmare. Just saying, FYI.
Did that jersey come with a hat?
It's not capping. You like going viral. I don't like going viral. I don't like going viral. It's a nightmare. What's coming up in the game? More Brandon Aiyuk stuff. 888-957-9570. When do you just want this resolved? Will Brandon Aiyuk travel with the team to Tennessee? That's another question. They got to go to Tennessee. They got to go to Nashville. Will he go to Nashville with the 49ers? That's brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too.
I try not to like you.
Want to get this done so you have a resolution one way or the other?
I mean, you want a resolution for sure for him and the team, but at the end of the day, there's nothing, nervous energy. There's none of that going on. It's business as usual. We understand the situation, and we'll let them kind of handle that from there.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's Fred Warner yesterday at practice. Team is practicing as usual, getting ready for the Titans on Saturday. But, of course, they got their mind set on the New York Jets, Jets, September 9th at Levi Stadium, Monday Night Football for the season opener. And will he or will he not be on the football team? Brandon Aiyuk, that is. It sounds like the tone I got from Herm Edwards, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but my tone and everything I gather from him is, sure, he wants to be a 49er, but it doesn't feel like he's going to be a 49er this season. And, I saw Chicago Jason, what up, Chicago Jason, on YouTube. And YouTube, of course, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. Say, man, we sound sad and depressed. Well, you get a little sad and depressed when some of your top guys don't want to be here or want to sign a contract, and then all of a sudden they're granted their wish of going to seek a trade. Now, it seems like the only team that's willing to play ball at this moment is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are thinking, we're not giving you George Pickens. We're not giving you some of our premium players. You have a couple mid-round picks, but we're not budging. So what do the 49ers want for Brendan Aiyuk? I get a couple questions here, Shasky. For the fans, for you, if you trade Brendan Aiyuk at this point, what would be an acceptable compensation package for you, the fan, Joe Shasky, if they do end up moving Brendan Aiyuk? You don't get a player back. What is the compensation that's going to make you happy?
I don't know, first. I mean,
first round pick?
I mean, look.
First round pick just straight up for Aiyuk?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, because you've already, lost the I'm going to get something back for now. That feels like it's kind of sailed. You're getting pennies on the dollar. So now, you got to hold out for a first, right?
They tried that with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, come on.
I know, but they wanted, remember Peter King? It's like, yo.
No, he said multiple first.
Multiple first.
Peter. There's a reason why he's retiring.
Well, he had a long career. Great, successful career. He's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Did it for over 40 years, 50 years.
Stuck around, ate too many.
Well, he got paid.
These people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
The Vinny Testaverde of takes.
Nothing different than players, nothing different than radio hosts. We're all going to stick around as long as we can until those checks stop cashing. So I'm not going to disrespect Peter King.
So I'll give you there's the Peter King answer. So ask me that same question.
I'm not. We're not going to disrespect Peter.
No,
King.
I have a good impression.
No. If you go ahead and do the impression, you don't need my question.
You have to ask a question.
I'm not.
Because this is the way he does it.
I'm not playing that game.
Spadoni, ask me a question.
I'm not going to play that game. I'm not playing that game.
What's the question?
You see, when you ask a question like that, you have to understand that a Kyle Shanahan-run team, going back to his father, Mike, and then you have to go on a long 18-minute soliloquy explaining to me, who knows who Kyle Shanahan is, before
You're assuming people know that history of Kyle Shanahan, and Peter is talking to an audience that may not know about it. So that's what he's doing.
Fans.
I'm not disrespecting a guy like that. He's accomplished way more than you and I both combined.
Oh, for sure.
I'm not going to do that.
I make fun of people who've accomplished way more than me all the time.
No. Make fun of or slander.
When was the last time you ran to the PK?
I used to read his Monday Morning Quarterback all the time. Every Monday, every year until he retired. I was always a big fan of Peter King and Sports Illustrated because he had insights as a writer, and obviously he had the respect of coaches, players, executives. He had behind-the-scenes insight all the time. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I don't think I've read it in a long time.
Well, that's you. I read Peter King. I read all these guys. I'm just well-rounded.
He had a moment in time, So did Peter.
I read all these guys. I mean, what was it, week of the Super Bowl? He drove around with the coaches. Pretty cool, right? Go in the morning, go meet them at their house, ride along with them to the facility. I think that's a cool concept. He got that access.
No doubt.
I wish we got that access.
Find him to be very condescending. It's like Al Michaels. Al Michaels had his moment.
His Monday Morning Quarterback articles are really good.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah. No, we all could be condescending at times. Anyway, enough of Peter King.
Speak for yourself.
You reap what you sow, brother.
I wonder how he's feeling about this.
Oh, he's a Raider fan, Nick in San Jose.
Yeah,
He's big chilling.
Yeah, he's big chilling. He's laughing at us All the Raider fans are laughing at us right now.
Well, I'm exhausted by the Aiyuk thing, and it's very important, and there's a sense of urgency, but it has dragged on way longer than it needs to. And you can say to me, Joe, nothing, it has zero tangible effect on anyone. At minimum, it's not ideal. And at minimum, it's an inconvenience, period. And I just think that this now is hitting unnecessary chartered waters. And I'm like, God, they just got to figure out a resolution. Either he's going to play with this team or he's not. And everyone's saying like, well
why did they rush it though? Schefter mentioned it yesterday. Schefter's like, the 49ers don't have to rush this. They want to get what they want. Brandon Aiyuk is under contract. So I understand it from both sides here. The Niners are saying, you're under contract. And unless we get what we want for you, a second-team All-Pro, we're not budging. We're not going to budge. I know you want to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know you want to go there.
But then I think allowing him to negotiate outside the door has opened up tension that is speculation and tension that you just don't need.
Yeah, I mean, but the players are saying there's no tension. But here's what Herm Edwards said on the Niners energy being a concern this season.
Brandon likes to win, and he wants to win, and why not? You're on a winning team, and you got a team that obviously every year is picked whether one or two to go to the Super Bowl to represent the NFC, and they've been close, and this team, I think this team, when I look at it, the question you got to ask yourself, they've been in 3 Super Bowls in the last 12 years. The energy is what you get worried about with a team like this, all the energy that's needed to do that, right? And all of a sudden you're the target for every team you play. If Brandon Aiyuk is no longer a 49er, I hope he is, because I think it's a really good football team, and I think he has a chance to, tie Jerry Rice's record, 1,000 yards receiving for 3 years in a row. And he's done a lot of good things there. I hope he's there. But if not, the 49ers got to move on, and the players got to move on. This is a playoff football team. They have a window of opportunity, and every player, every coach knows that.
See, I'm of that last camp of like, either you're here or you're not, and we got to just figure it out. Like, you just got to move on. We got to move on from this so we can start like implementing. And also, this is the real thing. Like, I think Purdy's had some struggles in camp. I don't think it's the end of the world, but he needs Aiyuk. And they need to get on the same page.
It's got a lot of receivers who are hurt right now.
Exactly. And they need to build some synergy and some chemistry, and timing does matter. I mean, I'll go back to the Cooper Kupp, Matt Stafford thing. When Matt Stafford went to the Rams and they won the Super Bowl, they interviewed Cooper Kupp on the field afterwards, and he's like, you guys don't understand. We threw the ball together hours upon hours from the minute he was traded until the end of the season, every single day to build up that chemistry, right? And so obviously, Tom Brady did the same thing everywhere he went. You Camp Brady, and everybody would meet up in a backyard somewhere in Montana or in Florida, and they would all throw like those reps, that synergy, that chemistry, just that aura. Like those things do matter. And like, if you want to have a great season, like I don't think you could still have a great season and not have all of those things. And you could trade for Emmanuel Sanders at the deadline and figure it out. But like, it's the little things. Like, as we learned last year, 1 or 2 plays in all of these games in the playoffs really does make the difference.
Well, what's so fascinating, and nobody's brought this up, but I think what makes Aiyuk's season last year more impressive, and now people say, well, he only had one good year. Well, he's had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in this offense. And he had a 1,000-yard season with Jimmy Garoppolo playing quarterback and Trey Lance starting a couple games. And from what everybody tells me, Trey Lance stunk. So he's had 2 good years, right? Back-to-back 1,000-yard wide receiver seasons. But the fact that he didn't get a chance to catch passes from Brock Purdy last offseason and still produce those numbers, they had to practice, right? He came into training camp, Brock Purdy that is, but they didn't have that all season. But they got the training camp reps, and boom, they took off right away. And in Pittsburgh, it was like, wow, look at this. These guys are on the same page. So to your point, him not being there, I think does affect Brock Purdy. All of a sudden, where's his trusted agent? Now, he has Deebo. But teams know they're going to game plan for Deebo, and it's like, hey, we'll double him and take him out. Then what do you do with George Kittle? We'll bracket him as well. Do you trust Pearsall yet? Do you trust who, as Herm Edwards said, is more of a slot guy, inside-out guy? So who's going to be that X outside? Is it going to be Juwan Jennings? Is it going to be Chris Conley? I don't know if the answer is on this roster right now. So I'm just as befuddled as everybody else out here. I want the damn thing to get it done. But you got a game in Saturday in Tennessee. Will Aiyuk get on that flight to Nashville, Tennessee?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, they tell him just stay home, dude. We're working on a trade.
I mean, it sounds like he's in the rooms for meetings.
Yeah,
I guess
film room and everything.
Who knows, B? I don't know. I don't think. How could I even have an answer to that? I have no idea.
So the Niners are going to take their time because the compensation for the Steelers. If they want George Pickens, the 49ers. If they want Amari Cooper, I don't think they're getting Amari Cooper. I don't think they're getting George Pickens. So what are the Niners asking for? What are they asking for?
A prayer?
If it's such a big distraction, isn't it just, hey, we'll take a third-round pick, have fun, bye-bye? Like, if that's the case, obviously the Niners know this is a damn good player. And Bosa's tone 2 days ago was telling me that, yeah, Aiyuk is really important to this offense. The way he said that was like, I know we're not going to be as good or as potent offensively without Brandon Aiyuk, as opposed to if we have him on the football field, we can get back to what we're doing last year and build off of that monster, explosive season that they had, a historic season in franchise history where they had 4 guys go over 1,000 scrimmage yards.
You know, it's interesting. Everyone's like, it's always just business. Like, George Kittle talked about this heading into this year. He did 2 different podcasts where he explained this. He's like, it's actually really refreshing to not talk about the quarterback controversies. Yeah. You know, and being peppered with quarterback controversy questions. Like, we can say that it's a business and the players understand and all that. That doesn't mean they don't get annoyed or just fatigued like we are. Right. Just being asked about it, like McCaffrey and Bosa and every guy at a podium and Fred Warner, they're all being asked about it. And Shanahan's getting 18, 19 questions in a row all about Aiyuk. And so, like, they would probably want to alleviate that and then get back to the dumb football questions that are being asked. The other element, B, that I heard from Dallas Cowboys, I have CeeDee Lamb holding out right now, and I guess somebody somewhere did some kind of a study where it says that the holdout guy, forget like underperforming, but the holdout, hold-in guy is more likely to have soft tissue injuries than any other player on the. I mean, I don't even know where that data came from, but that's another interesting point of, you got Trent not really, doing football activities right now. I don't know what Brandon Aiyuk is doing in terms of, work on the side. So, like, if you want both those guys to help your team this year, there's also that little risk of all of that going on too.
Herm Edwards touched about that. You got to get on that grass, and the grass knows when your cleats hasn't touched that grass. So there's definitely a possibility there. Hamstring injuries, calf strains, you never know. You get out there because there's getting in shape and then there's getting into football shape.
Yes.
And doing football type things. And that's just different there. So 888-957-9570. Real quick, we got Jake Peavy coming up at 9:20. Let's shift gears here because we got no new news on Brandon Aiyuk. No new news. He's not a Pittsburgh Steeler yet. So sorry for the breaking news out of yesterday.
Are you going to use one of Spadoni's random questions that he gave to me right before the break? Like, you're going to ask me that right now?
No, I was going to ask you a question.
Well, he asked me if Manny Machado's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, I don't know. Got to put in a little work. How many home runs does he have?
330.
His batting average?
Probably 280. Yeah, 280.
How many Gold Gloves?
2.
Yeah. And 2 all MLB first.
Was
team.
one at short? Yeah, one was at short.
How many All-Star games?
5?
6.
6. Oh, this is off the top of my head. I don't even have it in front of me. I think there's only like 17 or 18 guys in the Hall at third.
1,850 hits. So he's going to get 2,000 pretty soon.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
To me, he's better. I would rather have him than Scott Rowland.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close.
It's only 32 as well. He's going to probably play. I mean, he doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime at all. Probably finish with a couple more All-Stars.
Yeah, no, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
No, isn't that refreshing? I wasn't
going to ask you a baseball question. That's for sure. That wasn't on my mind, but
the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Can we get news?
I just can't quit Trevor Lawrence. I just can't do it.
415. Can we get news on Trent Williams? Xfinity Mobile text line. There is no news on Trent Williams. They ask the same question about Trent Williams every day. They ask the same question about Nick Bosa every day last year. This is what they do.
Well, here's the thing about Trent Williams that actually really scares me. This is a man who sat a full season out, and you could say he legitimately had the health injury, which he did, but he also just didn't want to play for Washington anymore. So this is a man who has already shown you. I know it was a different point in his career.
Yeah,
he is willing and prepared for the battle of negotiation.
There's no doubt.
And unlike Brandon Aiyuk, I think if Trent was allowed to negotiate outside of the building, there would be more than just New England, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh negotiating.
Before we pivot here, like the podcast, Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. This was actually really good television, in my opinion. Brandon Aiyuk's agent was in the background as he's giving a report. Let's take a listen.
Guys, it doesn't get much more awkward than this. I'm about to give you a Brandon Aiyuk update. And if we get a little wide right here. Hi, Ryan.
Oh, God.
Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, is in attendance here at Raiders practice.
Can we ask him?
Why does he not have a microphone? Well, why does he not have a microphone in his hand? Well, because he's declining comment. I asked him to come join us, give us an update, give us the best information he could possibly give, and he's like, nope, I am not commenting. He did say to me, nothing is done. He also said, stop paying attention to everything you read on X and think it's...
Ryan, if you could hear me, say something, Ryan.
He can hear me. That's what makes this so awkward. So I got to give you a Brandon Aiyuk update. You know what? And if there's anything wrong with what I'm saying, just feel free to interject at any point. There is no deal for Brandon Aiyuk to go anywhere as we sit here. I told you it doesn't get much more awkward than this. There is no deal. The 49ers have had those trade talks with multiple teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, from what I understand. But there is no trade agreement in place. There is no contract finalized. We will continue to monitor the situation. Who's
your source, Mike?
To see where it goes from here. I wish this was my source. I wish this source would be on the record. He's got to go. He's very busy. He got a call. Who's on the phone?
This is like an action shot. This is like an action shot.
Here's the phone. There is nothing done at this point. Again, I think we're getting close. Yeah. I really and truly, honestly believe that we are getting close. We are not there yet.
We're not there yet. That's in Vegas. That's not in Vegas, but in Carson, California, Raiders camp.
How do you say his last name? I always mess it up.
Garafolo.
Garafolo. Okay. Garafolo. Not Garofalo.
No, Garafolo.
Garafolo. Okay.
Former producer. I think he was a producer out in Philadelphia.
Well, he's brilliant. And here's why I say that. I'm a believer in the best television at times is when you lean into the weird and you just kind of embrace it. Like it's a hot tub. Okay. You just sink in it and you just embrace it and you have fun and you laugh at yourself a little. You do a great job of this. Not that you're into the weird stuff, but like making fun of yourself,
Self-deprecating.
Absolutely.
People don't like to do that.
If you take yourself a little too serious, I think you kind of, why are two Spider Banana? That guy. I'm not talking about John Gruden. I'm talking about the other guy. Naming formations and whatnot. You just get a little ridiculous. You just do.
What's next for the Golden State Warriors after an all-season to change?
When they run this spider drill here, they're hitting the mesh point.
No, you know what, though? I think that's good radio. When you can explain what Spider 2 White Banana is, and you talk about quick slants and cover 2 schemes and cover 3 cloud, that's why I love Baldy, because he gets down into minutia of everything. I like that stuff. I'm a geek for that stuff. The X's and O's, the whiteboard talk. I've always envisioned myself being a host on a football show, and somebody's breaking down a former player, breaking down the X's and O's. This is how you run a mesh point. This is how you run a quick slant. This is how you run a post corner. Hey, man, I like that stuff. Anyway, what's next for the Golden State Warriors after the all-season change? Kendra Andrews wrote a story yesterday. She wrote a story yesterday.
She's had a great summer.
Man, yes, she has.
She's had a lot of stories.
So I guess the most important part of this story is the part where Draymond Green and Steph Curry and how they feel about the Warriors' changes. And Kendra writes, Curry, Green, and the Warriors have struck a balance as to how involved the stars want to be in the organization's decisions. Sources told ESPN that neither Curry nor Green want to be financial decision makers in regard to roster moves or transactions, but they do not want to be consulted. Steph has said, look, I do not want to be making those decisions. It puts me in a different spot than all of my teammates. I do not want that, a source told ESPN. Before Thompson decided to leave for Dallas, he asked his teammates to not go to ownership on his behalf. He asked them not to push the front office or lobby for him to anyone in the organization. He just asked them to respect the decisions being made. And they did. Curry and Green will be the first to say it feels weird that Thompson is gone ahead of Team USA's run in Paris. Curry told Anscape, of course, Mark Spears writes for Anscape, part of ESPN. He hasn't figured out the emotions yet, while Green told Cassidy Hubbard, I'm suppressing my emotions right now. However, both stars say they're excited about the moves the Warriors have made so far. And Curry and Green, of course, they're 34, 36 years old. They hopefully will get it figured out. But sources say Green and Curry trust what the organization has done with the team this all season. And they just want to win. But right now, they're okay with the roster as of right now. as we move on from Lowry marketing, who signed a big fat extension. What was it, 2 days ago? Yesterday? It was yesterday. So he can't be traded this year by the Utah Jazz.
It's the right thing to say at this point in time. And then, they could like where the team is at or the roster is at, but maybe they get a bad first month and things change, right? So who knows? I mean, it's the NBA. Things are all over the place. I'm more worried about just staying relevant long enough so that Curry doesn't think like, man, I had a lot of fun with LeBron. Right. Man, I had a lot of fun with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Man, I had a lot of fun playing with, I don't know, Joel Embiid, even though he can't catch a pass. Right. I had a lot of fun playing with Tatum and Derek White. Boy, they make the game a lot easier for me. I don't know. I also don't believe that they, like, I get wanting to not, like, put it out there like, yep, I'm helping construct this team, because when it goes to, if it doesn't go well, then you're the one who's got blood on your hands. But no doubt. I just don't believe that they don't have any input. I think they have a little.
Yeah, they're consulted. Yeah. They got a little power.
Yeah, but nor do I think they're like pushing specific roster moves. No, they're just like veto power, as I like to call it.
Another decision is going to be looming.
Which is earned.
Yeah, no doubt. There's another decision that would be looming over this organization coming up in October.
What are the new City Connect jerseys going to look like?
Yeah, I wasn't going to go there, but...
Or whatever they're called, the City jerseys?
Yeah, they already came out with those.
Every year they have new ones.
Yeah, I know. They already showcased them.
Oh, I thought those were their new alternates.
Oh, I don't know. I don't keep up with the jerseys. I'll see them when they
are growing on me.
Yeah. So as you worry about the City Connects and what they may look like in October,
it's important.
I'm a little worried about, or not worried, but I'm eager to see what happens with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are due extensions. Now the Warriors can wait, and they could become restricted free agents after the season. But what will the Warriors do heading into training camp? Because they're eligible for 5-year extensions. And Kuminga is eligible for an extension worth up to $224 million.
I mean...
While Moody's deal could range from $11 to $13 million per season.
How is the Kuminga one? What are they basing that on?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe points per game, maybe value, maybe seventh round pick, but 7th pick overall. I'm not 100% sure on that. But, oh, wow. If neither signs the extension, they're both eligible for 5-year extensions. So, look, $224 million. Now, in this story, it says they will become unrestricted free agents after next season. I believe they're going to be restricted free agents, right? They're going to be unrestricted? I'm a little confused there. But Kuminga is eligible to sign a 5-year extension worth $224 million.
Yeah. I love Kuminga. I'm really excited for this year. I'm in no hurry to sign a 5-year, $220 million extension. Just me.
So Kuminga is restricted. I believe both of them are.
Yeah, they're restricted, yes, right? Correct. Yeah, so I was like, wait, unrestricted. Yeah, so that's why I would wait for them and see what another team offers them. Now, another team could offer them that same money and put the pressure on the Warriors and match, and maybe the Warriors do match. Yeah, but that's the direction I would go in.
I'm just really patient on the Kuminga contract.
Now,
even Moody, like $11 million for Moody,
11 to 13 million.
Like if Moody was a free agent this offseason, if he was just this last offseason, I don't think he gets a multi-year $11 or $12 million deal.
That'd be $44.8 million this season for Jonathan Kuminga. So I thought $30 million was a freaking bargain for him if that was the case.
Wow.
$30 million would be a bargain for Kuminga. And when you think about the cap exploding and all the contracts being thrown out there, and guys like Emmanuel quickly signing big-time deals and Scotty Barnes and whatnot, even Lowry Markkanen at the money he signed, I'm like, man,
$48 million
a season for Lowry Markkanen? Are you kidding me? He's a good player. He's a good player, not great. Good player, so...
Well, according to some Warrior fans, the dynasty is completely dead, and the owner is a moron because they didn't get Lowry Markkanen.
Well, this is why I don't listen to a lot of people anymore when it comes to that stuff. I mean, honestly, you're a Warrior fan out there, and you're out there sending tweets calling Joe Lacob an idiot, and he is cheap and doesn't want to win. It's just idiotic.
Well, if they failed for a decade, then we have a different conversation.
I mean,
but to say it on the heels of what we just seen?
I mean, we just saw 4 championships. We saw 6 straight finals appearances. I mean, come on, man. Like the Warrior fans who out there think that Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. You're either high, you're just dumb.
Or
it's just like you don't think Joe Lacob, especially after listening to those podcasts too. Like that's the problem. We're like, man, Joe Lacob's talking a lot. Joe Lacob's talking a lot. Joe Lacob's talking a lot. But you know what? You can't tell me. You can say whatever you want about Joe Lacob. You can say you don't like the way he talks. You can say he's doing too many podcasts. But I don't know one damn thing about Joe Lacob. And this is Bonte Hill speaking. Bonte Hill, the Warrior fan, not the employee at 95.7 or the employee at NBC Sports Bay Area. Bonte Hill. I know ownerships. I know owners who don't want to win. We've had them here in this market. I've seen them all across the country. You cannot tell me with a straight face that Joe Lacob doesn't want to win, that his ambition and his initiative with this team is to not win games. You're out of your mind if you think Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. Out of your mind. The guy's obsessed talking about, I want to match Jerry Buss.
Well, let me ask you this then. What about to the people that say, yeah, he wants to win on his terms, and we don't think his terms are the way to build a team anymore?
What's his terms?
Reluctant to add certain individuals in certain trade packages. Because I'll play the devil's advocate. This is not how I feel.
No.
But I'm going to play it. I'm going to do it. We're going to do this. I'm Egg Avatar, Johnny Basement, staying in his basement, and I've never. You don't know who I am. You don't see any of my pictures. Bonte, you're going to defend Joe Lacob? They've drafted poorly. They could have swung a deal for Miles Turner, for Pascal Siakam, for Brandon Ingram, for Lauri Markkanen, for Paul George, and they refuse to move any of their young players. Why should I trust that Joe Lacob wants to win when they had all of those trades they could have and should have executed, and they believed in their own young players more, and so that's why they didn't get those guys?
Well, number one, I'll say that's all hot air about Pascal Siakam. Masai Ujiri wanted the world for Pascal Siakam at the time, and then last season, Pascal Siakam, Masai Ujiri basically told us, I don't like any of your players. I don't want them. I've got Scotty Barnes. I just traded for RJ Barrett. I just traded LG Anunoby. I'm not looking for small forwards, buddy. Johnny, you like the Johnny Basement?
I was telling him, I think I like this, but I need like a fat head. I need to be like, I need one of these fat heads. I need to be Johnny Basement. So actually, you know what?
Your head's right next to you on the wall there.
So believable.
But I need to be. I
saw it on Monday morning and it freaked me out. I'm not going to lie. When I sat down,
I don't like it. I don't like looking at it.
It's very distracting.
I'm looking at Dan Dibley.
Do we have any other fat heads?
They're all looking at me. They're all looking at me in this position. I don't like that.
I don't know. Willard's looking right at me.
No, I'm looking at Willard. He kind of looks at me. Dibbs is looking at me.
Dibbs, that photo's from at least 15 years ago.
He's watching you.
Steiny, like these photos are
the fat head. All right, just don't do that.
These photos are terrible.
There's a lot of look.
These photos are terrible. Terrible. Now, all eyes are on it, B.
We're just missing the Hegan front and center on that little column behind you.
So how do I do
Spadoni at? Spadoni should be up there. He does a pregame show.
My nose is too big for those things.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Get Spadoni on there. By the way, Jake Peavy, 920, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
I just texted into the 95.7 The Game text line, Bonte. They draft poorly. They could have traded for, Kuminga for Pascal Siakam. I just texted this in. They could have traded for Paul George. They refused to put Pods and Kuminga in there. I just texted in another one. They could have gotten Lauri Markkanen, and they refused to trade their guys.
I would ask Johnny Basement, who's sitting in his basement with his hands inside his pants like Al Bundy, how do you know that? How do you know what they could have done? Is that sourced? Are you just gathering that are you just reading the tea leaves? Where are you getting that from, Johnny Basement?
Well, as I text back, he's got his own family running the team. They ran Bob Myers out.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like this? Is this working as a visual?
How do you tell me?
I don't know.
I don't know. The guys,
visuals on the radio.
I just lost Spadoni. I love me. They just put their heads down. They're already focused on something else.
I was trying to be an avatar.
They're already checked out.
I'm out.
Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? 888-957.
It took me a second to see what you're doing. I was like, why is he? What is he trying to do? He's trying to.
I don't know what he's trying to do.
We need one of those fake speaker things. Like, what are they doing? Like the unsolved mysteries. And it's the guy with the smoking gun or whatever. We need like those voice changers on it. Can we get that? I'll go get Tim Jordan.
I
good authority that the Warriors ran out Bob Myers.
That's a good impression.
I mean, he asked me a question, and he's talking to Spinoni. I kind of like this Johnny Basement thing. So he wasn't even listening to my answer. Johnny See, that's what I would tell. That's what I was saying to Johnny Basement. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. So you don't know what you're talking about. So why do I have to explain anything to you? Look at my track record. Look at my
you're
resume.
A mouthpiece for the team.
Oh, I am a mouthpiece.
You work for Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting checks from him.
Hey, trust me, if I was working for Joe Lacob, I'd be driving the Land Rover right now.
How can you afford Abbott's gear when you must be cashing Joe Lacob's checks?
Well, I'm cashing 95-70 games checks, and I save my money, and I splurge from here and there. If I was making, that's the funny when people come at me about that. I was like, man, you're working for Joe Lacob. Man, I'd be riding in a Benz, Bentley, Porsche, Lamborghini. Trust me, I let it known if I was working with Joe Lacob. I would love to get checks from Joe Lacob.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
I would love to be a GM.
Oh, man.
Could you imagine me holding press conferences
do you
as a
believe,
GM?
No, hold on.
What's that?
Do you believe that Danny Ainge, who's notorious for being a stickler, that the holdup in the deal for Lowry marketing was Brandon Podziemski? Do people really believe that?
I just texted in 95.7 the game text line. Yeah, Bonte, you got to include Pods, and you got to include Kuminga, and you can't just start with Moses Moody in a trade. I mean, give me a break.
So you believe that Pods was the end-all, be-all?
I texted in, Bonte, yes, Pods and Kuminga needed to be in there, because if you're banking on Pods ever being better than Lowry marketing as a player, well, then you're wrong.
So
you can see the head bobbing still at the hand there.
So you would be willing, Johnny Basement, to trade Kuminga, Moody, and Brandon Podziemski for Lowry marketing. That's what you wanted, plus all those picks for Lowry marketing. That's what you wanted to do, Johnny Basement.
As I type in and I text, yes, Bonte, of course. You only have one Curry. He's the franchise player. You have to do everything you can to exhaust all resources. Forget the future. It's a scorched earth policy post Steph Curry. It's all about one more ring for Curry.
So Lowry marketing is getting you closer to that ring. That's what I ask you. If I'm Lowry marketing is getting you closer to that ring. Johnny Basement's done. Stop tweeting.
Well, this is what happens usually is when you come with a salient point,
Shut
the
up.
anonymous account just like goes away. And then we wait for us to be right again.
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. I am. I'm going to buy stock in Andrew Wiggins.
Do we have any other choice?
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
In the words of my wife, do we have any other choice?
You have a choice in life. You have a choice in life.
I don't know, Joe.
You have a choice. You could say, I'm not buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. You have a choice.
Let me just say, as volatile as the stock market is, I'm not ready to invest in Wiggins currently. I'm going to wait it out.
Well, the stock market's been volatile. I bought stock in a place.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried. You know?
That Blake Snell stock is, whoo.
If your stock does well in 1-2 month stretch throughout a 9-year career is dipping,
I got a lot of good stock. I got good stock.
Is it like the GameStop stock when it just goes exponentially high for a month?
Oh yeah, you buy the dip, and then you just ride the wave, and then sell. I do that from time. The stock market's fun. Stock market is kind of fun, man. It's kind of fun.
It's always a fun game.
It's always fun game. And I got stock of that guy because he's played at least 65 games.
You don't think the fan that feels that we're wasting Curry's final years has any? But is there any truth to maybe they should be a little reckless? Just maybe. About the future. Like screw the future. Go all in for now. Do you think they're going to regret it?
I mean. No, because look, from what I understand, the Paul George deal, it takes two to tango. Laker talked about this. I've talked about it. I'm sure Steiny's talked about it. It takes two to tango to make these deals happen. And so maybe they tried to go get Paul George. Maybe they did. But maybe the asking price was just too much. So do you cripple your business? I mean, we're kind of going through a similar thing with the 49ers or Brendan Aiyuk. We just went through it with the San Francisco Giants. Do you exhaust all options in a farm system? Now, I think the Giants and Warriors are in different places. The Warriors just won a championship 2 seasons ago. They won a championship. They have 4. They have 4 in a 9-year stretch. So I think they get the benefit of the doubt where I look at the Giants where you've got 1 playoff appearance in 8 years. And I'm saying, boy, is Vlad Jr. out there? Is there other bats out there to help you out? Because I didn't want to sell Snell. Now, there's a possibility you lose Snell, by the way. I would give Snell 3 years, $90 million, 3 years, $100 million right now.
Yeah, that's not getting it done. He wants 5 or 6.
Well, I know, and it's Scott Boras, so it's probably not going to happen.
Player options.
But I would, boy, player
We're
options.
going to give you 5 player options in the month of May.
But I do like, and I'll be consistent with what I said with this. I do like what there are organizationally when it comes to the cap, when it comes to optionality, when it comes to flexibility and moving assets. You haven't moved anything yet. You still have those assets, whether it's picks or players, and you're under the first and second apron. So that's what they spent over $600 million in taxes over the last 6 years.
But
you know what I mean?
If we're saying those same things 1 year from now, how's that going to land?
Well, hopefully we're not saying those same things. That's the whole point, is not saying those same things. So how do you improve within the season?
I do. Well, wow. Trades are hard.
Trades are hard. But
Joe
somebody
told me.
Look, they spent $677 million in penalties since the 2013-14 season and being in the tax for the past 6 seasons. So they have financial flexibility for once. Can that net you a big-time player? Now, we're going to be watching every single star across this league.
NBA basketball fans are different than some of the other sports because Curry, like Jordan or LeBron, like he has his own segment of fans, right? So like
Steph stans.
Within the Warrior fan base, there are Steph stans, and then there are Warrior fans, and then there are Warrior fans who are also Steph fans, or stans, excuse me. I just wonder, like the Giants 3 World Series, 3 wore off real quick.
Yeah.
How many people like, I'll just win 1? I'll be satisfied for a lifetime.
A lot of people.
I mean, I know I was one of those people. Then I won 2. And I was like, yeah, I want to win 1 every year. And I got greedy, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, I think 2020, 2021, this is about 6-7 years where I was like restless. Like as a Giants fan, like restless, 2022, exhausted, right? How quick? Because you're saying, it's just 2 years ago they won that championship. And it's the most
it's going to wear. It's already worn off for a lot of fans. It's already worn off.
I'm talking about the real, forget the Steph stands, just right. The real diehard Warrior fans.
I think they're cool. They understand what the situation they're in.
How many years are they cool?
Yeah, probably 5.
I think you're probably right.
Probably 5. But again, I don't,
And by cool, you mean can they be a dumpster fire for 5 years?
You're talking to the wrong guy because I attract fans who flip-flop every day who tell me that this kid could kick rocks or this guy could do this. So honestly, I don't even know the answer to it. But maybe Dave has the answer.
Okay,
Dave, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? It's been a minute. So I just wanted to talk. There's no black and white in this scenario. There's only the gray area. When it comes to that, Joe Lacob obviously wants to win. Let's not be stupid, just like you said. He came in here, changed the whole organization around.
Yep.
Right? That's the bottom line. But the other bottom line is they did nothing to improve our team this season. Yes, Buddy Hield right now is better than Klay Thompson was last year. But let's look at Wiggins.
Now, let's be careful.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But keep going.
Hold on. One thing. Wiggins, let's be real about Wiggins. Wiggins is only good every once in a while when it comes to years. It's not Wiggins is good and then we need the old Wiggins back. The old Wiggins has 5 bad years to 3 good years. That's just the way it is. So, again, we are not competing for the championship this year the way the team is. Draymond is not Draymond anymore. He can't deal with the consequences. He gets kicked out because he's too crazy, right? So how do we win with this team? We can't. We have to improve, and sometimes you have to do that debate with yourself like, hey, Curry is the reason we are a a team
Real
that's
quick,
worth billions of dollars right now.
Dave, real quick.
Yeah.
Yes or no answer. Should they have made the deal for marketing? Should they have exhausted all assets for marketing?
Yes.
All right, that's fair.
Exhausted all that. That's what they should have made the deal.
All right, that's fair, Dave. That's fair, Dave. We'll get to another call.
I think the only way they were making the deal was by exhausting all assets.
And they were saying,
that's the problem.
And they were like, no, not going to happen. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California. More of your phone calls and in Jake Peavy. Jake Peavy is going to join us here, and I'll tell you why on the other side.
Everyone's playing the Savings Road Trip game.
Shasky. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Who is this, Bonte?
Sweet Home Alabama, Leonard Skinner. Let's go, baby. Sweet Home Alabama. Can we sneak in BPA real quick? Let's get BPA out the way. BPA, go ahead, spit something. You got about 45 seconds,
How are
BPA.
you doing, buddy?
45 seconds.
You're I can get flushed in 35 seconds. I'm capable. All right. I would say, the reason that people wanted Markkanen and maybe even expected it is because the Warriors pushed the narrative, right? Through any source, any outlet that had connection to the Warriors, they said, we're not done. We got a big move coming. Laurie's our number one target, and the story ends with, I'm sorry, Brandon Podziemski is untouchable? Sorry. And if Brandon Podziemski is untouchable, then, yeah, I've lost a lot of confidence and faith in Lakeup in the front office, and they deserve it. And that's it. I'm out. Have a great day, guys.
Crank up to Sweet Home Alabama. Crank it up, Spinoni. Crank it up. Joining us on the River Islands guest line. Joining us on the River Islands guest line. And he's going to be out in town this Saturday. We'll explain in just a second. Jake Peavy joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is in time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Jake, what is happening, my man? 2014 World Series champ. What's going on, Jake? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, baby. The champ's in the building, baby.
The champ's in the building.
To town. Yes, we're headed to town, coming in hot.
You coming in hot, man.
Yes, I've been doing some TV work, still in the game, getting a call and being an analyst, and so I've been doing some of that. But I've got a huge smile on my face coming west. Don't care about the travel in front of me because some good times are to come this weekend. A lot of familiar faces. And look, when you get to remember the special times, man, and get to do that in the same room together, Gonna be fun.
No, it's gonna be fun. Now you're gonna be in town, and we know why. August Hall, San Francisco. It's going down, and it's going to benefit the Giants Community Fund and Foundation. And Flan is gonna be in the building. Tim Flannery, Jackie Green, John Mullo. You're going down, man. You guys can perform Saturday night after being celebrated at the Yard at Oracle Park. Remembering the 2014 team.
That's right. I'm dragging all my teammates over too, and before the music goes down, I'm going to have all those guys. I'm going to give them a moment to where, I can call their name and say something. I've been digging in the 14 run, just trying to remember everybody's moment because it takes an army, and so I'm going to kind of one by one bring the 14 members that make it over, which I believe a good amount are. And then I'm going to bring them out on stage, and we're going to banter and BS around. I'm going to have the clubhouse guys on stage. I'm going to have the trainers. And so with microphones to try to get some stories out that'll be worth the Giants fans' memories. And then you just mentioned the music.
The music.
It's with Jackie and Jennifer and, like you said, Molo and the
Kevin Scott.
Cast.
Yeah, no, $35 too. Hey, Jake, $35 gets you in the door, Shasky. Go see Jake out there performing.
Well, that's right. Look, if you we wanted to make it accessible. There's some VIP stuff that you can get a little bit more access in that, but $35, you're going to feel like a VIP. The August Hall, I wasn't crazy familiar with the venue until just recently, but what a beautiful room and people, and they're excited. The one thing I love, too, is coming to San Francisco and getting to play music. I do get to do this in other towns, and we do it for charity, and we just do it in the name of fun. In bringing people together. And so, but coming to San Francisco, the people appreciate the music in a different way. They listen, they dance, they come for the fun of it and the smiles. And man, I can't wait.
All this Bama talk, I'm just curious. You a little worried? Are you a Bama fan? You a little worried with no Saban?
I am worried. Yes. Look, well, hey, I would just say this. I'm proud to be from Alabama. So much of what I grew into being who I am today, represents some of this place. It's been a hard place to call home, being a Californian for most of my career and most of my life. I haven't always linked up with some of the people in charge or some of our decision makers, and that's been a very tough thing. But, I think that's with everywhere. I say I am from Alabama proudly and would never run from that. But also, I've lived most of my adult life in California, spending time now back up on the East Coast in New York with the MLB offices and network. And so I've hoped I'm a very open-minded and inclusive person, and I tell you what, San Francisco brought the best out in me in those ways.
Well, look, I am obviously a lifelong Giants fan, and when you were with the Padres, everyone recognized like you were a stud. Like you just were. You were an absolute stud. I remember you going to the Sox, and you win the World Series, and you and Johnny Lester, and you end up being like a deadline deal to the Giants. But here's the thing I want to know about, because I'm superstitious. Some pitchers are very superstitious, a lot of baseball players in general. You made the switch from 43, which was Kane's old number, to 22 that year. Because I know 44 was your number with the Padres for the longest time.
That's attention to detail. I like it.
Well, because 22 is Will Clark's number, right? And when you got it, it felt appropriate because you were a great ball player. And so did that honestly, like, was that something that you were thinking about, or is that something stupid that the fans think about?
No, man. It's so deep. You know, we don't have time for it all. But here's the gist of it. I wore 22 because it was my father's number all the way up through youth sports, and in high school, 22 was kind of our family number. My brother, who played behind me in college and a great high school player too, he wore 22. Family number, right? We loved it and respected it. Wore it all the way through the minor leagues. I'm from Mobile, Alabama. We have 5 Hall of Famers. 2 of them are named Willie McCovey, number 44, retired in San Francisco and Hank Aaron's from Mobile, Alabama, also number 44. When I get to the big leagues, 44 is hanging in my locker.
Wow.
And guys, I can't even explain to you what I get chills telling you over my whole body saying that out loud. And so to get to wear that number, I never in ever playing career mentioned that Willie or Hank wore that number and was from my hometown. If it got brought up, I just say I got given it and I wear it in deep respect, but never to put my name in that category. But just being where I'm from and having the respect for those men, I wore 44 as proudly as I could ever wear it, and being where they were from and trying to carry the torch. And again, trying to understand what those guys went through and bear some of that cross moving forward.
Wow, that's awesome.
Now I get to San Francisco and I can't wear 44. And Dan Ugla was on the team.
That's
and he was
right.
wearing 22.
He had the eye problems.
Yeah.
Right. And so I pitched to my first game or two in 43 while Dan Ugla was on the team. We end up releasing Dan, and 22 was available, and I needed it. And I don't know if you go back and look at the numbers. 2014, when I go back to number 22, my best statistical run for 2 months, August and September, was in that jersey with you Giants and getting a chance to go compete for a title.
That's unbelievable. Jake Peavy here on the River Islands guest line. When you're going down that rabbit hole of, 2014 or whatnot, what are the moments that jumped out to you the most, Jake, during that 2014 run and winning a World Series, your second straight World Series, that is?
Well, come to the August Hall, and we're going to take you deep within those walls. But here's what has to be said in this moment for the world to hear. You cannot forget what Madison Bumgarner did for the city of San Francisco for Giant fans. It was an extraordinary effort that we may probably never see again in our lifetime. But when you think about over the course of a series to win game 1, to win game 5 in complete fashion and take the pressure off me, Huddy, Bogey, way late in our career trying to figure out how we were going to get it done against the best teams in the land. But getting that ball in game 7 and throwing those 5 innings is something that needs to be ingrained, and that story needs to be told by the ones who weren't there, because it's truly extraordinary. I don't know that many organizations, coaches, credit Bochy and them, even let their prized possession go out and try to do this. But for Bum to be so willing, the love for his teammates, think about that. Nothing in common, really, from where he's from and the city he was thrust into, but love the Giants. And, man, what an effort. Single-handedly almost delivered us the championship. So much joy.
It's crazy. That team had so many, just some characters, man. Like you and Huddy, you're representing 2 great gunslingers. Mad Bum, I love Vogie. I mean, everything he represented. And just some great characters. Obviously, Sergio Romo and all those guys. What about, everybody forgets about the Michael Morse home run. So to me, that's one of my favorite moments of all time. I think it was game 5. He's pitch hitting for Bumgarner. That home run where he rips it down the line. I mean, he looked like a WWE character.
He went completely psycho. He went completely psycho, Jake.
I love Michael Morse.
He went insane.
As he should have been. Well, look, hey, Mikey, our good buddy Mikey Morse Morris is completely psycho on a good day. And I say that because, I'm right there with him. But look at that. And then think about this. Game-winning hit in Game 7 of the World Series belongs to Mike Morse. Opposite field single that gives us the lead that wins a world championship on the road for the first time in 50 years. I tell you this is a side note. Our political views are all over the map, and you see, like, winning a championship takes putting your ego and all of that stuff aside and caring about the job at hand. And we did that, and Boch and that coaching staff just got it out of us, and Sabian did it as well. It's killing me because I don't really keep up with Mikey too much, but love him in this way. I want to give him a mic so badly on Saturday night, but then I'm starting to hear, oh, God, have you seen some of what he's posted on social media and his political views? And I don't think it matches the vibe of where we will be. So you're like,
hey, you know what, Jake?
Hey, that's so real, though, Jake. Hey, Jake, I respect that so much. So that's so real.
Hey. That's the shit I'm dealing with on the back end.
Hey, real quick, I got to ask you about Bruce Bochy. Bruce Bochy, you played with him down in San Diego. What gave him that magic touch as a manager, and especially in 2014, what gave him that magic touch with the bullpen?
Well, I mean, gosh, just the communication, the people skills. It's what's make anybody a good leader. They communicate with the people around them, and you're certainly a chain of command, and the people under him. Look, he rode hard. He wore those coaches out. I mean, asked more out of them than any other manager that they had ever coached for. It wasn't easy playing for Boch. Boch demanded professionalism and just some of the small things. Be on time. Like, it was the most important thing to Boch. Be a professional and be on time. Let's start there. And you just wouldn't think this cast of characters like a Mikey Morris, like Jake Peavy, Sergio Romo. We certainly had our inline guys with Buster and Craw and Belt and pretty – straightforward guys, but we had loose cannons. And then you go back to those other teams, DeRosa and Scudero and Pat Burrell, Cody Ross's. He believes in the veteran, that grease that you were talking about, Bogey and Huddy. He believes in having that around and leaning on some of that experience, but he communicates. And then, he got allowed what managers in today's game really don't. And that's put guys in spots that he believed them best in, no matter what the analytics or right-left matchup said. And, Cody Ross doesn't get those at-bats versus Roy Halladay if it's any other manager, any other team. It's the Dodgers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so Bochy is allowed to he's a gambler. He goes on field.
All right, Jake, I got to ask the $1 million question that I feel like is still not being asked enough. Are you sending Alex Gordon in that situation? I know it's Crawford in short left center field there. That team had a lot of speed, too. They had Lorenzo Cain and Dyson.
Right.
And I didn't think they were going to get another hit against Bumgarner, and I probably would have sent him knowing how great of an arm Crawford's got. But as Juan Perez is booting that ball, we're all thinking the same thing. Like, oh my God, is this really happening? Do you send him in that situation? Game 7, 2 outs in the 9th.
No, you can't make that last out at home right there. I don't think, not take the bat out of Salvador Perez's hands, because look, here's Salvi Perez was the only guy he homered in Game 1 off Bumgarner.
That's true.
So when you think about that situation, Brandon Crawford, that pick is the most important pick of his San Francisco Gold Glove career, no doubt. I'm certainly glad they didn't send him, and look, it was meant to be. And that it should be noted how good that Kansas City team was that we beat. Somehow they went back and did it again in 15. They were a run away from winning back-to-back World Series. That's how good they were.
Jake, did you go to the Rose Bowl, by the way? You brought up Alabama Crimson Tide. Did you go to Saban's last game there at the Rose Bowl against Michigan?
You know what? I did not. No,
Bonte did.
Ragged.
Well, I did. I lost a lot of money that day. I lost a lot of money spending on a ticket. I bet on Bama before I walked into the Rose Bowl. They went up 7-0. I live bet the hell out of them. I said, "There's no way Saban's losing this." It was a great game. I walked out happy, but boy, I'm kind of with you, man. I'm still pained by that. I'm scarred by that game.
Well, look, it cost me some money too. Alabama, I'll tell you, for about the last 10 years, up until that game, about the last 10 years, Alabama's been an ATM machine.
Yep.
I mean,
You're not lying.
Spread high enough. and and you get scared to lay the points, but Alabama and Nick Saban, man, what a dynasty. I'll tell you, when I won my first one, I went on College game day in Tuscaloosa, first time I'd ever met Nick Saban. It was this day, and he told me congratulations. And I said, you got anything for me, buddy, other than that? And he goes, yeah. He goes, good luck staying on top. He goes, now the work begins. He goes, it's easy, and almost everybody can get to the top. Trying to figure out how to stay there is the key. And so, look, that was motivation enough to come to San Francisco with Bruce Bochy, with Buster Posey, Hunter Pence, Pablo Sandoval, and we mentioned Baumgartner and a host of others, and pull it together for 2 straight years was pretty impressive.
He's not lying. They were an ATM machine, man. They were underdogs in the Rose Bowl, too. I was like, this is free money.
No, this is what if you had to pick the one moment, right? The one moment from that 14 team, because the wild card game was wild. The 18-inning game was absolutely insane. We obviously talked about the Michael Morse home run, the Ichiro home run, the Game 7. We almost had a Game 7 with a play at the plate to decide it for the World Series. Baumgartner coming out like Paul Bunyan. Like, what's the one thing that maybe I'm not bringing up here from that run that you kind of go back to, or you and your guys talk about?
Well, I talked around it, and look, I love how into this you guys are and appreciate what it took to pull it all together, and just was in the run. I believe our team came together, and we won the World Series and was able to make that run, and we're together with our coaching staff on down through the belief in the players. This night in L.A., it was long before the playoffs started. It was a game that Zach Greinke and Baumgartner started in L.A., and something in this game happened that we lost, and we had to walk below and get in that clubhouse, and Boach had to answer some severe questions on what the hell he was doing managing this game. But we knew at this point in time that we were together, and Boach had our backs. And here's what happened. Baumgartner gives up. Zach Greinke's the best in the land. Him and Baumgartner, you can't ask for a better matchup in Dodger Stadium. And then we have to win, or I'm pretty sure the Dodgers clinch the division. They're going to celebrate in our face, right? And so Baumgartner goes out after Greinke goes 1-2-3, and Kike Hernandez leads off the game with a home run. Dodger Stadium's going crazy. 1-0, right? My God, Kike couldn't hit nobody.
He always killed
Baumgartner,
us.
he could.
He always killed us.
I know. And so now the next pitch or two goes up under Puig's feet, and he's flipped up.
Oh, yeah.
Now Baumgartner's throwing his glove, telling Puig to come on. I'd rather fight you than pitch against the Dodgers anyway, right? It's nuts. Bench is clear. Now we go back to our dugouts. JT Turner hits another pitch or two in the bleachers. It's 3-0 Dodgers. We've got our tails tucked. Dodger Stadium's going crazy. They're talking trash in our ear, right? It's not good for the Giants team right now. I promise you I was on it. Baumgartner now gets out of this inning and flips the whole script. This is how tough and how bad this dude was. Came in and said, no more. Don't worry about that. We're going to scratch and claw. And they ain't getting no more. Don't you worry. And that's exactly what happened. Now, fast forward to the top of the 5th. Baumgartner himself hits a slider over the left center field wall. It's 3-2 now, and he's dealing, giving them no more. Now he finishes the 7th inning of this game 3-2. Both starters are dealing. Baumgartner is due up, I want to say, 2nd in this inning. The top of the 8th, we're 5 outs away. Greinke's still on the mound. We're going to the bench. We've got Ishikawa or a left-hander, and Boach has to hit. We're 1 swing away against Zach Greinke, and you have to hit a lefty on your bench with 1 out in the 8th, 5 outs away from the game. It's no-brainer, right? Baumgartner means that's not going to happen, and he's like, I'm hitting, bro. I don't know if you've been watching the game, but I'm hitting, and I got and him and Boach and Rags is on the phone with the pen trying to figure out who's – Boach is going, I know, Bum, I know. Right? He goes, Baumgartner says, you're not talking to me like you know. And it got Boach's attention. And Boach said, and kind of looked around the dugout, and we're all sitting here watching this go down. I was like, hey, man, he's got a point, Boach. Might as well let him hit. We want it, hey, you guys want this to go down. And Baumgartner hit in the top of the 8th, had that at bat. It was an amazing at bat, went to 3-2, but he struck out. And now he went out in the bottom of the 8th because now he's got a pitch, and he doesn't even get it out and has to give up homers, and Boach has to go get him. Now answer mad questions. And Boach walked through that clubhouse and said, don't worry, that's the way we wanted it to go down, boys. I'll take all this heat. I'll talk to Saves and wait. Don't worry. I got it. And at that point in time, We watched the Dodgers celebrate, but we were down deep. And that moment, I'm telling you guys, I believe with all my heart, that moment, we were together in a way that it takes to run the gauntlet that we then soon ran. Had to get in after that, but then run the gauntlet.
It's a great story.
Man, you got me fired. Can you speak to the team when they come back? Can you be like our life coach,
They don't need to be. Look, they've got them going. This team is going. We just got an uphill battle to figure out how we're getting in. But nobody wants us if we get in. Nobody wants.
You believe that? You believe that to your core? Because you said that a couple of weeks ago that you believe they're more talented than that 2014 team.
They are. Look, we didn't have those horses. They got the top 2 Cy Young Award winners on the team. You know, our guy Logan Webb threw 18 innings last year and finished second behind him. Who wants those two? They're better than Wheeler and Nola. Wow. Like, I love you, but their stuff, like, they match up with that. And then you talk about Robbie Ray versus Ranger Suarez. Okay. Like, we're as good as anybody in the league at this point in time with Jordan Hicks giving it to Duvall. So, I believe that. And I believe in Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and Pat Burrell and that spirit back around. So I like what the Giants have got going. We just played ourselves in a corner.
Hey, Jake, I'm sure you've seen the online video that it circulates every couple months. It's one of my favorites, where you're like turning your head. You throw a pitch, you turn your head to talk to somebody. I don't know who you're talking to. And Posey just loops one back to you, and your glove happens to be up on your left-hand side, and it goes right into the glove without you even watching or noticing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. As only Buster could do. Buster's golden touch, and as only any other catcher fires it off your skull. Buster just had the golden touch in life, and everything you touch is kind of went good, as rightfully so. But yeah, look, I laugh about my hair. Me and Crawford, had a deal, and I was growing my hair. I didn't cut my hair from the time I got out there at 14, until the time I left. Me and Crawl had a cool thing that from 14 on there, and so I laugh about that, and then I laugh at just how late I was in my career, and just I'm giving the third base coach or umpire everything I had because I'm wanting that check swing because I needed it, boy.
Jake, man, so you're gonna have that mic on Saturday. Fans are gonna be you're gonna have that microphone on Saturday at Oracle Park.
I'm not sure that the Giants have got a cool pregame ceremony for all of us there. You're going to get these stories. I'm going to be poking and prodding, like I said, coaching staff, the clubhouse staff, to current and former players, just having fun. And if you buy a ticket and come out, I want you to have a one-on-one experience and get a story that's not going to get told anywhere else.
Jake, who's the guy you gotta identify? Who's the guy that you haven't talked to, you haven't texted, but you're going to see him on Saturday, and you're going to make your way over to him immediately?
Buster Posey. Yeah, well, because here's why. Me and Buster text and stay in contact, but I haven't asked. Buster doesn't do really public appearances. He certainly doesn't speak a whole lot or do camera stuff, but I'm going straight to Buster when I see him and say, hey, I need you Saturday night, buddy. You are captain. You are now the owner of the San Francisco Giants. Yeah, you're my friend. Come help us raise money for the Giants Foundation, the community fund, Buster.
Giants Community Fund.
I need you to support the Giants Community Fund ownership.
August Hall.
I'm going to have some fun with our owner, Buster Posey, now.
No, absolutely. August Hall this Saturday. Tickets at augusthallsf.com. A benefit for the Giants Community Fund. Tim Feiner is going to be out there. Jake Peavy and friends. John Mullo, Jackie Green, Kevin Scott, and many, many more surprise guests right now. General admission tickets only $35 again. Tickets on sale at augusthallsf.com. Going to be a great time, and it benefits the Giants Community Fund. Jake, thanks so much for the time. Thanks so much for still being part of our community and benefiting the Giants Community Fund, man. Good stuff. We can't wait to see you Saturday.
I appreciate it. Look, the San Francisco community has taken this Alabama boy in as one of their own, and you have no idea how much it means. We're going to try to share that and show it back on Saturday. Absolutely. I appreciate you boys very much.
Absolutely. You too, Jake. Take care, man. Jake Kerr. We'll see him Saturday night. Jake Peavy, two-time World Series champion. He's something else, man. When you watch him, I don't know how you felt when he was with the Padres, and he's winning Cy Youngs with the Padres.
I thought he was a badass.
A badass on the pitcher, but I didn't know him personally. I went in the clubhouse as a young Bonte Hill, and I was doing these interviews for the Bridge to Bridge run that they have out here in San Francisco. And so I was asking all these players, what type of music do you listen to? Blah, 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 blah. And I got to Jake Peavy, and I had no idea who Jake Peavy was other than being a badass pitcher.
Yeah, and a guy that I always thought, like, damn, if he was on a better team, he would have been more recognized for how great he was.
He was a bulldog on a mound.
Absolutely.
And then I got to talking to him, and he's like, Bridge, if I'm running, I'm bumping Tupac, I'm bumping rock and roll. And I was like, damn, he's kind of psycho. Yeah. I had no idea. So when you listen to him talking, he's fired up and he's, letting all hang out. Hey, Alabama's a ATM machine. I'm bet left and right and this and that. And he's talking about stories left and right. I'm like, man, they did have some characters right there. And Jake Peavy, he had the great game one against the Nationals and the NLDS. Of course, that was followed up by the 18-inning affair in game number 2. And boy, he was hanging out for dear life in that World Series. There's no doubt about it. We're just praying for 2 innings from old Jake Peavy, man. What a story, man. He's fired up, man. He's a good Giant, even though it was short-lived.
The 2014 team, what they, just everything, right? Kane goes down, and Lincecum was, barely on the team that year. They had already gotten to, I think Santiago Casilla was the closer.
He was the closer for that year.
Toward the end of the year?
2010 was Wilson. Romo was 2012. Yeah. And, this was Casilla's dance.
And then, you had Gregor Blanco in center field, and then you're literally playing a guy in Juan Perez in left field. And Gregor, who is a great defender, a great defender, misplays that ball in the 9th inning of that game. Just me, and I get where it was Perez hit a home run off him, the only home run he's ever, because Bumgarner to that point had never given up a home run in the World Series.
No doubt.
And his World Series, and him and Kane have some wild World Series numbers. Yep. But just my belief, the chances of getting a second hit in that situation were lower than whatever the percentage was of Crawford throwing him out at home. Mm-hmm. And I probably would have sent Alex Gordon, even if I think that he's going to get thrown out, because I just did not see them getting another hit there. That entire team was insane. Like the Michael Morse home run that we were describing. How many people remember that? We remember Ishikawa. The Michael Morse home run.
Nobody remembers that.
Humongous.
Nobody remembers that.
We were talking about the 18-inning game earlier today. That was an unbelievable game. The Hunter Strickland, giving up a long ball to Bryce Harper on the day game where Bryce is talking smack as he's coming around.
Bumgarner lost that game. Doug Fister, I think, was dealing. Doug Fister, former Tiger and National, he was dealing for the Nationals.
I mean, getting into the wild card game where Garrett Cole gets used in the game prior and you can't use him in that game. And you got the whole Crawford family in the stands and Crawford hits the grand slam.
Ain't nothing win.
There's so many elements of that 2014 team. It reminded me of where you have a seminal moment where a guy drags the team through the playoffs. Reminds me a lot of Curry in 2022 with the Warriors. There were other contributors.
Right.
But what Bumgarner did with that run, they got 6 combined outs from Peavy and Hudson in game 6 and 7.
I know. It was unbelievable. Game 6 was a disaster. They lost 10-0 in that game. And Ventura, remember that boy? Ventura was just talking. Yeah. He was talking big smack. There was some bad blood there.
They had Dyson in center, not every game, but Dyson in center. Lorenzo Cain was sweet.
Lorenzo Cain was one of my favorite players during that era.
He was sweet. They had Hosmer at first.
Aiyuk in right field. And Escobar at short. Eric Hosmer, of course, who was a good big-time player. Moustakis at third base. Yeah, Salvador Perez, who's still playing.
Well, he was
Salvador Perez, out of nowhere, is going to be a Hall of Fame catcher.
Well, look at his offensive numbers.
His offensive numbers are unbelievable. And they're going to be back in the playoffs this year, possibly, the Kansas City Royals.
I've always had a soft spot for them because when I was growing up, George Brett and all that.
Yeah, Country Breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Butler.
Who did he get in a fight with the A's? The third baseman, Danny Alvarez. What was that guy's name with all the tattoos? They were going to remember that?
Yeah,
he got signed because this was when we were in A station.
3 years, $30 million.
Brett Laurie? No.
3 years, $30 million. Country Breakfast.
And he was always
Country
hurt.
Breakfast. Old Country Breakfast.
Great nickname.
They had a really good team in that bullpen. It was Herrera. It was Holland. It was Wade Davis. If you got to the 7th inning against the Royals and you were down.
Danny Valencia.
Did he have the arm tats?
I think so, yeah. Well, but Brett Laurie's the guy who was really tatted up that they got from the Donaldson trade from Toronto. Yeah.
The bringer of rain?
Yeah. No, so Greg Holland, Wade Davis, and Herrera, that bullpen, if you got to the 7th inning against the Royals, it was lights out. You were cooked. You were done. Hudson in that game didn't last through 2. Jeremy Alfeld bridging the gap, and then Mad Bum. When he walked out that dugout, that bullpen.
It was one of the greatest things ever.
It was just like, here comes Bumgarner. They go to commercial, and he's just out there fixing his belt buckle. He's walking out. It was just unbelievable. It was unreal.
It was like Wild Thing when he comes back in Major League 2, right? When the people are like, oh my God,
he's back. He's back. He's got the haircut again.
Exactly.
Instead of the clean cut guy.
That's what that was without the music.
Will Bumgarner be there Saturday? And are you guys surprised?
What else is he doing?
Are you guys surprised he hasn't gotten a job yet? Because he got cut from the Diamondbacks.
Not really, because it was going south for him for a while, even before he went to the Diamondbacks.
Well, I remember we had the conversation. There was like, oh, he's going to go to Texas to reunite with Bruce Bochy. And I'm like, you guys sure you want him to pitch in the American League? He hasn't gotten it. I think that story did him in about how he must have been a bad clubhouse guy down there in Arizona.
Well, Jock's fitting in.
Yeah, he was having bad home run issues too, Bumgarner. Not hitting them, but giving.
He was giving
that shoulder
injury. Heavy.
The bike accident changed him like a lot, I think.
Like Monte and the moped?
Yeah, more or less. Maybe.
Monte was still good after the moped. He was still good.
But the home run issue became a lot more pronounced for Bumgarner.
Monte was still good after the moped incident.
Bike accident.
It wasn't the same.
I mean, we may have not looked at them the same, but Monte was balling after the moped. So real quick, get to Mike in West Virginia. Mike, are you at the Greenbrier?
I know that. Yeah, this thing.
Mike,
she said that one trip last year.
Well, I just want to hear.
I think she said it was not summer. It might have been Somerville, but they're coming here this year. She said.
Oh, they are.
But she told me I had to take him clear to Elkins to get weighed in. I said, I don't think I'm going to have time to do that. And he said, call Wayne, because he used to work with my mom before she passed away, and he might be able to weigh him in around here. Maybe. I can't drive clear to Elkins for that shit.
95.7 game.
Shut up.
Double bombs in the same set.
Mike in West Virginia. Mike in West Virginia, listen to 95.7 the game, man. Country as hell. My stomach hurts.
Maybe that was Bumgarner calling in. What was Bumgarner's?
I can't drive through that bleak.
What was Bumgarner's name when he was like doing the horse
Mason
wrangling?
Saunders.
I knew.
What was it?
I knew.
The legend of Mason Saunders.
I knew if we were going to let that, I knew something bad was going to happen. I knew something bad was going to happen, man.
That was funny.
Give me Vaughn. You mean Rick Vaughn? Yeah. He's pitching to Beck, not Parkman.
He wants the righty! The vile thing! The grab your throat and choke thing!
Blow it out your ass, lard mouth.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Dude, Tom Berenger,
Randy Quaid is the all-time character in that.
So good. And that was Omar Epps, not Willie. Not Wesley Snipes. Yeah, it was Willie Mays Hayes.
It was good though. I liked Omar in it. Rube Baker, the catch of the Playboy articles.
So good.
Was the manager in the hospital by that point?
Yes.
He was
Lou
going
Brown.
crazy. Yeah, Lou Brown. Rest in peace.
He's like, I just love this British stuff.
I know he's got the earpiece in because he can't listen to watch baseball. I know. And they look, all the nurses look at us like, what's going on? Oh, this British stuff is unbelievable.
Get him.
I gotta watch that movie.
They traded for the guy. We got a guy from the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
The Tokyo Giants.
The
best is Corbin Bernstein. He activates himself, Dorn.
Yes.
He's like, I've activated myself. And then he goes, didn't he used to throw you up and in? Yeah, just wear one. He gets on first and he's stretching. They're like, you got to come out. He's like, no. And he's dude, it was so
remember,
good.
He didn't want to wear it at first. Didn't he ground out by not wearing it?
That was the first one.
That was the
first
one.
He doesn't play at all.
Yeah, he doesn't play at all.
He has to sell the team because he can't afford it. He sells it back to her. Right. And then he goes, I'm GM. And then the next day he comes in with a trench coat and goes, I activated myself.
Dude,
it's all time.
Dude, Pedro Serrano.
It's all time.
Joe Poo. F. Joe Poo. Oh, everything about that. I might watch that when I go to the house.
My butt sting. Like, dude, he's so good in that.
All right, I guess that's my final thought.
He's the brother in Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, Cousin Eddie.
Randy.
Cousin Eddie.
Cousin Eddie. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I got to watch that movie again.
God,
it's been too long. It's been way too long.
It's so good.
That guy in West Virginia, man, I want him to call back. What was it, Mike in West Virginia? Should have wrote down his phone number, man. Call him back.
He's fired up for some Mountaineers football, man.
Yeah, he was fired up for something.
I haven't been this fired up.
Geno Smith.
I haven't been this fired up. Geno Smith and Matthew Slater. What was the guy's name? Slater.
It was Steve Slayton. Pat White.
He's definitely regular on the Pat McAfee show.
Who was the fullback? The white guy fullback who was really good.
I've been waiting on hold with Paul Feinbaum for the last 4 hours.
Rich Rodriguez running the 3-3-5 defense.
Arizona?
Michigan? So, true story, Big Dog and I wanted to put a lot of money on Georgia. They played West Virginia in the Sugar Bowl. Or was it the Peach Bowl, I think. It was at the Georgia Dome. And we're like, dude, we want to hammer.
Austin.
The bet did not go through. And we were pissed. We're like, Georgia's going to kill this team. Well, after the first quarter, it was like 21-0 West Virginia. We're like, buddy, did we dodge a bullet or what? And that was the first time we ever saw Pat White and Steve Slayton. There was like, what is this? We threw all types of money on Georgia.
Is that what Mark Richt is the coach?
Mark Richt was the coach.
From the text line, do you think April's too long for a Roger Dorn day? He said that. I'm telling you, Dorn is one of the. I might get a 24. You're not allowed to wear it anymore, but I might get a 24 Major League Cleveland jersey.
Yeah, well, that says Cleveland on it. There you go. You're good.
They got the Cleveland. Well, no, they wear the white ones, though. Well, no, they had the road ones. They have the road ones.
The road ones said...
Yeah. You could say it.
Indians.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
Shut up. Chief Wahoo, though, I know that the logo was... I thought it was cool growing up.
Go ahead, Spadoni.
Shut up.
Thank you, Dave. You can't say that, Joe. You're not allowed to say that.
I'm just going to leave it. I just can't help himself.
I think we got Bobby Fitz on the Team USA call today. I think we do.
Ooh.
Because I'm seeing Noah Eagle and Dwayne Wade calling Germany, Spain right now.
Germany, France.
Curry shot that from Algeria.
It's actually a really good game right now. So are we going to be getting a France v USA potentially? USA has to get through Serbia. 15.5-point favorites, the US is. They haven't covered it, I think, in any of these.
Wow.
I think this might be a little tighter. It's their third time playing them within the last month. So might be a little tight.
It wasn't one of the games of plus-minus with Jokic. Like, they were like plus 26 with Jokic off the pit. When he was off the floor, they were like plus 26 when he was on the floor. It was like even or something like that. I don't know.
The ladies go crazy when Parkman does his shimmy. Dude, Bob Uecker is all-time in that movie.
And then they traded Parkman. Traded him. Got rid of him midway through the year.
Parkman was a great character.
He was a great character.
He was so good. Get off the tracks with the trains coming through.
Go ahead, Lubman.
I guess my final thought is... my Olympic final thought of the day is I was watching field hockey yesterday, and my big takeaway from that is that's got to be murder on your back, the way you have to lean over the entire time. But still, interesting enough sport.
Quincy Hall, 400-meter dash. If you didn't watch that race, go watch it again. That's one of the sickest rallies. On the back stretch, he was in 5th place. Coming down the stretch, he was in 5th place, and he rallied to win a gold medal. Noah Lyles today, 200 meters. So Olympic Games still going on here. All right, Signing Guru coming up next. Alpha Satisfied, brought to you by Xfinity. At home, on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Give me the meat.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Filippone on the clock.
Yeah. It's not just him either, Steiny.
Who else?
The world.
What do you mean?
All kind of reports.
Yeah,
NFL, everybody at NFL Network.
Nobody went out on a limb.
Yeah.
Like Filippone.
I'll say on our open, I say I'm mentally invested. We all are on this.
I'm getting less invested.
I think his ass is staying right here, man.
Well,
yay!
If it's true,
Purdy needs
this is what I mean. If it's true, the Niners won 2 firsts from Pittsburgh. Get out of here. You're not getting 2 firsts from Pittsburgh.
Exactly. But if he had 32, Aiyuk offered from New England, man, the Magic Johnson, night.
Apparently not.
Man.
Apparently not. Deal's on the goal line.
Right.
Where's Pete Johnson?
And you got 99 going the other way. Yeah.
99
yards. You're on the goal line going the other way, it looks like.
Yeah.
Boy, we hit that thing hard all week. No baby yet, Steiny.
Yeah, let me start the show with this. And the only reason I'm going to start the show with this is because the boss sent me this sound, and I always get scared if I don't use something that I guess he thinks is important. So
he sent it to us.
Kyle Brandt, Peter Schrager, Good Morning Football. This is how we're going to get started. By the way, we're going to get into the Warriors today.
Warriors!
Because there's conflicting stuff out there. Oh, gosh. You just don't know what to believe with the Warriors right now. I'll get into it, though. Kyle Brandt and Peter Schrager. Here's what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, according to them.
Ownership. Typically, as fans, you think the owners get involved with the quarterback contracts, the quarterback drafting. It is now 8/8. It's August 8th. This is not a great look for the Niners. It's not a great thing they have going on. We need a resolution. At some point, does somebody say, pay him and get him out of here now? And does that come from the boss man? We got to end this thing.
It's amazing because this is supposed to be their year. They got so close. They got to overtime. It's supposed to be their year. I don't think any of them anticipated it would be sitting here on August 8th. And it's not us hyping up the Niners saying, look at all the talent they have and look what they can do. It's every time the Niners come up, it's talking about their number 2 wide receiver, talking about this guy and his contract. It's fascinating. Kyle, that guy over there in the top right, he lets these guys make the decisions and lets them operate. But to your point, I think there has to be a deadline at some point. We don't want this thing dragging on to the regular season.
All right, there has to be a deadline at some point.
You would think.
Well, deadline for what? What exactly would the deadline be for? To get something done?
Yeah.
Okay, then what if it doesn't?
And get this S show past him and focus on football. Then it is what it is. He'll be holding out. He'll be at the house week 1.
But what I'm asking is, what is the deadline for an extension? Is the deadline for the 49ers to say
resolution? I thought deadline for a resolution.
Yeah.
Like York needs to come in and say, this is what we're doing. We'll take a dime on the dollar we got to get past this. I don't think he wants to leave.
Well, they're not taking a dime on the dollar now if they want 2 first-round picks.
Do you really believe they think they want 2?
Well, I think it depends on if they're getting a player back. If they're getting a player back that can help their roster right away, then they probably won't reach for 2 first-round picks. If they're not getting any players back, which, according to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, they say no verbal agreement has been reached, but any potential deal would not include any Steeler personnel. So I think it depends on if they get a wide receiver back, let's say.
Makes sense.
Then they don't need as much draft compensation. If they don't get a receiver back or another position that they like, then apparently they want 2 firsts.
You're going to call me crazy. I'll tell you what, if they don't get a receiver or an option to replace him and they go as is, I'm going to look at this Aiyuk departure or possible departure, Steiny, like an injury. Like you just lost his services. How's that going to affect Brock? How's that going to affect the offense?
You know what? Here's what I'm doing. I'm putting Trent Williams into the same category.
Trent.
That's something, it might be less serious.
That's how I feel. It is, Steiny, way less serious.
Well, you realize if Trent Williams doesn't show up, what's today, Thursday?
Yeah.
And they play Tennessee Saturday? So that means the plane's leaving Friday, although he's in Houston, so he could meet.
Allegedly,
If he misses, if he's not there when they play Tennessee, he loses $1.1 million.
But Steiny, you've been around. This is not like Aiyuk. This is, they can, that's, what am I looking for? Shtick. They can make that go away and in the new deal, put that in there and you won't pay 1 red cent.
Here's the other thing about Trent Williams.
You're down on him, man. Stop it.
I've been doing some reading. You know, he made, first of all, he. All right,
what do you got?
So right now he's the 6th highest paid offensive lineman.
And that's wrong. Okay.
Well, there's one right tackle who's making more money than him. All the rest are left tackles, obviously. Okay, so in 2021, they made him the highest paid left tackle in football.
I got you.
2021.
Yeah. Inflation.
COVID was over at that point. That's how recent it was, I think. Anyway.
I'm still getting it.
Depends.
How about this? From a pure cash standpoint, there's only one offensive lineman scheduled to make more than Trent Williams, and that's Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, who just did his deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So Trent's got more.
But how does that work if he's the 6th highest paid?
Because he's got 3 more years left in his deal.
Oh, wow.
So
inflation, Steiny.
Oh, inflation.
And your boy knows what time it is, and I think the Niners do. That's why I'm not worried about him. He wouldn't be playing Saturday. This Aiyuk is totally different. It's about how good does your boss or employer think you are? Trent, they know how good he is. That's why I'm not worried about Trent.
But really?
Yeah, seriously.
So what if I told you the 49ers are kicking the tires on David Bakhtiari?
Now, I would be false, or I'd hit a buzzer if I had one.
They're kicking the tires.
Nah, you don't mess with Trent.
Bakhtiari.
That's
let me tell you something about Bakhtiari. He can chug. Huh?
Ari.
Bakhtiari. Guy can chug.
Look at you.
You ever see him at a Bucks game?
Yeah, I saw him.
Anyway, he's a free agent, Coop. And he's been an Iron Man the last couple years.
I don't care. The Niners, you were like, what do you mean messing with fate? Come on, this is not how we saw the offseason going. You got to get some resolve to this, resolution, ASAP. I don't know if Aiyuk didn't want the 32. I didn't know if the Niners really want. I don't believe the Niners are asking for 2 firsts because if
so you know more than the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Well, obviously they said the trade was going to be.
That was not the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Everybody in Pittsburgh is saying, there's a framework. The rumors,
Pittsburgh Post-Gazette,
Social Club.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette specifically said there's no verbal agreement.
Well, I'm saying what
Get your sources straight.
I am my source.
City.
Nobody knows what the F is going on except the people in Santa Clara. How about that?
It's your city.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I really thought something was a good popping off yesterday and the day before and the day before. 4 days worth, Steiny.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Let them go. If they haven't, but they got this is what's crazy, Steiny. In my world, they're like, hey, Aiyuk, what you doing? It's John. They're talking. They haven't talked since May.
Who?
The Niners and Aiyuk. Or at practice when they're hugging. Like, that's what's crazy about it.
You see Mike Silver's story in the Chronicle yesterday? He said Kyle Shanahan's annoyed. He's annoyed. This guy's just hanging around.
Well,
hanging around.
Doesn't that go both ways? Aiyuk annoyed?
You know what? The Warriors still have, the 49ers still, they can do what? They still have one more thing they can do, and that's say, now you got to practice. Now you got to practice.
But, well, I was going to say that takes reps away from other guys if they really know this dude's not going to be around.
Exactly. So
you don't want to mess with that.
Well, you guys did see the news this morning from the 49ers. They've signed a wide receiver. Robbie Anderson.
Calvin Austin?
Robbie Anderson.
Oh, Robbie.
You know what? I like the player. He had a big year last year for the Towns.
And they're doing that because the youngsters probably shoulder issues.
He can open up the can.
Saskatchewan?
I think they won it, didn't they?
They're bringing.
Are they the Rough Riders or the Rough Riders?
Yes.
What, Goo? What?
They're bringing in Breida the cheetah because of, just everybody come back. I don't like this, man. Get some finality to it, Stoney, and move on, man. You just talked about it. There's not, I believe, 4 preseason games.
3.
Man.
There's 3 preseason games.
2 after Saturday.
Yep.
And if you get a new receiver, you know what I mean? He's got to get up to speed. You just don't want to be behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. We'll see. The one thing that I am, and I do, and I said it yesterday, I don't think you can ever paint a locker room feeling one way or the other. But let me just throw this out at you if you're a 49er fan. How do you think this is playing in the 49ers locker room? Do you think that, let's just take a player, so-and-so, nameless player. Do you think that player is frustrated with Aiyuk for his stance? Or would a player be more frustrated with the Niners, the organization, for not getting this thing done?
From what I know, partner, and I love the question, you never talk about a man trying to get his chicken. I have to believe they would be irritated with the organization. Like, do something so this goes away and we're not held hostage, leading off shows or whatnot. Let's find out who is going to be one of the starting wideouts alongside Deebo. Is it going to be Aiyuk or somebody else? So I'm going, Steiny, it has to be the team.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know.
And are you pro Aiyuk or pro Niners in this? Or does it change? Mine fluctuates. I got to be honest. It changes daily, man. And again, this is without not knowing who to believe. But darn it, Steiny, you either don't want him here, no,
they do. They want him here.
They better want him here.
Yeah, they want him here. At $14 million.
Man, that's a cold game then, Steiny.
I'd love to be in that cold game. Love to be playing in that cold game. So what do you do if you're the San Francisco 49ers? I would think that the one risk, and we kind of heard Nick Bosa talk about it yesterday. What if the 49ers trade Aiyuk? That would probably sit poorly with the players.
Man.
Because at that point, then they know they're probably not quite as good next year, or this year, at least on paper.
But I'll tell you real quick here, 2 players that shouldn't open their lips, Deebo Samuel and Bosa. And the reason I bring them up, those are the 2 reasons. They just got their bag. So what are you going to say?
Well, they say he's a tough player to replace.
Yeah.
That's all they're saying. But we'll see how it all shakes out. 785. I wonder if this is the sentiment that's out there mostly. He says goo, but I don't.
It's both of us.
Well, this is more you.
Yeah.
He says, Goo, you're treating Aiyuk like he's Draymond Green of the Niners. Let him go and let's get back to work. The future is now.
No, I'm not doing that. The team is. Make a decision. Stand on business.
They have.
Quit. What is this?
I love it.
You don't love it.
Well, I don't love it today because, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I loved it. When Filippone came on.
We didn't win 18 rounds with this.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And in the meantime, Mr. Boombox just quietly getting away with doing the same thing, and nobody has a problem with it.
Because he's an all-pro, he's an OG.
Oh, but now Aiyuk is, I thought he was one of the best young receivers in the game.
He is.
Top 5 receiver.
He is, and he's trying to get paid to so.
Okay, and Trent Williams is the top 5 lineman. How come Trent Williams is skating on this when Aiyuk is taking a beating?
Because Trent's contract is not right. He's trying to get some guaranteed money, Stoney.
Yeah, well, I could say Trent's contract is a lot more right than Brandon Ayuk's contract right now.
Well, if we were to bet right now, there's no way you would bet Trent's not going to get his money.
Yeah.
That's like minus 210.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
There's a chance, and I'll ask again, why doesn't he have it by now? It's been March, April, May, June, July. We're into August. Almost 6 months.
That's a little
6 months.
That's a little strange.
Oh, for Mr. Franchise, greatest lineman of all time. He's so important.
He's your best lineman.
He's so important, they didn't feel the need to wrap him up. Interesting. My God.
You asked me.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Now, why would you say, oh, my gosh?
Because he's making 22 this year. Just show up.
What don't you understand about a guy at 36 years old?
That's what I don't understand. He's 36.
So he's trying to get his before?
He's trying to get his.
He's worth
That's
whatever
what I don't like.
Yeah. Well, are you trying to win, partner?
What I'm trying to do is ask people who are pissed off about Aiyuk why they're not similarly upset with Trent Williams, because the reality is if Trent Williams is coming in at $22 million and the 49ers want Brandon Aiyuk to come in at $14 million, then Aiyuk is the worst paid of those two guys.
So where was this energy for when Bosa, who had a year left on his
Bosa was in the same kind. No, there's a difference.
I'm talking about he held out.
There's a difference between Trent Williams now and where Bosa was last year.
What is
Bosa was in his window. Bosa was in his window. He was in the same window that Aiyuk's in now on his initial rookie contract.
And he held out.
But that's right.
So why do you feel different?
Because Williams' contract was signed in 2021.
Right.
He's not eligible for an extension.
Yeah, but he's so good at his job.
Well, just say he's being selfish. That's all I want.
No, he's trying to get his money.
That's being selfish.
No, you would do the same thing.
No, I wouldn't.
What would you do? Hey.
He's a top.
Come on, you would try to get your. You would use your leverage.
Top 5 paid offensive lineman.
Obviously, that's not good enough for him.
Right. So why is he painted? Nothing to see here. But other people are saying that Aiyuk is not doing it right.
In his position, Stoney. He's that good.
But he's 36.
Okay, but he's a good
36.
All pro.
Okay.
Back to back.
So Brandon Aiyuk was all pro.
I guess you're missing the leverage play.
Well, I mean,
you could break out the Bible because it looks like you're saying, Trent, what are you doing? Dude is trying to cash out.
That's right.
And he's got the leverage because he's at the top of his game.
You're right. You've answered the question.
I get that.
He's trying to cash out.
And
that has nothing to do with the team. Nothing. He's put the team second. Trent Williams. Plain and simple.
Or the team's put him second.
What are you talking about? He's under contract.
Yeah. McCaffrey, he's not happy with that.
Oh.
He's not happy with it.
And because he's not happy with it, we're going to bend over backwards. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. How you can sit there and say all he wants to do is cash out. Well, that's I agree with you. But if we're talking about team, 1 year windows, this is a huge year, we got to do.
Yeah.
Then he's showing you what kind of guy he is.
Well, he's showing you. He's been stellar on the field since he's been here. Yeah. Guys like him, and like you said, he's one of the leaders with the boombox coming out.
And we've given Brandon Aiyuk all his plaudits. He came in, was in the doghouse with Shanahan, worked his ass off, did all the right things. What more do you want him to do? Homegrown. But people are pissed at him. Trent Williams, on the other hand, he's got $78 million left on his contract. I'm just saying that, listen, you want to tell me he's the best offensive lineman in football?
Or one of them.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine. He's still holding out with a contract sitting there that he signed in 2021. So to me, he's no different than Brandon Aiyuk, except he's actually getting paid more to his salary right now than Aiyuk is. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and all I'm saying to you, Stoney, as much as I like Aiyuk, we don't know what he's asking for. And if he's asking for too much, the team is saying you're not in that realm.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is in that realm.
We'll see.
He's shown it.
Well,
okay, so it's not about
yet.
He's Justin Jefferson of the offensive linemen outside of the age.
Yeah.
So I know what card he's playing, and I think he's going to come up aces.
Well, he might.
And if he were,
but he's still selfish. He's selfish. He's being selfish.
And so was Bosa when he held out.
No, it's a different situation.
He held out.
It's different.
See, you're being a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite, man, and you can't explain why you're being a hypocrite. I just did,
but you're not listening.
No, if he held out, so why are you praising him if he held out? It's the same ideology. He held out. Quit telling me about why. He held out, and he wasn't in practice, and you're giving him a pass.
You're asking me what the difference is, and I'm trying to tell you. Bosa was on his rookie deal. Last year, the window opened for Bosa to sign an extension. The 49ers said, we want to sign you to an extension. He said, I want to sign an extension. He held out. Trent Williams right now has a contract for the next 3 years. That's the difference.
Okay, so did Bosa show up to work or not?
Yes. He did.
He didn't. He held out.
Okay, he held out, but he showed up.
So why would you say yes?
Well, because I thought you meant after he signed the contract.
He didn't show up to work. That's all. That's what Trent's doing.
Why can't?
Why are you all in the tea leaves?
Because there's a fund. You asked me the difference, and I just told you.
The difference is to you.
There's a fundamental difference.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think you got to look.
I see a color difference. Outside of that, both of them didn't show up, and you're putting Bosa in Santa Claus category. Nothing to see here, and then Trent Williams is a villain.
After 3 years, a guy who was drafted in the first round can sign an extension. That's the rules. That's what Aiyuk is doing right now.
Totally got that.
Aiyuk is doing it right now. What Trent Williams is doing is different.
Totally got that.
Oh, from the Bay. What's up, Oh? How you doing, man?
Good morning, Judge.
Hey, what's going on, man?
It's all right. You guys. Hey, I'm just walking down here in the Barcadero, getting some little air in, getting a little walk in. And I'm always kind of checking you cats out, you know what I'm saying? So all I got to say is this, hey, man, I did a little youth football thing, coaching, blah, blah, blah. But this comes down to one thing. When I look at Trent Williams, I watched that game, and I watched that game, the Super Bowl, watch it. Man, he was getting dealt with. Yeah. That guy was kicking his ass over on that side. I didn't see him do nothing special in the Super Bowl. Hell, we could even run to that side. You the premier fucking blocker. What we doing? Anyway, so like you just said, everybody got to get their cash. Everybody got to get their coins, and it's going to pan out wherever it's going to pan out. But I got to say one thing. If we ain't got Aiyuk with the 1,300 yards and them catches, we're going to be in trouble, brother. Okay, because Detroit ain't playing. Yeah. Detroit ain't playing. Okay, come on now. Like you just mentioned, we've been on the run. Everybody's trying to catch up right now. The league is parring. You know that in some instances. You guys know the game. So anyway, like I say, they're going to work it out. But Trent, you got to do better, man, because I was disappointed in that left tackle. Yeah. I'm telling you, brother. I used to coach a little offensive line. I was very disappointed for him to be the premier. He the shit. And that.
So my question is this. If you're a 49er fan and you're mad at Aiyuk, why aren't you just as mad as at Trent Williams? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I know Aiyuk's been in the news.
Super Bowl. We've said
I know that Aiyuk is the big boy because he's got this window to get his money, which to me makes it more logical why that would get the attention. My question to 49er fans is, what about Trent Williams? Are you fine with Trent Williams because he's better? He's more needed? That's fine. But I'm just saying, if you're mad at Brandon Aiyuk, why aren't you pissed off at Trent Williams, who's already among the highest paid linemen in football? I'm just trying to figure out the difference. That's it.
And I agree with the caller, Stoney. I've said it, but we can't judge Trent Williams or any player on just one game. He did not have the best Super Bowl. But that's one game. You were in that game.
It's only one game. It's only one game. But yet we always bring up maybe Aiyuk's not getting paid because of one big game in the Super Bowl that he didn't have. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm just asking that question. We'll get into the Warriors at some point, but why isn't there an uproar over Trent Williams? Is it just because he is the best at his position or one of the best? 888-957-9570.
Golden State Window and Door Design is proud to be a Marvin Direct dealer.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't like hypocrisy unless I'm doing it.
Oh, look, wow. I appreciate the honesty. Bonte came in here during the break. We chopped BS&G reunion.
Yeah.
We chopped it up. Like, there's no good or bad guy. I just know Trent Williams, who didn't have the best playoffs or Super Bowl. I know what card he's playing.
Sure.
And I guess when you're the best of the best, or you're in that 1%, still, forget Aiyuk. They need him to open those holes and block the elbow, the reconstructed elbow of one Brock Purdy. I'm not saying he's right. I understand it.
Here's the only reason why a fan has a right to be more mad at Aiyuk than Trent Williams, and it's the social media thing. 650. The reason I'm not as mad as Trent is because he hasn't taken anything to social media, hasn't had his girlfriend, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Fair.
That is super fair. I hadn't even thought about it.
Fair, but he's still doing the same thing.
But let me ask you this then. Why are we getting the reports that Kyle is like irritated at Aiyuk and the way he's gone about it? I don't believe had he not did the whole tour of talking to everybody and FaceTiming Daniels in Washington, I still believe they would be right where they're at. Am I wrong? Like, had he not been...
No, I don't believe the social media stuff is the reason why Aiyuk's not in camp. The reason Aiyuk is bothering Shanahan, according to Mike Silver, is because he's at practice every day. He's on the sidelines. He's in the meetings. He's like talking to his teammates.
Because he can't afford to get fined, or he doesn't want to.
Well, and you know...
I'm sure he doesn't want to be there, or doesn't want to.
Right. But he is, and he's a distraction because he's like, that's the other reason. Aiyuk is there. And if he's a distraction, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is not there. So maybe he's not a distraction because he's not there. But, I mean, the 49ers have been like, here's the other thing the 49ers have done with Aiyuk. They haven't said to him yet, now you got to practice.
Well, you mentioned that.
I was asking around. I'm like, why can't the 49ers just make Aiyuk practice? And the answer is, well, they want it right now. They're still trying to keep the peace, trying to see if they can work something out, trying to see if they can trade him. But at what point do you just say, now you got to practice? That's all. I'm wondering about that.
Yeah, Anthony on the YouTube chat. The real reason Kyle's not mad at Trent and fans is because he hasn't asked for a trade.
Maybe. That might be part of the reason. And here's the other thing. So Trent Williams is 36, all right? Doesn't have any guaranteed money. In principle, in the NFL, why would you give a 36-year-old guy guaranteed money? So here's the deal with Trent Williams. His money's not guaranteed, but if he shows up and plays, he gets paid $22 million.
And that's too far down the ranking, 6th, 5th. He don't like that, Steiny.
Selfish. He's being
and I'm not saying it's not.
He's being as selfish, if not more so, than Brandon Aiyuk. And maybe you could even make the case that he's being twice as selfish because
he's been paid.
Yes, and also because he's and good for him. He's using his leverage.
That's all. And I guess, Donnie, that's what world I'm in right now. I don't want to say the Jordan rules, but the dude is still so important, Trent Williams, to what the Niners want to do. I have to be truthful and say, hey, this is not all the way how you do it, but at the end of the day, he's got so much leverage in regard to what he does when he's out there on a good day. Yep. The Niners I think they're in a corner.
Double standard.
Yeah, but that's society. That's our life. Well, sales,
right. And I'm here to point it out.
Yeah, I'm sure you get more perks than I do. I mean, we could go all kind of...
Whoa. Perks, job perks?
Yeah.
I know of one job perk between the two of us, and you got it.
I don't know what you speak of, partner.
Let's go to...
real quick, for the people listening, you don't hate Trent Williams.
No, but what he's doing is BS.
Right.
It's BS.
But if you're 36, you got to believe a new deal is going to be no more than 2 years, maybe 3. He probably don't even, like, it's really much of nothing, Steiny. Do right by me, Colin, John. You know I'm at the end. I've been the Hulk.
Okay, fair.
I've been the Incredible Hulk.
Fair.
You know, I'm not perfect.
Right.
I should be right up there with Wirfs and Sewell. Come on now.
Okay, so you're
to me,
paying.
it's a pimple. It's nothing.
I mean, you look at 36 like it's some badge of honor.
2 for 56, it would give him 28. I think he would be here tomorrow.
Was it about the guaranteed money or not?
Well, I believe if he got the new deal, 56 over 2 would be better than 22 just for this year. I think that would get it done.
Well, we're talking about two different things.
Yeah. But I think you get to get him back in camp if you gave him new money. Now, it's all dependent on how you do that, but right now he's going to get $22 million, Steiny, if he were to get hurt for 1 year.
Right.
What if you ripped that up and you gave him a 2-year deal for 56, and now he's like, okay, I get $6 million more this year,
right? But
and
that's
I get
not
28.
that's still under that scenario is not guaranteed money. He would just be getting a raise at that point.
Well, maybe that's what it's about too.
He wants if he wants guaranteed money, that means he wants money that he may never have to play for. That's all I'm saying. And here's the other thing about Trent Williams, and I just want to throw this out there to fans, because maybe they don't know this. If Trent Williams shows up the day before the Jets game and gets hurt on the very first play of the game, he still gets $22 million this year. So I get it's not guaranteed because the 49ers could theoretically waive him.
Yeah.
How are they going to waive him? Yeah. How are they going to waive? They're not going to waive Trent Williams.
Come on now.
So, to me, he's being every bit. If you think, and I'm not. All I'm saying is this: if you think Aiyuk's being selfish, you must think Trent Williams is being as selfish.
And when I know you're going to want to call. Yeah. When I go to the Bosa comp, I know how you painted the picture of where he was at in his rookie deal. But the fact of the matter is, Steiny, he didn't show up to work. I'm not criticizing him, but somehow that's different. That's less selfish to you.
Yes, because the CeeDee Lamb is not in camp, right?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase is not. Like, we've seen this pattern develop with guys who are in Aiyuk's situation this year and guys who are in Bosa's situation last year. Like, that's part of the game, that fifth-year option that rookies from the first round don't want to play for, and so there's always a little bit of tension or dissension, or it's like built in.
So if Trent was on his rookie deal, you would understand this.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
All
right. Anyway.
No, I get you.
I'm calling it early, and I called it early. I've called it in each of the last 2 Warrior seasons. Agenda City. I don't like it. It's a bad way to start. Bad way to start the year. Bad way to start the year.
The Warriors will be
a boneyard.
Please.
Will's in Maryland. Hey, Will. How you doing? Will in Maryland. Hey, buddy. How are you, man?
How y'all doing? First time caller here.
Sweet.
All right. Yes.
Well, unless you disagree with me. I'm messing.
Sonny, I'm all on your side, brother. I'm all on your side. Guru, I don't understand. How can you not? I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and I absolutely 100% agree with you. Trent Williams is absolutely wrong and selfish. I've been explaining this to my fellow comrades. First of all, the difference is Trent Williams has been paid numerous contracts before from the Commanders, and he got a new deal coming over here with the 49ers, right?
Yep.
So when he signed that deal, he absolutely said, I want to honor this contract out until I'm, 30, I forget how old
38.
He's been in college. 30, he said that on record, I want to finish this contract out. And now, this contract is not even up for another 2-3 years, and now you want it out? That is absolutely greedy. It's absolutely greedy, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense. He already knows that the team is already kind of, cash strapped. So you're going to be greedy and hold out and want more money because the offensive tackle from the Lions, already got his money. So you already been paid and you're making money. So I absolutely agree with you, Steiny. Trent Williams should absolutely get more of publicity for holding out and not even showing up. Then Brandon Aiyuk has not even been paid yet. That's a whole different discussion. But on Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, Williams definitely should be getting more flack from us Niner fans. Yeah.
Thanks, Will.
No,
that's all I'm asking. Here's the other thing. Why would you give guaranteed money to a player who's already threatened, in a way, to retire? I think I'm done. Remember after the Super Bowl?
Well, money changes all that, Stoney. It's all about the Benjamin.
He sounds real committed to this team.
But you give him the right. Hey, I know this is under the selfish umbrella.
Okay.
People, I know, but for the thirsty Niner fans, and they should be, I'm a little parched. You want to win a damn Super Bowl.
Well, then why isn't he in camp? Like, if this is their window, why is Trent Williams, if it's all about the team, that's all I'm saying, then we're finding out he's not a team player.
It's all about the green.
Exactly.
But do you think that Fred Warner or Bosa are going to side-eye him if he does this and gets new money and comes back? No. They're going to be like, we need you, big fella. Let's go.
I'm talking about the fans.
Right.
The fans. And here's the other thing from the 650. Bosa never held out after signing a contract to be the highest paid player in his position. Like that's a difference. Nick Bosa was on a rookie deal, and he'd outplayed his rookie deal. And so he got what he got. Trent Williams, when he signed the contract, was the highest paid lineman in football. Now he's the 5th highest paid left tackle in football.
He's got a problem.
That's not good enough for him.
Yeah. And it still may net him what he's seeking for, what he's looking for, Stoney.
We'll see. I don't think it's such a no-brainer that the 49ers are just going to cave with guaranteed money.
Well, whatever it takes to get him back in before Monday night.
How about $22 million? Will that help? Seriously, will $22 million?
I think not. I mean, man, we talk about leverage all the time, and his play is his leverage. Is he what he was 10 years ago? Hell no, but he's still an all-pro, and he's the best lineman the Niners have. And now we're talking about, this is what's crazy, this conversation this late in the game, right before the eve of the game starting to count, is in a year that we're going to, or the Niners are going to really look with a keen eye on Brock Purdy and his growth. You're telling me he's going to lose a weapon in Brandon Aiyuk, and now you guys are playing this game of chicken? Both of them, both parties, with Trent Williams as left tackle? Not kind of how you want to start the season.
All I'm saying is all the focus has been on Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers and what's going on. He's holding in. He's there. He wants more money. They want him to play for 14. He wants a long-term contract. We have seen that play out multiple times. If you're siding with the Niners, you side with the Niners. If you think Aiyuk's in the wrong, you can say Aiyuk's in the wrong. All I'm saying is if there's anybody out there that's really PO'd at Brandon Aiyuk, why aren't you more upset with Trent Williams, who's got more than Brandon Aiyuk has right now? That's all I'm asking.
Could it be about talent?
My point is this. Okay, Trent Williams is a better player than Brandon Aiyuk. That's fine. So let's just acknowledge we're less upset with Trent because he's a better player, not because what he's doing is any different. Yeah. In fact, I think it's worse.
Yeah.
I actually do think it's worse.
But for the Niner fans out there, Stoney, that are not judging their players and they're just caring about what happens on the field, I believe there's a sector of fans that are just like, I don't care what happens. Pay him whatever he wants or figure it out and get his ass back out here.
Well, and that's the same thing many said about Aiyuk. And for some reason, they're not just paying him what he wants. And there's an assumption that they're going to pay Trent Williams what he wants. And they might. And they might give in to Trent Williams. But it doesn't make Trent Williams any less selfish, greedy, or any of the other names that we're hearing for Aiyuk for Trent Williams. Now, that's all I'm saying.
Chris A. on the YouTube chat, Stoney, and I'm not upset with any of them.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I believe a lot of there's a lot of people like that. But, I mean, again, the word you brought, Evan's word last week was continuity. this is not it. And you could say, oh, it's early, it means nothing. No, your team is leading off every damn show or articles are being written about everything but football on the field. So we'll see.
Yeah. Like if people ask me, are you more of a players guy or ownership guy? I'm more of a players guy. I definitely am. But and I'm not saying Trent shouldn't be getting his money or shouldn't. The fact that he's holding out doesn't bother me one way or the other. What bothers me is we're not talking about Trent Williams being as selfish as we are about Brandon Aiyuk being selfish. And if it's just because of social media, then I'll say, well, you know what? One guy's 36 and the other guy's 25. Maybe that's why one guy's on social media handling it worse than the 36-year-old. But the 36-year-old is still sticking it to the Niners.
Yeah, but Stein, his bus is waiting for him in Canton.
Okay.
And you're hoping that Aiyuk will have that career off to a good start, but you hope that he's a 49er.
Here's the other thing. So now we're acknowledging we're paying for what guys have done.
No, what he's done. You don't get to
have done in the past.
Yeah, no, what he's done last year.
Okay.
Again, he was all pro, and I'm with you, Bonte. We talked about it. Didn't have his best Super Bowl. Okay, bad games happen.
Right.
But my point is, for the Niners to keep up and still have that vision of getting back and winning the NFC or the NFC West, you need 71.
Okay.
You need him 100 more times than you need Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
That's just the facts.
Right.
Of life.
Right. So he's being a bigger tool, really, than Brandon Aiyuk. Guy's made $170 million in his career. Trent Williams deserved every penny. Last year, he declined. For his standards, he's getting paid $22 million this year. I mean, $22 million this year. He plays the season, comes back next year, he's going to make $22 million. Plays that year, he's coming back, he's going to make $33 million the last year.
Well, now you got me thinking
If he's still playing quality football in 2 years, after this year, next year, he's going to make $33 million.
Just talking to you, man, I'm like, this is a nothing burger with cheese on it. But the more I'm talking to you, I'm wondering if they knew about this since March and nothing has happened, could this actually go the distance before week 1 against the Jets?
Like I said, again,
unless they're hooking them up and big fella, you just stay at home. We know you're working out wherever, LA Fitness. We'll see you when we see you. But if it's not that, then my goodness.
All I'm saying is that Trent Williams is
being selfish.
He's not being talked about in the same negative ways that Aiyuk is getting talked about, and he's doing the exact same thing. And to my way of thinking, really not less of a right to do it, but he's signed a contract making him the highest paid lineman 3 years ago. And now he's still top 5. So here's the thing. Okay, you want to pay him for the past? Then you're gonna give him a raise to 28, 29.
Yeah.
So you're gonna pay him like the top lineman in football. Do we know he's going to be the best lineman in football this year?
It would be the same as, did we know Bosa was going to be the best lineman when he signed his deal, and he had for his standards, not his best season.
Yeah. It's got a...
But you got me thinking, this is not a slam dunk. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't know. No. And I want to be clear.
That's how I feel now. If they've known since March and we're in August, maybe, Goo, you're missing something. This thing, they might play hardball with Trent.
This is the bottom line. Trent, 925, I think he's right on the money. Trent Williams is trying to get some guaranteed money because... No. He's trying to get guaranteed money so that he can retire and not have to play all 3 years of his deal. That's what I believe, too. That's why he wants guaranteed money. If he wants guaranteed money, maybe he just wants to be the highest paid lineman in football, and all they have to do is give him a raise from 22 to 28, and it's done. And he'll come in and play for 28. But,
man, selfish or not, as much as I feel like the Niners have Brandon Aiyuk in a corner, I feel like Trent has the Niners in a corner in regard to if he's at home on the couch when the games count, the impact of him not being part of this team is far worse than Brandon Aiyuk.
No, I'm not going to disagree with that at all. I wonder
if that gets them to budge, though. If that gets them to pick up the phone and be like, hey, come on now, let's get this fixed.
Steiny, this is football. Contracts mean nothing. It's not basketball. Guaranteed money's all that matters. You know what? Then show up week 1 and you'll get $22 million guaranteed.
That's not enough.
Derek in San Mateo, it's not enough for a 36-year-old. Okay. Hey, Derek, what's going on?
Here's my deal, and I've always hated this about football and holdouts, right? Because if you're talking about Trent Williams or Nick Bosa saying, hey, pay me what I'm worth because I've earned it, and you want to make it merit-based, right, or else I'm going to hold out, well, how come you can't demerit them and say, like, well, hey, you didn't play very well, so I'm going to take this money back, right? You can't hold out in baseball. You can't hold out in basketball. You sign a contract, and you play it out. And that's what I always hated about football. You can't, you sign a contract, you take it. And if you're going to say, hey, well, I'm worth more, and we're going to give it to you because you're worth it, well, then, hey, I can take it back just as well. If you want to play it that way, we play it both ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And, it kind of is with the Klay Thompson thing. He was here 15 years or whatever it was. Do you reward a guy for what he's done, or do you reward a guy for the way he's playing right now?
But Steiny, I don't know how – you keep bringing that Klay up. Klay was not an all-star. Trent Williams was an all-pro last year.
Yeah.
Regardless if we're into that or not, that's the bottom line. He's playing at a high level. I'm not saying what
he's playing at a high level. You
got to think he's got 2 years left. You got to think he could still play at that level for 2 more years.
That I will not meet you halfway on because he's already talked about retiring. He's already talked about retiring.
Do you think that was posturing for this move?
I mean, that's the point.
Jar you. Jar him.
But you got to look at it from the 49ers' point of view. Why would you give a guy guaranteed money if he's already talked about retirement once? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk. What's the difference? Difference to me is
my answer, Steiny. Talent, importance.
Yep. I understand all that. I'm just, I don't know why we're letting Trent Williams off the hook, but some aren't letting Brandon Aiyuk off the hook for the position he's put himself in. I mean, Trent, to me, Brandon Aiyuk is in the window where first-round picks normally get extended. Not all the time, but normally. He's trying to get extended. It's just part of the collective bargaining agreement. Trent Williams, he can hold out. But he's under contract for $22 million this year and next. And to me,
this is a hell of a play by him.
To me, we got at least if we got one player who's being selfish, we have 2 players who are being selfish. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. We'll get into some Warriors down the line. There's a lot to talk about there. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society of San Francisco. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally owned, family-owned pest control company. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky.
Sports, man. It's bothering me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And two players not practicing for the Niners, Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. And I guess my question to 49er fans is, if you're the Niners, how are you handling it? My belief is going to be most people will say, pay Trent and maybe even pay Aiyuk. But I'm just wondering if 49er fans have had enough a little bit of Aiyuk to where they think that if it becomes such a distraction that now we're jeopardizing the season.
Okay.
Or are we already jeopardizing the season?
I mean, I feel like you're on that road. But how about this? And Evan came in and we talked about it. Trent Williams, we know definitively what he wants. He wants to be the highest paid left tackle. Brandon Aiyuk, we don't know what he wants. Donnie, do you want to stay? Do you want to go? Do you want to break the bank? And by all accounts, if that New England report was true to where they offered you Magic Johnson $32 million and you said no, maybe that's going into some people, not coming with the same heat towards Trent as Brandon Aiyuk. Because I'm looking at you right now with your specs on, Steiny. I don't know what Brandon wants.
Do you think the Niners know what Brandon wants? I do.
Yeah, Steph Curry, the 30.
I don't know what the number is.
Justin Jefferson money.
But I believe the 49ers have to know a number that'll get it done. But I do understand the fan not knowing one versus the other. I understand.
Because we haven't taken, outside of that caller last block, Steiny, we haven't taken many calls, and he had heat or venom towards Trent. We haven't taken a lot. This has all been about Brandon.
And it's because we talked about Brandon, 5 times more than Trent Williams. So that's on this show at least. So that's going to happen. But let's go to Johnny. Johnny's in Burlingame. Wants to talk about Trent. What's up, Johnny? How you doing?
Doing well. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Got a couple quick questions here. Question 1, what position in the NFL gets the most injured? Let's hope it's not Trent Williams' position. That's one. That's money gone. And then number 2, you're saying that he's being selfish. Bottom line, the contract was given to him by the upper management, the big guys, the big dogs.
Yeah.
So whose fault is it? You say he's being selfish. Well, I don't think so. They threw the money at him. They made the offer. There you go. If you guys were wanting a bunch of $20 million, Steiny Guru, would you hold out? Yeah, I want that money, wouldn't you? So is he being selfish? I don't know.
Well, he's making if he plays, he's going to make $22 million, and he's not playing. He wants more money, so he's looking at the board.
But that's the contract. Yeah, contract.
We're losing you, Johnny. I don't know what he was saying.
Well,
was he saying he signed the contract so he should play, or was he saying that the Niners are being selfish? I didn't. Evan, did you?
It sounded more like Trent signed the contract. Play out your contract.
And that's all I'm saying. I mean, and again, if you're going to say...
But we see this a lot.
Do we see it a lot with guys like Trent Williams? Or do we see it a lot with guys like Aiyuk? I mean, all I'm saying is, and I've said it, hey, unfortunately, the rules are the rules in the NFL, and the 49ers can make you play for $14 million. You're under contract, should show up. I'm just saying, if those standards apply to Aiyuk, then they must apply to Trent Williams.
Then that report that we've heard about Kyle being pissed off or irritated with Brandon, you would think he would be irritated with Trent just as much.
Except that I think part of, at least what I've read, part of Shanahan's frustration with Aiyuk is he's right there and he's in these meetings and he's still having interaction with the team, but he's not playing. In a way, Trent Williams at least is out of sight, out of mind, and Shanahan can be like, "Hey, Parag, John, you know,"
and he's getting fined.
You got to deal. Yeah. You got to deal with Trent Williams, but I got to deal with Aiyuk, who's here, and
he's just standing on the sidelines.
Who knows what the effect of having Aiyuk there, but not practicing does to the team. I don't know. 888-957-9570. Let's go to John. John's in Richmond. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. So my thoughts, I was talking to a buddy about this. I kind of respect what Trent Williams is doing a little bit more. My understanding being that he wants more upfront guaranteed money. He's older. He's 36. If he gets hurt or blows out a knee, it's not just out for the year. He's done for his career. So he wants to see some money up front. And I get that. So I'm looking at that way that, let's make sure he's squared away and settled. Also, him being out not just kills the air game, but kills the running game. So I want to get Trent Williams squared away. And Brandon, I think, is being a little bit of a diva about this.
All right. That's fair. But I think the principle's the same. And again, the way I look at it is Trent Williams is 36. If he shows up week 1, he'll make his 22, which will bring his career earnings to $190 million. But that's true. It's true. If at 36 he suffers a career-ending injury, he won't get $22 million next year. Yep. I get that. But I also know that if Trent Williams is as good as everybody says, the 49ers are never going to waive him if he's an effective player. So
I just think we're days away from them paying him, Steiny.
And I would, again, I am not making any kind of prediction. Like, they're gonna play hardball with Trent. He's not gonna be in here. Lynch is sending a message to everybody that they're not. I'm not saying anything like that. In fact, we could get news in an hour that they've extended or they've redone Trent Williams' contract. All I'm saying is to my way of thinking, he's no different than Aiyuk. If you're upset at Aiyuk for doing what he's doing, you should be upset with Trent Williams for what he's doing right now. So 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. I want to, real quick, I want to play some Matt Barrows sound of The Athletic. Right. And he was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and you were asking, why is Trent Williams is out of sight, out of mind. Brandon Aiyuk's there. What's the difference? Here's what Matt Barrows had to say, Goop.
There were a couple instances where Brandon Aiyuk is out there. He's watching from the sideline, and John Lynch kind of walks over and either kind of takes him to the spot where John watches practice, or in one instance, I watched this, he kind of takes them all the way back into the team headquarters. So, I guess that could be a sense that they'd rather have him out of sight when he's around. The other part of it is that there's this ridiculous notion that he arrived with a neck and a back issue, and that's why he's not practicing, not because of any contract. That's officially why he's not practicing. So maybe that's what's annoying Shanahan, that if you're here, if you're healthy, if we're dealing with all sorts of real injuries at wide receiver, and they are, you ought to be back out here. You're under contract. You should be practicing with your team.
That's interesting to me.
My neck and my back. Wow, man. There's just no way his ass would be out there practicing with this stalemate that they're at. But in a possible trade, if that's real, and it seems like it's really real, like a possibility,
Well, ostensibly, he's not practicing right now because of a neck and a back. That's what Matt Barrows was saying the official reason is.
Well, and it also sounds like Kyle Shanahan feels the same way from that comment that Mark Schlereth did a week ago when you were outside. He came on and Stinking Truth podcast, courtesy of Odyssey. But he said basically it's chicken bleep what Aiyuk is doing. Either hold out or show up and practice. And I think that's where Kyle Shanahan might be peeved, is if you're going to hold out, then just hold out.
Right.
But if you're going to be around,
don't be a sideshow.
Be on the field.
Yeah.
And that actually, taking it a step further, because I think you're right on the money, is that's why if Aiyuk's overstanding with the receivers, talking, laughing, just there, even just being there, it does explain why John Lynch would be like, hey, Brandon, come over with me. Watch with me. How come? Because we don't want you around the players right now. You ain't playing.
Well, trade me.
No, get healthy. 888-957-9570. All this fascinating stuff that is coming out. I do think it all means something. And the funny thing is the hug talked about around the world last week, right? Maybe it did mean something. Maybe it did irk Shanahan.
And he was messing with them.
Maybe. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Just wanted to jump in again on this Aiyuk talk, man. Yeah, so if the reports that are coming out are that Pittsburgh lowballed San Francisco, you've got to keep him here. If it's a third rounder, I mean, they're all grown men, right? I mean, they all know it's a business. There's nothing personal. I think BA wants to be here and San Francisco wants BA. I think there's a good relationship outside of these contract talks. If they end up having to franchise tag him, or at least a non-exclusive franchise tag him, and he signs an offer sheet somewhere else, they're going to get 2 first-round picks anyways for him at the end of next season. So there's no way you got to sell low here. I think you got it. And if he doesn't like it, I mean.
Yeah, no,
we get to, man, wow, man.
Wow, what?
I got mad on Monday because people were using adjectives to describe Brandon Aiyuk, saying he was being immature and this and that, and I was fired up on social media. Who cares? But I was like, that's not fair. But now I'm doubling back to if New England really offered this man $32 million to play football from the 14, and you don't want to go, then I'm starting to lose ammunition on having your back in regard, well, son, what do you want? You can't have everything. So does he want $32 million or $30 in a Niner uniform and get Justin Jefferson targets? Well, let me tell you something, son. Pull up a chair. Life does not work like that. And obviously the Niners don't feel like he's worthy of the $30 million from them if that's what he's asking. I guess, Donnie, I don't know what's going to make Brandon happy. I thought I knew, and he would be a Patriot if it was just about the chicken.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Good Lord, what you can't have it all.
The other thing with the Patriots report is I'm not like, okay, let's say the Patriots, the report is they were willing to pay Aiyuk 32.
Why would they? Okay.
Well, they still, so you said, why would they pay him 32? I'll take it a step further. Why would they pay him 32 and give up something?
Oh, right. I would. Man.
So it's not I'm skeptical of they had a deal with the Patriots, but Brandon said no. Because I'm not convinced the 49ers were ready to accept a trade, the compensation for what they were getting for Aiyuk.
So it goes back to team and players seem like they don't want to part ways. Maybe. And they keep saying it's about the compensation, but Stoney, in a crazy way, maybe they need was that Samuel Jackson, the negotiator? They need somebody in between.
Parag Marathe.
Well, you got to get busy.
Oh, he's been busy all summer running Manchester or Leeds.
They haven't talked since May.
Well, that's because they
need to be on the phone last night.
English Premier League starting soon. Right, Spadone? It's coming up real soon. Let's go to Herm.
By the way, technically, Kevin Spacey was the negotiator. He was negotiating with Sam Jackson.
It's just
No, we can fight right now.
I'm not going to fight.
He was in the movie Bucket
Fight with
Counts.
him. No. You fight with him. I have no idea.
He was in the movie.
I'm out of this one.
He was in the movie.
Yeah, I didn't say negotiation or played by. I said Samuel Jackson was in that movie. Yeah, count it, Spadoni.
Say it to Evan. Say it to his face. Herm Edwards coached John Brandon Aiyuk. And, hey, Herm, I know you're not an NFL coach anymore, but what do you think about a hold in versus a hold out?
So you got to know your players, and you got to protect them from themselves. Because every guy, when they hold out, being around watching, it's not like practice. I've always said this about football. The grass knows when your football cleats have not been there. You can't lie to the grass with your shoes. Your cleats know. And when you don't practice, this is a game of practice, this football thing. Because think about it. You practice more than you play. You play 17 games. I mean, you practice 3 or 4 days a week. Are you kidding me? So, you have to be a part of that. And when you're not, you can say, well, I can go out there. No, you can't. Because physically, you're not ready to do that. Mentally, you might be. So this is where you have to be very careful. You got to give them spurts. You just got to play them a little bit here and give them a little rest, play them a little bit here until they get in football condition.
Thanks. That's Herm Edwards,
the
courtesy
grass
of
is
the
alive, Stoney. That's a mind.
River Islands guest line.
The grass.
Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and where is it? It's in Lathrop.
I love me some Herm.
707 coming down Evans Road.
Uh-oh.
And everybody thinks Evans got the highest percentage of being correct.
My boy Tone loves him some Evans.
Sam Jackson's character was also a negotiator, according to the 707. Again,
I just want the people to.
I'm a conduit. I'm a conduit. I'm not involved.
I knew it. I just was like,
Evan.
Yeah,
he's going to Google.
I love it.
As a member of the force, Spacey was the one they called him to negotiate the situation.
And that movie's been made like 12 times.
Count the bucket.
By the way, you know that Horses Behind from Jersey Shore still refers to himself as the situation?
I've never watched
that guy.
The episode.
Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
No.
Jersey
Reality
Shore.
TV is not my forte.
Yeah.
You don't remember the situation and Schnooky? You don't remember?
I can't believe you watched it.
I had to watch it. There's nothing that gave New Jersey more of a bad name than the show Jersey Shore. It was a farce. It was unrealistic. It wasn't even close to what the New Jersey Shore is really like. And quite frankly, I was sick of it.
But that's where the money's at now, Steiny. Reality TV. The Kardashians.
Somebody wants to know, hey, Goo, I'm going to double your salary as a radio personality right now, but we need you to go to Alaska to do the show. Are you doing it? Fairbanks isn't bad.
We're
not going to send you to Nome. That's really northern Alaska.
All right, I wouldn't go. It wouldn't be worth it.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush. They follow 3. Stop!
I can hear
Stop!
Phrasing.
Crack the mics, Madoni. That laugh had to be heard.
So they have a couple who lives in a place called Eagle, which is like 100 miles south of the Arctic Circle.
Oh my gosh, why?
Then they got this one dude who lives in Norvik, which is right at the Arctic Circle. And then they have this woman who works at a supply station in, I think it was called Kavika. And
what do they
she's
do?
alone like 8 months a year.
Why?
Because it's a supply station. It's a weather station.
But why are we filming it? Who does that interest?
I'm fascinated by it. It is unbelievable.
Why? That's all.
Because it's fascinating. These people are living.
No life, no friends, no action, no happy
That's
hour.
what's fascinating. They live in the Arctic.
Yeah, well, there is a bush. Yeah.
That was forever.
For those that don't know, and then for the others who are infantile,
that's 98%.
In Alaska, if you don't live in Fairbanks or you don't live in Juneau and you live outside those cities, they call it living in the bush. Well, you guys, I can't keep doing shows.
I did it last week. What
did you do last week?
Took some heat for my lexicon. It's just like, can we grow up? Even at the summit. Remember the summit?
Rogers and Santa.
What was that?
What, the summit?
Yeah.
Oh,
remember I had a phrase.
Go to Roger.
Oh.
Let's go to Roger in Santa Rosa.
Roger.
Hey, what's going on, guys? First time calling. I've just been hearing you guys talk about Williams a lot. And,
hey, Roger, you've got to call back.
Got that Alaska
I will
connection.
put you right on because I've got a big soft spot for Santa Rosa, as you all know, who followed my career religiously. That's where I started my Bay Area journalism career. Thank you.
Roger.
That's true, 707. The woman who lives in the Arctic Circle has her foxes. She's got pet foxes.
Back to the Niners, but I got to give you this. If you, Evan, and Spadoni, I asked all three of you, get one guess.
Yeah.
How many films has the great Samuel Jackson appeared in? What would your answer be? The closest wins. And that doesn't take 10 minutes.
What? Wins what?
Just don't matter. You get, come on, you like trivia.
62.
All right, Evan?
110.
Spadoni?
Just shout out a number. It doesn't matter.
50.
Evan wins 100 on the dot.
Cameos don't count.
110
How many did he have?
Evan, the winner.
How many?
62.
How many did he have a line in?
See, that's the beauty of you. He's had a line in everyone. Anyway,
check
100.
his IMDb page.
And he talked to people off the ledge in that movie. I had it right.
Gotcha.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Evan.
Dude, somebody saying from the 307, find out where the 307 is. Wonder if that is Alaska.
I want to say Florida.
He says, Goo, Alaska is awesome. You're a hunter. You can double what you make now. And the taxes, there are none. You got to go, man.
It's Wyoming.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's not Wyoming.
307 is Wyoming.
Okay, gotcha. Rick's in Sunnyvale. Hey,
Let's
Rick,
go.
how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
Hey, I just got a quick question. I mean, it's pretty clear that the Niners didn't go all in for this season. If they did, they would have paid Aiyuk and Trent and just said, we'll deal with everything else that happens after this coming season. When we pay Brock, we're going to have not as good of a cast either way. So I don't know why they didn't just go all in and just go for one last ride.
You know what? I think that's a fair question.
But are we at the last? Go ahead, Bart.
Well, no, but
are we at the last dance? What are we talking about?
But to me, the caller has a point. What all in would mean to me is you pay these guys whatever, whatever, but whatever. You
get them in camp.
All in is they're here. All in would be they're paid and here.
Yes.
So
they're not.
Right. So
if Purdy's getting 65 and nobody wants to quorum with, that's just, that's what we're acting like.
Well, we don't know that yet. That's pushed down. Like that has, to me, I mean, Purdy's money's relevant to what you can pay these guys this year, but I think he's hit what the caller's saying is even if Brandon Aiyuk starts practicing next week and Trent shows up for the opener, you didn't go all in because going all in would have meant those guys were here right off the bat, getting the work in they should at the start of the season, start of training camp, and even by paying them, although it's late, you hurt yourself, just like you did with Bosa last year.
Man. Rams are going to be better, Stoney. Seattle's going to be better, and Arizona's going to be better. I firmly believe that.
Well, they all might be better, but the records are going to change, if you know what I mean. Like, what was Arizona last year? 4-13?
Didn't make the offs.
Something like that.
So they might be better.
Yeah, they got Harrison Jr.
Yeah, it might be
healthy.
5-12.
No, they're going to be better.
Well, not every team in the division is going to win 10 games, you wouldn't think.
No, I'm not saying
Somebody's got, it's kind of like the National League.
But you could have 3 of the 4 make the playoffs.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Would you bet on that right now?
I need to see more. Dude, there's only 3 weeks. After Saturday, we got 2 preseason games, bud. We got 2 games tonight.
You don't have to refresh me on the NFL schedule.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we got
Oh, my goodness.
You son of a...
Hey, that needs to be my ringtone. Give it to me one more time.
I'm out of here.
Oh,
no,
man.
I'm gone. I'll see you guys later.
Gotta go.
That is more of a cold game than the Niners are playing with Brandon Aiyuk. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Roger in Santa Rosa, Austin in San Jose. I got you on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's lose that one, please. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility.
I am ready to go.
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Let me tell you how most people get a raise. All right, so Trent Williams, making 22, he wants 28. He wants a $6 million raise.
Give it
for
to
the
him.
year. You know how I get a raise? You know how you get a raise?
Numbers.
You pay off a car payment, and the next thing you know, you don't owe $400 a month that you owed a year ago. That's a raise to a guy like you and me.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. We're not in this realm, though, Stein. This is a whole different realm. Can I school the great Lori Matthews real quick? I brought up the division, how I thought the Seahawks and everybody going to be approved. She goes, Guru, Seattle had 5 fights in practice. Oh, that's a good thing. I want my team fighting. That's what I want, Lori. Fighting in practice, that's what you want.
You know what that is?
They're flying around and they're fighting. They're
fighting! And
that is
you know
the
what?
greatest sound
It's
ever.
typical that you would believe that.
I'm a lover, not a fighter, but practice, I like action.
You know what that is in any league? Fussle. That's what it is. It's fake hustle fighting at practice. And it'd just be great. Juwan Jennings swinging a helmet at a teammate.
I'm not into that.
Oh, yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl now.
DK needs to relax on that.
Oh,
yeah.
Lori, you're absolutely right. Seattle already in turmoil.
Watch out for the birds.
Roger's in Santa Rosa. Let's go back up to Santa Rosa. Hey, Raj.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so hear me out. I've been hearing you guys talk about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk and how it's a little selfish for Trent to have to hold out and you don't hear nothing from him, which I think that's a little suspicious, right? I mean, you're not hearing anything at all about Trent Williams, just that he wants a little more money. Now, I don't know nothing about the salary cap. I don't know much about it, but just hear me out. Sure. What if they're using that like as a last-minute resort where they reconstruct his contract, give him more guaranteed money, less yearly money, and they use that yearly money cap to pay Brandon Aiyuk what he wants?
I mean, I'm sure, you know what? I'm sure, and I'm going to borrow from Dan Dibley, because his favorite word is machinations. But I think there's a lot of machinations that they're looking at. The 49ers,
But if they're not talking, Stoney.
Who aren't they talking to?
Aiyuk.
Bro Hug.
No, I'm talking about.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm talking about business.
BA,
Sitting down across from each other. If it's really that quiet on the set, how does this get rectified? I'm really concerned now that I find out that the preseason's only 3 weeks. Dude, we're days away from this man having to make a decision, Brandon, because if you turn down $32 million, I'm telling you, I was your biggest supporter. Steiny, I might have to resign. Like, what do you want to accomplish? You're not going to get it all. You're not going to get it all, BA. And you damn sure not going to get it all from here. I don't know, Steiny. This is why this is, and maybe that's why we're not hearing a lot of people calling about Trent. And, hey, I told you, I look you dead in the face. When it's about chicken, I was told in sport leagues, guys bite their tongue and don't say a damn word about the guy or gals trying to get their money. So Trent Williams, Steiny, he's headed to the Hall of Fame. You need him way more than Aiyuk. Is he being selfish? Hell yes. But will it work? I think hell yes. Brandon Aiyuk, Steiny, this thing is crazy. Yesterday, 24 hours ago, we had Andrew Filipponi on from 93.7 The Fan, sister station in Pittsburgh, and he thought the deal was minutes away, and it still could happen, but here we are again, another day, no news. Breaking news, Aiyuk still a Niner.
There's no way Andrew Filipponi ain't a little nervous right now.
Unless he said it with his heart. Some people don't do I'm perfect radio. I want to be right.
This is different. This is different.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
It's not hard. Like me saying, you know what? I think the Warriors, they shouldn't have re-signed Draymond Green. That was a bad decision. Okay, well, I may be right or wrong. But when you say he will be a Pittsburgh Steeler and it's news related, I mean,
I hear you.
Steiny comparing himself to Trent Williams, LMFAO, swing and a miss, buddy. Rob. That's right. You know why? Because I come to work. with a smile and a good attitude.
Are you a Hall of Famer like he's going to be?
What, are you kidding?
After that laugh drop, you are, Stardy.
I've dominated 3 mediums in the course of my career.
So I try to build you up. I don't want to tear you down.
Yes. I conquered print, television, radio, and you know what? Let's make it a 4th, digital. You see my blog?
I'm not on Twitter. You can't win nothing for digital.
Austin and San Jose.
Oh, man. Hey, what's up, baby? Talk to us.
What's shaking, fella? Hey, Guru, don't back down, man, from your stance the other day. Listen, this whole thing with 30. How do we know the 32 million? How do we know that he turned down 32 million?
I don't believe it, Austin. I'm with you. I don't believe it.
Thank you. Thanks,
somebody. Well, think about the landscape of who's trying to run things. The 49ers want the fans to believe that Brandon's being given a fair deal here, and he's getting all these offers, and he's not taking. I mean, I don't know that I believe that. And then the other thing, it doesn't really matter what another team's offering. The only thing that matters is what are the 49ers offering. So why are we talking about what some other teams offered him? He has a right to do what he needs to do as a player. If he's turning it down, that's his choice. I don't know that I believe he's turning it down. But think about it, too. The Niners are controlling who we're going to go to, because let's say the Commanders called up and said, hey, we'll take him. Well, they want more than the Commanders are going to give them. So they're really controlling the teams that can actually go after Brandon, if you think about it. The only teams that are going to go after him are teams that are desperate at this point for a receiver and willing to pay a lot. So I think we got to be careful about jumping to the Niners side. And remember, man, this whole thing is, I love this thing. Like Steiny says, I love this whole theater because Shanahan is sweating, man. He can't control anything. I mean, he's not controlling. He's the guy's a control freak, man. And here's Deebo. Here's this guy on the sideline doing what he doesn't want him to do. This is great, man. I love seeing Shanahan sweat, man. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing. This is the most arrogant guy in the Bay Area, man, and he can't control this scenario. I think this is great, man. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out, guys.
Wow, thanks for the call.
No, I mean,
so Shanny sweating to you?
It's not great, but I am interested in seeing how it all plays out.
Do you think Shanny's sweating right now? Like, because he can't, what Austin said, he can't control it.
Possibly.
This is where, this is where everybody hates me. What do you mean by sweating?
That he can't get Trent in, and he can't figure out this Deebo thing, and I don't think he's mad at Deebo at practice, Donnie. At
Deebo?
Excuse me, at Aiyuk. I'm sorry. At practice.
Physical perspiration.
Man.
Well, what about what Barrett? Now, why would you say that when there's been stories out there that it is bothering Shat?
Well, see, it's twofold to me. It's also, like, people think Aiyuk's at Disneyland out there in his hoodie and his sweats. He wants to get out there. That hug, I think he was trying to piss him off. Like, that was
okay, so then he is annoyed.
My point is that's not his preference. Aiyuk wants to be in pads running routes and wants to know his future.
He wants to be in pads running routes with a new contract. If he wanted to be in pads running routes, he could do that right now. Yeah. He's not doing it for $14 million. Yeah. 707, and this is kind of what I want to get to. I think the Niners are putting themselves in a situation to win either way. They don't have to trade him. He's under contract, but now that the draft is over, they can see who really wants him. See, I am firmly of the belief
the season starts in 2 weeks. So
stop. It's more than 2 weeks.
But you know what I mean? Like, you go somewhere else, you got to get them up to speed.
Who?
Like the team that would be acquiring Aiyuk.
Kyle Shanahan said it takes 2.5 days.
He was laughing. That was material.
Well, I mean, I do. A guy like Amari Cooper, if you got him in here, I wouldn't be that worried that he could pick up the system.
That's one that I really don't believe was on the table, Stoney. Amari Cooper and that's 2025 second. And I could be totally wrong, but good gosh.
The reality of the situation is, and I've thought this all along, the fact that you can get another team to pay Aiyuk what he wants still ain't even half the battle. Half the battle is, what are the Niners getting back? And who's going to agree to give Brandon Aiyuk whatever he wants and give up picks to do it, or a player that they need, that they want? Like, That's where I don't see any. Like the 49ers.
Unless he holds out weeks. If he's at home during game day, Stoney, then it still is what it is, and now you're missing him on the field.
Could you imagine the 49ers trade Brandon Aiyuk for a second and fifth rounder with no player coming back?
They don't want that.
Exactly. How do they come to the podium at that point and say, no, we did the right thing and we handled it well?
But if Brandon sticks by his guns, and I keep going to this, Stoney, and he's a 49er, but he's not on the team as they're playing meaningful games, then you feel the brunt of that, what word you want to describe this holdout. It'll be a holdout then. Like that's man. And Austin got me thinking Kyle sweating. Obviously, this is not fun for anybody, but if I'm a Niner fan, this offseason was supposed to be about get back, Operation Get Back.
Get back your money is what it was about. Get back your money.
I give you one.
This reeks of where the Warriors were when
they had hardware.
That's right. So this makes it even worse for these guys who have never won anything. Never won a Super Bowl.
NFC championships.
Yeah, we don't hang those kind of banners.
Winning with class. Where's he at?
Oh, that's what I wanted to get to.
What
oh, my God.
Did he speak?
That is what I wanted to get to.
Shocked you talking to me.
There was a joke going around years back. This always bothered me. When Jimmy Harbaugh was there, St. Jimmy, greatest coach of all time, and Trent Baalke, and Jed York, that the front office, they leaked. They leak information. They leak. Well, what is going on now?
Wow.
The idea.
I remember that.
The idea that, Shanny and Jed York and John Lynch, they're professional. They don't leak information. No, it's tight. They run a tight ship. Hit the pike. Well, it was a different dynamic. It was coach against front office. I don't care.
This is
both front offices. Go to the media and tell them what they want. That's how the media gets stories. And this whole thing about, that organization leaked. The 49ers organization back then leaked, but this one doesn't leak. Spare me. Miss me with that.
Man.
Really? How does Matt Mayoko get his information?
Yeah.
How does Matt Barrows get his information? Everybody leaks. Boy, did that bother me back then.
People saying you're in your bag, Stoney. Cooking today.
You know why? You know why? You know why Tom Sula and Baalke and who was the fraud from UCLA? Chip Kelly and Mariah.
Yeah.
You know why they leaked back then? Because they lost. You know why they don't leak now, even though they do? Because they're winning.
Well, they're trying to win. They're trying to win this standoff, man.
Spare me. You think I don't know how it works?
But we still don't know what to believe.
I've dominated 3 mediums.
Yeah, you have. Hey, boy. Shout out Ross.
Oh, man.
Number 4.
Let's talk about greed. Why is everybody living like Gordon Gekko?
Oh, man, a great movie.
Oh, Greed is good. Yeah, it's great.
Do you think Trent gives a rat's ass about a fan mad that he's being greedy?
No, because he's selfish.
He comes in that locker room, 52 other guys and the coaching staff will know, you got your money, let's go kick ass. That's what it's about. Now, I'm not saying the fans, their prerogative, Bobby Brown, do what you want, but when it's all said and done, Stoney, Trent or any other player don't care what the fans think. They want it. They care about their teammates. They'll welcome him back. But good God, I want to throw something at you because now you got me thinking this Trent Williams thing maybe might not be a layup.
I didn't say that.
But you said, what if they continue to play hardball and this goes into week 1?
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
That would be negligence.
Is we learned of this is where I've got to correct you. Let me tell you who cares about the fans. Lauri Markkanen. He said, the way the fans have embraced me in Salt Lake City is a big reason why I want to stay here in Salt Lake City.
Huh? Evan, if you didn't do it, I was going to do it.
Oh, good. Let me guess. Because he's from Finland.
2 weeks ago, and now you're singing his
he's
praises.
From Finland. Right, but if he was American, okay, that's what we're doing.
Oh, boy.
Tom Sula was leaking all over the place. So does Shanahan. Shanahan leaks every. Shanahan. No, you're right.
Put your true serum right now.
Yeah, no, Shanahan doesn't leak to what's his name.
And this is no
his
shade.
Old college teammate.
I love the whole media realm. Do you think Brandon Aiyuk turned down $32 million from the Patriots? I don't. His ass would be in the Patriot helmet on practice. If they offered him the Magic Johnson, Steiny, he would have been on the first thing smoking.
You think Kyle Shanahan leaks to Chris Sims?
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you.
Not a doctor.
Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
They all do it.
Yeah.
You think there's a possibility that Aiyuk turned down, allegedly, $32 million from the Patriots because he thinks he can get it in San Francisco?
I would ask him, what intel are you using, Evan? You're not getting 32 nor 30. You may not be getting 28. It may be the 2.6 they offered.
Let me ask you this. If the 49ers announced today that they've reached a long-term agreement with Brandon Aiyuk and it's, whatever, let's just say 30.
He won.
But what would that mean? Like, would we be like, the 49ers, they really botched this? Why? Because he missed 2 weeks?
Oh, no. That's all people want is a resolution. Who are we to say, like, more power to you, kid? Draymond got 4 for a hundo. What did we say to that? We think it's over, but he got it.
Wow, this is
I just want this over with.
This is a belly laugher right here from the 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line. This is going to be a laugh from the
You're going to ruin it now. You're setting it up.
Trent knows that this year is their best chance to win a Super Bowl, and they can't replace. Yeah, that's why he's holding out. He doesn't care about a Super Bowl.
Man.
He cares about his money.
And that's every other living human.
Right.
You act like you're hitched to my wagon or whatever. We're Batman and Robin. If somebody came calling and offered you a little more bread, you would be gone in the middle of the night, and I wouldn't be mad.
Not a little more. I need a lot more.
Oh, boy, anyway. You know what I mean. And I wouldn't be mad at you. Just call me. Don't pull a Durant, a Westbrook.
Trent Williams is every bit as selfish as Brandon Aiyuk.
What does that mean when it's all said and done?
It means
Not a
that
damn thing.
No, it means that be consistent. You got to sit here and rip Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh, I'm not ripping.
Do it with Trent Williams.
We need all the facts first. We got the facts with Trent. We got that. He being selfish.
Thank you.
I get it. But it's funny. The guy being selfish and it's out there is getting more of a pass than Aiyuk. Steiny, Ayuk's not worth 30.
Right.
Do you think he's asking for it? That's what we don't know.
I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll have to wait for Shanahan to leak it to the media. Him and John Lynch. Let's wait to see what they leak to their favorite reporters. Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
You got
Hey, Leroy, how you doing, buddy?
Thursday.
Yes, sir.
I'm fantastic, man. Y'all know I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and unfortunately, I've come to the realization that under Kyle Shanahan, we will never win a Super Bowl.
Steiny put that in the cap a week ago, Leroy. Wow. Why?
And Steiny, I just say because he won't realize what his father realized in 1997, 1998. And that is, I got to get out of this. I'm going to run the ball, run it down their throat, time of possession thing, play defense, and I got to open up this offense. It took Mike Shanahan from 1998 to 1998, 10 years, to realize I got to change up my coaching style a little bit because it's not working. I got to open up this offense. And what happened? One of the most prolific offenses in history, the Denver Broncos, 1997. And everybody wants to say, well, he rode, Terrell Davis. No. Terrell Davis was a 6th-round pick who kept getting better and better and better and better. But that offense was fantastic. And I admire Mike Shanahan for being willing to change it up a little bit. It's the reason why Aiyuk is upset. 75 catches. How many targets do I get a game? It's like, come on, let's just open this thing up just a little bit. And so I don't think Kyle Shanahan is willing to do that. He's arrogant in that way. He's stubborn in that way. And his style, I've always said, Steiny, his style of coaching, and people scoffed at me, it gets players hurt. His style of coaching makes players from other teams, free agents, not want to come here. And Steiny, that's the comparison to the Golden State Warriors. That's the comparison. Who wants to come play for Golden State? When the ball is just going to go to Chef, I got to set screens, I got to pass, I got to do all this extra stuff in order to get Chef the ball. What star wants to come and play here? What star wants to come and play for the 49ers when they're going to be handcuffed and limited? So I just say, with Kyle Shanahan, we'll never get a Super Bowl. We'll be good enough to get to the NFC Championship game, and that's about it. God bless you.
Thank you, Leroy.
Yeah, we love him, but I'll say this. Terrell Davis ran for 200 yards in playoff games, Donnie, and Kittle had 1,000 last year. McCaffrey had 1,000. Aiyuk had 1,000. So I'm just saying it was going around. It wasn't the fastest show on turf, but guys were eating. But that reminded me of what you said before you went on vacation. Not that you don't want him to, but you don't believe he could get it. He might get it done here. I don't know. I just wonder, and my fear has always been consistent, Steiny. They have had so much go their way to get to these great heights that it's not just, we lost, we'll be right back. It's can all those things repeat itself health-wise, and now here we are. The disease of me has set in, and I think this is off to a rocky road.
And just to let our listeners,
what you got
in on, what the kind of stuff that we deal with. Not that it's a pain, but looking at the Xfinity mobile text line, and Daniel Shabazz, you kept that guy on the line way too long, Leroy. From the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line.
He's a P1.
Best call of the day.
Well, see that, man.
You see what we got to deal with here?
It's why we love it.
Oh, my gosh. I forgot to tell you. I've got an unbelievable. No, it's not unbelievable. I got a good story for you.
We got it. Yeah. Pay the bills.
Right now? Well, he told me it's 55-48.
You're the quarterback, man.
I just didn't want you to say it before the break.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't have enough time to tell you before the. But it's just another example of Steiny being a bridge builder, not a wall builder.
The guy who hates team meetings. Yeah.
I build bridges. I'm like.
Shout out Todd. Different strokes.
Yeah, he's right on that one. Shout out Mikkel. All right.
You complete me.
No, I got to. Well,
it's a good thing they built a wall between us, huh?
That's a song. Isn't it? Can't remember. All right. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Hey, Lucas, what's that? Are you sure you paid me?
Are you sure you paid me? 100% that man said.
Are you sure you paid me for fantasy last year?
Him in cash. So you got to tell people what you accused him of.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's always fun game.
Guys, are you tired?
I've been watching a show called The Low Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Let's go, Serbia. Let's go. We got a big one brewing.
When I try to defend you to people.
United States.
This dude's rooting against his country.
United States came into this game favored by 22. And then Embiid, who was a game-time decision, decided he was going to play. The spread down to 9.
Well, nobody cares who wins. It's about who doesn't play. We are so whack.
That's
all we care about.
I'm with you there.
Draymond ripped his own coach.
Hey, we got a big weekend coming up in the Bay.
Yeah.
Outsized Lands coming up this weekend.
Friday. Yeah. We have a bit. We'll try to guess how many acts we know between the two of us. I'll probably win being I'm a little younger.
Not 5, not 6,
not younger.
not 7.
I'm still hooping.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
If I'm still playing at my age, what's my athletic age? What's our hair age? Your hair age right now is probably 33. You look good. Robert Redford. I got to get some good lettuce.
Evan, give me the biggest act this weekend at Outsized Lands.
Well, first of all, it's outside.
I mean, outside.
I've been pronouncing it wrong, which would have been a shock.
The one you'd be the most familiar with, probably the Killers.
I like the Killers.
And they're headlining Friday.
I actually do like them.
Can we get a better name?
They have that great song. Look like a girlfriend, look like a boyfriend.
Would you prefer the Lifers, Goo?
No, just the Killers.
Tell you what, listen to the words of that song. Something fishy was going on there. Yeah. Anyway.
You had something you teased before we went.
Yeah, you know what? I decided not to. It's not that good.
It was wrong.
All right. Yeah, it wasn't that good. Wasn't that good at all. But we're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and the San Francisco 49ers.
When will it end?
It's a great question. Well, let me ask you that. When do you...
I've called my shot.
Say it again.
On Aiyuk, I think this is going into week 1. Nobody's budging. They're not... They're not talking. Shout out Dave Flemming. They're not talking. So I think this could go into the season. I'm serious, man. I really believe that. You're laughing, I know. But
I was laughing at your coughing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Guy wasn't going to bail you out.
Mm-hmm.
Usually,
let me drown.
Usually a good host there would just jump in.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt me for a while.
That's not going anywhere.
I can win you a Grammy,
actually,
man.
You know what?
So good.
Now I'll do it this way. I'm going to play this differently. Who was that? Oh my God! What was that?
Sounds like the biggest nerd.
No, what was that?
Oh my goodness! It's better every time you hear it.
Who is that?
Yeah, we know.
I didn't do that.
It's like Goo's very high pitched laugh, but we lost it in the switch.
Oh no! Nobody can prove it was me.
I said a doctor's appointment after that laugh.
Nobody could prove it was me.
So I said I gave you my prediction. When you think it'll end? We're talking Aiyuk right now.
Brandon Aiyuk.
I think it's going into the season. I hope I'm wrong, partner.
Boy. I mean.
Anytime before 2, Stoney. I'm playing. You know I love you to death.
Well, see, this is the kind of thing where I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll make a prediction, but you're the kind of guy that you're going to lock me into.
No, you do that. That's why Filippone, I think, is not there. If there's nothing happens, there's not a mistake. He just gave a prediction.
No, that's a mistake. He will acknowledge it was such a mistake that he would acknowledge that. If you're asking me right now, hey, Steiny, what do you think is going to happen with Aiyuk? And I go, I actually think he's going to be traded. And he isn't traded, I'm not wrong.
No doubt. And I'm not the guy saying you've done it. Yeah, but you're the guy.
Let's just establish that.
Right.
I kind of think he might be traded. But I'm not sure.
So what's the holdup then? They're not getting 2 ones. I don't believe they're asking for 2 ones. I don't think he asked for $32 million. Oh, your boy's on. Yeah. Don't. Good God. That's like 11. Yeah, lock in, Stoney.
They're up 2. Yeah. And he's brought his shooting percentage up to 29% in the
They got 15. He has 14 of them.
Does he really?
Yeah.
We can't do this.
Yeah.
We can't do this.
We got to lock in.
No, I mean,
Don't make me turn the TV
Yeah, there you
off.
go. Some people are recording it.
First of all.
Some people are recording it. No, sir. My boy Reg B's listening to us.
Like Evan has the power to do that.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay. All right. We'll talk a little Warriors?
Let's do it.
We'll talk a little Warriors.
Yep. He deserved it. We had to get off Aiyuk a little bit. We've done like 15 straight segments on him.
Yeah, no, 415. When are we going to talk Warriors? We can talk Warriors. Once again, fan base, completely off base.
How so?
You guys think you know. You don't know. You guys, conventional win. Okay. How about this? This is a quote. Kendra Andrews, Locked On Warriors.
All right.
The Warriors are holding high value in their young pieces, particularly Podziemski and Kuminga. Any trade incorporating either of those players would have to help with the long-term success of the team more than them. So
I love K-Dub.
You all crazy notion. You all thinking anything and everything for Steph Curry. That right there shows you're wrong.
No, Joe Lacob didn't say that. And I'm not saying
I know he didn't.
wrong.
I'm saying the fans.
It's kind of easy to say that now after you struck out twice.
That's right. And why did they strike out twice?
It's like the Aiyuk thing. We don't know.
We do know. They didn't want to include Podziemski and or Kuminga. And the reason,
well, then,
that's right.
You ain't going big game hunting then.
That's right.
That's what I would tell. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
But
that's
Stoney,
all I'm saying.
They had to be willing to part with one of those guys.
Well, they're not. So that tells me they're not all in for Steph Curry. They're not mortgaging their future for a 36-year-old. And I would advise the 49ers shouldn't either.
Well, then you don't want to win just from a 49er standpoint. Trent's got 2 good years.
How much did we win last year, the Warriors? Thank you.
I'll do your thing. We won 46.
That's not my thing.
No, I hated 46 because it wasn't enough.
It's going to be, you take it this upcoming year.
And then what about the alleged starting 5? Is Pods really going to be a part of that?
According to Jake Fisher, CBS Sports, see here Yahoo. Oh, that's right. I was on CBS. That's where my fantasy. That's where my fantasy team scores are. John Sally. He's saying Podziemski's going to start.
Wow.
Him and Curry in the backcourt. Now, Kendra Andrews says that there's 3 open spots.
That's too many for me.
I know, because you want stuff to be handed to guys without having to compete.
I want continuity.
You don't like to compete, do you?
Please,
you don't like to compete. What if Guy Santos gets to camp and is better than Podziemski? They'll start Podziemski.
I love both. That would never happen.
Podziemski's that good?
No, he's proven that he's. Come on, Steiny.
Come on, Steiny. What?
They're talking reality. That's a small backcourt.
Okay, so you've seen Podziemski's hair. If he doesn't get a haircut, he'll be 6'5". Period.
Yeah.
He's 6'3" after he goes to the barber. 6'5" when he lets it grow out. It's a big 2 inches. Anyway, so the Warriors obviously aren't going to acquire Lauri Markkanen. And that officially, well, not officially, but it essentially means, Goo, that the offseason is a wrap for the Warriors.
And you know what? Yeah. I can't be mad. They tried. The Clippers didn't want to, whatever with Ballmer. And
you're taking all the heat off the Warriors.
No heat. If you're going to tell me, and I stole this from you, I loved it, moves around the edges with slow-mo, Melton, and Buddy Hield, and Draymond Knight getting suspended for 25 games, and another, I saw something in Wiggins' eyes, hope. Maybe they can do something, but I don't know. And Curry's comments to me, that's kind of one of the biggest non-deals. It was verbal that I've heard this offseason that scared me about where this team was and what they needed to do. If we're going to continue to be bottom feeders, I don't know where we're at. So I got to be honest, Donnie, that was the biggest thing of the summer to me in regard to the Warriors. So they're going to put their best foot forward, but the West is getting better. Ja's coming back. Where and how good are the Warriors going to be? This is the first time in a long time I have no feel. And that 2022
you had no feel last year because you thought they were going to win a title, and they didn't make the playoffs. So even though you thought they were going to win a title last year,
losing in the conference semis,
right? But so last year you said this team can contend. At the time you said it, you didn't think you had no feel, but now looking back, you had no feel. So maybe actually having no feel might not be a bad thing.
Some stuff that didn't happen.
What?
Like connectivity. Mike Dunleavy's word. Draymond didn't hold up his end of the bargain.
I do want to say something.
This is going to be crazy, man. Seriously.
I do want to say one thing about, and I don't know if it's the Warriors, but I kind of do think it's the Warriors. And Warrior fans, you can jump in here, but there's something that we're all avoiding, completely and utterly avoiding. And that is, I think the Warriors are trying to have it both ways.
Oh, please explain.
Completely and utterly trying to have it both ways. On the one hand, they've sold the fan base a bill of goods that they're going to go big game hunting, and they're going to go for the big boys, and they're going to go get Paul George, and they're going to go get Markkanen, and they're going to go get the next big guy out there. Oh, really? Wow. How are they going to do that if they're not going to move their young players? So that tells me they're talking a big game about getting a big boy, but they're really not going to go all in to get a big boy, because you ain't getting a big boy without one of your young players. So I almost feel at times like saying, oh, we're going to be in on everything. That's just to appease Steph. That's just to appease Draymond. And that's just to appease the fan base.
But that can only take you so far.
That's right. That's right. So quit saying we're gonna go big game hunting if you're not considering trading Podziemski or Kuminga.
I love it.
You can't have it both ways. What direction are we going?
We're about to find out.
We found out.
I hear you, but I got something for you. What if you tried, you failed? If that's too strong, I apologize. You failed, so then you put it out there that you didn't want, like you were the reason that the deal didn't get expedited. When you say, we didn't want to get rid of Evan or Steiny. When you say it that way, it was kind of like the ball was in your court, when in actuality, behind closed doors, those guys were available. You just couldn't solidify the deal. It could be that. That's how I look at that.
Right. So you look at it.
They still didn't get anybody, so it is what it is. That's the bottom line.
And one of the reasons they didn't get anybody is because they weren't willing to part with their young players because they are not doing everything and anything for Steph Curry right here and right now. Wow. That is exactly what I believe. 888-957-9570. You guys want to talk some Warriors? We can absolutely talk some Warriors. We can assess what they've done in the offseason. Markkanen signed his contract yesterday. He's going to be in a Utah Jazz uniform for at least the next year. So he's off the board for the Warriors. So now what? How do you feel about the offseason? They've won 44 games 2 years ago. They won 46 games a year ago. Is this team better or is this team worse? They lost Chris Paul. They lost Klay Thompson. They lost Saric. They acquired DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield. Simple question. Better or worse? Are they better or are they worse? At 888-957-9570. Wow. Goo, I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm going to say they're better. I'm going to say they're better because the deciding factor for me is, Steiny, Draymond will not get suspended. Now, you could call me a fool for going with that, but him being available without barring injury, they got to be better. And then the whole dark cloud of Klay Thompson, watching him fight his battles, that's not there anymore, so I'm going to say better.
I'm going to say worse.
Okay.
I'm going to say worse because I'm watching our guy play. By the way, did you hear what Grant Hill said?
I'm out on him.
Well,
what did he say?
You're going to want to be out on him after you hear what he said.
All right. Jaylen Brown's why I'm out on him, but go ahead.
He was saying Steph, Durant, and LeBron, that he had some misgivings about putting them on the Olympic team because of their age. But when each of the three expressed they definitely wanted to play, he said he felt obligated to put them on the team. But that's not what I'm getting at.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't hear that.
What I'm getting at is I believe that the Olympics matter and that it will have an effect on veteran players.
No doubt about it.
And I think it will take a toll in some capacity on Steph Curry.
Yeah. That was my fear going in. And you were having some fun calling me un-American, but the basketball part of it's not, and I know it wasn't just me. I just hate he's out there playing and traveling.
Let me ask you, then why do you think they're going to be better if we're acknowledging that Steph may not be as good because of what's going on now?
I'm holding out. I get that. I'm holding out hope, Steiny, with his conditioning and training regiment that we won't see that early on. But that's my biggest fear, man. It really is. And then I guess it's for a gold, but, when I watch him play, it's not like he's going for 25 or 30, and that's not why he's out there, but it's just like, man, those are more miles on the body. So they didn't make the playoffs, but Steph made the playoffs, so you kind of get my drift. Playing more games, traveling abroad, so we'll see.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because usually you say, remember when you said, in my mind, the Warriors have 6 titles?
Yeah.
And
I stand by that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You can stand by it. Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Will Wheaton.
Great movie.
That was a good movie. I enjoyed that movie. Train.
Look at him.
That was a good movie. What, Evan? You've never heard of it? I know, because it was
there's
before
no way.
He doesn't know.
No, it had Sutherland's kid, right?
Yeah.
Kid from 24.
Kiefer Sutherland?
Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland. R.I.P. Donald, but...
Yep.
Remember who the voice was in that movie? They had a narrator.
Ray Liotta?
Richard Dreyfuss.
Oh, man.
Trying to think who else was in that. Corey Haim. No, not Corey Haim. Who's the other guy? The guy who
Feldman.
Corey Feldman.
Look at my guys.
Corey Feldman was in it. Trying to think who else. John Sally. The best character in that movie was actually the guy with the crew cut, but he wasn't as big of a name as the others. But that's a great.
Jerry O'Connell.
Is that what his name was?
He was kid.
He was great.
Yeah,
he was great. He had a tough upbringing. And then let's go to Aaron in Napa. Hey, Aaron, how you doing, man? What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
what's going on?
You tell me, my man.
You guys were talking about the Warriors if they got any better or any worse. I feel like they didn't get any better or any worse unless they would have gotten Lauri Markkanen. I think Lauri Markkanen was the prize guy they were trying to get in the off season, correct?
Mm-hmm. He and Paul George apparently.
Paul George would have been awesome, but that seemed a little out of reach. I mean, you get rid of Chris Paul. The only thing Chris Paul did, I feel like, this year that was better for anything else was his three-point shot. Other than that, his defense was good, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Buddy Hield, he sounds pretty good. He definitely had a season comparable to Klay. I'm definitely sad to see Klay go. Everybody loves Klay Thompson, but yeah, I just feel like this team didn't get any better or any worse. We didn't really make a huge splash, which would have been great for us Warrior fans,
Yep.
Especially watching Steph Curry out there in the Olympics getting used up, and he only has a couple more years left, and on him as well. So trying to look towards the future, I'm not sure what the path is for the Warriors going forward.
That's a great question. Man. It's a great question and a fair one, Aaron. Thanks for the call. Somebody here saying, Chris A., our guy on the Xfinity Mobile text line, he's only playing 20 minutes a game. It's more than that, though. It's 40 days on the road.
Man, 40.
It's Vegas. It's Abu Dhabi. It's Lily. It's Paris. It's travel. It's just the wear and tear.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think that's a fair point. Let's say Aaron's kind of right, and I'm not disagreeing with him. You know what? They're about the same. Okay? If they're about the same, then the optimist like you says, if Draymond's healthy and plays to his potential,
Wiggins shows up.
Okay, we'll be better.
And what if we just get a super monster growth spurt from, in regard to his game, Kuminga? Then, you know, I'm here to watch it. I'm not going in like it's a wrap, but man, Stein, it feels like, boy, oh boy. And those Curry comments, that was a line in the sand of, you know, just about his future, but it'll be exciting. And it's coming sooner than you think. We got football starting. Donnie, basketball going to be right behind it.
One of the things I've been hearing from some Warrior fans about, you know, this upcoming year, and are they going to be better? Are they going to be worse? Actually, I just lost my train of thought. Klay Thompson was a perennial all-star, according to 415. We still didn't get a secondary scorer or a second all-star to replace his presence. Oh, that's what I wanted to wonder. I've been talking to a lot of Warrior fans, and they say something to this effect. Well, Curry's now with the Olympic team, and so he's starting to, you know what I mean? Like, he's talking to these stars. And
Right.
Can somebody elaborate on what that means? You know what I mean? Like he's going to come back with a different mindset.
He was the only player on the team whose team didn't make the playoffs. So so having conversations and just seeing guys, I'm sure they chop it up. Like that picture they put out, Stoney, that was excellent. I don't know if you saw that. They were somewhere on the stairs, the whole USA team, and they took like a group photo. It was awesome. But anyway, I got to believe the conversation's about big-time basketball, and Steph was like crickets. And he's probably looking around and, you know, I don't know. God, I wish Durant would have stayed, but that's for another day. But I guess that's what people are saying. Like, so he's saying, what the hell am I going, what's going on where I'm at?
Okay, so, and I am legitimately asking. So there's concern that Steph's going to come back from the Olympics and be a little more skeptical of where this team's going.
And my end of my career.
And might be more likely to
want to feel frisky a little bit.
Put a lot of pressure on the organization.
I think that's what he's done. Some could say, "Goo, what?" But dude, we did a whole show based on his comments from Vegas. It wasn't just us.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, partner, it doesn't help him being around all those guys. Now, what could Durant say? Oh, we got swept, but still, we made the playoffs. Steph they lost a sack.
Yeah, they did. They got blown out of the gym.
And they got better with DeRozan.
You would think. Yeah. You would think, although they still have Sabonis.
I give you a
he
one.
Stinks.
I give you a one.
No, he doesn't stink. But
did he play for his country?
It's a good question.
I want to say he didn't. I hadn't seen him.
He's from Pennsylvania, right? I don't. Maybe they weren't in the. Maybe they weren't in. And I don't think Lithuania made it. Of course not, because Sabonis was on the team.
Isn't he from like Portland?
That's where he grew up. But you know, like hell, Klay Thompson could have played for the Bahamas.
Dude, I didn't know that.
But they trained with him, then he left. Traitor.
Wow.
All right, 888-957-9570. Question simple, Warrior fans. You think they're better or worse than they were last year at this point? And then also, they got some questions. They still have some things they got to do this summer or not do. Do they extend Curry? Do they extend Kuminga? Do they extend Moody? What do you do if you're Mike Dunleavy? 888-957-9570. I've also... Yesterday, I read the most meaningless statistic that I've seen in about 4 days, because there's a lot of meaningless ones out there. This one really caught my eye. What's coming up next on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill. Shasky and I recently got to meet with UA Local 38.
Were you ever hard?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, don't forget, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tourney that benefits the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. It's presented by our friends at Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. September 6th, Harding Park.
I thought you'd be in that.
It's a Monday, and they always start those tournaments at like 11.
Yeah. All right.
Bonte and Shasky can go.
Yeah. Shasky, man, he gets down, so he'll probably be in it.
This is where you'd like. This is where
Bonte too.
Well, this is where you'd like to have a boss at least who understands the big picture, and we don't. But that's why you'd like to have a boss that gets the big picture. He'd give us off that day to go shake hands and
kiss babies.
PR.
Yeah,
like we could go out to Harding Park and bring in more listeners by meeting people that then.
Hey, boss, if he's listening, I didn't say that. Dude, I couldn't believe you said, yeah, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was going to say back. All right. The boss popped his head in.
Oh, okay.
It's a Friday. It's not a Monday. I thought he was going to be like back to Aiyuk.
Yeah.
Which he's coming in a minute to do. But that's all right.
It is the story of the NFL.
No doubt.
Off season thus far.
No doubt. Matt Barrows was on with Willard and Dibbs. I want to kind of get into this with the Warrior fans, and it has to do with deadlines and is there a point when they should just make a decision? This is Matt Barrows just on Brandon Aiyuk. Take a listen.
They're motivated to force Brandon Aiyuk into making a decision. I think that they are frustrated by this whole thing. They're still not certain whether he wants to be a 49er. And here we are in mid-August, or early August, rather. It feels like mid-August. And we haven't sort of reached this basic conclusion. Aiyuk has flirted with the Commanders and with the Steelers, and he apparently wants to go to Pittsburgh. So, he's also said he wants to return here. So, to me, I'm just trying to, put these tea leaves in some sort of order. This is all done to sort of force the issue, to shake something loose, and to make sure that if he does want to come back, this is happening now, and that he gets back in camp now, so that there is a bit of a runway for him to get going before the first game on September 9th.
Wow.
What do you think?
It's not working. That's what I think, Stoney. So,
well, I'll say this. It does feel like something has accelerated this week. So I think what Barrows is saying is, it was a week ago where Shanahan confirmed what had already been reported, that they've given Aiyuk's agent permission to negotiate with other teams, but perhaps that accelerated over the last week, and now they've actually...
But to no avail.
To no avail. But if they continue to go down that path, Barrows is saying that the hope is they're going to force Aiyuk to make some kind of decision. The funny thing is in a way, he doesn't have to make a decision, at least not now.
Well, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Donnie, he's going to have to.
Right.
And the decision is going to be, do I lose money? Do I not show up? And then and from a 49er fan perspective, at that juncture, partner, nobody wins. Could you imagine that? Opening up Monday night, and the talk and the theme will be Brandon Aiyuk in this situation continuously going. Like, that's not good for anybody.
Is anybody worried that if Brandon, I would be a little worried about if Brandon Aiyuk is forced to play at $14 million. Can we assume that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh, I think he would have to. Everything you put on film, you're not dare saying he would half-ass, or my thing would be he wouldn't be focused. It would be too much on his mind,
What?
A normal ball across the middle in crunch time, he's thinking about his contract or getting hurt. Like, I wouldn't. that's why when you say you take care of your players, you kind of take that off the table for them. So everything upstairs is everything upstairs. It's about ball, not about finances.
Right. So if they make him play for $14 million,
I just
is anybody out there concerned with the Brandon Aiyuk that will end up being the Brandon Aiyuk on the field?
I am. And that's why he's taking it to this extent, right? He's letting you know he doesn't want to do that.
I absolutely think there's... I mean, if he comes in at $14 million, but he's not happy, I'm telling you right now, Shanahan's not going to play him if Shanahan sees that Aiyuk is not playing as hard as he did, let's say, last year.
He will never.
Does anybody out there really believe Shanahan's just going to play him anyway?
No. See, and I see where you're going. Stoddy, he's a pro. He would never do
I disagree.
That. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying he's not a pro. So, but I disagree.
Last time I seen a guy slack was Amari Cooper with the Raiders and Randy Moss back in the day with the Raiders.
So it's happened before with two receivers. So I'm a firm believer in that. Absolutely, positively, there'll be a difference in Brandon Aiyuk's play if he's happy rather than pissed off. Now, I don't know how it manifests itself, but I mean, I'm just trying to put myself in Brandon Aiyuk's shoes. You've taken it this far.
Right.
You're to August 8th. And so far you're hanging in there in terms of winning and losing the negotiation. Because you might get traded. But at some point the 49ers could say, we're not trading you, and we're not giving you an extension. Well, at that point now, Brandon Aiyuk's got the decision to make. It feels like right now, and 49er fans, what do you think at 888-957-9570? To me, it feels like right now the 49ers are doing all the work. But at some point, can't they shift the focus back to Aiyuk and say, all right, time is up. You now have two choices. You can play for $14 million or you don't. Period.
And I would say
end
you
of
ain't
story.
had me practice or talk to me all damn preseason, and now you want me to go out here and risk it all?
Yes.
I'm not.
What does that mean you're not?
I'm staying at the house with my brother and my girl. Like, Steiny, I really believe, like, why would he do all this and then give in at the end?
It's a fair question.
And that one injury situation you brought up with Trent, and it can be over in one play, the old NFL adage, I would not. I just think Aiyuk's not doing that.
Well, what he also wouldn't be doing is drawing a paycheck for $14 million.
Yeah.
Like, if he doesn't show up, I mean, I can do the math real quick, 14, 17. I mean, he's going to miss $800,000+ a game if he doesn't play. That's a lot of money.
But that's a lot of money. Now, yesterday felt like a trade. I was like, Steiny, it's going to happen. Now I feel like it's headed down that way to where he's holding out and not available week one.
What do 49er fans right now, what do you want the 49ers to do? You can't do anything about what happened in March or April or May. It's now gotten to this point in August. August 8th, we all know where the situation is and what it's about. So my question to 49er fans is, you're John Lynch. What do you do? Do you essentially get him re-signed by any means necessary? Give the guy what he wants, or at least make him... No, give him what he wants and get him in here. Or do you trade him simply to move on from what's becoming a distraction? Or do you say, Brandon, we're ending this. You have two choices. $14 million and start practicing, or just go home. Just go home. You won't get paid. Wow. You won't earn service time while you're sitting out.
And nobody wins in that. I don't think anybody's winning now, Steiny. That's what's crazy. Like, I feel like both parties are losing. He's not practicing.
Why? Okay,
if they get him in 2 weeks or get him in, do we see a soft tissue injury or is he slow like Deebo and Bosa? So, again, way to state the obvious, Goo, but nobody's winning right now, and the team as a whole is losing.
Yeah, I think some people would make the case that right now, Aiyuk is winning because...
please explain.
Because they've given him power, apparently, to make some kind of decision and that they really never had to give him.
But he's shown you that I could get offered, allegedly, $32 million, and I still won't take it.
Right.
That leads me to believe you still want to be here. Like they almost called his bluff.
I'm not convinced.
We don't believe. $32 million from New England. Like, wow.
I'm with you. I'm not. Again, it's one thing for the Patriots to say we'll give you $32 million. It's another for the Niners to say, okay, that's good. That's one part of it. We're going to need 2 firsts.
Yeah,
no.
Not this late in the game.
Well, then
either.
we can't. Well, Brandon didn't want to play in New England. No, maybe that's not the reason. Maybe the reason is the 49ers didn't want to move him to New England for the crap that the Patriots offered. And that's where I think this thing's at a standstill.
And aren't the Niners losing leverage by the day with teams knowing that you got a cluster thing on your hands? We ain't about to give you extra.
Exactly. And that's where just hypothetically, and we talked a little bit about this last week, and it's the Cleveland deal. So the Cleveland Browns are sitting with Amari Cooper, professional receiver, good player, right? Yep. Real good player.
I like him.
He's a good, really good receiver. Okay, he's got 1 more year left on his deal. Like, they're not desperate. They're not. They might want Aiyuk. They'd love to have Aiyuk, but they're not desperate. The Niners are desperate right now to figure this thing out. So for the life of me, if I'm another team and I'm looking at the Niners and I'm willing to pay Aiyuk $30 million or whatever it is, that's all I'm going to do. I'm not giving you something in also.
I'm with you.
Because
I don't have to.
You're the ones with the problem.
I get it.
Not us.
One.
Not us. Like, I think sometimes with our home teams, we always look at it from our point of view and, oh, this is great. John Lynch holding out for this, holding out for that. They're playing hardball. Guess what? The other teams might be playing more hardball because they're not as desperate as the 49ers.
Brock Purdy hasn't thrown one pass to Brandon Aiyuk this offseason. And either one probably would be playing Saturday. But, Steiny, after Saturday, they got 2 more exhibition games. And what's the old adage? The third one is the second one's dress rehearsal. The last one, no starters play.
And we can talk about this, 925. What the hell? The 49ers are not desperate. I kind of think they are a little bit.
Oh, my gosh. Desperate to get back to the Super Bowl? All of the above. They talked about it was Operation Get Back to the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Like, Cleveland does not have the Super Bowl aspirations that the 49ers do. So they're not as desperate.
Yeah, the only other team is the Chiefs.
The bottom line is if the San Francisco 49ers actually believe they can win a Super Bowl this year, well, then they are desperate because chances are they don't have as good a chance without Aiyuk.
What about this one? The only desperate one, this from you tripping, the only desperate one is Aiyuk. But I don't like that because the Niners are not going to be able to replace, I don't believe, his production with what they currently have.
Let me ask Evan this.
E-Dog.
Do you believe that Brandon Aiyuk would miss games if this continues, that he won't play?
I don't believe Aiyuk would miss games. I do believe that Trent Williams would miss games.
Interesting.
Well, Aiyuk's about to miss one Saturday. I know it doesn't. It's a preseason game, Stoundy.
I mean, regular season.
Yeah, no
games.
doubt.
Trent's also done that before. He's held out through the regular season.
That's all he does.
Look at you.
I thought you were going to say he just holds.
No, only in big games. I'm just kidding. But what was I going to say about? Oh, you know what else is I'm trying to figure it out. Matt Barrows said that the official reason, or what's listed in the program or in the notes, is Aiyuk's not practicing because of his back and neck.
Are you surprised we hadn't heard that up until today?
Well, we had by Stink Schlereth, right? He said that he either should be playing or holding out.
Oh no, I was talking about the neck and back issue of Aiyuk, his health.
Well, that's what I
hadn't heard that at all.
If Brandon Aiyuk's maintaining he's hurt,
then how the hell?
Then what happens?
Oh man, that's why I don't believe he's hurt.
He's still hurt. Let's say a day before the Jets game, in his mind. Then what do the 49ers do? No, you're not hurt. Then what happens then? These are all
we would have heard
questions
about
I have.
that. That would have been a holdup on a deal. Just how hurt are you?
Well,
I'm not saying Matt is wrong, but we had not heard that part of this.
But this is what I don't get. Okay. Why isn't he practicing?
Because he's holding in.
Okay.
He wants his money. He doesn't want to risk getting hurt.
Okay, so why don't the 49ers say, practice? Get on the field and practice.
Because it normally doesn't work that way.
For how long does it not work that way?
We're going to find out. I don't know. This is uncharted territory.
Because I have a feeling if they say, get out there on the practice field, he'll say, no, I'm hurt.
Oh, okay.
And then I don't know what you do there.
Well, then it becomes a whole, I guess, Steiny, am I wrong saying that much more of a mess? But then it's like, is he like the hug? I bet Kyle probably wanted to throw him if he was doing it to, for the cameras or whatnot. But just think what we did and Cowherd did it. We ran with it thinking a deal was coming.
Maybe he did that to kind of make a goof out of Shanahan.
I think that's what I'm saying.
And what was Shanahan going to do? Not hug him?
Play the role.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic was on with Willard and Dibbs, and he was asked, what's the most likely outcome here?
Let me phrase it this way. I think that's still the outcome that the 49ers want. It's up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide whether he wants that or not. I mean, I don't know what the trade package is that Pittsburgh is offering right now, but I do know that the 49ers prefer to have a wide receiver as part of that trade package. And you look up and down the Steelers roster, and there are not a lot of desirable wide receivers. This is why the Steelers would be interested in this scenario. There is reason for the 49ers to say no to this. But, another reason is to keep Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, if Washington and Pittsburgh are the two places that he wants to go, and Washington's not interested in the contract, and Pittsburgh doesn't have the ammunition to work out a deal, the 49ers are basically telling Brandon Aiyuk, okay, it's time to go to your third option, which presumably is the 49ers.
Right, but in what capacity? Are you really telling me, Steiny, that they're not having any conversations at all, and the Niners think Brandon one day will wake up or go to bed like, okay, I had enough. I took it to the end. Fourth quarter, under 2 minutes. We play the Jets in a couple of days. I'll play on the 14? Or why are we not hearing about, here's the number. I'll slide the paper over to you. You slide it back. Why are we not hearing about any negotiations? It's quiet on the set. It's like cryptic.
Because the 49ers don't want to pay him what he wants.
Man, and they must really know that he knows he's like in the sand of, I'm not doing it.
I mean,
because I would be trying to call that number, his agent all day long, trying to see, can we get this thing worked out?
From the 925, Steiny, you better be careful. Remember what happened to, Dre and Bonte. Trent's a scary man.
Oh, man, remember he hit Sherman.
One thing I'm always...
he was in D.C. with the Redskins.
One thing I'm a firm believer in.
Redskins then.
I'm 5'11", 190. Trent Williams would never touch me. No chance.
But if he did, he could kill you.
Well, of course. Yeah. That's why he won't.
He hit Richard Sherman. I get it.
That was a football.
I got you. Richard had no helmet on.
I'm sure people thought that they could get around Tyson, too.
Man.
Mike Tyson?
Oh, my gosh.
Mike Tyson never hit a man. He never hit a reporter.
Sitting in on the airplane that was sitting in his seat?
That guy provoked him.
Yeah, well, he did.
He absolutely provoked
paid the price
him.
too, though.
He was. That's just dumb.
Yeah. Bap.
If Trent Williams walked in the door right now, I'd be like, Trent, I'm being hard on you. I'm telling you that right now. I got to be up front.
The biggest man I've seen in person, Stoney, Bonte and I, it was years ago at the old station when Myles Garrett swung the helmet on, who was the Steeler quarterback?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
He swung it on my guy. What's my guy's name?
He's a back. Mason Rudolph.
Now look at him. Bing, bing. And he came in, and we did a segment with him. I said, that's the biggest human I've ever seen. And that was Lincoln Kennedy. My point being is Trent Williams is bigger than Link.
Let's be honest. We would all bill in front of Trent Williams. Cower.
I wouldn't even give him my hand. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where guys got your hand, you're like, oh my effing, what is Lenko? Like you can't say it. Oh man. You been in that position? A man's hand just swallows yours.
Yes, and I've said this a million times. Ray Fosse, the late Ray Fosse, R.I.P.
Man. He had some mitts.
Oh my gosh, did he have a strong handshake? I would do what I always do when I'm in my situation and something like that would happen. I'd be
run.
Like, Kyle, Trent, I didn't say anything.
Oh, let you say you lie.
I hear you called me selfish and greedy. No.
Yeah.
No.
Said I was old.
I'm just trying to figure out your end game, my man.
He's a big dude, man.
He got body envy. It's all right.
He's got, you know what? I'll tell you this about Trent Williams. And I like this in people. My men and women.
He fixes it now.
He's got a great smile.
Look at him.
Trent Williams has a great smile. Right. Trent Williams is on Mount Smile more. And you know who's in the George Washington position? Draymond Green.
They both got veneers.
Yeah. I don't care what they are.
Yeah.
And you know what? Some other men and women are enhanced. It doesn't make it any less beautiful. Draymond Green has the best smile.
He was greedy in the first
in
hour.
The Bay Area.
Now Trent Williams, after we talk about fighting, he's got the best smile.
Yeah, this is why is the Team USA uniforms?
It's jealous much?
Yeah. Can't afford them.
That's what makes the Trent Williams. He does it all behind that smile.
Now your boy's a bad dude, man.
He is,
and he's going to get paid. I want to say rewarded, but they know what it is, man. And I think this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation is going to make them want to get this done sooner. But the fact that he's 36, he's 300 plus, Stoney, there's no need for him to be here right now. Well, it's your job. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, because he's probably working out hard. Yeah, see,
now
this is where I want to say, this is where I always feel, I always like to question conventional wisdom. Oh, so he's 36, but he doesn't need to be in camp. Nick Bosa was 24. He wasn't in camp.
They cost
the 49ers paid the price. Yeah. But Trent Williams at 36 is more of a sure thing. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
It's in the trenches. I wanted both of them, but I want to say, he's doing something to stay in shape. Kyle alluded to it.
You don't know that.
Kyle alluded to it. He's like,
Kyle said he had no idea where Trent was.
No, but he said, I'm sure he's keeping himself in shape. That's what he did say.
Oh, yeah. He's real sure.
Are we going to be able to tell? He could be eating Funyuns and Red Bull. You know what I mean? He'll come in. We won't be able to know. Oh, look at that six-pack. You know what I mean? He's a big dude. Just maul the offensive
players
line.
The players
call a run play.
Right. And Mrs. Bosa last year, his mother said, oh, Nick's unbelievable. Nick, you know Nick's going to be in great. Yeah. Nick's in the best shape of his life.
We got her to put up
Nick
there
was out of shape.
With Filipponi.
He was out of shape.
He did make that.
We don't worry about Trent Williams. I'm sure he's working out. Okay. We'll see, because the players and the coaches know when a guy gets into camp, whether he's in shape or out of shape. Think about it. Nobody knew Andrew Wiggins wasn't in good shape at training camp last year until when? He started to not play well, and then Steve Kerr dropped. Well, Andrew's got to be in a little better shape this upcoming.
We took it for granted.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Andrew Wiggins wasn't in great shape. Oh, okay.
Andrew Wiggins.
Now, and there's no way you can look at Andrew Wiggins and tell whether he's in good shape or not. He looks the same. But Steve Kerr and the Warriors know. 957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. That's where Matt Barrows came from yesterday. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, 888-957-9570. Let's make some predictions the next segment. How does this thing end, and about when does it end? You think Aiyuk will be wrapped up by the end of business tomorrow? By the end of business next Friday? Sometime in the middle? After that? 888-957-9570. I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip.
San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And this is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
If you want a preview, and I won't spoil it, I really won't.
Yeah, don't do it.
I promise.
My boy Reg B is at work.
I promise I won't spoil it, but I will give just a detail.
I root for Africa.
If you want to get a preview of the Warriors season, you're getting it right now. Steph's got 20 of his team's 43 points, but they're down 11. It's about the way the Warriors season's going to go, right?
Nah, you got to be positive, Pete.
I don't have to be anything, Pete.
Well, you never are.
Yes, I am.
We're used to you.
I'm optimistic about, let me think. I'm optimistic about our meeting today with the boss.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic we can get out of there, hopefully.
I was just going to ask.
I'm worried about this.
I got a good 40 minutes.
I'll take that right now. I would take that right now.
I got a good 40.
Because you know how the boss can be with that notebook paper.
Yeah, I love it.
Goo. Hey, Goo, I got to get you something. It's Goo. I was something I want to tell you. And he flips that paper.
I'll get you a one.
He's a great guy, our boss. By the way, if you want to play golf at Harding Park, you can do that. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th, for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk. There's a piece of sound from Fred Warner I want to get to.
Yeah, let's hear Fred.
First, let's get to let's take a call from Matt in Virginia. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man? From the River Islands guest line, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. What did I say? Okay, his name's Nate. My fault. Jesus.
Nate.
All right,
Hey, Nate.
I didn't know. What's going on, fellas?
How are you, man?
I'm good. I just wanted to say, we're not talking about two people here that's the problem in this situation. One, Cal, and two is Prague, because they both think they're the smartest guys in the room. Cal thinks the system's so great that he don't need a number one. But it was a stat I seen today with Brandon Aiyuk. Out of 75 of his catches last year, 60-something of those catches were either a first down or a touchdown. How did you let this guy go out the door? I mean, can we meet somewhere at 29 and let's get this done? This is on York. York need to come down and take control.
Yeah, I hear you.
Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, to his last point, I just made the point a few minutes ago. They're not, from what we know, they're not even talking. Just think about that.
Well, this is what Tim Kawakami had to say 2 days ago about the money and can we meet in the middle and can we give him 28, 30, 26, 32. Take a listen to this. This is an interesting part because the last caller said Jed York needs to step up. Listen to what Tim Kawakami said.
They do have the money. And I understand, they got the Purdy money coming down the back end, but it's not salary cap money. That's just guaranteed money. This is guaranteed money that Jed York probably does not want to pay. You know what? Okay, that's his decision. I get it. But then you're judged by the roster you end up with. If they end up without Brandon Aiyuk, it's been a miscalculation. They've just miscalculated and misplayed this to get it in this position. This is not what good teams do. Look at the Detroit Lions. They've re-signed everybody.
Yep.
They've figured out a way. That's a team that the 49ers are likely going to run into in the NFC Championship game.
Wow.
All right, that was Tim Kawakami.
Saying your books are not – you like, how do you fix it, Tim? How do they fix it, Steiny?
Well, I'm not saying Kawakami's wrong that you're judged by the roster, but you're eventually judged by the season you have.
Right.
But I get it. The issue the 49ers are going to have is if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, there's no way they can claim the roster is better.
Man.
But is there a way they can claim, and I know this sounds incongruous, that the team can be better? It doesn't sound logical at all.
Yeah,
I agree.
I love you for that. That's as honest as you can get. And that's why, as crazy as this sounds, Steiny, he's still a 49er today. They got to know they can't part ways with this young man.
But if they got to know they can't part ways, then
something should be done.
And pay him.
Yeah.
Then
so
pay him.
if TK said they miscalculated, isn't Stoney that he said they got the money? Isn't it as simple as, or maybe 5 days before the Jets game, they say, hey, you know what? This dude wrote it out. We got to give in.
Boy, it's tough to see. It's tough to envision that. It's tough to envision that because even if they 5 days before the season they do that, nobody can argue that this was good. You know what I mean?
But it'll be better than him being at home and not playing. And
that's true.
Who's doing Monday night? Good, Troy and our boy Joe Buck talking about Brandon Aiyuk's not here. Brandon Aiyuk's not here.
Yeah.
Oh my! This is just a dark cloud right now, and I guess you got two of them, right?
Yes.
Trent.
At least as of right now.
A little drizzle.
It feels like Aiyuk's cloud's darker than Trent Williams' cloud, but maybe that's only because we don't know anything about what's going on with Trent Williams, and we've read a lot about what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk. This is Fred Warner on how the team's feeling or how he's feeling about what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk.
You want to get this done so you have a resolution one way or the other?
I mean, you want resolution for sure for him and the team, but at the end of the day, there's nothing, nervous energy. There's none of that going on. It's business as usual. We understand the situation, and we'll let them kind of handle that from there.
So,
no nervous energy.
It doesn't that's what I'm hearing there is.
But Kyle's
he's not a distraction.
Yeah,
it's not a distraction. It's business as usual.
It's not. These teams just watch Bosa, the team, hold out. I know it's different.
No, you're right.
He was not there. He signed. He came back in, and they went at it and tried to on their quest to try to get a chip. I don't see any end in sight. That's what's bothering me about it. And there's no words being exchanged. Wow.
At least not that we know of. Not that we know of.
Maybe it's not words, it's numbers, right?
You might be right. The one question I have is how does it shake out? And how long does it last? And how long's too long? Is too long already? Has it already been too long?
I think we're almost there at too long.
I think we are too.
He's going to miss one game. He's going to miss one preseason game, right? Nothing to see here. But Stoddy, how's that body? He's not doing much at practice, right?
Nothing at practice.
Man.
Other than standing on the sidelines. And apparently, according to two reports, one by Barrows of The Athletic and one by Mike Silver of The Chronicle, he's not practicing, but he is annoying Kyle Shanahan.
And they got a new receiver in, Stoddy. Oh, by the way, Robbie Anderson.
I like him.
Yeah, but look, anyway, you know what I mean. That's not good. What the hell? And Matt Breida's back only because your boy's calf is barking.
510. What is so hard to understand? The Niners are going to make him play on the fifth-year option.
Man.
If Aiyuk becomes a problem in the locker room, teams are going to pay him less. Aiyuk has no power other than becoming a problem, which would hurt his bottom line. That's all logical. That's all logical, but
up until
it's
Brandon
a game
says I'm not going to be here.
It's a game of chicken that you don't want to lose if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, Aiyuk, speaking of which, he'll lose some chicken if he chooses that route.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. He will. Oh, I told you about the
tell me
the most meaningless stat I've seen.
You didn't. You teased it, but like always, you didn't pay it off.
Yeah, no. Saw this in a headline. Most meaningless stat of the week.
Here we go.
Kevin Durant becomes the United States leading scorer in Olympic history.
That's not meaningless.
Who cares? Give me a break. You played in 6 of them. Of course you're going to be.
Oh, well, you fought me on the privilege to play and win a gold, and he can tell his grandkids or his kids, your daddy was the baddest in the world when we played other countries. I got the most points. That to me, that's something.
Yeah, it's nothing to me. You played. You know what?
You
remember years back, and I don't talk politics, but I'll talk it now There used to be an issue that was very incendiary.
Oh.
Term limits for people in Congress.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The U.S. should have term limits on. Nobody wants to see Diana Taurasi in the Olympics 7 years, or Duran in the Olympics.
Grant Hill.
You know what? And how about this? They're as selfish as Trent Williams. Go get your one gold and let somebody else get gold 4 years from now.
Or you could have said that to Bosa, who took all the chicken.
Why?
I'm playing.
I just don't understand why the need for multiple. But actually, I do. You know why? Because it's a 40-day party for those guys.
Please.
It is.
That wear and tear.
Yeah. And I know I'm arguing against myself.
Yeah, I was just
that wear and tear in Monaco. Boy.
Monaco. Breakfast in Monaco.
Breakfast at Tiffany's was the movie. Not Breakfast at Monaco.
Breakfast in Monaco is a song by Larry June, the rapper for San Francisco. That's
what the hell does he know about Monaco?
He's been there.
No, he hasn't.
Evan knows. I sent him the song, Breakfast in Monaco.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. Where is Monaco? It's in Africa, right? Northern Africa?
I want to say France.
I thought Monaco is in France.
Yeah.
It's close to Africa. Seriously, look at a map, and you'll see that it probably is in France. I'm probably mistaken. Although I have a feeling
it's its own country.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably independent.
Italian region, Western Europe, on the French Riviera.
I got to get there.
That's a song. I got to get there. I think it is. Hey, we got something, Stein.
Who is this rapper you were citing?
Larry June from San Francisco.
I've never heard of him.
Breakfast in Monaco.
Can I ask you a serious question? Yeah. Is he like more famous or noted than Andre Nicotina?
It all depends on what area you're from, but I'd say they're as equal. They're
similar.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Larry's got, I would say, more current bangers right now, I would say.
Gotcha.
Nicotina's a legend.
How old is Nicotina now? Probably my age.
Oh, no. Didn't you hoop against him?
That was Equipto.
Oh, yeah, who came to the ship that day. You had your reunion.
I think Equipto's a little younger. See, this is what bothers me.
Yeah.
I look over at our producer, and he's got this smile on his face like,
I'm young.
Steinmetz is being an idiot again.
No, you're correct. I just didn't know if you wanted to out yourself for how old you are.
Oh, no. Just we're the same age.
Yeah, about the same age.
Yeah.
I text Ritter, happy birthday. He goes, 29 again. I go, there you go, fella.
Whose birthday?
Raymond Ritter. And he responded 29 again. Nobody gives their... Like, I feel 34.
Why would you give...
You know what I mean?
A shout out, a happy birthday shout out to a guy who hasn't delivered Draymond Green, Steph Curry, or even Klay Thompson for the last 5 years.
Shots, you talking to me.
We love Double R.
We do. We love Raymond Ritter. Jeremy's in Marin. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, man?
Doing, guys?
Doing well.
Jeremy.
Hey, great. Long time listener, first time caller, actually. Here's my problem with the whole decision making here.
All right.
Like, who would you rather have on the team, McCaffrey or Aiyuk?
McCaffrey.
Who would you rather have, Deebo or Aiyuk?
Aiyuk.
I'm starting to think Deebo, but
no, but for you, Steiny. Okay, yeah, but he's calling, but Aiyuk for me.
Okay, fine. Why isn't McCaffrey holding out for $29 million, $30 million?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, that's a position thing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, seriously, like, we could sign two of them. We could sign two McCaffreys. There's no problem with having more good players on the team.
No, I get you. I get you.
Well,
but
you got to find another one, too.
Yeah, and thanks, Jeremy. It's just a matter of the going rate for the positions, really. What's so funny? What is so funny?
This secure guy I'm playing. He was helping me at my job. You were riding.
Let me ask you a question.
You have ADD.
How? No kidding. How in the world could he be helping you with his job if he's distracting you?
He wasn't distracting me. He was feeding me something.
What did he feed you?
See that? Oh my God!
It better be show related.
You can't tell the people all the. It's always about the show, bro.
Clearly, it wasn't.
The caller was saying, "Well, we could just get two McCaffreys."
I hate your telling.
And my response was, "Well, good luck finding another one."
And then I said it like it was my own until you got. What are they talking about?
By the way, for the people out there, this isn't just show related. Like, you do this in real life.
Well, you know what? I feel better now.
You know what else I do in real life? When somebody like Jeremy calls, I try to be nice. And, of course, when he says we could get 2 McCaffreys, it's the biggest softball you could give somebody. But that's not who I am. I don't know Jeremy. I wasn't going to make a horse's behind out of him.
No reason
You guys have no problem doing that.
The only thing that I think was true in that
Jeremy
statement in
was
real
great.
life was you saying, I try to be nice.
Yesterday, I'm playing golf.
Blue.
We got a foursome at Korea.
What's your shoot first?
86.
That's why you've been in a good mood, man.
I've been playing a lot better.
Wow.
So yesterday, I'm at Karika Park playing golf with my foursome, and all of a sudden, it gets slow. I mean, really slow.
What's that mean?
It means the pace of play of the people in front of you
gosh.
they were not playing fast. They were playing extremely slow.
Any words exchanged?
That's what I'm getting at. So we're on like 12 or 13, and it is bogging down. And I've got a little money on this round with my buddy Daryl, and I'm winning.
Daryl Davis.
Correct. And he goes, hey, this is going so slow. Let's just jump over to 15 and play there. And I'm like, no.
Oh, man.
We're not doing that. Listen, I'm pretending I'm on the PGA Tour, and we're just in the middle of commercials.
I love it.
It's going to be, if it's a 5.5 round, it's a 5.5 hour round. So I said, so I looked to my right, and there were holes 15 and 16.
Yeah.
And there was a group of 4 teenagers on the other.
I love the young
on the
people.
on the other hole. And they were being slow.
Oh man!
And so I walked by and I went,
Larry David.
I went, hey, let's go. Here we go. Let's pick it up a little bit. And he said, yeah, okay. I said, come on now, Charlie Hustle, let's go. That's the way I did it. Then I got to the next hole, and I saw 5 guys on the tee. You're not supposed to play with any more than 4, okay? And now we're waiting again. Problem is, 3 of the 5 guys who were playing were about 6'3", and big guys.
You just chickened out again.
I walked up to them, and this is how I did it. I said, hey, you guys playing a 5-some because those guys in front of you are slow, and you wanted to put a 2-some and 3-some together because they were playing so slow.
Well, you're saying a lot.
And the guy said, yeah, that's what we're doing. And I gave him the fist bump. I said, no, hey, man, I appreciate that. We got to pick it up. And you know what? We didn't wait anymore.
Wow.
Both groups.
Look at you.
You don't have to be confrontational.
Oh, no doubt. Because that could have went a different way.
Exactly.
Hey, old man, shut the... You know how
but I gave him
knocks.
Yeah,
I got
and the first thing I said was, hey, I appreciate you guys trying to play fast because those punks in front of you are playing slow. But actually, you are too.
Gotcha.
But I didn't say that to him. I just said, yeah, hey.
Psychological warfare.
And then I took $20 off my guy, Daryl.
Is that all it was, 20?
That's all we play for, yeah.
You spent that in the, what do they call that, the bar area after?
No, we got done at about 8 o'clock. So
you text late. Home. You said, what am I missing? I was like, man, this dude's still on the course.
Well, you guys were texting stuff, and because
you were in it.
I didn't know what you guys were texting, and I thought it had something to do with Aiyuk.
Yeah.
And I was like, did he get traded? And then you were talking about...
Breaking news, he's still a Niner.
No, it was something even more inane.
No, Padres Pirates.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It was about the Padres and the Pirates.
9-8. It was a great game. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. I can't believe that. By the way, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying 2 short segment. One day he's got to call in. Short dog.
Just to let everybody know what the latest is with Brandon Aiyuk, I'm going to go first to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, a reputable news source out of Pittsburgh. It's being reported that no verbal agreement has been struck with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which I think we can all acknowledge is probably correct at this point. But the one note in this particular story that I do think was interesting was that any potential deal with the Steelers doesn't include a Steelers player.
Yeah.
It would just include draft picks. Now, I don't know if it wouldn't include a player because the Steelers don't want to give up any players, or I don't know if it doesn't include a player because the 49ers don't want any of the Steelers players. But that, to me, is something that makes sense. I've seen 2 reports that say the Niners want 2 firsts for Brandon Aiyuk. Well, first of all, I don't think they'll ever get 2 firsts for Brandon Aiyuk, but the only way a team would give you 2 firsts is if they don't include a player. If you include a player, then maybe you only have to throw in a second or something like that. So those are the things that I believe to be true. What?
Again, not everything is about you. I'm discussing something with Brandy back here.
According to Steiny, not Garp, Steiny.
Not everything is about me, then don't distract me.
By smiling?
And having a conversation with another person. Carter Chickering was at practice, our Carter.
Okay.
I'll read his notes from practice today when we get back on the other side.
Well, how long are they going to take?
Oh, we got to do it now.
Yeah, let's do them now.
You was in camp today.
This is Carter Chickering, one of our executive producers here at 95.7 The Game, and he's at practice.
Yeah. Kittle ran a one-on-one versus Jair Brown and completely lost him on the route and took it to the house. Looked almost like Brandon Aiyuk on the route, truly. Then we got Greenlaw was out there in street clothes, hanging out with the linebackers, and he was in great spirits, was going back and forth on his legs like he was watering at the mouth to be on the field. Greenlaw! They got bigger problems, but I love that. Kittle, Steiny.
What about him?
Kittle down the middle.
Kittle's going to get more touches this year.
Well, Bonte didn't mention his name. But John Taylor, the great John Taylor, the Bears Sports Hall of Fame, Bonte invited me to. And we talked to him about an hour, John Taylor. He wanted to see him more in the passing game. And I do wonder when it's all said and done, Steiny, let's just say there was no more Niner football, if some stewards of the game in heaven, the great Bill Walsh, would tell Kyle, the reason you don't have a Super Bowl is you didn't unleash 85. And I know you said you needed more blocking. You should have got a better O-line. 85 is a mismatch. Is he Travis Kelce? No, but you need to feature him more. I do wonder, partner, if the Niners if Kyle has got that lesson. And John Taylor said he talks to Kyle.
Oh, and I'm sure Kyle doesn't listen like he doesn't listen to anybody. From the 510.
We got to play that from Willard and Dibbs.
From the 510. And bingo. The Niners put 2 number 1 picks out there for Brandon on purpose. They know nobody's going to buy. That's why they put it out there. They have no intentions of trading Brandon now.
Wow.
And I agree.
One more tidbit from Carter.
Sure.
Didn't see Aiyuk anywhere.
I think he had a vet day.
That's interesting.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's often a lot of the senior players have vet days off practice.
But
we should do that here.
You're darn right. That's worth keeping an eye on at tomorrow's practice because maybe the Niners have said, look, either stay inside or stay at home rather than be on the sidelines. Yeah. I actually think that that's somewhat important, or at least could be somewhat important. All right. Too short segment on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee.
question. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
What are they talking about?
He was feeding me something. It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We went into the break talking about Brandon Aiyuk was not at 49ers practice today, or at least he wasn't visible. He was had been off to the sidelines, and apparently he's nowhere to be found. And Evan suggested maybe it was a Veterans Day off, and you said something like, oh, boy, wish we had those. And text line is saying, well, you do every other Thursday.
Oh, man, I missed that.
Yeah.
I am ready to go.
So anyway, Brandon Aiyuk not at practice today, and
just wonder when this thing is resolved.
But no, honestly, because he's not at practice, I do want to play this from Matt Barrows yesterday, because this would make sense.
There were a couple instances where Brandon Aiyuk is out there. He's watching from the sideline, and John Lynch kind of walks over and either kind of takes him to the spot where John watches practice, or in one instance, I watched this, he kind of takes him all the way back into the team headquarters. So, I mean, I guess that could be a sense that they'd rather have him out of sight when he's around. The other part of it is that there's this ridiculous notion that he arrived with a neck and a back issue, and that's why he's not practicing, not because of any contract. That's officially why he's not practicing. So maybe that's what's annoying Shanahan, that if you're here, if you're healthy, if we're dealing with all sorts of real injuries at wide receiver, and they are, you ought to be back out here. You're under contract. You should be practicing with your team.
One of the things I feel like is that hearing that and then knowing that Brandon Aiyuk's not at practice, it leads me to believe that he is a distraction.
You know what, Steiny? I'm not saying he's not. I don't give a damn about that. Let's get to the rat on the table about these finances. You can do what a distraction or not. Show up, do your job, but you know why he's there. It's not the first time it's ever happened, but this is a distraction. The fact that the money is not even close, that's a distraction to me.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying, but
the one thing I will say, and I was critical of Trent Williams holding out, but Trent Williams is less of a distraction right now than Brandon Aiyuk.
Right.
The way he can afford handling the situation.
Right.
No. Because Trent Williams is not there. Out of sight, out of mind. Brandon Aiyuk is ubiquitous. He's there every day. He's in the meetings. He's talking to teammates. And to me, it's becoming clear that that's starting to bother Shanahan and Lynch, that maybe they think because he's there, he is absolutely dominating not only what the writers are writing and the media attention, but he's also distracting to the players. I think it's possible.
I get, Steiny, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I guess what I'm taking onus with is the fact that, is it bigger than the fact that you created this by not getting a deal done so it can go away if you guys both parties get your stuff together?
Well, in the meantime, get off the field.
Wow. Well, Carter said he didn't see him at all. He didn't see him at all.
Boy, we're going to see how this thing plays out, but who knows? Who knows? Again, the latest, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reporting, no verbal agreement. And if a deal comes to fruition with the Pittsburgh Steelers, then it will not include a player. It would just include draft picks.
And that and I know, Steiny, I've said it 10 times, that would weaken them. That would weaken the Niners. And I just think they don't want any part of that.
Well, at this point, if they were to somehow, some way get 2 first-round picks for Aiyuk, I think you got to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different story.
I mean, I absolutely think you got to do it.
But that team will not give you that if Aiyuk doesn't do his part. on telling you I'll sign an extension.
What about the part that Barrows said about there's this ridiculous notion that he's hurt, that he reported with a back injury and a neck injury? I mean, listen.
Don't you think that would have creeped? I'm not saying Matt's wrong, but
he's not wrong. What I'm saying is I've known Matt Barrows reporting for years and years. He would not cavalierly say that these injuries are ridiculous if everybody didn't think or know that the injuries are ridiculous.
Okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't think he would do that. So now we got a situation where the reason he's not playing ostensibly is because he's hurt, but everybody knows, nod, nod, wink, wink, that's not really the reason. Well, that part's going to come to a head at some point if the Warriors say, 49ers rather, say, you got to start practicing.
Yeah.
So that's where we are with that right now. What's going on? I can't even watch it because I'm going to get distracted, and my first responsibility.
No, like him, we got it. We're good. You have ADD. Yeah, we both do.
Well, I guess. A couple other things I was thinking about, the U.S. Olympic women's team.
Yeah.
Soccer going for the gold.
That tonight?
I think it's tomorrow.
Okay.
I think it's tomorrow.
Man, that's exciting.
Trinity Rodman, one of the best players on the team. Dennis Rodman's daughter.
Ballin'.
She absolutely is. Anyway, when are the 49ers going to figure this out?
Yeah, this big.
Or when is Brandon Aiyuk going to figure this out?
And it's kind of funny. There's two things, not just one. There's two players.
Exactly.
You know, it's Aiyuk, but it's Trent too.
This from the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, and it's a fair question. If you can't get 2 first-round picks for Brandon Aiyuk, then why won't you pay him what he's asking for?
Because you want him to play on the 5th year.
Yeah.
Gosh, this is going down. Man, honey, we got football tonight. They play Saturday. Then they play, I forget who they play next week. Is it Vegas?
Who plays tonight? Do we know the game
yes,
tonight?
Philadelphia at New England, 4 o'clock, NFL Network.
By the way, 49er fans better be a little concerned. The Philadelphia Eagles are coming together.
Sirianni is him and Jalen Hurts hate Jalen Hurts hates his X's and O's, and that's why they fell off. Like he said, you ain't working. I'm just telling you.
That's old news.
Where did you get your news?
My news is the rift is no longer. They got together. They're having meetings together, and the bottom line is that I think it's going to be a fly, Eagles, fly.
Okay. All right. I hear you.
Possibly.
Thank you, Clay Thompson. Appreciate it. All right. On the other side, we've got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. By the way, never forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Also, let me remind you about a fun event we're going to have at Harding Park, and that is Friday, September 6th. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park. That's Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, and it benefits a great cause, the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Here's how you get involved. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally owned and family-owned pest control company. Coming up on the other side, we've got Dan Dibley, we've got Mark Willard, and we've got the crossover. It's going to be a good one. We've got new information trickling out about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll get into that, and we might even get into a little bit of Laurie Markkinen with the boys. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Crossover time. Welcome, Willard and Dibbs. Let me tell you something about our focus.
I know everything.
We're always focused.
That was a great
That's
one.
funny you'd say that. I heard about an hour and a half of the show today.
Did you hear the laugh?
Oh, I couldn't get enough of the laugh.
Willard,
I
did you
needed
happen
it
to hear
another
the
5
laugh?
times.
No,
to
I
laugh.
see now a rare day in the weeds away from Steiny and Goo for me. I've heard literally nothing.
Grandy, can you give us the Steiny, the jewel that will last forever?
Shades of Kawhi.
Oh, my God. The Kawhi.
A little Steiny Kawhi. Meet me in the middle. I like it.
I like that.
That's good.
Dibs,
You can get
can
a little
I-
belly laugh from Steiny. That's a good thing.
I have a
Dibs
question
came in
for
hot.
Dibs.
Go ahead, yeah.
So, I wasn't here last week when you were talking about the Olympics and what you like to be talked about live when it's not live. And
Right.
Is something off limits right now?
Well, here's my thing about spoiler alerts.
Okay.
And if there's an event that's going on live and it's being televised and you have the ability to watch it live, it's not a spoiler because you could be watching it. Now, for example, this game that just concluded, USA wins, they're going to the gold medal game. Spoiler, spoiler, spoiler.
Oh, my boy
It's
Rance is
not
going to
a
be so
spoiler
mad.
because the game's on TV. If you choose not to watch something that is on TV live, you're making a choice. And that's different than, for example, there was a big track event that happened at about 12:30. I'm not sure if it was carried live.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to see the event. I know the result, but because I'm not sure if it was shown live or not, I won't disclose that result unless I know that it was carried live. That to me is the big difference.
Yeah, because we've been taking a lot of heat.
I also think there's something to be said for the size of an event.
All right.
Like there's a responsibility. It's on you. You know what I mean? Like if you're big into swimming and that happens and you're like, I don't want to know. Okay, that's swimming. When Team USA when Steph and LeBron are playing, I'm sorry,
well, you can't wait.
That's on you.
Turn the radio off.
Yeah, that's on you if you don't want to know what's going on.
Well, the reason why they're playing it live is because it's that big.
Exactly.
And so the fact that it's on the USA Network, whatever, I guess NBC, the mothership has other appointments with soap operas or talk shows. I'm not sure, but they played this live because it is that big.
My WhatsApp feed with my high school friends has been going berserk for an hour.
I missed that
for an hour right now. So that to me, that's one of my barometers. Yeah. These are all 40-something-year-old professionals. They've all got jobs. It's the middle of the day on Thursday. They're all locked in, all of them. So yeah, big event. You don't need to hide anything.
Dude, they were down 15.
You don't need to hide anything.
Okay.
They were down 1-5.
Bust 36 points in this one.
Steph.
Team USA.
I guess he's still good, huh, Steiny?
Got the most ridiculous
I'll never
whistle
forget it.
in the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable.
It was generous.
That game was gifted to the United States.
How do you get fouled on a three
That's
and
untrue.
then get the ball back?
I'll tell you how.
That's a 6. Like you should be shooting.
It was a 6-point swing, Dibs.
Can I walk you through it?
Yeah.
I'll walk you through it. So you've got a 3-point shooter, and you've got the Joker who's trying to fight through a screen.
Gotcha.
Anthony Davis is setting the screen. He fights through and knocks Anthony Davis to the ground. Now, whether or not Anthony Davis flopped is another question for another day, and we can actually answer that coming up. But the reason why the 3 counts, the foul happens on the shooter.
Yeah.
The foul happened on the screener.
Before your boy rolls up
after the shot. The shot was off. It was bang bang either way.
Right,
the shot goes, the foul occurs. The foul didn't occur on the shooter, even though the screener almost took the legs out from underneath KD. Very scary.
Yeah, no doubt.
But the foul is the foul, so you get the team that gets the ball side out of bounds.
Wow.
Bing,
And
bang,
the
boom.
bucket.
Another 3.
Booker.
6-point play. Now,
Wow.
my issue with all that, Anthony Davis flopped. The Joker did not go through the screen so hard that a 7-foot man is going to fly backward into KD. The ref bought the flop. That was the issue.
Well, for anybody who says, oh, yeah, they're just going to cakewalk, sleepwalk, it's not really hard work. They just go there, have fun, and win the gold. No.
Oh, that was real. Yeah, that was game 7.
Absolutely. I mean, let me tell you something. Curry was brilliant today. Was. But I'll tell you what. I mean, it's going to have ramifications come January.
Oh, God.
I mean,
that's nonsense.
He is absolutely gassed right now. Just so gassed. And you wonder when it comes back to haunt us.
First of all, euphoria for the win.
Can he recover over the next 3 months?
I don't think so, Mark. I don't think so.
Catch his win
Get your boy, Mark.
Do you know
November?
How many minutes he played tonight?
And
I say tonight because it's 9 hours ahead in Paris.
They were hard minutes, though, whatever they were.
See, you have no idea. So you're just reaching back in your back pocket and you're
probably played 22.
Exactly. But 20, maybe 26, because it's a 40-minute game. You know that. And this will end up being when they play Saturday. Spoiler alert, they play Saturday.
Who gets who?
France. 12:30 our time.
Yeah.
And go ahead and realize that's going to be live on TV. So for all the people who don't want to know about it, then stay off of Twitter.
And this will be the chip, right? This is it. Gold.
For the gold, yeah.
I can't
wait. Gold or silver. You lose, you get silver. You win, you get gold.
No, we don't want
Serbia
silver. We
and
don't
Germany in the bronze medal game.
People will lose their minds. But you got your guest, TJ Houshmandzadeh.
TJ's coming up.
I feel like that's Aiyuk because that's his guy.
It's an extension
he
of
don't
him.
bite his tongue.
No,
so I can't wait.
and he talks to him.
And y'all know how to pry with the best of them.
Well, we don't have to pry is the beauty.
Yeah.
I mean, we just ask. So
yeah,
it just comes down to where's TJ going to play? With the Niners, with Cleveland, with Pittsburgh, with someone else, or not at all?
Well, I thought
those are the options.
To me, the lead story of that discussion today was Herm Edwards on in the morning saying there's no question that Brandon Aiyuk still wants to play for the 49ers. And the longer this goes, I really do feel like this, and I apologize for the Friends reference, but this is a Ross and Rachel thing going on here. Y'all want to get together, and we're finding 50 different ways to make it not happen.
Willard, I'm not
stop.
mad.
Let end this charade.
No doubt.
Take him off the table.
Because it would have already been done,
Right. The Niners are not going to get what they want out of this. He's not going to get what he wants. You both want each other. Get back in the, whether it's get back in the room or make concessions or whatever it is. You've all...
Don't tell me you want to part ways.
You've showed your tell. You've all licked the Oreo.
That is beautiful. I agree.
You all showed what you want, so get back in the room and figure it out.
And I'm not biting anymore, Steiny. I told you. He don't want to leave, and they don't want him to leave. What that means, Dibs, week 1 against the Jets, I have no idea. But I'm with you. When Herm said that, and also real quick, when he did the Pivot podcast and spilled all the beans, and at the end, Ryan Clark goes, what uniform you going to be in? And he thought about it. Niners. There's nothing but I've been doing, I got to bring this up. We love Andrew Filipponi. And Steiny and I talked about it, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Guys in our medium, if he's wrong, that's not a bad thing.
Yes, it is.
I don't believe.
What are you talking about?
He was using his intel and was confident enough to say he thinks that a trade is imminent. But it's not about being right or wrong, Willard. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't have that intel. But when whatever happens, if there's no trade, it's not like Andrew missed the bucket. Am I looking at it wrong?
Yes. Well, the expression is not wrong for long. So if he is wrong, if he doesn't become a Pittsburgh Steeler, then Filipponi is on to Cincinnati. Not literally, because he still is going to work in Pittsburgh, but figuratively. And then it's just on to the next thing. And if you want to be somebody who makes bold statements, not predictions, but statements, and I loved Steiny earlier because you asked him his prediction, and Steiny with the classic, yeah. And then you kind of said, well, I think, and you didn't really want to say it with your chest because you're still probably a little gun shy after Mavericks in 6. And so that's just the nature of some people aren't afraid to.
I guess I wouldn't be shamed.
Let me tell you something. After talking to Filipponi yesterday, if Brandon Aiyuk is not a Steeler, he will go on the air and say, I was wrong.
Okay, got you.
I made a mistake.
Totally.
And
I agree. I agree with that, except for that this would be the second time. And I would listen, I know the guy, we're not like friends or whatever, but I would suggest to him, you have to say things a certain way on social media if you want to be taken seriously as that. And he has said,
get a reaction.
He's like, look, I'm not a newsbreaker, but he's he's sort of moonlighting as one because he knows someone in a high place with the Steelers. Right. But you have to talk a certain way, and your word choice is really important. Doubt. And he said the agreement in principle is done, and the receiver is on his way to Pittsburgh.
Right.
So if he's not, then that's a scrambled egg on the face.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
that's period.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
I
an
agree.
L, but that doesn't mean his career's over.
You just move on. There's no consequences for even lying anymore in this world.
Exactly.
There's none.
Exactly.
There's not.
There's actually reward for lying.
Well, that's why
in some circles.
But that's why all of these Twitter sites do this. Because you might as well take your shot. Take your shot, be the first to report it, make it up. If you're right, you gain a bunch of followers. If you're wrong, you just go ha-ha and do that Homer Simpson back into the bushes thing.
I think Cam Marino, was that?
Yeah, you're right. That was Monday, I believe.
Right.
It's all
Cleveland. He had the Cleveland Amari in the 2025.
And I had never heard of him prior to that. And subsequent to that, exactly. I mean, does he go down in my book? No, it's just another person. It's kind of like if you go to the zoo and you look at the monkey exhibit. What do the monkeys do a lot of the time? They reach back behind him and see what they can find, and then it's whoosh-ah! And they will sling it. They will sling it at the patrons. If you ever try to taunt a monkey at the zoo, you better watch out because it's coming your way.
Why the hell would you try to taunt a monkey at the zoo?
Because some people.
What's the matter with you?
And they have signs, and I go to the zoo a lot with my almost 2-year-old, and it's like, please don't roar at the lions. Please don't mock the baboons, you know? It's like, what kind of a moron? There are those people out there.
Yes, there are.
And Twitter is full of people who want to just reach back behind them and throw it out there to Elon Musk.
We're plenty aware of how many morons there are in the world now.
Right,
but it's wild that those signs even need to be. But please don't roar at the lions.
Yeah, they'd rather have you not roar at the lions.
Well,
idiots.
Pretty much.
Come on. What are we doing?
That obviously takes me back to the fatal incident we had at the San Francisco Zoo one Christmas a decade or so back. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah. Somebody went into the den.
Something happened where they either went in and then the lion jumped out.
Oh no.
Yes, and the lion.
I got you. Did lion things.
Yes.
Gave him a 2-piece.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, one person died and another was seriously injured. I'm pretty sure.
That's scary.
He ain't
Willard, you nailed it with the Friends reference. I'm there now.
Y'all want to be together, and we're like looking for everybody's playing this leverage game. And it like in the end, it doesn't matter. What game are we playing here? Is this a contest to see quién es más macho? Like who can? Ryan Williams said this, and Steelers, and we're flirting, and golly, this should be done by now.
But what set me off is Steiny report is not him. Oh, Kyle's getting real agitated and Brandon's in practice. What? Fix it then.
I'm like, send him home.
And he won't have to be irritated.
Send him home.
What's the fix?
He don't want to get fined. That's why he's there.
Right, so what's the fix?
That's the $1 million question.
And that's what I'll ask TJ about Brandon and his relative willingness to eventually show up and play. If it's going to be the 5th-year option, that's your only choice.
Yeah.
Is Brandon interested in coming in and practicing and really balling out and being a part of the team? And if so, when?
What? And TJ's the type of guy that... Oh, go ahead, Stan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
No, TJ's the type of guy to give him the advice if Brandon seeked it, and I'm sure he does, Willard and Steiny, of... Man, don't take your ass out here. No, we play on no. That's how I think of TJ.
You could argue, I guess, that it's the only thing that's worked. Because, again, we've had this conversation so many times about who's got the power and the leverage and the juice and all this. And I'm still firmly in the camp that it's 100% for the 49ers unless they decide to give it away. And that's what it feels like they're doing because they're annoyed with his behavior. You don't have to do this. Yeah, again, allegedly. You don't have to do this. You can just look at Brandon and say no. And then the whole thing's over.
Steiny said make him practice.
Yeah, or just send him home if you want.
There's some information that comes out that, to me, holds a lot more weight. And you guys had Barrows on of The Athletic yesterday. And he says, you know what? There have been times when Brandon's been on the sidelines, and Lynch kind of goes over and goes, hey, come, well, let's watch with me away from the team, or they go into an area where they're not near the sidelines.
Yep.
Okay? Silver wrote yesterday, I absolutely, positively believe they don't like him just being out there.
Agreed.
And it is absolutely bothering Kyle Shanahan. And so and then Carter Chickering was down at practice. He said he didn't see Aiyuk today.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're saying, why don't you just stay inside? When practice, right.
I mean, the bro hug was out in the middle of the field.
Exactly.
But now that feels like Aiyuk was just poking at him.
I mean,
trolling him.
Yeah, trolling him. Great
no
word.
doubt.
I was looking for that all day. That's what that was now.
Exactly. Because you walk up to John Lynch, and what's John going to do? If John really has angry feelings toward him, you're not going to push him away. You're not going to ignore him. The only thing you can do, shake a hand. Then he goes up to Kyle, and Kyle's in the same spot, like, this mother jumper. This mother jumper's got the audacity to come out here. I'm going to bring it in, 2 taps, and then maybe quickly in his ear, it's like, get off my field.
Get off my field.
Like you were saying yesterday.
Get off my field.
Get off my field. But, I think Brandon is using every arrow in his quiver that he thinks that he has.
He's running out now. It's getting low.
Well, the only thing that he might have left is
not showing up week 1.
Not showing up.
There it is.
Or showing up and not practicing, or doing whatever he thinks he can still do to get at them. But as Mark's pointed out, if he doesn't practice and then he comes in week 1, all right, I'm not practicing, but I'm ready to play on Monday night. And they're going to say, no, you're not playing. And so he doesn't play. He doesn't play. He might be active, or he might be a healthy scratch on game day. He still gets paid, but those precious numbers that he wants to have going into next year, they won't be there.
Well, what I thought was interesting, too, again, Barrows is somebody that I absolutely respect. He used the phrase, like, the joke that he's injured. He's saying that, I guess, on the media report, he's not practicing because of a back and a neck injury.
My neck and my back.
But everybody knows he's not hurt. Well, okay. So that means at some point, the Niners had, like, I asked my agent buddy, I'm like, why don't the 49ers just make him practice? And he said, well, they're still not acquiescing, but they're still trying to do the right thing in case they end up signing him or not signing him, or trading him or not trading him. And so there's still a modicum of cooperation there. But that can end at any minute. But what if Brandon Aiyuk says, I'm hurt? I'm hurt.
Okay, then you're hurt.
You have to actually be hurt.
But see, that's where I think it could get really nasty.
Of course it could. Here's where my mind always goes whenever somebody brings up the idea of Brandon Aiyuk, I'm going to show up, but I'm going to be like, I'm going to play games. I'm going to mess around with you. I'm going to act like I'm hurt, or I'm not going to try, or I'm going to mess with teammates in the locker room. I'm going to say wrong things to the media. All of that stuff is way worse for Brandon than anyone else. Like, GMs talk, teams talk. If your end game is a big contract in the future, you're not going to show up and act a fool. That is going to absolutely destroy your future. And Brandon knows that.
Like it did Antonio Brown.
Exactly,
not calling Aiyuk that, but that's what, when you talk like that, that's what he did.
Step one, when guys start doing that. Exactly. Like, if you want to just challenge and start bucking the entire system, good luck. Good luck. Everybody who's out there to hire you is a part of the system. So have a good time if that's the way you want to play.
Now, what about Trent?
What about Trent?
Where are y'all at on Trent?
I think that's a completely...
I told Stoney they're going to get whatever.
I just think it's a completely different...
He's being selfish. I get that, but he's still going to get his chip.
I don't know. Is he being selfish?
I think he's being no less... Like, if you're a fan out there and you're like... if you're criticizing Aiyuk for not taking the money or for holding out or being selfish or greedy, Trent Williams is absolutely in that same boat.
I disagree because of the report with regard to the Patriots. I would agree with you if Trent Williams had said, please give me X, and the 49ers go, okay, here's X, and then you go, no, actually, I don't want that. You have to give me a different X.
My one caveat was somebody who texted in and said, the reason, like I said, if you're PO'd at Brandon, you should be PO'd at Trent. And he said, well, the way Trent's handled it has been different. And I said, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fair. But to me, there is a comparison to be made between the two in terms of one guy's, like Brandon is actually in his window to be extended right now.
Correct.
Because he's entering his 5th year. Trent's under contract.
Right, but non-guaranteed.
Show up day one, it's guaranteed.
See, I don't have any bad feelings toward any NFL player for holding out or asking for an extension ever.
I said that today.
And I had none against Brandon until they met his demand, because his demand was to be traded and paid, and they did that, and he said no. That's why Brandon I actually would set aside from any holdout that we've seen in recent times.
And I don't play this game a lot, but Trent Williams made $168 million in his career. Why does he want guaranteed money?
Because there are huge men shoving him on every single play.
That's right.
And if he falls, then he gets none of the money.
That's right. And that's why if I'm the Niners, I'm not giving him guaranteed money. I might give him a raise. To make him the highest paid player. But the minute he steps on the field this year, he's going to make 22. They're not if he gets hurt, he's paid. If they're not going to waive him. No.
Does his contract become fully guaranteed on day one?
If he gets hurt on the first play against the New York Jets,
he gets $22 million.
He gets $22 million. Now, if it's a career ender, he's got problems the next year,
right?
Where he's under contract for 23 and obviously or 22, and then the year after that, he's actually set to make 33 the very last year.
When he's 39, yeah.
Correct. Correct.
So everybody knows that's funny money. That's not even right.
No, I know.
That's not happening.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So I'm
trying to cash in now.
I know. But the idea, I can see why the 49ers would say, forget guaranteed money, we'll just give you a raise. Because he is 36. You know what I mean?
He may not want that.
Yeah, he wants the guaranteed money.
I think at the bottom of this, the only thing that's similar between these two conversations is this is about Jed York's bucket of guaranteed money and how much of it he would like to give up. And I'm thinking it's less than the players would like him to give up. So that's what's at the core of all these things. But I still can't get with Trent Williams. I still can't get over. I just don't think anybody's all that motivated to get him here right now.
Right. That's why I think that if he signed today, then the expectation would be, all right, we'll see you on Monday when we get back from Tennessee. And I don't think that the team or Trent wants him to show up on Monday and be ready to go and be ready to start playing football. I think that there's still more time where he can benefit by not being around because he is older and he's well established. What can he do other than maybe sharpen up Nick Bosa in one-on-one drills?
I would approach it from the other side. Nick Bosa held out, showed up, or they signed him right before the season, and it absolutely impacted him. Man. He's 24. We're all just assuming that Trent Williams is, he's fine. He doesn't need to work. Okay, you're right. He's a veteran. But he's 36. I could argue that
300-pound man.
He needs to kind of be in some kind of shape or going through some kind of regimen before the season starts. All right, guys, we'll be listening. We've got a show meeting today.
You do? That's exciting. What are you going to talk about?
Football season. Football season.
You're going to talk about football.
Whether we want to, football season.
Okay, football.
And we're going to talk
sports, man. We're going to talk about sports,
and these guys are going to continue the show on 95.7, The Game.
Actually, we're going to start a new one, but
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, what a potpourri. Look, we're going to have plenty of Brandon Aiyuk, but can we just spend, I'd love to, I don't know about you, can we spend a few minutes on that Team USA basketball game?
It was a fun one. We had the bullpen out there. There was yelling. There was finger pointing. There was people trying to accuse other people of being un-American. All this in a semifinal. Yeah. I wonder what happens on Saturday at 12:30 when you've got the big one against France, the host nation, with the gold on the line.
Well, we also had Draymond all over Twitter taking yet another round of veiled shots at Steve Kerr for his rotations. That has become the big, ugly word for Steve Kerr, rotations. Can we talk about that for just 1 second?
Yeah.
What's up with Steve Kerr and rotations? Why does that tick everybody off so much?
Because he played Joel Embiid too much, and Joel Embiid was not looking good for the parts of the game I saw, second quarter, third quarter. He was terrible, and with about 6.5 minutes to go.
And he saved their butt.
Well, about 6.5 minutes to go, we're out there watching the game, and director of sports goes, "Oh, here comes Embiid. There's a great idea." And then Embiid comes in with a couple of big buckets, and, well, he did have one where he gets the ball top of the circle, and he tries to go dribble drive, and it's dribble, knee, out of bounds, and it's like, come on, Embiid. He is a little bit of a maddening player, and the second team that he went to late in the third, early in the fourth, it's like, man, this team's not very good, and yet they're all all-stars. I know
that's
think
that's what's funny
Steve
to me.
Kerr, like when things don't go well, it's a buzzword for Steve Kerr.
Exactly.
Rotations.
Like, think about what we're talking about here. This is Team USA. Has anyone ever in the history of ever in the sport of basketball turned on the TV and gone, I can't believe they're going with Joel Embiid? You mean like last year's MVP? I mean, there's not like a wrong answer here. These are the superstars of the sport. But again, guys can have off nights, good nights, whatever. Steph Curry found a heater. He was amazing. LeBron made big buckets down the stretch. But to me, it's more about history. Like, there's something there. There's something there about Steve Kerr that whenever it doesn't go well on a floor, it's rotations.
Well, Draymond Green is leading the charge.
I know.
So
which is interesting.
Well, it's beyond interesting. It's almost insubordinate, although he's not on that team.
I mean,
yet, you've got one of your players openly criticizing you in your side job. It's not necessarily a great look. Draymond has every right to be as opinionated as he needs to be, and some of his opinions were probably spot on as far as rotations and this and that. But if I'm Steve Kerr, and I know he's not on Twitter, but I'm sure word gets back to him, that's going to be I'd probably be a little annoyed by that.
I hear you, except for, I got talked out of that 2 weeks ago. I remember when I came in pretty bothered that Draymond went on, and who was the player? He went on somebody's podcast and was talking about who?
Jeff Teague.
Jeff Teague, thank you. He goes on Teague's podcast, and he's like, the Warriors, we were about to make a trade, and I told them that's a bad trade. And so they didn't do it. And I'm like, dude, Mike Dunleavy's not your intern. And if I were Mike Dunleavy, that would really upset me. And we all talked about it, and Ramona came on, and everybody sort of finally made their point to me, which I agreed with, which is, if you're the Golden State Warriors brass, by now, Draymond can't get to you. You're so used to it. You're so numb to the fact that he's going to say it, he's going to say it loud and in the wrong space and at the wrong time all the time, that it doesn't get to you. Steve Kerr, how many years ago was it that we read his lips? I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. How many years ago was
Probably
that?
5 years,
7?
at least one title ago. No doubt.
Right. He doesn't care, but you're right. It doesn't make it sort of any less stunning. And today, him tweeting about it is definitely a notch below what he did on his podcast last week, where he openly criticized the entire Team USA staff for not only benching Jason Tatum, but then accusing them of trying to make it look okay by benching Joel Embiid in the next game. I don't know. That's what caught my attention. Best players in the world. And if somebody has an off night, Steve Kerr, rotations.
Right.
Idiot. What is it? What is it? Can he win?
I'd say it's the collection of talent. Specifically on the Team USA team. You have so many good players. You can't blame the players. Got to blame the coach.
You can't blame the players? You can't?
You're saying it tongue-in-cheek.
Okay. I mean, I ask because it sounds very similar to the way we all talk here in the Bay Area after any given Warrior game. Again, I made that point all year, as if he is supposed to constantly know who's going to be hot and who's going to be cold before a game even starts. So Joel Embiid is the starting center for Team USA. He's supposed to just yank him? He's supposed to just go a completely different direction? I don't know. It just and by the way, I'm not saying he's always right by any stretch. Right? Every coach, every person, everybody, we're all wrong all the time. But it's everybody's go-to, seemingly, every time. Steve Kerr's coaching a game and it's not going well. Rotations.
Yeah. Forget the fact that outside of Steph Curry, they were having a hard time scoring the basketball for large stretches of that game. But rotation. LeBron James is out there begging for calls, and you've got Anthony Davis not doing much of anything. And, yeah, you can look at the rotations because that's the easy way to point the finger. And that's just always been kind of a buzzword for Steve Kerr from his time here where, like you said, you never know who's going to be playing well. You try to go with your set rotation going in, and it may work out and it may not work out. And certainly with Team USA, when you've got all these stars across the board, it's got to be even more difficult to try to figure out who to play and how much to play them.
So what's the overall takeaway, though? Like, I had, we were playing around with this a few weeks ago. I told you I thought that they're not going to win gold. So when I saw the way that this was unfolding today, it didn't blow me away. It didn't surprise me. But I think that moments like this are when you find out how much you actually care about this. So third quarter, they're still down. They start to
double
run.
Digits.
Yep, they start to make a little bit of a run. It's in that moment that you find out, each of you as an individual, you find out how much you really cared about this. So how did you react?
I mean, I reacted to where I cared, and I was watching it, and we were locked in on it, and, other sports are kind of happening around it or not happening, but all eyes were on that game. And I was thinking about the whole notion of spoiler alert, but this game felt to me to be so big that if you really care about it, you're either watching it or following it, you're going to be aware of it. If you don't care that much about it, that's okay. It's your choice.
Sure,
it's
sure.
the semifinal of the Olympics, and there's Olympics going on all around us. And if you really care about it and you know that it's happening in that moment, you're going to find a way to watch it live or at least follow it live if you can. So this game, because it's Serbia, because it's the Joker, and they have other NBA players that they're facing, it felt like it was going to be a good game. And then when I got to work early third and you realize that they're down 8, they're down 11, they're down 13, and Serbia looks good and the U.S. looks bad, then you start to lock in even more. Now, if it was like the game against Brazil, where it was really never in doubt,
sure.
Let's see how Guy Santos can do, and let's see if the U.S. can win by 30.
Well,
that wasn't the same experience as today.
Right. I'm actually kind of thankful for it. Not because by any stretch I'm rooting for my prediction to be right. I'm very much rooting for it to be wrong. But I'm thankful for this because I do think that at times, Team USA, once the Dream Team started, the first time it came around, it was such a novelty and it was just such an overwhelming emotional thing to see the likes of Jordan and Magic and Barkley and Bird all play together. That was amazing. But then in subsequent years, for a while before the rest of the world caught up, it became very boring. And it very much felt like an exhibition. It felt like the Globetrotters were on tour. And you'd have players from other countries get beat by 48 points and then sit around and wait for autographs and take pictures and all of that. And I was like, after a while, that kind of just became a yawn to me. I like the fact that they got challenged and won. I love that. I hope they get challenged again in the gold medal game and win. I think that this was a memorable Team USA basketball experience. And if you go through the last, every 4 years when this happens, we don't always get those. You don't always get a memorable experience. You might get a gold medal and a bunch of 20-something point victories, but this one, this is one that I think I'll remember. So that's a good thing.
It's great. It was very memorable because they were down double digits and it looked like they were in real trouble. And the last time that they didn't win the gold is going back to 2004. They took the bronze. And going into this year, the USA in the Olympics, 144-6. A total of 6 defeats. Included in that is 1972, where they got absolutely robbed by not only the officials, but by the Olympic officials as well. So you can count that one if you want. It's a loss. A loss is a loss, whatever. But you don't have that many losses even in their career. When they won bronze in 2004, they went 5-3 during those Olympics. So that was a time where you started to feel like you were reaching a low point. And since then, Team USA has taken it much more seriously. But I was just looking at it because I saw a stat earlier about how many NBA players there are in the Olympics this year. And the number that I'm seeing is 81. There are 81 Olympians playing in the basketball tournament.
Man, I tell you what, something else that caught my eye with all this. I wonder what you think about this. This might be a poor comparison, but I'd still like to try to make it because this is sort of like caught my attention. So I think especially those of us in the Bay Area, we are one of the markets that follows a team that has a bona fide NBA one, but we dabble with the idea that he is past his prime and that his ability to still be an NBA one is over. LA is another one of those markets because LeBron James, for all his splendor, is also seemingly in the play-in tournament every year. So we've all decided that Steph and LeBron can no longer hang with the likes of Jokic and Embiid and Anthony Edwards. It has caught my attention that this group, for whatever reason, this group has come together, and when the chips are down, who do they look to?
Steph and LeBron, yeah.
LeBron and one more.
It's Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, no doubt.
So could I argue, or is that unfair to say that in basketball circles, I know there's teammates and coaches, and so there's a lot that goes into this parenthetically, but those three are still the dudes.
Yeah, still the dudes.
Those are still the dudes.
Without a doubt. And that's where you look at today's game, and Steph played 33 minutes of a possible 40, and he had a plus-minus of 20, and he wound up being the guy who carried him. And LeBron played 32 minutes, and Kevin Durant, who came off the bench, he played 24 minutes. Steph was 12 of 19. Monster game.
But who'd they give the ball to? They're up by 1, or they're up by, maybe they're up by 3, whatever it was, 30 seconds left to go. It's like you need a bucket to make sure this one gets put away. What'd they do? Kevin, ISO.
Exactly.
All net.
And before that, it was LeBron, dribble drive, get to the cup. He hit 2 monster reverse layups late, and Steph was the guy early on that helped to keep this thing close. He was hitting, I think he had 7 threes in the first half.
Yeah,
and
20 in the first.
He was the only reason why this thing didn't turn into an Ottoman game for the Serbs. And the Serbs are known for their Ottomans.
Does this surprise you a little bit?
No, not at all.
It doesn't.
I'm looking at the breakdown of NBA players by country. The U.S. has 12. Canada has 11. Spain has 7. Brazil has 6. Australia has 11. Serbia has 5. So as you go through, every country now is replete with NBA players.
Absolutely.
So the gap has really narrowed.
That's not the surprise I'm asking about. Are you surprised that Team USA, the straws that are stirring the drink, are Steph, LeBron, and KD?
No.
Not Anthony Edwards.
No.
Not Jason Tatum.
No, he's not ready.
Not Embiid.
No.
I mean, MVP 2 seasons ago. Like, when you look at that, they're too old. They're too old. Are they? They're still running the show.
Right. This is a small sample size tournament.
That.
Embiid wins the MVP over the course of 82. And when you get down to nut crunching time in a game to get to the gold medal round, you turn to your veterans. You turn to a guy who's already won multiple gold medals in Kevin Durant. You turn to the greatest to ever do it, LeBron James. You turn to Steph Curry. Anthony Edwards in 2028, he's going to be the face of the Olympic team. And Jason Tatum. And you can look to Bam Adebayo and the other youngsters. Yeah. Their time will come to be the dudes. But right now, you turn to the OGs, Mark, when you need it.
I'm with you. I just look at it and I go, if we had asked this question before the tournament started, I don't think those would have been people's answers. Anthony Davis barely plays. Anthony Edwards has some nice games. In this one, he had 2 points.
Right.
Devin Booker's on a milk carton. Even though he starts, Like, these are the guys that I'm being told, well, you're not going to beat them in the NBA season anymore. And yes, it's not a perfect comparison, but it has caught my attention that when the chips are down, the NBA still looks to those three guys.
Yes, because they've done it. LeBron's won 3 titles, if I'm not. He's won 4 titles,
4,
including 4-ish, whatever. I don't want to get into that.
3 3/4.
Curry's got 4, and Durant's got 2. So there's your 10 chips right there in your finishing lineup. And Drew Holiday's got a couple, and so you've got guys who've been through it in the deepest of the deep water, and they may not be as bouncy as Edwards or as young as Jason Tatum, but they're guys who get in that spot. And they realize what it takes to still win that game.
It's impressive, man.
Yep.
We're sponsored by Robert Half, Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Certainly, if you want to react to Team USA's come from behind victory, you can. But also, let's get into Brandon Aiyuk a little bit, because every day, nothing has happened, but the story has changed. And today is no different. And we'll tell you how coming up next. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I got your back, Steve. I got your back. Yeah, I got your back. I got your back. He's not perfect because no one.
No,
is.
you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, I do. I mean, at least emotionally. You know what I mean? I'm not here to say that he doesn't make mistakes because, of course, he does. Hindsight's always 20/20. I just think it's funny. I do think that in sports, usually when you're a badass and you win a bunch of championships, at a certain point, there's like a respect level to where people are like, yeah, that, like I may not have agreed with that one, but that guy knows what he's doing. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think Steve Kerr gets the benefit of the doubt from people. That's my point. And I think that's lame.
Well, locally anyway.
Yeah, well, even, I mean, maybe this is, again, I can't tell when I'm on social media, locally, nationally, whatever. I just hear a lot of people who think that a 4-time championship coach doesn't seem to know what he's doing.
Yeah, and that just comes down to rotations. Well, honestly, if you lose in the semifinals or if you lose the gold medal game as a U.S. team that has a winning percentage of about 99, well, then you can be criticized because you don't lose when you're Team USA. This is supposed to be, pun intended, a layup. And I know the field is more difficult than ever before, and I'm looking at all the current or former NBA players that are in these Olympic Games. And if you go back to the original Dream Team, 1992, I think they faced one other former NBA player. Right. So what this team is tasked with is much more difficult, and it's only getting tougher as the years go by. But you've got a team full of all-stars, and how many Hall of Famers are on this team? Probably 8 or 9 if we want to run through it.
Question. I mean, a lot of them have like a long way to go. Like Anthony Edwards has a long way to go. But
right right now you would say
guys who have already cemented the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Embiid, LeBron,
4 or 5.
Curry, AD, Durant. That's a quick 5, I think. And Embiid, I think he's already cemented. Drew Holiday, you could make already a good argument for. Point being, you have a nasty roster and a team that should not have trouble with a country like Serbia. Even though they've got, 3 or 4 NBA players and the greatest player in the game currently, you should be able to be in a better spot than down 13 with a minute to go in the third.
But it's one basketball game. That's like saying that, like the Denver Nuggets should never, ever lose to Charlotte. But it happens.
This is not a game in January. This is not a garden variety regular season game where you're playing your 4th game in 6 nights and you're coming off a back-to-back.
But it's one game. Like one game. Like that's, you know what I mean? Shot doesn't fall. Theirs do. Like you can, look, they won. They imposed their will. But I'm not like offended that they were down by 11 at the half.
Offended. I'm just saying.
I don't think that that's like a joke or embarrassing or any of that. Like they're playing against. If you lose this
game, Steve Kerr gets buried, and the criticism would be well founded. But they didn't. They gutted it out. They got a couple of unbelievably generous calls to go their way, and they won the game.
Couple things. First of all, if you're just joining us, Team USA rallies in the semifinal, if you will, the game to get to the gold medal game. They rally against Serbia. What was the biggest deficit? 13?
I thought it was 13.
At least 17.
Oh, was it 17?
Yeah, in the first half it got to 17.
Down by 11 at the half. They rally back in the 4th quarter. Steph Curry was the star. He scored 36. That was by far and away the biggest number. And Team USA wins. And Steve Kerr was getting it on social media, certainly in the 3rd quarter. That's for sure. So we're talking that out. We'll also let you know that the Giants have won in extra innings in Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, they've got a winning record. Oh, my goodness. The San Francisco Giants
slow clap in the
have
back.
A winning record, although it is a game that is worthy of some conversation because they certainly tried a few different ways to mess this thing up, including a bottom of the 9th, 2 out, 2 strike, 3-run Oppo Taco off of Camilo Doval. Should Doval lose the closer role, we can talk it out. FP is going to join us in about 23 minutes to get to that. What are some of the, Lucas, you put something up on Twitter about why Steve Kerr gets so much
Guff.
At 957 The Game on Twitter, whether he's coaching the Warriors or Team USA, why does Steve Kerr receive so much criticism? And we want to hear from you. You can call us 888-957-9570. You're welcome, Willard. Couple different...
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you got it. I got your back, just like you have Steve Kerr.
No, you don't.
Yeah. A couple interesting responses. Number one, when he doesn't ride the hot hand, most importantly, when he takes Steph out of the game. Anyone watching saw this, and that last part is kind of something that you see consistently on his criticism. Another one, because he galaxy brains obvious decisions a lot. For those who don't speak millennial or online, galaxy brains means overthinking.
But I don't like that. I don't like the word. You can't be on a couch and tell me that something's obvious when someone's actually coaching the team and they have analytics and assistants and they're like, you can't tell me that. You know what I mean? Like that's a word that I would avoid. But okay, go ahead. What else?
Here's an interesting one. Because he's doing great while on the West Coast, had him or Curry done this with an East Coast team, they would have received so much more love and props. Facts don't lie.
Huh.
That comes from Niner Amarillo.
That's interesting. So wait a minute. The 4 rings don't have the sustainability here that they would on the East Coast? Is that what we're saying?
That's what Niner Amarillo says on Twitter.
Like, I've never heard someone be like, dude, Popovich got no clue. I've never heard someone say that. He hasn't won in I don't know how freaking long.
It's been a long time.
But I've never heard someone be like, this Pop guy, man, he galaxy brains it.
Don't do that.
What do we?
I don't care.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, the biggest criticism, and coming from the biggest criticizer, Jim Park on Twitter, because he makes logically stupid decisions.
Got
That's
it.
Why.
Got it. Okay. He's logically stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Boy, then he's a lucky SOB, isn't he?
Jeez.
He tripped and fell into this.
Yeah. I mean, who couldn't coach that collection of talent? You know, KD and Steph and Clay and Draymond.
Well,
who couldn't have coached that team to back-to-back titles?
But there's something to be said for that to a degree. But
there's a lot to be said for that.
Well, but okay, if that's the case, if that's how you view it, then I don't even know why we have head coaches. Why are teams paying head coaches that much?
Well, someday we won't. It'll just be all AI. It'll all be just the machines. The machines will run it.
So will our opinions.
Yeah, and some want the machines to run umpiring, but we'll get into that down the road.
Well,
because
good Lord.
You know, maybe machine would be better with the rotations than Steve Kerr, because obviously his rotations, they're just not good enough, Mark. I mean, poor guy's only won, 70? No, he's down to 65% of his regular season games and 4 titles.
I just, like, as a sports fan, and maybe this is illogical, maybe this is unfair, but as a sports fan, I leave open for the possibility that, like, a decision that came from a smart place ended up not working. Like, we tried
Process
this.
versus results.
Right. Like, we tried this. You know, I don't know. This is just the first one that popped in my head. I was in favor of the 49ers drafting Trey Lance. I watched his pro day. I was like, he looks impressive. You know what I mean? I get it. When he's standing on a field throwing a football with no defense and no pads, I get it. He looks very impressive. So, okay, they obviously spoke to him. They ran him through the rigors of the academic side of being a quarterback. He crushed it. He seems like a great kid. Head screwed on all straight. Looks the part. All right. We feel this is a smart decision. Good God, it was absolutely as disastrous as it could possibly be. As disastrous as it could possibly be. But don't you have to leave open for a few of those? There's no team, no coach, no general manager that doesn't have a list of those on the resume.
Of course, nobody's perfect. And so when you look at those situations, draft picks, or even play calls, because everybody wants to rip Kyle Shanahan for the Super Bowl, not when he was with Atlanta. You can rip him for that if you want. I think that you're an idiot because he was the coordinator and they scored 28 points in the half and had a 28-3 lead. But other Super Bowls, you can look at, play calls that you didn't like. They should have run it. They should have passed it. Whatever. Process versus results. It's easy to look at that. And I think that's where we are with Steve Kerr. and his rotations. If they go out tonight and they lose this game to Serbia because a couple of the players he puts in, if Joel Embiid comes in and he doesn't play well, Drew Holiday hit a corner three, maybe he misses it, and all the rest of it, Anthony Davis only played 10 minutes, and you mentioned Booker before. He got the start, and then he didn't go back to Booker, and that turned out to probably be a good move.
Probably.
So you can look at process or results, and it's easy to look at the results and then go back and judge the process.
Well, I also think, and this is a baked-in flaw in fan thinking, and I get it. Like, I've done this too. For some reason, when something's not going well, in the back of our minds, whoever's not in the game will do better.
It's the backup quarterback syndrome, right?
Exactly right. Like today, right now, I would like the Giants to not have Camilo Doval as their closer anymore. I would like to sleep on that because that might simply be reactive in this moment. Because in my head, Ryan Walker would have gotten the 3 outs, but maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe he would have given up 4 and they would have lost right there in the bottom of the 9th. So that's what I hear a lot when it's Steve Kerr. This is the whole Moses Moody experience. Night by night, we've decided that Moses Moody would do better if he were in there, as if he's never gone in and stunk up the joint, which is factually incorrect. Factually incorrect. It's a good player, though. I like him. Does he deserve more of an opportunity? I believe so. Is he going to get it? I believe so. But on a night-by-night basis, you can't tell me that everything would have been fine if we had just gone to Moses Moody. And sometimes it sounds like that.
You can think that, but we'll never know. And that, I think, is where a lot of this lives, where you have this opinion that is unprovable. So Steve Kerr's rotations, if only he would have played fill-in-the-blank guy tonight a little bit more, they wouldn't have had to worry about that. You know, if only he would have played, Kuminga more, then this would have happened. Well, we don't know that, but it's an unprovable thing. And so when it comes to criticism, it's easy to criticize something that happens that's a decision. If Kyle Shanahan would have just run the ball, if he just would have run the ball there, we would have won the Super Bowl.
Might have gotten stuffed.
Might have had a fumble.
Right.
It might have just immediately been something that the ball gets coughed up or the quarterback fumbles the exchange, or you never know what's going to happen. So for me, it becomes an opinion that's unprovable, and a lot of that is what lives on Twitter now.
Well, sure.
I've got a take that can't be proven, which is why I give our friend Filipponi from Pittsburgh a pass, because he stuck his neck out on something based on what he had heard. He reported something that he was 100% sure was going to happen, and so he put it out there.
And he might still be right, by the way. He might still be right.
But it's more risky than ripping Steve Kerr for his rotations, because that's unprovable.
I don't have any issue with the fact that Filipponi, and for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Andrew Filipponi, who's been on the station twice this week, he's at the Odyssey station. He's a host in Pittsburgh. He works for FanDuel as well. And obviously he's got sources within the Steelers organization. And he's been very firm that a trade is already in place and that Brandon Aiyuk is on his way to Pittsburgh. I have no problem if you want to tweet about that. I have a problem the way he tweeted about it. I just think that you have to be careful of putting things out as fact if they're still opinion. Like you've mentioned a couple of times, well, I've got an opinion that's unprovable. Well, of course you do, because if it's provable, it's no longer an opinion. That makes it a fact.
Well, yeah, facts are no longer facts. But go
fair,
ahead.
You're fair, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Like if you present it as an opinion, well, then it's fine. That's your opinion. You can say whatever the heck you want. I believe Brandon Aiyuk is going to end up with the Steelers. That's fine. Brandon's on his way to Pittsburgh. That's different. You stated that as a fact, and if it's not a fact, then you got to wear it. You got to wear it. Let's go to Julian in San Bruno. Hey, Julian, thank you for calling. What's cooking?
Hey, what's happening? Well, I just got home, but had to chime on the conversation after the game with Serbia, because that was a dang good game,
doozy,
got to say.
Yep.
Yeah, right? But anyways, I wanted to talk about Steve Kerr's hate and, in terms of degrees of separation, right? So when did Kerr become the person that we all know him for? It was in parallel to Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, right? And so, these various degrees of separation are, what kind of make us feel like he's not technically great, right? He's close to greatness. He's really close to Jordan and that whole era of the Bulls. He inherited this team with the greatest shooter of all time, right? And so now he has what it could be one of the greatest Olympic U.S. men's basketball teams of all time. All those things are debatable, right? But at the end of the day, like, Steve Kerr does not equal greatness, right? It's like it's in relation to versus him actually equaling it. And because he doesn't have that label of being great, like, I feel like that gives people more reason to hate on him.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's valid.
It's a good point, Julian. I think he equals greatness. I think he's achieved greatness. I get your point, and I don't even know if you're speaking for yourself or just kind of what you view in the public at large. But like, he used the word inherited. He inherited this Warrior team to a degree. There are a lot of pieces of it that he did not inherit. Draymond Green was not doing much before Steve Kerr. His offense very much is what put them over the top. Like, you have to give credit for the fact that even if you call it an inheritance, like George Seifert inherited a team. They were already champions.
Barry Switzer inherited a team.
Right. Like, Steve Kerr inherited a team that had not gotten over the top, and he got him over the top. I'm also not going to say, oh, he doesn't get credit for Team USA because, like, look how good the roster is. That's what every Team USA roster looks like. There's never been a Team USA roster where you look at it and you're like, man, they're a little short on talent. I mean,
well, and coaching is about more than just, getting people better. It's about balancing egos, and it's about managing talent. And so the fact that Steve Kerr inherited a team, yes, he did for the most part, but then they have added pieces changed over the years, and the players that they have, they got better. Draymond Green was on his way to being great, and Steve Kerr, I think, really helped unlock him as an offensive player.
Yeah.
And he became more than just a great defender and a glue guy. He became your point guard, ostensibly.
Right. And plus, also, I would say this. This is just a rule for me. If you're going to put someone in position to where they will be criticized if it doesn't go well, then you got to credit them when it does. So if you were going to come down Steve's road if they lost, then I'm sorry. You have to credit him if they win. That's just the way I go about it. I don't think it's fair to only set it up where one side of the table is active. You'll be criticized if they lose, and you'll be brushed aside if they win. Well, that's lame. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So if you were prepared to say Steve's a big choke artist, I can't believe we didn't make the gold medal game, well, now they did. So, nice job, Steve.
Yeah. Nice.
Out of bed.
Well, and the entire staff, because it was looking late third like they were in some real trouble. And about the only offense they had was Steph. And so you can't play everybody every minute, and you go to the second unit and things don't get much better. And then you go back to your starters, and they were able to turn it around. And ultimately, in the NBA or by proxy, the Olympic tournament, the players are going to make most of the impact on deciding the game. You're not going to see a coach who's going to pull something out of the hat. I think in basketball more than the other sports, because in football, there's play calls, and the play calls a lot of times can really make the difference between a winning team and a losing team. And in baseball, you make certain calls about who you go to in the bullpen, and the Giants may have a tougher call in their next game about who you want to close out a game after what we saw today. But in basketball, ultimately, even in the Olympics, you're going to ride with your best players. So you got down to like 6 minutes to go. All right, Steph, KD, LeBron, Embiid, you guys get in there. We're going to ride or die with you because you're our best players.
What's up, Lucas?
Probably the loudest criticism that Steve Kerr has heard over these 3-4 games, however the many Olympic games they've played, was about Jason Tatum getting 0 minutes.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone checked the box score tonight. DNP-CD again for Tatum.
Oh.
So not afraid to make tough decisions.
And is Halliburton injured? Is he a little bit banged up? Is that why he didn't play?
Probably just the last person on the bench.
Halliburton hadn't played. Has he played at all?
Played garbage time.
I mean,
one of these games.
he has not played an important minute yet in the whole thing, and that's the way a basketball team works.
Yeah, Derek White got 7 minutes, and Bam got 9. So really, if you look at it, he played basically 7 guys, and then Edwards and Anthony Davis got a couple of little mini stints.
Yeah.
He shortened down that rotation.
Jason Tatum is not going to join the Warriors as a free agent as long as Steve Kerr is still the coach, just like Brandon Ingram probably won't.
And maybe we can hold this topic for another day, but just watching today in particular, but watching this entire tournament, Joe Lacob, I know you're listening because you love the station. Go get Kevin Durant.
Go get Kevin Durant.
Go get KD. Call your guy in Phoenix. He doesn't want to pay him.
I think he would. I think Joe would. I don't think he's available.
No doubt. No, but when you watch those two together.
Trade deadline.
And forget LeBron, because Steph and LeBron, I don't know if you saw the moment after the game. LeBron goes over, grabs Steph by the head, and he presses his forehead against Steph's, and basically he was saying...
He tried to pop him.
Steph practically jumped into LeBron's arms.
Yes. It's a magical little thing they got going.
You know what's it? Okay, now I got a quick aside.
Finally, pay the over on quick asides.
Good Lord. No, there's a hypocrisy that's spilling out all over this room right now.
No, it's patriotism.
If Draymond hugs LeBron, it's an international incident.
Yes.
He's subordinate. They're buddies.
He's insubordinate.
They're subordinate. They're buddies, and they should. Oh, why don't you just go join him in LA? Steph and LeBron are skipping through Paris, and everybody loves it.
You know why?
Why?
Team USA, Mark, and I'm sorry that you're not enough of a patriot. Where's my red hat?
Yeah, stick it to him, dude.
I put my red hat back on.
You put a red hat on?
And I wore the red hat today.
Go ahead, put a red hat on.
Just because we talked.
Yeah.
It's tremendous,
There you
this
go.
hat.
Make 95.7 the game great again. Go ahead.
We talked off the air yesterday, and I'm gonna write this bit, and I'll deliver it on the air about certain colors that you can no longer wear because of the assimilation to certain things. I refuse to give heed to that. Similarly, when it comes to America, and they're both representing America, you guys can hug each other. You can hold hands and skip down the Champs-Élysées. You could do whatever you want. But when these Olympics are over, he had better be dead to you again.
I cannot handle you with the red hat over the top of your headset.
I like it.
I swear you look like you just came from the barn. Like you, like
it's tremendous. This hat is tremendous.
Amazing look.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride it.
Get over to YouTube.
Let me see. Let me punch up the camera. I like it.
You need a tight belt, and you need to stand up right now and lift it.
Let me tell you a couple things.
And then make some noises.
Got me a new combine. I was doing some farming. Yeah, I need a piece of straw coming out. Piece of wheat. That's what I need. Yeah. Yeah, Willard. You like it, don't you?
Oh, gosh. No, I'm just running all kinds of things through my head that I shouldn't say, and so I won't.
Just do it. Do it.
You won't.
Gotta be careful now.
Seriously.
Be careful.
He was great this morning.
He was phenomenal. You want to hear a little bit?
Love to.
Like to hear it? Here it go. This is Herm on if the relationship between Aiyuk and the Niners can be repaired.
Absolutely. This is business. And this is what you tell every player when you're the head coach, when a player is going through the contract negotiation. You always tell the players this, just watch what happens during these negotiations. If it gets into the news cycle, and you're going to have to deal with all that, but at the end of the day, guys, that's the business part of it. It's not personal. And I think sometimes players need to learn that too. This is business. It's nothing against you. It's just business. And business is different than being a football player or being a football coach. And so with that being said, hopefully this thing will transpire where it can get done where both parties, will shake hands and hug each other and get going. And if not, then, Brandon will go somewhere else and the 49ers will have to regroup and continue to go. And at the end of the day, guys, I've always said this. It's like if a player gets hurt in the opening game, you can't cancel the season. You got to play.
I totally agree with him. I think the relationship is good by practice if he were to sign. I think they're fine. I don't know if he wants to go to dinner with Parag, but who cares? You don't need to be friends with Parag to go play for the 49ers.
Yeah, and I wonder if any of them actually are. The guy who goes to war with you every time that you're trying to get money.
You don't see him out there bro hugging everybody on the field.
No, he's up in his office.
Stays in his office.
Grinding on people. Yeah. Trying to,
calling agents and undressing them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or not calling agents if the reports are to be believed about Brandon Aiyuk.
All right. We're going to get into more of the Herm. But before that, FP is going to join us because we really do. We got to get into this Giants game a little bit. They're over 500. That's wonderful. It was pouring rain. It was ridiculous. Is Doval still the closer? We've got questions to ask. FP hops in here next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to echo your sentiments about Fremont Bank and exactly
1-2 to left. Conforto all the way back into the corner, and it is gone. And I don't believe it.
Wow.
Tie game 5-5. I don't believe it.
Oh, my goodness. A little take it with you bunt.
He did. And he got it past the pitcher. Beautifully done. The run will score. Nobody out. 2 on. It's 6-5 Giants. You can't do it better than that.
There it was. The old take it with you bunt.
That was beautiful. 1-2. Got him with the sweeper to finish off a marathon day. The Giants get a win. It took everything and everybody that they have.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's all from NBC Sports Bay Area. And I would say there were 2 moments in this game where I think Dave Flemming was just about to lose it.
Yeah.
And I mean, lose it. And one of them was in the very first inning when the umpire did something that was just like, look, we all make mistakes, but don't double down on your mistakes. And he tossed out Bomel, and we can get to that with FP. But then also, after multiple rain delays and a lengthy road trip on its last day, the last thing that you want to see with rain flying out of the sky is somebody hit a 3-run Oppo Taco to tie a game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th to keep this thing going even longer. And I thought Dave was about to lose his bananas.
Yeah, because everybody wants to go home at that point. Can we just get out, one singular out? And that was such a cheapie. And FP can explain what kind of a yard that is, but I don't think that thing goes out almost anywhere. That was just a lazy fly to left.
I mean, it carried, which through that weather is odd.
Wild.
But anyway, that's right. Let's talk to FP. All guests right here on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. How about that one against the Nats in your old digs there, FP?
You guys, what a great day in sports. I've been sitting here all day. I had my computer out watching the Giants game. I had USA basketball on TV. I mean, just drama all over the place. You're wondering if it's going to be one of the greatest upsets ever in Olympic basketball. If they come back and win it, it's the Steph Curry show. I'm screaming and yelling in my place, and I can hear the dogs barking next door to me because I'm so loud. I'm going nuts over the basketball game. I'm going nuts over the baseball game. I'm dropping audible F-bombs. My neighbors probably think I'm nuts right now based on what's happened today. Just a great day in sports, man. It's why we all love it. I mean, what a treat. I know you guys have been working, so maybe you didn't get to experience all of it I did. Like a bum on the couch here today. It was just, what a day, man. This is what it's all about. I'm still beaming from basketball and then the baseball game, and you guys are talking about Dave Flemming. One of the best broadcasters in all of sports right now, period. End of story.
Yeah, no.
And he's got to a comfort level and a point in his career where it's just so awesome because he just goes stream of conscious. Like whatever he's thinking, he says now. He's so confident and so established in a lot of different sports with ESPN and with Disney and with the Giants. And he's just so good at what he does now that he just really doesn't even care what he says. And I love listening to him on the radio, on the TV. He's as good as it gets. And today he was just pissed and frustrated, and you want to get home to see your family, and you get excited about they moved the game up, we're going to get home earlier, and then everything that could go wrong or make it just torture for the whole day did, and they got out of there with a win. It was just, I don't know. You might look back at today if they pull this thing off and say, today was a reason why.
Well, I would put it the other way, which is that if they had lost, I don't think they're coming back from that today. So, yeah, it was huge. But let's talk about one of the people Dave must have been mad at. FP, let's be real now. Should Camilo Duvall still be the closer?
I was hoping we would do a couple of really fun questions about how great the day was today before we got to this one.
Let's do this first.
Like Mark Canada's day.
So clutch.
And Tyler Fitzgerald is playing great, and they finally got a hit with runners in scoring position. But, yeah, I know that's the big elephant in the room right now. And I don't know how much longer you can go with him, you guys. I don't know what's going on. He lost his mojo. And here's the thing is if they are going to pull this off, like I just mentioned, they need him. And I don't know what's going on with him, but you can't afford – I've told you guys this before, and I believe this fully. The toughest losses as a baseball player are blown saves. where you go out there and you do your part. It's almost like the kicker comes in and he misses a field goal at the end of the game. It's kind of that clubhouse when you're done. It's just crickets, and those losses have reverse momentum. So there's nothing worse than having a closer that you just don't know about. And there's nothing better than you have a closer that he comes in the ninth and you throw your glove on the field and you're like, this is a lock. And we went through ups and downs with Brian Wilson. He was adventurous in his saves, but he found a way to get it done. And Rob Nen and Shooter, and we can go back to all the great closers in Giants history. And Camilo was tracking to be one of those. And now all of a sudden, and I don't know the reasons. If I had to guess, you guys, and this is a wild guess because I'm not in the guy's head, and it's always dangerous as a broadcaster or a commentator to speculate, but it just seems like this is a mental thing more than a physical thing.
So to fix the mental thing at this point, what do you do? Because you can't option him down. AAA is almost over, and that would be damaging. You can't just pull him and throw him in the 7th or 8th because that would be damaging. Or is that something that you would hope would be too deleterious for a guy who's already shown to be a little bit fragile?
Well, I'll say this, Dibs. This is check your ego at the door time. You got teams to catch, and you got business to take care of. So this isn't about feelings at this point. A lot of times when you're talking about 162-game season, you have to manage personalities and you have to manage feelings. And today's athlete is more sensitive than ever, right? You guys know, you coach younger kids. It's just a different time. So early on in the season, you hug them, you tell them it's going to get better. You go to the bullpen, you figure things out. But when it gets to cutting time, and that's what it is right now, it's whoever's getting the job done. Bruce Bochy won 3 World Series by everybody checking their ego at the door. If it was a big game and it was the second inning and you were an established pitcher, you were out of there. And it was the next guy and the next guy. And he would just go through the bullpen until he found something that worked. So when you're playing catch-up ball and you're in this position, this isn't about feelings at this time. This is about winning however you win. And if he's not going to be able to do it, you see, they have safety nets up now in the bullpen when he's pitching. And I know probably Bob's at his wit's end with this thing, but it's such a delicate situation because closers are like wide receivers, and I'm sure you guys have been talking about wide receivers a lot. I mean, they're kind of the divas of Major League Baseball, right? They come in, they have the lights, they have the shows, and all the teams do it now with the closers and coming in, and so that's a fragile ego thing, But right now, if you're not getting the job done, you have to go to somebody that is getting the job done. And I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to make this decision, but I know Ryan Walker's getting the job done. I know Taylor Rogers today is getting the job done, and there's other options down there. And this is the time of year where it's all hands on deck. I know that's a cliche, but whoever is performing, that's why you're seeing Marco Luciano not playing. Whoever's performing right now, whoever's helping the Giants win a game, has to be in whatever role is best for the Giants to win a game right now.
You can say nut cutting time, FP, because yes, it's about having to cut a nut off away from a bolt because rust has immobilized it. And it's really a period of time where decisive action must be made. So it has nothing to do with other nuts. So you can say...
I didn't know that. I just thought that was just about being a eunuch or something.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. So I Googled it during your 90-second answer, and I realized that it's about nuts and bolts. So you can say nut cutting time.
It better be. If it was the other thing, it's never nut cutting time. Oh my God, that sounds like the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone.
I mean, there's this thing called a vasectomy, too, so I didn't, maybe that was the reference.
Yeah, too soon. Tibbs will tell you all about it. Anyway.
Snap.
All right, okay. 10 of 13, but yes, against pretty weak competition. But FP, what do you think? Do they have something here or not?
They're on their way to having something. And I'll tell you this, games like today, you guys, where you're just gee, it rains again, and we're in the locker room again, and we come out, it rains again, and our closer gives up a 3-run homer. You miss your family. You've been on the road for a couple of weeks. You can't wait to see your wife and your kids. You just want to get on the plane. I've been on teams where they just cash it in games like this. And the teams that really want to accomplish something, the teams that have that fight to do what they did today, I don't care if it's the Nationals. I don't care if it's a 14 and under team. What they did today it just tells a lot about this team. I think the one thing we can say about the Giants this year, as frustrating as a lot of things have been, is that they do fight. And if you have that, and you have that down the stretch, and I mean that plane ride, that locker room, guys, I just I'm on the Signal app, and I just got a text that they have to hurry to the airport tonight to beat weather, or they have to stay in D.C. another night. So they're scrambling in the clubhouse right now. They're trying to get on the bus. I'm sure they're going to, do their best to get to the airport, maybe with a police escort, who knows, just to get out of D.C. tonight so they get home and they got to play tomorrow. So their long day could get longer. So I'm rooting for those guys to get to the airport. I think the weather's coming at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and they have to try to beat the weather out of D.C. tonight to get back to San Francisco.
In their spot, do you really look at the schedule much, FP? I know it's just all about win the next day, and you've mentioned it. Try to go 1-0 today and the rest of it, but they got 3 against Detroit. Atlanta's lost 5 in a row. You got 4 with them. The A's on the road in front of nobody, and then the White Sox. That's your next group of series. Do you start to maybe keep one eye ahead, thinking about this really being, for lack of a better way to describe it, nut-cutting time?
Because you can say that.
You can.
I just learned. I learned something listening to you guys every day.
Appreciate it.
It's really, really special. It's a very educational show.
Special.
It's super special listening to you guys. I learn. It's almost like going to class every day, and I love listening to you. I don't know, Tibbs. You're asking the wrong guy, and as a broadcaster, I should probably be more in tune with the schedule and more aware of what's coming up. But like the baseball player in me still takes over, where I've told you guys stories where I was on the charter and we'd be in the air for like an hour, and I'd turn to my buddy and say, where are we going? Who are we playing? Because as a baseball player, you just get so involved in the day. Like, what can I do today to prepare for this game? What can I do today to help my team win this game? And then you drink a beer in the clubhouse and you take a deep breath, and then you're ready for the next game. And I guarantee if you ask those guys, they probably know they're playing Detroit tomorrow, and they know they have to win tomorrow. But the players don't think like this. They just got to go out and continue playing decent baseball. I don't know if they're playing good baseball right now. They're playing better baseball. They're playing baseball well enough to win games. But then all of a sudden you have this little thing called momentum. They won 10 out of 13. The negative fan will say it's against so-and-so. But like in the big leagues, you guys are well aware anything can happen on any day. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Rockies. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Marlins. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Nationals. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Dodgers. Like it's a baseball game, and you just prepare yourself to go out there and compete at the highest level on a nightly basis. And you come back the next day and you hook yourself up to all the machines, you ice everything down, you put the heat pads on, you do your pregame routine, you go out there again. But like you get to this point of the year, everybody's banged up. So it's whatever you can do to go out there and be the best version of yourself to do. I always used to think, just do one little thing to help your team win. It's not about going 3 for 4 with a double in the gap and driving in 3 runs. Like, look at myself in the mirror and what can I do to help my team win today? And if you get 25, 26 guys to start to think that and to think that way, you can gain some momentum here. And there's teams in front of you that are struggling. The Dodgers are struggling right now. The Diamondbacks are 3 games back. They're breathing down their throat right now. They've been on fire. So it's just about one day at a time. It really is. And I know that's probably not what you want to hear, but yeah, the schedule right now is pretty conducive. The Tigers are playing good baseball. And everyone's saying, oh, it's the Tigers. They're going to sweep the Tigers. The Tigers just went up to Seattle and played really well. So we'll see how this whole thing goes. But I know tomorrow will be a lot easier for these guys based on what happened today, because if you spend 5 hours on a baseball field, Mark, to your point, and you lose, and now you got a 6-hour flight home, like that's a hard one to get over. Like if you go out there and get beat 10-0 in a 2-hour and 45-minute game, that's baseball. But if you go out there, you're on the field, you're off the field, you're grinding, your closer gives up a 3-run jack, you thought you were going to win, then you lose. That was a mental. There was a lot of mental energy for those guys spent in this game, and if they didn't come out on top, we just did all of that. I'm sitting in my locker. I'm filthy dirty. I can't even breathe right now. I'm beat. We've been on the road for however many days, and we did all that for nothing. Those are the ones that hurt too.
Well, and Bomel has talked so much about nothing matters till we get over 500, and it would have knocked them back below 500 again. They're finally over 500, so I thought there was something there too. FP Santangelo with us. Okay, I got one more. I'm going to go to a negative place again, but I'm going to ask it in a productive way. this team, for whatever reason, because I can hear when you say, oh, they're playing better, they're still not playing great. They are still freaking allergic to the sack fly. When there's a runner at third and 0 outs or 1 out, it's a strikeout every single flipping time, and it's very annoying. Here's how I want to ask it to you, bud. When you're in that situation, what's the approach? What works and what doesn't?
Well, it's easy to say for you and I. It's harder to do when you're up there and adrenaline is flowing. But to drive in runs, all the good RBI guys I was ever around, they're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. And that doesn't mean you get to 2 strikes. But if guys are afraid to hit with 2 strikes, they swing early in the count because they don't want to get to 2 strikes. So to drive in runs, the number one thing is you got to realize that the pressure's on the pitcher. Like, he got himself into this jam. He's the one that should be nervous and amped up right now, not you. So think about up the middle the other way, because if I try to pull the ball, I get too big and I'm susceptible to anything slow or anything away. And it's to realize that the pressure's absolutely 100% on the pitcher, and just let the at-bat come to you. Deep breaths between pitches. See yourself doing it between pitches. Have a really good game plan and try to execute that game plan. What am I sitting on? Yeah, I always say there's two counts to hit it in baseball, only 2 counts. There's 2 strikes and less than 2 strikes. And with less than 2 strikes, you're looking for 1 pitch in 1 spot, and you're spitting on everything else. What happens in those situations, you saw Ramos today a couple of times, he looked young. He was excited. He wanted to drive in the run. And so to take it a step further, and I could talk about this for an hour, is you have to have confidence in the guy behind you to get the job done if you don't. Meaning, if they want to walk me here, take my walk. If they're not going to pitch to me here, take my walk. The guy behind me, I have confidence in passing the baton to the guy behind me that he'll get it done. And it's not, I want to get the job done. I'm going to get the job done. I'm going to drive in the runs here. It's like, if I get the pitch with less than 2 strikes I'm looking for, I'm going to get my A swing off and think about up the middle the other way, and then just be relaxed and try and have confidence in your ability to hit with 2 strikes. The best RBI guys in the history of the game, they don't give a crap what the count is. 3-1, 0-2, they're still going to drive that run in.
My friend, thanks so much. We're gonna see you a lot soon, so we're looking forward to it.
All right, you guys have a great rest of the show. I hope you have something to talk about today. There wasn't a lot going on in sports, so I hope you really find something to talk about.
I mean, there's no Brandon Aiyuk trade, so we're just still sitting here in neutral as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, because you don't talk about the great thing. Talk about Steph. Steph was awesome today. I was screaming
That's
at the
pretty
TV.
good. FP, we needed you in here because our normally quiet outer room was filled with Director of Sports Lucas Alexander acting like you used to act during the Giants World Series runs down there at Comcast Sportsnet.
Screaming, high-fiving.
Oh,
yeah, man, show that emotion.
America, baby.
I'll leave it with this. Today was on a Thursday afternoon. You couldn't ask for more. Today was a special day if you're a sports fan.
I agree. Yeah, it felt like March Madness. You don't get this on Thursday afternoon very often, but yeah,
cool.
Yeah, here we are. All right, thanks, bud. Great talking to you.
All right, guys, take care. Thanks for having me on.
Yep, there it is. FP, final pitch, and there were too many pitches today, and my mind goes in 2 very opposite directions. Like, remember now, and I remember because you and I was about to head out to town, and we were about to start that 4-game Rockies series. And I was like, they're going to win all 4. And then they did. And then it was the trade deadline. And we all know what happened there, which was kind of a mixed bag of half-stepping and money and not what people really wanted. And then you're like, okay, but after that, you're playing a stretch of teams that you need to beat, and you need to win all those series. Now, the A's series is only a 2-game series. But since then, 6-3. So 4 in a row going into the deadline, 6-3 since then. There's your 10-13. And you guys are right. There's the schedule is going to continue to give you breaks for the next few weeks. Now, there is a stretch after that gets really hard. And I don't think people have really, this whole thing about, the Giants schedule is easy. There's this stretch starting in September where they go Arizona, San Diego, Milwaukee, San Diego, Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona. It's like 7 straight series against really good baseball teams. So whatever, worry about that when you get there. But they are winning the games. They are hitting the ball. People like Conforto, and now Kana today has this great game. And so You're getting the contributions. Ramos is back. Chappie can't stop hitting home runs. That's all great. However,
oh boy,
no, I do. Like you got
sounding like Grandy right now.
No, you got to ask for a lot. If you're asking for a playoff team, you have to ask for a lot. And there's 3 things that stand out to me right now. If you really want to take this and make this something, there's 3 things. You've got to figure out what's going on with Harrison and Birdsong because they both look exhausted. That's number 1. Number 2, very obvious, Camilo Doval, problem. And here would be my new rule. He's either not the closer or when he comes in, as soon as he walks someone and you're allowed to take him out, you take him out. So that second walk today, which was his 3rd batter, gone. You're out. And
Stay confident, kid.
I'm sorry, there's no time for that. It's nut cutting time.
Thank you, and I appreciate you using it because it's a clean expression.
There's no time. Pablo Sandoval, Barry Zito, these people got benched in playoff runs. There's no time. Okay? And then number 3, I don't know what the hell needs to happen for somebody to put the ball in play when there's a runner at 3rd and less than 2 out. I don't know if we need to start incentivizing this like they're little kids. You know what I mean? Like, put your phone away. Okay, put your phone away. If you put your phone away 5 nights in a row, you get a cookie. What in the hell is it going to take to put the bat on the ball with a runner at 3rd and less than 2 outs? It is an automatic strikeout right now, no matter who the hell's at the plate. They're allergic to the sac fly. Can't remember the last time they got a sac fly, and it's killing them because they're a team that's not good enough to blow you out. They need to win close games. So if you need to win close games and you can't trust your closer and you can't score guys from 3rd, you're in a world of hurt.
You're in a tough spot, but you do have 3/5 of your rotation looking pretty good.
Dominant.
The other 2 arms, it's probably going to wind up being bullpen games the rest of the way because you've got young pitchers who are overextended beyond where they've ever been in their career. Today was an odd one because you had the rain delay, but Kyle Harrison has not looked as dominant as he did in April and May.
Yeah, he was okay.
He's a young pitcher looking tired. And you do have Jordan Hicks and you got Sean Jelly, guys who can come in and be a bridge. The thing about Doval, I wonder about his fragile psyche. I don't know how fragile it is, but it seems like he's a guy who has allowed his own failure to get to him. So if you do start to take him out when he struggles, that doesn't give him confidence. And if you completely remove him from the closer role, that doesn't give him confidence. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place unless you want to completely make a move and not even go back to him ever again as closer this year.
Well, I don't know about ever again, but
this year.
Like
if you make that move now, you're basically going to go with Ryan Walker the rest of the way, or you're going to do whatever you think you should do. If you take Camilo Doval out of the closer role, I don't think you can then put him back into it later in the year.
Maybe not.
I don't think that he has the psyche to withstand that.
Maybe not, but I'm not sitting here like very low on my priority list is Camilo's confidence.
No, but you need him confident to get out. And if he's not confident, then
we're moving on.
Then you take him out.
Yeah, then we're moving on. They're like that rope right now is not gone, but it is very short. And you can feel it. You can see it. There's no patience for this. He's right. When he's talked about safety nets in the bullpen, did everyone catch what that means? Camilo's coming into the game and someone else is warming up before the hell he's gotten even to the mound. So they already know. They know. And that's probably not good for his confidence.
Nope.
All right. Glad you're with us. We're sponsored by Safeway. We are going to get to some of the Herm Edwards sound and the Aiyuk situation. Diana Rossini has an interesting tweet that you're going to want to hear about. TJ Houshmandzadeh is joining us in an hour or less. And we're open to your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. game, beating Serbia by 4. Steph Curry, the star, 36 points. They don't go anywhere without Steph. The Giants built a 5-2 lead going into the bottom of the ninth, basically on the back of Mark Kana's 4 hits, including a bases-clearing double in the top of the ninth with 2 outs. Why did he get a double with 2 outs to clear the bases? Because people can't put the ball in play when there's less than 2 outs.
That makes sense.
With a runner at third. So Chappie strikes out. There goes Kana to save the day. Then the Giants are up 5-2, but Camilo Doval blows the save with a 3-run homer with 2 outs. They end up winning in extra innings, 9-5. Rain delays throughout. Sloppy, wet, ugly, all of that. But the Giants are on a heater. They've got a winning record. They're 3 out of the wild card. And then there's Brandon Aiyuk. And has anything changed? Not much in a public setting, maybe a little bit in a private setting, and I'll explain that in a second. Here's what Diana Rossini tweeted not that long ago. And this is sort of, I guess, the latest up-to-date piece of information, if you will. The 49ers, to this point, haven't been satisfied with the Steelers' offers and would like a receiver in return for Aiyuk as part of a trade. Although they are open to players at other positions, league sources said. All right. Hey, translate all that.
Well,
what does that mean to you?
They want a good player. And if they can't get a receiver, which they'd like a receiver, but as we've talked in the past, Pittsburgh has one really good receiver on a rookie deal. They're not trading him. They've got another pretty good receiver that the 49ers may or may not want. I don't even know if that player would be a starter.
Which one are you talking about?
Talking about Deontay. Deontay Johnson.
He's not there anymore.
Oh, he went
to Carolina.
Oh, there you have it.
Yeah, your other receivers are like Calvin Austin.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Van Jefferson.
Yeah, Van Jefferson's a third receiver. The Niners already have one.
Anyway, so yeah,
the Niners need a 1 or a 2.
Yeah.
And I know there was talk about them being interested in the tight end Freiermuth, which Pittsburgh's not going to trade Freiermuth.
Wouldn't think.
No. And, then you get into bigger names like Minkah Fitzpatrick and TJ Watt, and these are not players that are going to be on the move. So then you get into second-tier offensive linemen, backup edge rushers, players who maybe could be a part of the deal, but depends on how many picks would come along with that.
Or do you involve a third team? And
right.
Are there players out there, right? I mean, and this is, I believe, this to be speculative and just fun fodder for social media, but I like our show to be fun.
Yeah.
So why not share fun fodder?
Okay.
I have heard Pittsburgh only wants to give up picks, and the 49ers would like a player. So the idea has been floated of take the picks from Pittsburgh and send them to Vegas, and Davante Adams comes to the 49ers.
That's fun.
Everybody happy.
Pretty much.
Don't we like happy?
Especially if you can send them one pick and then you're able to keep a pick.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And
Aiyuk for a first and a third.
Well, and agent,
then you send the first to the Raiders and you get Davante for a first.
I don't know if Pittsburgh's looking to give up a first, but yeah, if it's a 2 and a 3 or a 1 and 2, whatever.
Yep.
I like your idea, and I do think part of this has sort of been born from the fact that Brandon's agent, who by the way is also the agent for John Lynch. I don't know if that's sort of been under-discussed. So, a little incestuous, but anyway.
Totally.
In this particular case. But the agent for Brandon Aiyuk and John Lynch has been spending the week at Raiders practice.
There you have it. And we saw him in the background of the NFL Network live from when they were doing the camp thing. So, maybe that's a part of it. And it makes sense that Davante Adams is a guy who is from here and wants to win and has been openly critical of his ability to stay alive as a player for Las Vegas.
Right. Like, I think he likes good quarterbacks. Doesn't have one right now. Certainly didn't have one last year. Mark Grandy's got that look in his eye. He's got that look in his eye right now.
And the light is on.
Yeah, he's like, I got something to say, damn it. What do you got to say?
Well, you brought up a 3-team trade. Yeah. There was also, I've seen some, social media fodder, as you put it. Another AFC West wide receiver, Denver Broncos, Courtland Sutton. Maybe the Niners interested in Courtland Sutton, and they work a 3-team trade with the Steelers and the Broncos.
I saw that too. I know we all know, at least in our industry, we know Ben Albright who is based in Denver, he reports that that's not a thing. Again, take whichever reports you want. He says that that is not being discussed. I don't, but yeah, who knows? Who knows what we're going to get? Maybe we're going to get a nothing burger.
Sure. And I do think that, as we talked about yesterday, 3-team trades in the NFL are extremely rare, and they're very difficult to pull off. But the hypothetical of Devontae and Pittsburgh and the Niners, that is an appetizing one. And while we're doing Fun Fodder Radio, that is pretty fun.
Well,
because you picture Devontae Adams is much more like Brandon Aiyuk. He's better than Brandon Aiyuk. Even though he's older than Aiyuk, he's better still than Brandon Aiyuk, but he's that type of a receiver. He can hit you from all three levels. You know, the short, the intermediate, and the deep route.
And he can get off the line. He gets open. He is, in fact, maybe the best in the entire game at shaking one-on-one coverage, and that's what Brandon does well and better than Deebo, and so it's what the 49ers would probably be after. I have stated this, and it's not that I'm changing my mind. I have stated that if there is a trade of Brandon Aiyuk, it represents a failure. And what I mean by that is not that the 49ers should just cower and give Brandon whatever he's asking for. What I mean by that is this is not what you do. You don't trade your good players in August when you're trying to win a Super Bowl. However, I'll add this. Of all the things I've heard, there's only one that would make 49er fans forget Brandon Aiyuk 4 seconds after the trade ended. And that would be Devontae Adams.
Yeah, that would be.
That's the only one. I don't want to hear about Amari Cooper. I don't want to hear about Kendrick Bourne.
Oh, no.
We're not going to. The Patriots are out. I don't want to hear about Terry McLaurin.
Courtland Sutton's a good wide receiver.
I don't even, but
he's not Brandon Aiyuk.
Not going to do that. And even George Pickens, all of these things are fun, cool. Fantasy drafts are soon. There's one that would make me go, Brandon, go bye-bye. And that would be Devontae flipping Adams.
Bye-bye. No doubt.
That's the only one.
And they could do a receiver doc part 2, and they wouldn't have to leave this one facility.
Stay here and
just do it all
just go
here.
to Santa Clara and do the whole doc.
That's it. No, he would be one that you would, it would feel like you won the trade, even if you wound up with no picks. So Aiyuk commands a second and a third. Let's just pretend those second and third go to Vegas. And you know what? You even got to throw in, maybe you throw in Eli Mitchell, or you throw in one of your receivers, Danny Gray, because there are receivers that you're going to cut that are going to be NFL players elsewhere.
Agreed.
And I do think that your running back room is probably one body too big. Matt Mayoko today with a great early breakdown of the 53-man roster as he sees it breaking camp. And when you start to look at some of these position groups, they've got some depth in there where you've got some guys who are going to shake free. The receivers in general, you've got Bell, you've got Conley, Trent Taylor. These are all guys who might be on the bubble for making the roster or not.
My dude, I just went to the Niner roster, like their training camp roster.
Yeah.
It's got 15 receivers on it.
Well, T.O. just got released.
Tarico, so you're correct.
T.O. 2.
So now call it 14.
Okay.
But they added a new one today in Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson.
His last name is now Chosen?
It's now Chosen. He changed it from Anderson to Chosen.
No, his first name is now Chosen, not Robbie.
Thank you.
He's Chosen Anderson.
Really?
Yeah.
You sure?
No, he's Chosen instead of Robbie. Let's get
now you're making me doubt myself. Let me double check.
I'm doubting myself.
You better be careful.
I very well might be wrong. I thought his name was Robbie Chosen. He didn't change to Anderson?
That was so 2 years ago, Willard.
Oh, you are right. My bad.
Robbie Chosen.
Robbie Chosen?
Yeah. He didn't get rid of the Robbie.
Wait. Previously known as Robbie Anderson and briefly Chosen Anderson, he is now Robbie Chosen.
Yeah.
I'm just confused.
Yeah.
Too much.
It's...
He's a Niner now.
What we have is an odd wide receiver. I'd like a documentary on him and his name.
Well, what we have is an arduous process of red tape because my wife, the lovely Supper, she has just now decided to take on Dibley.
Hey,
which she was always going to do it. Supper Dibley. Sup dibs. Sup dibs. So
sup dibs.
A couple weeks ago, she's like, you know what?
Every time I see her,
I'm going to finally do it.
Oh.
And so she writes down a list of everything she needs to change. 50 different things.
Well, yeah.
50 different.
Pain in the rear.
PG&E, East
God.
Bay Mud, Republic Services Garbage, Lululemon, and you start to go through Amazon. You start to go through all the things, DMV, Social Security, all my credit cards, my banking, my teaching credential. And she's going through just bippity, but she makes a list.
Yeah.
And it literally is 50 different agencies.
Tell her to leave the Lululemon one in the old name, and maybe she won't have to pay $128 for yoga pants.
Well,
but
she's
anyway.
actually moved on to other yoga pants companies because the Lulu quality's not what it used to be, but I digest.
Oh, is that
It's
so?
a whole thing in my household.
But you could take them back if you get a hole in them, and they
You
give you a
can,
new one.
but
Sometimes.
the point
Keep your
is,
receipts.
for Chosen Robbie to change his name legally, that ain't easy.
I gotta think that that's hard.
And,
brutal.
And he was born Robbie Anderson. Robbie spelled R-O-B-B-Y. He now spells it R-O-B-B-I-E.
Correct.
Well,
I mean,
that's a problem.
Just ask him again tomorrow what his name is. Who knows? You'll be right at some point, Grandy. He'll change it to that.
And Robbie Chosen is not on the Mount Rushmore of athlete name changes.
Meta World Peace is the president of that. I think.
I don't know about that. First of
He's
all,
on the Rushmore. No?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is in the Washington spot.
Sure.
And you could put Muhammad Ali. If you want to put aside the religious ones and just do the frivolous ones.
Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
That was a religious one.
Chad
Ochocinco's up there.
Meta World Peace. I think
World Be Free is on the Rushmore.
He was
one of the originals.
He was
World
my
Be
absolute favorite.
So if we put aside the religious ones,
yes,
and because Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay, whatever, that's the greatest of all time.
Robbie's not making the list.
Roxy Bernstein?
Just a first name. That's a nickname.
Please explain.
Thank you. Alan Bernstein, shout him out. Meta World Peace for sure. Ochocinco, yeah.
My four.
World Be Free.
Yeah, Meta World Peace, World Be Free, Chad Ochocinco, and Sup Dibs. Those are my four. That's my Rushmore. That's my Mount Changemore.
Sup Dibs.
Sup Dibs.
Sup Dibs.
She's going to never see me again.
Oh, she's going to hate you more than she already does.
That's a lot.
Does he ever let you talk?
No.
It's like a 7-minute ride.
Stop.
It's a 7-minute talk.
Stop.
She has to.
No talking.
She goes 7.
Why are you still talking?
Because she.
No.
But
I thought we talked about this.
No, you talked about it. That's kind of the bit. Sup, Dibs. Sup or Dibbly. Anyway, Robbie Chosen.
Why does everybody think I'm in charge of that? I don't have some wand in here.
No, but you just don't stop. You're like my 2-year-old.
To the R TikTok. What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it.
My God. Anyway.
Sup or
Say
Dibbly.
whatever you want on this show.
Of course I can. For 14 seconds till you interrupt me.
Exactly.
Man, sports, man.
Sports.
Anyway, any more great name changes, weigh in on the YouTube.
But listen to these. And I actually been doing this in my mind out there where we're thinking about receivers. I'm like, I can't. You know what? Game show music, please. Let's do it. You don't have a roster up, do you?
Of course not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, especially Supper Dibley, get ready. Dan Dibley's about to talk on the radio. Here we go. How many current 49er wide receivers on the training camp roster can you name? We'll take out Tariq Owens. There are 14 of them.
Oh, Jesus.
Go ahead.
Well, we'll go with Deebo, Aiyuk, and Juwan. Do I need full names? And because
no, that's 3.
I think it's Tyshawn Samuel. It's not Deebo.
Yeah, Tyshawn, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Supper's calling me right now. You better keep your name out her mouth.
No, she's saying, stop. You're talking too much.
Totally.
Honey.
You're ruining the bit.
Stop. Go ahead.
Trent Taylor and Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray.
Okay, why are you doing these in 3s? Why are you?
Because I'm knocking them out. I'm at 6 right now.
You're at 6?
Did I say Trent Taylor right there?
You did.
Gray, Taylor, and Bell. Here's where it gets difficult.
Well, there's
the
2.
The 2 rookies, Pearsall and Cowing.
I was going to be like, there's a couple of easy ones.
Yeah.
Yep, that's 8.
And there's did I mention Chris Conley?
No, that's 9.
Yeah. There's Robbie Chosen.
Correct.
That's 10.
Yep.
And your boy's running out of steam here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and stop at 10 and feel good about myself.
Okay. All right. There's also Malik Turner.
Wouldn't have gotten it.
There is Tay Martin. There is John Trey Kirkland. Mm-hmm.
You did Steiny right there.
I did a little one.
That was awesome.
That was a little one.
Baby Stein.
And Frank Darby.
All right. No relation
Son
to Terrence
of Terrence
Trent.
Trent.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
that's his son. A
Low
lot of
hanging.
famous people's sons are the Niner wide receivers this year.
And a teammate of Brandon Aiyuk at Arizona State.
There you go.
Frank Darby.
There you go. All like Aiyuk brought all his
Your
teammates.
Steiny's better than his Steiny.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to. Yeah. Anyway, so there you go.
So
yes, people are going to get cut.
Well, the last 4 that you named that I didn't, you can go
Well,
ahead
they're
and
out.
say bye-bye. So now we're down to 10.
Probably no more than 6, right? That are going to make the team.
I think so. 6 is even. That's a big number. And
It's a big number. It's 5 or 6. It's going to be
Right.
at least 5, no more than 6.
And so if you're Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell right now, you are working with Pittsburgh to see if they can acquire Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, look, obviously Deebo makes the team. Obviously Juwan makes the team.
And Cowing and Pearsall. Those are 4 locks.
Yeah, Pearsall is. I don't know that Cowing's a lock. I think so. And then, I think Conley is in good shape, but Brandon Aiyuk, okay, is Aiyuk on the team? Is he not?
Yeah.
Do they acquire another one?
Mayo
Do
made
they
a good
not?
point about Trent Taylor being the only one that they can really put faith in to catch a punt right now.
Yep, well.
So Trent Taylor, and he's a guy that they loved. They let him go. They brought him back.
He could be the 6th if they keep 6 because he's also a special teamer. So, yeah, that's how tight that it's looking at that position with the possibility of acquiring another one still.
Yeah.
So
It's a group where you could look at Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray, and you could include them in one of these, crazy fan-friendly 3-team trades we're talking about.
Yeah, does anybody need that, though? Does
If the
anybody
Raiders
care?
trade Devontae Adams, maybe you end up giving, the Raiders the first crack at one of these guys you're going to cut before they become just street free agents. Maybe it's just a throw-in a trade like this.
I mean, it's very like if Aiyuk is suddenly on the team, I mean, it's very possible that your 5 receivers, forget Trent, call him the 6th for catching a punt, but the 5 receivers would simply be Deebo, Juwan, Aiyuk, and the 2 rooks. And the rest of them all would miss the team.
Yeah.
That's totally possible.
And you wind up with one of those guys who gets cut back on the practice squad potentially, but
I mean, Conley feels like he's a Niner now. Ronnie Bell definitely has a shot at this. Robbie Chosen was brought in for a reason. I don't know. He's got an 8-year NFL career. So maybe he's a part of this. Yeah, a lot of questions. But anyway, TJ Houshmandzadeh at some point in the next 40 minutes going to join the show. And he has been, for a long time, Brandon Aiyuk's personal wide receiver coach. Worked with him on his way into the NFL, helped him to become an NFL player, and has certainly been at least a friend, if not an advisor, ever since then. And they still connect a lot. And so as this has sort of hit a new level, let's see what TJ has to say. We'll have that for you a little bit. Herm Edwards was Brandon Aiyuk's college coach. He was on with Bonte and Joe this morning. I think pertinent for you all to hear some of this. This is where we started. Is the relationship between the Niners and Aiyuk irreparable?
Absolutely. This is business. And this is what you tell every player when you're the head coach, when a player is going through the contract negotiation. You always tell the players this, just watch what happens during these negotiations. If it gets into the news cycle and you're going to have to deal with all that, but at the end of the day, guys, that's the business part of it. It's not personal. And I think sometimes players need to learn that too. This is business. It's nothing against you. It's just business. And business is different than being a football player or being a football coach. And so with that being said, hopefully this thing will transpire where it can get done where both parties, will shake hands and hug each other and get going. And if not, then, Brandon will go somewhere else and the 49ers will have to regroup and continue to go. And at the end of the day, guys, I've always said this, it's like if a player gets hurt in the opening game, you can't cancel the season. You got to play.
So I'm with him completely. I don't think there's any bleed over at all. If he were to suddenly sign an extension or figure this out or announce that he's playing on his 5th-year option, I actually believe this group can compartmentalize completely and just go right right from there. I don't know what the appetite is for that right now, but I'm struck by the fact that these two have not been able to break up yet. And seemingly, if you listen to people close to them at their core, they both still want to be together.
Yes, and there's a time where, you're having trouble and maybe spend some time in the guest room, or maybe you do like a temporary separation where, I'm going to spend a week at my friend's house and then we're going to regroup and figure it out. And that's kind of what this is. It's like a trial separation, or it's really more of a guest room stint for one of the members of a relationship where it's not a full-on breakup, but things clearly aren't good. And, maybe you're working on a dissolution, not a resolution, but a dissolution of the relationship. And maybe when things cool down, you realize that you do need each other. You do still love each other. And I think you're right. If all of this leads to even him playing on his 5th-year option, I think that he can be professional enough to put the helmet on and get out there and realize that balling out is the best thing he can do for himself and his team.
Herm did point to one potential concern for the 49ers based on this and more.
Brandon likes to win, and he wants to win, and why not? You're on a winning team. And you got a team that obviously every year is picked, whether one or two to go to the Super Bowl to represent the NFC, and they've been close. And this team, I think this team, when I look at it, the question you got to ask yourself, they've been in 3 Super Bowls in the last 12 years. The energy is what you get worried about with a team like this, all the energy that's needed to do that, right? And all of a sudden you're the target for every team you play.
I think that is a very, very educated thing to say right there. And it is my main concern for the 49ers this year. The cameras haven't left camp since the Super Bowl ended. They're following everybody's a roadshow. Everybody wants a new contract. Every position's got a big name at it. Think how many household names are on this team. And that whole adage that he's talking about, which is that every opponent is going to get up for you and think that that's their personal Super Bowl. Like, the 49ers are, they're high maintenance. They're high maintenance this year. I hate calling them that because I know the tag that goes along with that. I don't mean that they're divas. I just mean this whole outfit right now takes a lot of maintenance, and that can wear people out.
It can, but that's what comes with winning. And that's what comes with winning when you've got your fullback whose wife is now making clothing for Olympians, and she is a celebrity, and your running back got married to an actual celebrity, and your tight end is out there chugging beers at a concert, getting beers thrown to him by your now celebrity quarterback. So all of these guys have grown in their personality, maybe their ego too, but at least in their recognizability from around the world and around the country. So you're not quite Travis Kelce with Taylor Swift, but you're pretty darn close when you talk about 5 or 6 of them.
You're something.
Yeah.
You're something. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. At some point over the next half hour, TJ Houshmandzadeh joins the show. Also coming up next, Matty Barrows, tapped in, dialed in. He joined us yesterday, and we just flat out put him on the spot. Like, is it more or less likely that Brandon stays? Like, is it still a likelihood that he suits up for the 49ers this year? We'll let you hear that answer coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And we're going to have one of those fancy schmancy guests here in just a little bit. Probably in about a half hour. TJ Houshmandzadeh is going to join us. Brandon Aiyuk's personal wide receiver coach. And we'll get the latest. This is a little bit of a curveball, though. You ready for this, Dibbs?
Sure. Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet, but you tell me. Is this a thing? Steph Curry, who was amazing today for Team USA, finished with 36, far and away the leading scorer for Team USA in a game where they had to rally back from 17 down against Serbia, and it was not until probably the final 5 minutes of the game where it actually looked like Team USA had a real good shot. They make that rally. They win that game. They will go to the gold medal round. So it was quite a thing. Probably the most memorable Team USA basketball game in quite some time. And NBC talked to Steph right there on the court after the game, and he said this.
It's everything I imagined it to be. Obviously, this is my first go-around in the Olympics. Knew we were going to get challenged by a great Serbia team, and to have to beat them 3 times this summer was going to be tough. I just kind of got lost in the moment of understanding how big this stage is and what's at stake for this team, and it was special. It was the most fun, I've had in a very long time, and to dig deep like we did with this group and get a win, special. So I'm kind of basking in that right now, and obviously know we got another tough challenge, France on their home court.
Okay. Most fun I've had on the basketball court in a long time.
Yeah.
Does that do anything to you? Does that trigger at all, or is that just somebody who just had a great performance?
He had a great performance, and you could think backward on the last time that Steph Curry had that much fun on a basketball court, and the first thing I thought of going backward was hanging 50 on Sacramento in Game 7 to clinch a first-round victory. Maybe this was more fun than that.
Yeah, I wonder, because that looked hard. That was like, if you go back to that time and that team, you're coming off of an embarrassing Game 6 performance at Chase Center. You have the speech that we all heard about where he asked for everyone to trust him and get on his shoulders.
Get on the bus if
Get
you're
on
with
the
us.
bus if you're with us. And then he's got to go out and do it. And he does, because he's that amazing. But that also that season just felt like a slog.
True.
You know what I mean?
This is probably more fun than that. And even going back further than that, well, he was the finals MVP.
Yeah, how about Game 4 in Boston?
Yeah, maybe that was more fun. But that is, kind of a long time.
Yeah.
Is the most fun I've had. Did he say on a basketball court or the most fun I had, period?
Let's hear it again.
It's everything I imagined it to be. Obviously, this is my first go-around in the Olympics. Knew we were going to get challenged by a great Serbia team, and to have to beat them 3 times this summer was going to be tough. I just kind of got lost in the moment of understanding how big this stage is and what's at stake for this team, and it was special. It was the most fun, I've had in a very long time, and to dig deep like we did with this group and get a win, special. So I'm kind of basking in that right now, and obviously know we got another tough challenge, France on their home court.
He did not say most fun on a basketball court. He just said the most fun I've had in a while.
Well, I was just thinking about him winning the American Century Celebrity Golf Tournament, which was only last summer, which was pretty fun. And when you start thinking about Steph Curry and his life, he does a lot of things that are pretty fun.
I mean,
so for this to be the most fun he's had in a long time, that's saying something, because his life is filled with a lot of pretty cool things.
Well, I think when Draymond made him cry, can I get away with saying that?
You just did.
Well, but I mean, did we all translate it that way? When Draymond got thrown out and Steph appeared to be emotional on the court. I don't know how if he cried. It wasn't heaving or anything like that. But he appeared emotional. It's one of the few times, and I think this is why it struck us so much, it's one of the few times I've ever seen Steph Curry look like he's not having fun.
Yeah.
How many times in your life have you seen Steph and you're like, he's not having fun right now? It always looks like he's having fun.
Totally.
On the court, off the court, in a commercial, Rakuten, whatever. It all looks fun. So, and then Steve Kerr said this. Here's a quote from Steve Kerr. quote, one of the greatest basketball games I've ever been a part of, humbled by being a part of it, end quote. And for Steve Kerr now, think about what he's saying. One of the greatest basketball games he's ever been a part of. He's been a part of some really great basketball games.
Yeah, he's won some titles now. I've been a part of some things in Chicago, San Antonio, Golden State. So even at his time in Arizona, he's been a part of some great basketball games. So for him to say that, I think it kind of speaks to what we all were feeling watching it, because Director of Sports Lucas Alexander, he's an excitable young lad, but he was beyond excited today. He was running around and clapping and doing everything but leading USA chants. And, I was looking at it like, this is more impactful than I thought that this game was, or this game would have been. And the fact that they were down 17 in the first half and down double digits much of the way, in that late third, early fourth quarter stretch. For that to happen and Steve Kerr to say that, it tells you exactly what they were feeling.
Well, it's that classic adage, right? You don't know what you got till it's gone. I thought that's what this game was today. We've been sleepwalking. Nobody cared, but you do care. You just didn't know that you cared, and you needed to be challenged for you to know that you cared, because nobody really ever believes when Team USA basketball hits the floor. No one ever really believes that it's going to be a game. And so I think that what happened here, and I'm not speaking for everybody, obviously. Some of you cared a lot and some of you still don't care. But I do think the dynamic that unfolded today was we've just been sitting here thinking, well, yeah, they'll win gold. And, kind of whatever, like we'll watch and it's cool. Steph's there, LeBron's there. Kevin Durant's there, and then all of a sudden on a Thursday on your way to work or running errands, you're confronted with they're not even going to the gold medal game. And it's in that moment where you're like, oh, wait a second. No, you do care. And I'd argue we needed that. They needed that, and we needed that. Shaq's out here, I'm not impressed unless they win by 20. All that stuff. It's like, hold on. When you're suddenly faced with, you're not even going to go to the gold medal game. That's when you find out. So I think that's what you watch Director of Sports Lucas and everybody else do. I just checked my WhatsApp. There's 30 texts since the start of the show. The game was already over. Everybody's going it's a big buzz all day. You heard what FP sounded like. He's waking his neighbors, screaming in his place. So that's all. That's what I thought today was.
And it's always fun to watch people just discover their patriotism. And it happens with the World Cup, where we all become Americans, even if you're not a soccer fan. When the U.S. is playing fill-in-the-blank country, Slovenia or Germany or Ghana, we always seem to go up against Ghana in those early pool play matches. Even if you're not a soccer fan, you can don the emotional red, white, and blue, and you find your inner American and you go crazy for it. And so today with the basketball team, that was the reaction for so many, which, like you said, South Sudan, it's a snooze, and Brazil, we boat raced them in the quarterfinals, and you're really not that invested. And even today, if they would have been up by 24 in the second quarter, you probably would have had it on, but you wouldn't have been that emotionally charged up.
Background noise.
But the fact that they fell behind and stayed behind, and it looked like for a long time, like, oh my God, this is going to be a disaster.
Well, and then our favorite television characters took over. That's the other thing that I think also happened.
True.
You know what I mean? There's in sports, this is not the argument, but something that I talked about a lot with the whole Caitlin Clark thing this year, which is that, when people get jealous or mad or, oh, it's race or what have you, in terms of like, why is Caitlin Clark so popular when she hasn't even played a minute in the WNBA yet? Well, for all kinds of complicated and non-complicated reasons, Caitlin has become a television character. And I don't always know the story of why someone becomes a television character. Why are the Kardashians so popular? I know some of the answers. And then there's others. Like, why are they this popular? Your eyebrows go up, but like they're incredibly popular with teenage girls still today. Well, what's going on there? Why? Well, they've become these massive celebrity television characters. People want to mimic them, watch them, whatever. Steph and LeBron have driven that in the sport of basketball for a decade. And so there's the comeback, there's the patriotism, there's also the ego. Let's be real.
Yep.
Some people got in touch with their patriotism and others just got in touch with their ego because we're America and basketball, damn it, is our sport and you can't beat us.
Right.
But then the whole thing, the bus gets driven by largely 3 TV characters we love watching and know so well. Steph, LeBron, KD.
Right. And the other side had and I'll use the word villain for the sake of him being on the other team.
That's
but
good.
Nikola Jokic became the villain, and he's leading this plucky little Serbian team, and they're dominating the U.S. That can't possibly be. Interesting you say about television characters, because Caitlin Clark has become a basketball TV character, and yet she's not on this Olympic team. And I don't know how much you've been following the U.S. women's journey.
As closely. They don't lose.
Right, but the point is, like, the majority of people haven't paid one iota of attention to them because they are so dominant. And I think they've won now 59 straight international.
58 or 59, yeah.
And, I mean, they are absolutely crushing teams. And, you know, if Caitlin were there, people would be more interested in this team, even though she probably doesn't deserve to be there based on basketball merits, and she didn't practice with the team beforehand. Whatever the reasons are, if she were there, they'd be garnering even more attention.
No question.
Because she is such a character.
No question. No question about that at all. By the way, to also circle back to a conversation we had off the top of the show, which is why a 4-time champion head coach who also seems like an incredibly nice guy, who also has won a bunch of rings as a player, has had just one of the most amazing basketball careers that has ever happened in the history of this country. For whatever reason, I don't know how many games he's coached in the last year and a half where social media doesn't call him an idiot in real time, constantly. So check this out. Remember the quote that I just read you from Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
By the way, it was sent out by Gary Washburn, who is a reporter for the Boston Globe. File that in the back of your head. Boston. Jason Tatum got 0 minutes today. So Gary Washburn tweets out the quote, "One of the greatest basketball games I've ever been a part of, humbled by being a part of it." Can I read for you the first 4 responses from basketball fans right below that quote?
On his Twitter.
On Gary Washburn's Twitter.
Okay.
NBA columnist, Boston Globe.
I'll put the over-under on idiot references at 1.5.
Okay. First one. They won in spite of you. LMFAOOOOOOO.
Okay.
Next one.
Laugh my Foxborough ascot off. Off.
Next one. Get him, Gary.
You better be careful.
Ask him why he didn't play JT. Okay.
Get him, Gary.
Next one. Homie got a front row seat to watch Steph's whole career. Nothing changed. Next one. It was only close because of his dumbass rotations.
Oh, there you go. Those dumb rotations.
I mean, I could go to the next one. The next one just has Kerr. Clown emoji, poop emoji.
Clown emoji, poop emoji.
Oh,
normally you put those in the other order.
What's wrong with clown poop?
It's better to be poop clown. You poop clown?
I don't know if that's true.
Well, because the poop, actually, the proper way to do it would be donkey emoji, clown emoji.
Yeah, there needs to be another emoji.
Because if you're a donkey, the other word for donkey is...
Right. That's some clown bleep bleep.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Clown bleep bleep.
Next one. I said I'd only do 4, but they keep going.
This is radio gold.
Steve Kerr is one of the worst coaches to be part of the greatest games of basketball. Next one. Make sure you ask about Tatum. Next one. You have the best players in the world and nearly lost to a bunch of goat farmers.
That's
Fire
mean-spirited.
That is not okay. I'm reading someone else's word. Fire this man. That'd be amazing if the Olympic coach got fired on the way to the gold medal game. Next one. JT going to beat his bleep in the locker room. Yeah. It
sounds like they're not happy with him.
On and on and on. There's not one thing here that says anything nice about Steve Kerr. I understand
it's Twitter.
And I understand they're Gary Washburn's followers, so they are largely Boston fans, and Tatum got 0 minutes. So you're mad, and I get it, but ... I don't get it. And Warrior fans, you are not immune from this conversation because this is a good snapshot of what Twitter looks like here in the Bay Area quite often after the Warriors either win close games or lose a game.
Usually off a loss, but
usually.
Your point is well served. And, you look at Steve Kerr, and there are only 5 coaches in the history of the association who have won more titles than Steve Kerr has. 5. He's currently 6th all-time in NBA titles as a coach. Forget the titles he won as a player, including a game-winning shot for Chicago. So he's in rare air, and his winning percentage of 65.4 is among the greatest of all time. So somewhere along the line, you got to give Steve some effing credit. And maybe it's not here in the Olympics where he's clearly keeping Jason Tatum down. And, Derek White only played 7 minutes as well. Where's Boston fan taking up for D. White, who didn't get to play? So far, so good for Steve Kerr, in my opinion. Yeah, the team didn't look great. Is that Steve's fault that they came out and they looked a little nervy and they looked a little flat? No, it's his rotations. And I wonder if Jason didn't come for him in the locker room as they head to the gold medal game.
Tell him to go for a swim in the river. The guy nearly cost them the game. End of third rotation was brutal. Curry saves him from historical humiliation. Every single response is the same. So it's Twitter. It's Boston. I get it.
Turns out that river's dirty.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not a...
I mean, most of them are.
Well, apparently they had to delay the triathlon because the river was so dirty.
I mean, it's not like the
River
Truckee.
Seine.
Yeah, the River Seine.
That's a Truckee. That's
some clean
restaurant quality.
That's
some clean snow melt.
Beautiful H2O.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want the restaurant quality.
Thank you. So, listen, I'm not offended by any of this.
Steve's not offended by any of it.
No, I'm just, I am curious. I'm curious why Steve Kerr has not sort of earned a little bit more respect. I know that Steve Kerr's got plenty of fans here in the Bay. I know that. I'm not letting Twitter take over, and I'm not going to say that, oh my God, why does everybody hate Steve? A lot of you love Steve Kerr. A lot of you respect Steve Kerr. I'm surprised that he doesn't have more. That's all. I'm surprised that almost everybody doesn't at least acknowledge that Steve flippin' Kerr is pretty good coach. I'm not even saying Hall of Fame and the greatest ever. Can you acknowledge that Steve Kerr is not a bumbling idiot when he puts together rotations with an entire staff of people and pages and pages of analytical information?
Right. So that's the part of it that I want to drill down on because his assistants are all great coaches. You've got Tyronn Lue and you got Mark Few and you've got others who have a vast amount of basketball experience. Are you sitting here telling me that all of them are going up to Steve Kerr and saying, you got to play Jason Tatum? And Steve, you know what? I've seen him. We beat him in Boston. I'm not playing Jason Tatum.
Spo was on the
Ty
staff,
Lue,
right?
sit down. Spo, get off me, Spo. Get off me, text line. Mark Few, zip it, Few. You're not going to tell me what to do, Few.
Yeah, you know how many words you get? Few.
Exactly. Less than Few. Less than Dibley.
Yeah.
You get Few.
Well, geez. You might as well just go home.
And I've already spoken far too much in this bit, but you get my point. This is a staff decision. This is not Steve Kerr going rogue. And they obviously think that wherever Jason Tatum's game is right now or whatever the fit is for Tatum against Serbia, he wasn't going to be a guy in their rotation, so they didn't play him and they didn't play Halliburton.
You know what? There's something to be said here that I'm suddenly noticing a trend through 4 different conversations that we're having this week. And it's all about feelings. And when the rubber meets the road, when it is go time in professional sports, there is no room for that. I understand that you mentioned managing egos. Yes, especially in the NBA. That's a big part of it. But we got people offended about Jason Tatum. Oh my gosh, Camilo Doval. We can't put Camilo in if they're up by 5 runs. Can't put Camilo in 3 days in a row. Can't put Camilo in if it's raining. Can't pull Camilo out because his feelings might get hurt. Same thing with Brandon. Brandon up in his feelings with the 49ers. Even though all of us can analytically look at the 49ers situation and realize this is not personal. They're not like, Brandon, we hate you. You know what? We've had a master plan for 7 years to pay all of our homegrown players. And then once we got to the end, we were going to pick one and just turn him into a total dumpster fire and make fun of him in a national incident. What on earth? There's no room. There's no room for these feelings. You have got to make decisions that are in the moment, that are what you think, and you will be wrong by definition sometimes, but what you think puts everybody in their best position to win, period. And if that means Jason Tatum gets mold in his sneakers, then that means Jason Tatum gets mold in his sneakers. By the way, a guy who historically, as an NBA 1, gets into big moments in his career and puts up a clank fest. Didn't even win the NBA Finals MVP in his own championship. I'm old enough to remember when our star here in the Bay Area used to get ripped for that. And now we're supposed to apologize because he can't get into the game over Curry, Steph, or LeBron and KD? Sit down.
Yeah.
No feelings. There's no room for that. It's semifinals.
Yeah, it's fighting tooth and nail, too, against the Serbia team. And, you had the second unit, and that's where people want to criticize because you had Anthony Edwards. You tell me Tatum can't be in there over Anthony Edwards, and yeah, that's what they're telling you. And you're playing Holiday because he's a better defender than Jason Tatum. So when you look at the fit of this team, Jason Tatum's skill set maybe doesn't fit when you've got other guys who are going to be looking to score more often, including Joel Embiid. Steph was on a heater, so you're going to keep him in there on the short rotation. KD is a guy who's unguardable. He's going to play. LeBron's the greatest to ever do it. So we're running out of minutes for people who can't do specialized things. Like Bam Adebayo comes in there just to spell Embiid. He's a guy who can rebound and block a shot. Although if you ask Lucas Alexander, director of sports in the back, how many times he screamed, get an effing rebound. Because, good Lord, there were so many times where the ball was just bouncing free. But it's just not time for Tatum.
It's not. It's not. And by the way, that's what bothered me the most about Draymond's comments, about benching Tatum and then saying that the staff is trying to cover for it by benching Embiid. To me, the stars of the league get to a point where it's like you owe them minutes. Every single one on this roster is a superstar.
Right.
Somebody's going to have to eat it. Sorry, Tatum. You win.
Or, in this case, you lose.
Yeah, eat it.
You're playing the role of Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
You're going to have to eat it.
All right. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. It's presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. We'll get to some calls on this. 888-957-9570, and sometime in the very, very near future, hopefully here in the next 5 minutes. But I told him it was going to float a little bit because he's got some stuff going on. He said, wife needs me to go to the grocery store, and I don't want to call you guys from the checkout line.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's smart.
Yeah.
You get a nice loaf of French bread, and then when you get to the car, let me know.
And you told him, of course, that we would see him
in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Thank you. TJ Houshmandzadeh, who knows Brandon Aiyuk better than anybody, is going to jump in here pretty soon as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
Dude, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a really good question, Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, TJ Houshmandzadeh is going to hop on here shortly. Luke, yay, nay, what we got? Yeah? For how long? Okay.
That was good radio right there.
Well, listen, we got to know what the hell's going on. So he's trying to call TJ Houshmandzadeh, and we're working on it.
I see the hotline.
We're working on it. Yeah, we're working on it. Okay? We'll get him. Ain't no stress there, but we were sitting here talking about Team USA's victory earlier today and just the somewhat general reaction that Steve Kerr seems to get. And some people were bothered by the rotations. And if that word isn't like plastered on the wall next to Steve's bed, then I don't know what is, because that would be my sort of motivating factor. That's the word that everyone wants to bring up with him. And you can question them, and you can point out mistakes, and you can Moses Moody, all of these things. These are all cool in my book. But I do wonder why he doesn't get a little bit more respect, a little bit more credit, a little bit more, just a salute. Like, let's move past the you're a clown with poop emoji who has no clue what he's doing. I don't know. I don't know any other coaches who've accomplished what he has in any sport who sort of get treated that way, even if it is in a stupid echo chamber like Twitter.
Right, and that's just the way it goes, because especially when you're a fan of a team and your players on that team are not getting the run that you're used to seeing them get, and you tune into Team USA because you want to see Jason Tatum play, and he's a guy who's one of the best players in the country, best players in the association, yet this coach, this guy, this Warrior guy, who's ridden Steph Curry's coattails to 4 titles, in some people's view, that's the only reason why Jason Tatum's not playing. I could see you getting frustrated because you want to see Tatum out there.
Yeah, no. Listen, I get the eyebrow raising, but you and I also know exactly what Steve would say, right? Because he said it to us 100 times last year. He started using the word math. And these are the greats of the game. And you don't play 12 players if you're trying to win. You just don't do that in basketball. And so there are going to be very, very good players who get left on the bench. Why is Tyrese Halliburton sitting so much less offensive than Jason Tatum?
Because what has he done in the league? Relative to Jason Tatum, who's an NBA champion.
Right, he's an NBA champion. He's on a much better team.
Yeah.
Halliburton's numbers are right next to all the other great players in the league.
Yeah, but
should have won All-Star MVP.
He's not a made man like some think that Jason Tatum is. And there's levels to everything. And, if you look at the top level on this team, it is Steph, LeBron, and KD. And then you can go down to your next level of Joel Embiid, whoever else you want to put there. Some people would put Jason Tatum in that next echelon. But Steve Kerr and his staff don't think so. Or they don't think that the fit and what Jason's doing right now is exactly what they want to go with.
Let's go to Joe in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Just driving right now, stuck in traffic. I wonder if the actual narrative from the game is about Jason Tatum. Because, maybe it crossed my mind for 15 seconds that he wasn't playing. But that was just the best game, and I'm with you guys that it's low-hanging fruit. They're only going to play 7 or 8 guys, and we're talking about Jason Tatum like he's one of the best players in the NBA. He's just not, so who really cares? I think to your question on why Steve Kerr gets so much hate, I wonder if it's a part of Steph Curry just being the most likable dude in the NBA, like who has been a more likable superstar, and Draymond, what is he doing undermining Steve Kerr by questioning the coaching decision? And I just wonder if it's this dynamic of Steph being so likable, Draymond being such a pest, who really needs to keep his mouth shut a little bit, and Kerr being political and outspoken. He does play with lineups a little bit, but I don't think that, makes its way to the East Coast. I think there's just the dynamics of the Golden State Warriors somehow lead to Steve Kerr being, this not-like guy. I don't know, but the Tatum stuff is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Joe, this is an interesting point. Thanks for calling in and bringing this up. Okay, so he brought up politics. Obviously, Steve has been around winning his entire career, but is often not, if maybe ever, like sort of the central figure, right? He's part of the Bulls dynasty. Are you the main guy? No. You're part of the Spurs dynasty. Are you the main guy? No. You're part of the Warriors dynasty. Are you the main guy? No. You're one of the main guys, but you're not the main guy. And so, I don't know, like, I almost feel like what he was saying there was, is there like this jealousy or this thought that your bleep don't stink or you're smug, or what is it that would lead to Steve Kerr just not being likable? I find Steve Kerr to be one of the most likable human beings we talk to.
Yes, because we are aligned politically and with what he does.
Not about politics.
And he's also coaching our team to 4 titles.
But I mean, the way he treats people, the way he talks to people.
Yes. We know him better than 99% of the people who are out there. So if you're responding to a tweet from Gary Washburn and you're back east, you don't hear Steve Kerr in a weekly interview with Willard and Dibbs, and maybe you don't align with what Steve Kerr represents as a person. Maybe you don't even know who he is as a person. Like, for example, Tom Thibodeau, I couldn't tell you 2 things about how he treats people or who he is as a person. I know what I think of him as a coach and the way he goes about coaching his teams. I don't necessarily love it, but right. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, but if you didn't know that much about a person, wouldn't you default back to simply the accomplishments? You and I have no idea what it's like to cover Andy Reid. I have no idea. He looks like Santa Claus with a mustache only, so we sort of have this idea that he's just jolly. And he does have, I guess, a very good reputation of being good to people, but you and I don't experience that. So what do? We default to his accomplishments. I actually could give you opinions from others that Phil Jackson sometimes can be pretty prickly to be around. But what?
11 titles.
And his Shaq and Kobe and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. And so people did say, well, Phil's had a lot of great players, but you still never heard people be like, dude, clown show. Like, total idiot, does not know basketball.
But he never coached in the social media era.
Yeah,
so, and that's part of it. 2011 was his last year.
Yeah.
That's at the very beginning, the nascent days of Twitter.
It's Twitter, but there was others. There was
no Instagram, there was no TikTok.
Yeah.
There was Facebook where, tell us what you're doing. I think that was before social media became this nasty cesspool of opinions and just, out there with the anger and the negativity that comes with social media.
But what if we even remove Twitter? You and I host a radio show for the flagship of the Golden State Warriors. When the Warriors lose, there's a line of people on the daily calling us. Steve Kerr, man, you got to stop this stuff. You got to stop with the rotations. It's Steve Kerr.
And people want him out. Steve Kerr got to go.
I don't get it. I really don't. To me, there's 2 ways to do it. There's nothing wrong with calling our show the day after Moses Moody or Jonathan Kuminga don't get enough minutes and saying that. But that's the small sample. That's the focused point. The larger points are the ones that I don't get. The problem is Kerr. Really?
Well, he doesn't play young people. They don't develop the young people, Mark. They sit there and they hold Moses Moody down.
Except for Brandon Pajemski is apparently untouchable. Yeah. Jonathan Kuminga is favored by Jimmy Shapiro to be the most improved player in the NBA this year. So is it difficult when you haven't turned 23 yet to crack a rotation that considers itself a title contender? Yes. And it should be.
Right, and I agree with you, but that's not what fans think.
That's why people are worried about Ricky Pearsall starting, because the 49ers are supposed to win the Super Bowl this year. And you don't just huck people who haven't played before into the lineup and give them a key role. You're supposed to earn that.
Yeah, Kuminga 9-1, and this is from betonline.ag. Kuminga, most improved player, he has the lowest odds at 9-1. Wembanyama, 9.5-1. Then it's Evan Mobley, and then a series of other players. Brendan Podziemski, 28-1 to be most improved player. And that struck me.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
What if Jonathan Kuminga is the most improved player this year? What does that mean for him? Not only financially, but what his numbers would be like, and what does it mean for this team?
Financially, he'd get in the bag.
Well, he might get the bag before that anyway.
Maybe.
You know, Jordan Poole got the extension in October, so you could see Jonathan Kuminga get extended before he enters the final year of his deal. That would not be totally out of the ordinary. You saw some other members of his draft class already get paid, so that might be something that the Warriors would be smart to do before he goes out.
If he's averaging 24 a game after 3 games, just go ahead and do it right now because it's only going to get worse. You're right. So there's that. I think the question you're asking, though, is if Jonathan takes that kind of a leap, well, then I would argue that the Warriors have a chance to be very, very good this year.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, if they have him, and it's an offshore book, but they have him at 9-1 for most improved player. To become most improved, he would have to go from where he is up to around 20 a game or maybe north of 20 a game and improve the rebounding totals and really be a starter and a solid, more than rotational player on this team. And if that happens, all of a sudden you've got a team that might be a top 4 seed. If Kuminga's getting you 21.7 a game and 7 rebounds and is the most improved player in the league, wow.
Quick aside.
Sure. You're allowed it.
On this overseas book and all of the numbers for most improved player, Brandon Podziemski is spelled wrong. So you can mispronounce it.
Podziemski kid.
And misspell it.
Of course you can.
Yeah. Yeah, Podziemski ends in an I, not in a Y.
Not in a Y, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and this is our friend Jimmy Shapiro who puts this out. So I don't know if it was a copy paste or I'll go to the actual book, and the actual book the actual book itself may have it wrong.
Brandon Podziemski.
It still might be my favorite.
Oh gosh. All right.
Yeah, the actual book itself. betonline.ag.
.ag, sure.
PODZIEMSKY. MSKY.
Most improved player, I mean, you have to be someone that we know, but also, I don't know, Kuminga's coming off of what I would argue was a very, very improved season. To be most improved player, usually you have to maybe struggle a little bit the year before. That'd be my only sort of argument with this list is the top people on it, they were very good last year. Not great. I mean, it's not overwhelming. He wasn't an all-star, but I don't know. It's an interesting list. Very interesting list.
Yeah, last year, the most improved player in the association was a guy who went from very good to unbelievable. Tyrese Maxey, who averaged 25.9 a game. He was your most improved player.
You mentioned Podziemski is tied for the 12th spot in the most improved player rankings or odds. Yep. You know who's tied for 15th? Just behind Podziemski at 33-1.
Tell me.
Jordan Poole.
Really? Okay.
He needs some improvement.
Well, that would be something if he was to win it.
Be something.
Be a step up. So not all the most improved players, as I'm looking at the voting last year, the majority of them went from good to even better. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander finished 12th in the voting, and he averaged 30 a night.
Right.
So he was improved.
Yeah, he was already great. He was already an all-star.
Most improved is a guy who went from really good to unbelievable.
Sure. So
Kuminga could be in that category.
Trace Jackson-Davis is on the list, too, by the way.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys on the list.
40-1. Well, those are all the Warriors.
Okay.
Is those
Moses
three.
Moody not listed?
Moses Moody is not listed. Dang it. Not getting kept down again.
Yeah, there you go.
And you know whose fault? You know whose fault that is? That he's not on the list. Yeah, that's Steve Kerr.
No doubt.
Steve Kerr. By the way, TJ Houshmandzadeh confirmed 5 o'clock. We'll do TJ right at 5 o'clock. Let's go to Mark in the city. Like it. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I love Steve Kerr because he brought championships to San Francisco and Golden State, and he is a great coach, no doubt about it. But even he admitted last year he lost 5 or 6 games by his coaching, and I interpret that as he puts too many players out there that have defensive liabilities at crucial times, and that did apply to this game today. I mean, Joel Embiid has been a defensive liability this whole contest, I would say, at the Olympics. And Steph Curry, I love him as much as he played great today offensively. How many times did we see him chasing the guy at the 3-point line? He's got a bunch of two-way players on that team, and you only have one opportunity to win these games. You can't have a clunker game. And the next game, he has the defensive players, the two-way players that he can beat any team. But if he continues to put defensive liability lineups out there, it's going to be just like one of those 5 or 6 games that he lost last year that he should have won.
Well, okay, yeah, Mark, this is interesting now. All right, so give a few nuts and bolts on the changes that you would make.
Anthony Edwards will be playing 30 minutes, period. That guy can play defense and offense. He's great on ball. He's a closer, similar to Kuminga. Kuminga, I know, is not that great off ball or on ball, but that guy makes defensive plays, blocks, he alters shots. Steph, I love Steph, but they're banging him all over the place. He can't get to the wide open guy. I mean, and Serbia was making those shots too. I mean, so again, it's just one game he has to win. I'm not saying he's a clown. He's far from a clown. He's a great coach, but his lineup sometimes are wanting as far as defense, and that happened last year a lot. He felt obligated to put Clay in, and oftentimes that's what you would see. It was like old men trying to catch a bus they'd never catch.
Well, and that's the politics of it. Okay, so here's the yin-yang as far as I'm concerned. Mark, thank you. It's a really good call. But listen to this now. See what just happens there? So Steve Kerr plays Klay Thompson. Why? Because he's earned it, right? And there's politics involved in sitting Klay Thompson down. You don't do that to a future Hall of Famer. And a lot of us Warrior fans would be like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because he's angry and he's being ineffective more often than he used to be. And it's getting in the way of people like Kuminga and Moody, right? So forget the past. Forget all he's earned. Well, isn't that the point you're making in terms of why Jason Tatum is not benchable in the Olympics? Well, but Jason has earned the. Well, so there you go. We can't have it both ways. And I know one of them is Warrior games and the other one is Team USA. But this has been my point about Steve Kerr all along. It's never been that all the rotations and decisions are perfect. My point is he damned if he do and he damned if he don't.
Yes.
Every single time.
And it looked like today he was going with more of a defensive rotation anyway. And if I'm thinking Drew Holiday or Anthony Edwards, I'm taking Drew Holiday as a better defender. He's a guy who's been all NBA on defense. And, Anthony Edwards is a more explosive player and Drew Holiday is a more experienced player. And one thing we know about Steve Kerr is he leans toward experience. And if you look at the players who played the most today, it was LeBron, who's either 40 or about to be. It's Steph Curry. It's Kevin Durant. And then you played Embiid, Booker, and Drew Holiday. Those were your guys. You played 6 guys more than 20 minutes today, and then the other 4 were just spotted. And Anthony Davis is another vet who would play more, but he's a guy who, in these high-leverage moments, I wouldn't necessarily trust.
Well, I mean, look, there's always a give and take. If you want a more defensive-heavy lineup, yeah, Steph Curry's going to play less minutes. Guess what happens if you do that today? Enjoy your bronze medal game. You get blown off the floor without his offense today.
Completely. 36 of their 95.
Blown off the floor. And so does Steve favor Steph? Maybe. Should he? I don't know. There's a political conversation there too. But the bottom line was he was far and away the best player on the floor today.
Yeah.
And if he gives up a little bit on one end, but he overwhelms you on the other end to the point where he's the best player on the floor, I'm going to live with that. I'm going to live with that.
And he's going to live with the vets.
Yeah. What was the plus minus for Steph today?
Steph was
plus 20?
12 of 19, yeah, and a plus 20. So
in a 4-point game?
Totally.
I mean, there's your MVP of today.
When he played 33 of the 40 minutes. So, now we got all of America talking about the Stephless minutes,
I do think people want Steve Kerr to be a hockey coach.
Line changes.
Yeah. This guy should be in on defense, and that guy should be in on offense. And you're not allowed to do that in the NBA.
Well, and I also realize that, the whole thing about damned if you do, damned if you don't. When you've got this much talent, you should win the gold medal. And if you don't, now we got to figure out who to blame. And the easiest person to blame is the head coach, because if they happen to go out and lose to France on Saturday, and I don't know what the spread is, but they'll probably be favored by 10 or 11. It's a road game. It's in France. France is good. They've got great length, but the U.S. is going to be favored by probably 10 points or so.
I'm going to get you a line while you're
talking. And if they go out there and they lose this game, well, then you're going to look at who Steve didn't play. If he only would have played Halliburton and Jason Tatum, Steve's rotations, it won't be the fact that certain players went out there and played poorly. And I look at Anthony Davis today, who was a little bit Wiggins-esque with, he took one shot in 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis.
He does float. That is his reputation as well.
Float,
he disappears.
Yeah.
I got a spread for you.
Okay.
What'd you say you thought it was?
10.5 is what I thought.
10.5. Yeah. Nowhere near enough.
It's more than 10.5, huh?
Keep going.
15?
Keep going.
17 and a hook? They're favored by 20?
They're favored by 16.
16 points?
They're favored by 16. That feels like are we being duped? That's stupid. You should bet France plus 16, shouldn't you?
You won't.
Yeah, I will.
Well,
and I'll root for the United States to win by 9.
Yeah. I'll say it now so that Grandy and Lucas can make sure to get their bets in. I like that, France plus the 16.
Oh, then never mind. I'm out.
I'm out. Stay hot, Denver. 16 feels like a lot.
16? That's absurd. That feels ridiculous. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Also, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I want to clear the decks and set the table for this, okay? There has been more than enough Brandon Aiyuk conversation, I'm sure, for everybody over the last week to 2 to 3. But we always say the same thing when this is about to happen. To us, this is the most important conversation that happens on the radio with regard to Brandon Aiyuk. And that is when his personal wide receiver coach and former receiving great, TJ Houshmandzadeh, speaks on this. His agent is not going to take any interviews. The Niners are not going to tell you the whole story. TJ is going to bring you behind the scenes. And he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
He ain't better than me. Man, y'all don't know the game, man. Pause.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
TJ is going to officially ask if we're stalking him because we do. We cut up everything that he says when he's on because it's fantastic.
Always.
And he knows the deal. Look, like the whole city is locked in Brandon Aiyuk drama. And there's maybe an end in sight, no end in sight. So let's do it right here on the River Islands guest line on Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us here. If you're getting in your car as you finish up your day of work, that's exactly where he is as well. Good afternoon/evening to you, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
We're doing all right, man. But I mean, obviously, everybody's just frozen with all of this drama about Brandon Aiyuk. Have you talked to him recently?
A little bit.
I bet. So how's he doing and what's he thinking in the way that you can tell us?
I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, he's like any other player, man. He just want to play football like anybody would. I just want the 49ers to realize what they have and Kyle Shanahan fix this situation. Like, you can't have, like, it really is disheartening when other teams, plural, are willing to pay you so much more than your own team, but you're still willing to take less to stay with your own team. It's crazy. Like, figure that out, because y'all did this with DeForest Buckner. Y'all remember that, right? They traded him to the Colts and drafted Javon Kinlaw because he was supposed to be the answer. And I'm probably guessing if DeForest Buckner was still with the Niners these last few years, they may have a Super Bowl. He was that good up front. And so don't just think you can draft a guy and replace a guy. Like, it's not that easy. And the Niners have been really, really good without Buckner. But they may have a Super Bowl if they had him. So don't let a total of $5-6 million cost you a Super Bowl.
And is that really where the gulf is? Because we got reports, TJ, that New England was willing to pay him $32 if he'd accept a trade to New England, and the reports are that he didn't want to do that. So is it money? Is it winning? What is it with Brandon?
It may have been a little more than 32. Now, you got a team willing to pay you that much, and you're not even asking that much from your own team. Like, come on, man. Like, so it's at this point, it's like, I'm sure the Niners are pissed. They ready for it to be over. And I'm sure BA is pissed and ready for it to be over. Just come back together and find something that works. Like 28. You wouldn't give him $28 million a year, but you'd give him 26. Like, over the course of 3 years, that's $6 million. Like, in the world of football and the grant, that's nothing. That's nothing. And so, yeah, I know you have Trent Williams to worry about and Brock Purdy next year. But if Brandon Aiyuk is not on the Niners, I don't believe they're still going to be a very good team. I don't believe they're in an NFC championship game.
TJ Houshmandzadeh with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Okay, I have so many questions. Is it your thinking that this is more about AAV as opposed to total guarantee? Because you've mentioned AAV a couple of times. Is that what this is about?
Obviously, I think it's about everything. You want average per year to be 28 if you're with the Niners. The Niners want it to be 26. The total guarantee, give or take, some teams are going to offer more than others. Like, you guys know more than I do. So he turned down New England. What you think that guarantee was going to be? What you think it's going to be? It was going to be more than what the Niners were offering. So is it about money? Yeah. But is it completely about money? No. Because he could have gone to a team that was offering him way more.
He chose not to. And so, like, Kyle Shanahan is like, he's a headstrong person. He's a great coach, but he's a great coach that should probably have 2 Super Bowls also. Let's go back to Atlanta when you're calling the plays. You should have won that. You should have won this past season. Patrick Mahomes throw the ball. Get that ball to Christian McCaffrey. Game's over. You guys, you're Super Bowl champ. And so, just like there's some missteps that BA may have taken, Kyle Shanahan has had missteps also in coaching in the biggest games of his career. And it doesn't get easier by getting rid of good players.
So TJ, and again, TJ Houshmandzadeh with us on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. The way you're talking sounds very much, and I think this is the perception right now, that Brandon very much still wants to be a 49er. What about the Steelers? All things being equal, would he rather be a Niner or a Steeler?
I don't know, but I bet he'd rather be a Niner. I mean, there's going to be hurt feelings on both sides. Like, when stuff like this, like, it's like arguing with your wife or your girlfriend and stuff. When I'm mad, I may say some things that I don't mean. I may mean them, but I really don't mean them. I'm just saying them to make you mad. And so I'm sure there's been some things said both ways that may upset both parties. But I told him this, like, if I got to pick, I'm staying with the Niners. Why wouldn't you? And so it's up to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And hold up. What's the owner's name?
Jed York.
Jed York. You listen to this, Jed York. Make it happen, Jed York. Jed York, make it happen. Don't let feelings come into place when it's business. You can't let your feelings get in the middle of business. Get it done. Like, it sucks when another team appreciates your talent more than the team that drafted you. Because, we want you. Well, show me. Why you want me to take less? You're not giving anybody else less. You didn't give any. Who else played on their 5 contract? Bosa didn't. Deebo didn't. Why do I have to? Like, players look at things like that, and you just want to be fairly compensated. BA had 105 targets. I believe CeeDee Lamb led the league in 171 targets, I believe. So he had 66 more targets than BA. I believe he had 400 yards, little give or take 400 yards. So out of those 66 targets, BA's probably going to catch at worst 40 of them. He would have led the league in yards. He would have led the league. And so you have a good player that wants to be there, and he's probably done some things along this process that you don't like, as have you. Figure it out, Jed York. You the man that's signing the checks, baby. Get it done.
I mean, it sounds so easy the way you describe it, but it feels like they haven't really talked in 3 months. Is that what you're hearing from Brandon? Like the negotiation process has come to somewhat of a screeching halt over these last few months?
I'm not going to lie. I don't really get into it with BA, like when the last time y'all talked, what they offering you. I don't talk to him about that. I just try to give him advice on what I would do, how I would go about the situation. We're men. He may agree with me. He may disagree with me. And so I just, like, I've been in this situation when I left Cincinnati. Now, we ain't talking about the type of money that he getting. I wasn't getting nowhere near that. But I was in, so let's clarify that. But I was in this situation, and I just always feel like it's better when you stay with your team. It is. They know you very well. You know them well. You go to a new team. Let's just say, for instance, you go to the Steelers. Who the quarterback?
Maybe
we don't know.
Maybe Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and then they have a young receiver in George Pickens that wants the ball and is going to get his target. Y'all have to navigate that. They already have a system with the Niners where C-Mac gets his touches, Kittle gets his touches, Deebo gets his touches. Like, it's just different. And so I just feel like
when I left Cincinnati, I was just like, man, I should have stayed. And I think BA may have that if he was to leave San Francisco, because I had it. But again, we're different individuals. He may not. I just feel like it's best if you stay. And the one man that can make it possible is Jay York. If he values BA the way I think he does, he will make it happen. Like, you can't let your feelings get in the middle of a business decision that could possibly win you a Super Bowl.
TJ, you mentioned talking to Brandon and giving him advice. What would your advice to him be if the 49ers say, we do not have a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and so we've got no deal, and you're here under contract? What would your advice to him be?
On the 5th-year option?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I can't even give him no good advice for that, because if I gave him the advice that he should be given would be, you know what? They disrespecting you. Just go play this out, and then you can leave as a free agent. That's the advice he should get. The advice that I would give him, I'm going to be pissed off, because this isn't how y'all have done business with your best players. They've always come to a deal, so you don't consider me your best player. So now the whole season I got to play on a contract that I'm unhappy with. So now I'm going to be unhappy, and you're going to see that at times. The locker room is going to see that at times, and it may get combustible because Shanahan is not a punk. Shanahan going to say what's on his mind, and you don't want those type of confrontations. And so that would be the hard part, is if there's no deal and he has to play on that option, that would suck, because I know as a player, you're just going to be so angry, so distraught. And again, Shanahan has to coach an entire team, and he doesn't want that type of energy in the locker room. And so he has to do what he has to do. And I understand that, but I don't think that would be a good situation at all.
TJ, this will sound a little bit like devil's advocate, but let me see if you think this is fair, because I'm betting the 49ers are at least attempting to use this line. You've mentioned a couple of times that they've taken care of all the other guys in a certain way. Why not Brandon? What if the Niners are saying that's simply a matter of timing? We have so many good players to pay. We've got a quarterback that we weren't paying during all those other contracts, and now we're going to have to pay him. So the timing is such that we're just asking you to take a little bit less. Is that fair or no?
No, that's not fair. That don't have nothing to do with me. Timing. I mean, timing, I feel like I was born too soon. Timing, the way these contracts are, like, you can't change that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's, like, no. Listen, I'm going to just tell y'all this. For you guys also and the fans that are listening that are 49, some of my best friends are 49er fans. So I don't really like the 49ers, but I like them because of the players that I know. I like Deebo. I like Trent Williams. I'm real cool with BA. But, like, some of my childhood friends love the 49ers. Some of my best friends love the Niners. And when the Niners is winning, they always talking trash, so I don't like that. But anyway. But it's like, why does the timing aspect of it affect me business-wise? Why? And so, yeah, you can say that, but you can always find a way. They stand behind, the salary cap. There is always a way. That's one thing that I learned from talking to general managers. There's always a way to figure it out if we want to figure it out. If we don't want to figure it out, we say the salary cap so that the fans are with us.
Yeah, that makes some sense in terms of the PR, but you also mentioned the timing. And what about the timing of the way the market went this year? Because it felt like 26 was going to work for BA back in March, but those other deals landed, and all of a sudden now he's thinking 28, and New England's offering more than 32. Does the timing of how this is all played out affect the reality that this deal's not done?
You want to speak of timing. If they had a better timing, they would have gave them a deal sooner. And they could have got in front of this if their timing was better. Get out in front of all these deals. Sign them to a deal sooner. And you know what's crazy? Like, there might be other teams willing to give him much more. How do y'all know that? Y'all just talking about two teams.
Yeah, that's fair. No, we know there's more.
It's fair, yeah.
I'll say this, TJ. I was critical of this situation yesterday from this perspective. If Brandon says, hey, Niners, I want a certain number, and the Niners say no, then he goes, well, then you need to trade me to someone who will. And the Niners do that, and then Brandon says, no, I don't want to go there. That feels a little bit disingenuous, to be honest with you. So why didn't he take the New England offer?
I don't know. Now, that's one thing I can't even give you an answer on. I can just tell you from my perspective, if I was BA, could it be, I don't know who the quarterback, like, if we're specifically New England, who the quarterback? They don't got Tom Brady anymore. So it's like, New England is not a free agent destination if you don't have 12 under center. And
right,
so
but he's not a free agent, though. He's not a free agent.
But when you, in essence, if he's not a free agent, then just trade him to whomever. So they're treating it like, because New England is not going to trade for him if he doesn't agree to a deal.
Right.
So in essence, he can kind of pick and choose what he wants to do. I just feel like they need to figure this out because it's lingering. And I get it. You have, to me, the best player on that team that's not in camp, and that's Trent Williams. He's the best player on that team. They need to figure that out also. Like, Brandon Aiyuk has never had a big contract like the rest of the best players on the team have received. And so you just want to be appreciated. And a lot of the fans listening, like, appreciate it. Like, you can live off all that money. It's about what is fair and what your peers are being paid, because if their timing was a little better, they probably could have got him for 26 if they would have done it sooner.
So do you think it's fair if his asking price, Brandon's that is, from March suddenly changed come July when the market shifted?
Of course. Hey, if you're going to go buy a house and in March, they will say, because y'all were, you're in San Francisco now.
Oh.
So it's expensive out there. So let's just say in March, the houses were selling for $2 million. And you was like, oh, let's put an offer on this house. You and your wife, you hesitate. And then in August, it's $2.3 million. You think they're going to take $2 million? Or they going to want $2.3 million?
$2 million? That's a shack now.
That's a studio. TJ,
the
go
price
ahead.
is going up. It's going up. They waited too long because of the word you guys are using, timing.
That part's fair. It's fair. TJ, what about this? Did you hear what your twice former teammate, Chad Ochocinco, said on Shannon Sharp's podcast about Brandon? Did you hear this?
Nah. What'd he say?
Okay, take a listen.
Nah, it's still there. It's still there. You got to think they're losing one individual that is, I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. It's a position that is replaceable. If you think about the NFL in general, receivers are a dime a dozen. The special ones are not. The top 5, the top 3, special. But everyone outside of that is replaceable. You can find and get that production from so many other players, especially maybe the ones that they're going to have fill that spot. The way their offense is run, they'll be fine. The way Shanahan calls plays, they'll be fine.
He essentially says BA is replaceable.
Well, let's find out then. If the 49ers feel that way, you'll find out. You'll find out. Everybody's replaceable until they're not. Just like they thought DeForest Buckner was replaceable. How'd that work out? Still good. But did Javon Kinlaw replace Buckner? Oh, no. He's not even with the Niners any longer. No, he didn't. They think Pearsall can do it. But do they know? But the NFL is a business where when you draft guys, especially in the first 2 rounds, first or second round, and they play well, it's a badge of honor to get those dudes a second deal because you're drafting and developing well. That's what the good teams do. pay your draft pick second contracts because you've done a great job with drafting. Baltimore Ravens are the best at it. The Philadelphia Eagles are the best at it. Very rarely do you see those best players from those teams that I just named sign second deals with other teams. You don't see it. And so the Niners are going to be good with or without BA. I believe they'll be better with him than they will be without him. Chad may have a point, but he's wrong in a sense. The way Shanahan calls plays, Shanahan's a great play caller. You give me the best play call in the world. If I drop the ball, is it the best play call in the world? All right.
Yeah, it becomes less of a good play.
That catch that BA made that got tipped in the air and all that, how many dudes going to have that type of concentration and make that play? It's a dime a dozen. That's what Chad said. How many dudes are going to make that play? How many dudes going to get 1,300 plus yards on 105 targets? Y'all, once we get off of this, I want y'all statisticians do some research and see how many receivers in the last 30 years have had 105 targets, around 105 targets, and had that many yards. And let's see what you come up with. Y'all let me know. Shoot me a text once they figure that out.
It's probably one. It's probably Brandon last year would be my guess. TJ, with the way you're sort of sharing this with us, I wonder just what you think is going to happen.
I don't know what's going to happen, man, but I know what I want to happen. I've been being very, very honest when I say this. I want them to stay with the Niners, man. Like, as much as I hate to say it, because my homeboys is going to be talking trash to me all year because they're always winning now. But I feel in his heart of hearts, that's where he wants to be. I feel that's where he should be. I just think it's so cool to be able to sign a second deal with the team that drafted you and always have the potential to win a Super Bowl. I just think that's cool. Feelings get hurt along the way, though, in these type of negotiations. A negotiation is where both parties bend and give a little bit, and you walk away from the negotiation feel like you both gave up too much, but you have a deal. That's a fair negotiation. If you can get more than 32 from one team and the least amount that any other team is offering you is still more than your team, it's like, come on, guys. Like, come on, man. Just be fair with me. That's all he wants. And so I hope, I don't know where it's going to be, but I hope he stays with the Niners, man. I really do.
Yeah, on behalf of the fan base, we do as well, but it feels like the deeper this goes, the less likely it is that he gets that extension. How much more time would you feel like as a player you would have before you need to stop this hold in and get into practice and start getting ready for week one?
I know they just signed, I know him as Robbie Anderson, but he's chosen Anderson now. I know they just signed him today. Explosive dude that can stretch the field. I just feel like you need a good week before the season to really, like, not the week of, the week prior to the first week of it, just to kind of, because once you start sprinting, running routes full speed, and you're going to be a little sore for a couple of days, and you got to let that, wear off, and then you're ready to go. And so he knows offense. That's the good part about it. He knows offense. It's not like he has to come in there and learn offense, but you got a guy that when it's one-on-one coverage, he's going to win. You don't hope. You know he's going to win. You can't say that about any other person or receiver on the 49ers team. You can't. Deebo's a great player, but you don't know if he's going to win 95% of his one-on-ones. I'm confident that BA wins those.
TJ, we always appreciate you coming on and sharing what you think and what you know on this, man. Thank you very much, as always.
Man, y'all take care, man. Tell Jay York, man. Jay York, make it happen, baby. You got the end all say off, man. Make it happen, baby.
Hey, is it repairable?
Yeah, like, come on. Mark, you married, right?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay, so you don't say it ain't repairable.
Too close to home for all of us, TJ.
Look. Hey, all the people that's married, I'm married, right? All the people that's married, or you got like a long-term spouse, boyfriend or girlfriend, whatever it may be, we done all had some arguments where you be like, man, this it, man. I ain't dealing with this person no more.
Oh,
it's over. With no way I'm. And then you figure it out, right? You figure it out.
TJ.
So, hey, Mark couldn't figure it out, but the rest of us can, baby.
I was saying earlier, TJ, it's like Brandon Aiyuk right now. He's sleeping in the guest room.
Hey, but sometimes you go from the guest room and then you right back in the master bedroom. It happens.
Yeah. So I'm told.
Sometimes it gets better when you move. But anyway, TJ, thank you, brother.
Thanks,
I hope your ex-wife ain't listening.
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. Anyway, all right. Thank you, sir. Good to talk to you.
Y'all take care, brother.
I love it. Thanks, TJ, as always.
TJ Houshmandzadeh. My next one's probably listening, but anyway.
No doubt.
Anyway, hi, hon. So, yeah.
Well,
that was, listen, and we can see everything that you're all saying. YouTube, Xfinity mobile text line, hell, my phone with text messages. That was a very Brandon Aiyuk leaning perspective, obviously.
I mean, my first takeaway is New England offered more than 32?
More than 32.
And that's...
He also told you exactly what Brandon simply wants the 49ers to get to.
Right.
28.
Which is just 28.
And
he's willing to take 28. He had more than 32 elsewhere, but he's willing to take just 28 to stay here and be a 49er.
That's an interesting fact because that really speaks to what Brandon actually wants. And I know there's this whole thing that's been built. Brandon wants to be a Steeler. No, he doesn't. Brandon wants to be a 49er. Brandon wants to be a 49er.
Get paid.
No, he doesn't just want to get paid.
Well, not the top dollar, but he wants more than 14.
Yes, he wants more than 14. But he doesn't just want to get paid.
Right.
Because if he just wanted to get paid, then he'd be a Patriot.
Who's their quarterback? Who's Pittsburgh's quarterback? I love it.
Right. Brandon wants to be a 49er, but they won't hit 28. And I understand where TJ's coming from, and you can just as easily, as many of you have, say, well, then just take the 26. And in Brandon's mind, 28 is already coming down.
From more than 32.
And he's not wrong.
Well, and we don't know who else out there would give him more than that.
It was definitely indicated that there were more, and nobody is offering like 28 is the lowest of the barrel. In fact, I think he sort of indicated everybody's offered more than 28, but he will give the Niners a discount, and the Niners won't do it. Now, he is also, in my opinion, dismissing some real facts here that are involved in all of this, which is that, you can't just pay everybody all the time. Timing does matter.
Yeah, I don't think he was dismissing it, but he was, from a player standpoint, why do I got to suffer from your timing?
Because life.
And there's always a way to get it done. And he's right. And you've said cap schmap so many times on this show.
Listen, these things can all be true at the same time. Can the 49ers afford this? Yeah, damn right they can. Yes.
York, you listening?
At the same time, is this a harder bit of timing for Brandon than it was for Nick or Deebo or George or Fred? Also, yes. So those things can be true, and that's where the argument lies. And then it's up to each and every one of us 49er fans to decide who you want to sort of side with. Just give him the 28. Or, hey, Brandon, just play for the 26. You know? Like TJ's like, that's $6 million. Well, over 3 years, that's $6 million.
It's nothing.
What, couldn't the Niners say that right back to Brandon? Brandon, over 3 years, it's $6 million.
Well, Brandon's probably thinking in his own mind it's $6 million a year because I could be getting 32 in New England, but I'd rather be here for 28.
And a lot of people would say, "What the hell is $6 million a year when you're talking about 100? You're talking about over $100 million.
That's a lot, yeah.
So, right, like at a certain point, everybody's splitting hairs, and you're all sounding immature. All of you.
I do think the one thing that it makes me ponder is the whole Parag Marathe win the deal idea, because he is probably of a mind where, he already had it done at 26 way back in March, and it should have been done at 26. And TJ makes a good point about buying a house, because that house you wanted back in March, it's not $2 million anymore. Now it's 2.3, and that's just the way the market goes. And so why isn't this also like that when it comes to a player contract?
Because he's not an inanimate object.
Right.
Like he's not, again, there's so many situations with this Brandon conversation where I can go, everybody's right and everybody's wrong. Yeah, Brandon, you're right. The price changed. And the Niners are probably like, dude, 3 days ago you told us 26 was cool. And now it's not. Why can't 26 still be cool? Let's just talk about you. Does 26 make you happy or not? On Tuesday, it made you happy. Now on Friday, you're offended by it? The Niners are not wrong to say that. And Brandon is not wrong that the going rate went up. I mean, there's a whole lot of right and a whole lot of wrong going on here. Because Brandon's better than Jalen Waddle, and it sounds like he's willing to take less than Jalen Waddle. How much less? I don't know. At a certain point, this becomes a you-know-what contest.
Yes, and it also becomes ridiculous when you think about how close they potentially could be. If the team is stuck on 26 and he's willing to settle for 28, well then 27, but maybe he won't go lower than 28, and maybe they don't want to come off of 26. And the fact that they haven't even really negotiated reportedly in 3 months tells me even more how, forget the money, but these sides might be further apart than just the money.
Look, and this is Brandon's side of the story, clearly, that we're hearing, because TJ...
Really for the first time, because all you hear is everything else. It feels like it comes from the team side.
And there's got to be more to it than this. You know what I mean? Mike Silver's already written an article about how upset Kyle Shanahan is. TJ called him headstrong, very headstrong individual. We already know that. I don't know who the hell isn't in this situation. It's football. Trent Williams is headstrong. Nick Bosa is headstrong. Brandon Aiyuk is headstrong. Kyle Shanahan, Parag Marathe. These are all headstrong people. But the Niners, here's one area where, again, if we had 4 hours, I'd say this to him. He said at one point about the 49ers, he said, Jed York, don't let your feelings get involved in business. Isn't Brandon getting his feelings involved?
Of course, and he has from the beginning.
Right,
and TJ even said that. He said, BA's done some things through this process that probably pissed him off a little bit.
Yeah. So you end up in a situation, and this is what I hear. I hear both sides accusing the other one of what they're doing also. Come on, man, it's just $2 million. Well, come on, Niners, it's just $2 million. And also, come on, Brandon, it's just $2 million. And that's what happens. And in the end, the fans are the ones that get so upset, because it's almost like Brandon is like an individual that's representative of what happens when there are strikes in pro sports. What do you always hear? Oh, millionaires fighting with billionaires.
Right.
Well, that's what we got. We got a millionaire fighting with a billionaire. And we do not like that. We do not like that. And both sides are trying to curry public favor, and you won't. You won't. You're not going to get
curry public favors by having him come in and be a 49er.
Well, no, both of them are in the media right now. That's what this conversation was. That's Brandon's side of the story. Meanwhile, the 49ers are over here going, we traded you to the Patriots and you won't go. We're leaking all this all over the place.
Yep.
Paints you in a bad light.
Deebo's playing great, and he's an adult.
Right? So everybody's trying to get us, the public, on their side. And I'm here to say, none of you are going to get it. None of you are going to get it. Because you're a millionaire and a billionaire, and you're fighting over pennies in the middle. And whether it's fair or not, I get it. You live in a different world than the rest of us live, but you're not going to get us to side with you. You're not going to get us to feel bad for the couple $1 million that one of you is going to lose here. I will tell you, though, that you will tick off 49er fans, both sides, if Brandon Aiyuk puts on a different uniform this year.
Yeah, especially if you get nothing back for it.
I don't care what you do. That's how you are not going to get the 49er fans on your side.
And that's why Brandon Aiyuk requested a trade, and that's why he's been, doing what he's done, knowing full well that 49er fans are going to be bigger fans of his than they are Parag and Jed and even the front office. And so that's, maybe not his leverage, but that is the one thing that he has that he knows that he can kind of play off of, is the fact that the fans want him to be a Niner. They don't care about who's pulling the strings upstairs. And so this report, this interview with TJ, when it comes out, when he says, yeah, New England would have given him more than 32 and BA would take 28. I mean, he's not even worried about 32. That's why he didn't go to New England, because he doesn't want to play with New England. And really, he doesn't even want to go to Pittsburgh. And TJ kind of tipped that part of it, saying, who's Pittsburgh's quarterback? Does he even want to go to Pittsburgh? If Pittsburgh offers him 30, he'd rather take 28 and stay a 49er. So, come on, Jed. And he made a direct appeal to Jed. What's that guy's name?
What's the owner's name?
Yeah, Jed York. Hey, Jed York. Hey, Jed York, I'm talking to you. Take a listen, Jed.
Well,
give him this money.
Listen, I know
Get this thing over.
I know what I would say if these two people were my friends. And I know the 49ers are a whole team. I don't know if you want Kyle to be the representative or Jed or Parag. I know what I would say if these two people were having this fight in front of me. It's very obvious. You've both shown your hands. You both still want to be together. Get back in the room and figure it out. I mean, listen, he just said it 1,000 different ways. Brandon Aiyuk still wants to be a 49er. Matt Barrows said this to us yesterday about the Niners.
Let me phrase it this way. I think that's still the outcome that the 49ers want. It's up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide whether he wants that or not. I mean, I don't know what the trade package is that Pittsburgh is offering right now, but I do know that the 49ers prefer to have a wide receiver as part of that trade package. And you look up and down the Steelers roster, and there are not a lot of desirable wide receivers. This is why the Steelers would be interested in this scenario. There is reason for the 49ers to say no to this. But, another reason is to keep Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, if Washington and Pittsburgh are the two places that he wants to go, and Washington's not interested in the contract, and Pittsburgh doesn't have the ammunition to work out a deal, the 49ers are basically telling Brandon Aiyuk, okay, it's time to go to your third option, which presumably is the 49ers.
You'll get this. I mean, I say this to the kids all the time whenever everyone's fighting over what pizza place they want to go to. I don't want this. I don't want that. I stop them. I go, I don't want to hear what you don't want. I want to hear what you do want. Keep it right there. And both Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers is very clear.
Right.
Stop telling me what you do. I don't want to go to New England. I don't want to. Stop. What do you want? They both want the same thing. I would start there.
Well, the Niners then have the ability to say, okay, you want to be a Niner. We know that. We want you to be a Niner. So just play the fifth-year option. And as TJ said, Brandon would go out there and play. He'd play angry. And it'd be hard. He'd have moments where he'd go through it and he would not be feeling great about his situation, knowing that every other guy in his fifth-year option got paid except for DeForest Buckner. And you know what, Niners? If you would have kept Buckner, you'd have 2 Super Bowls right now. And TJ even took some shots at Kyle Shanahan, talking about mismanaging. And he went back to Atlanta, which
I know that gets you.
You and I, we kind of agreed that
it's not.
That's out of bounds.
It's out of bounds.
TJ, you can do it. TJ,
go where you want.
Shoot your shot, TJ.
That's all you got.
And he did.
Although the show's not over, we're sponsored.
Damn it.
We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. Let's get to some phone calls next. 888-957-9570. I'm going to have to get to the text from the lovely Christy that I know is sitting waiting for me. This is Willard and Dibs. What about the Steelers? All things being equal, would he rather be a Niner or a Steeler?
If I got to pick, I'm staying with the Niners. Why wouldn't you? And so it's up to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And hold up. What's the owner's name?
Jed York.
Jed York. You listen to this, Jed York. Make it happen, Jed York. Jed York, make it happen. Don't let feelings come into place when it's business. You can't let your feelings get in the middle of business. Get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And you can feel a lot of people. We're all having the same thought as he says that. There's some truth in there. However, if you can't let feelings get in the way of business, are both sides not doing that? I would argue that they both are.
Yeah, and hard for the player to not let the feelings get involved with it when you've seen all your teammates go out there and get paid and not have to play on their fifth-year option. And even guys under contract. Christian McCaffrey says, I want more money. And it took him about 19 seconds to get him more money.
Well, wouldn't the 49ers argue, though, we're not making him play on his fifth-year option? We are offering him an extension. He's not signing it.
Right. But, the offer that they're giving him is below market value for his skills.
It wasn't when they made it.
Well, it is now.
When they started making it, TJ himself is the one who told us that Brandon was moments away from grabbing a suit and setting a press conference.
Yeah.
And then it changed. And
he said, it's their fault for not getting it done then.
Well, maybe. I look at both sides and I can see holes in all the arguments. And I think that's where people will go if this thing ends badly. Is there is going to be plenty that we can question on both sides of this. We can absolutely question Brandon Aiyuk saying, trade me, and then when they do, he won't go. And then we could question whatever it is with his hold in, the behavior around the facility that the 49ers don't like. And we can absolutely question how the 49ers even assessed it this way that allowed it to get to August, to where you're having problems with not one but two of your best players in an incredibly vital Super Bowl type of a year. All of it. And if you want to get down to the numbers and just be like, well, Jalen Waddle's getting 28.5. Why can't Brandon have 28? Like, you have the money, and they do.
Jed York.
But at the same time,
good.
we also praise the 49ers for their roster construction. You can rip them for DeForest Buckner. You're allowed to do that, and I know people do. Idiots. But then again, they've got the most amazing roster in sports.
Right.
And at a certain point, you have to give them credit for that. So they do know what they're doing, and they are going to get some wrong. They get most right, and for whatever reason, this is their assessment right now. We'll see.
Right. And if their assessment is it's worth it to, have this drag out for all this time, over $2 million a year, then it's worth it. It's your call. It's your money. You're the ones paying it. And I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk gets $28 million, if that makes him happy or if that makes him feel whole, or if he ends up playing on the fifth-year option, making 14.1, and he plays angry. And then he looks to leave at the end of the year. And, you decide not to franchise him because you don't do that. And so you end up losing Brandon Aiyuk after a year because you made him feel so bad, forcing him to play the fifth-year option. There's definitely an equation there that they have to try to balance out. If they can make this happen at 28, well, that may end up costing you another player next year. And maybe you just flat don't want to pay two receivers that much money. And so you have to make a decision about, whether or not you pay him now or you end up paying him never, and you end up having Deebo be your only high-priced wide receiver.
888-957-9570. Let's get to some calls on this before Grandy hops in here. Ryan in Oceanside. Hi, Ryan. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call, and that was an awesome interview. It's pretty interesting to hear, one of Aiyuk's friends, their perspective. That was pretty insightful, kind of a window into maybe how Aiyuk feels, but I have some questions. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Aiyuk or his agent say that they wanted to wait until all the contracts were done before they basically negotiated his number?
I'd never heard that.
I've not heard that, Ryan.
I don't know where I heard it on the radio like recently that from the beginning, Aiyuk and his agent said they wanted to wait till everyone else's deals were done to now negotiate, the number that he's going to be asking for. And if that's, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is true, I think that's a huge failure on Parag's part to be like, well, if you use some foresight, the Jefferson number is going to just blow everyone out of the water, but they should have seen some of these contracts getting north of 30 and been like, if we can't meet that number, we have to trade him before the draft. And so I think that was a failure. But if he didn't say that, if like Houshmandzadeh said, it was all about timing. If you would have done this earlier, you could have had him at 26. Then that's also a failure on Parag's part. And I don't know. I called probably 3 months ago and kind of said something similar about Parag, kind of the way he goes about his negotiating tactics. It's hard to argue that he's not successful because he has signed some really good team-friendly contracts, and he's also signed some of our best players to huge contracts. But he has a strategy, and I think in this negotiation, it blew up. He waits a really long time until the 12th hour. He's very staunch. He's very hard-nosed. And I think his negotiating tactics have created more problems than good in this scenario.
In this scenario, yeah, Ryan, I think you make some really good points. Ryan, thank you very much. There's no doubt that this was a miscalculation, and I didn't hear that, and you haven't heard that.
No.
If that was the Niners' approach, my God, the idea of waiting till all the wide receiver deals were done, knowing that Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle and Amon-Ra, knowing that was all coming down the pike, the idea of waiting, wanting to wait, that's crazy. Yeah. That's absolutely crazy.
That's kind of what Parag does, though. His MO is usually to drag these things out until, the Deebo went into late July and Bosa went into early September. That has kind of seemed to be the way they've approached these fifth-year options.
Well, it's definitely like they drive a hard bargain. They drive a hard bargain. But at the same time, I don't know that they set out to do that. In this particular case, they did have conversations with Brandon relatively early.
Yeah.
They may have said that they wanted to wait until after the draft because they weren't sure. If I was going to criticize one thing with the 49ers, it seems to be indecisiveness. You know what I mean? Think of how many different things have been suggested with Brandon Aiyuk just in the last 4 months. We're going to keep him. No, we're going to trade him at the draft.
Right.
No, we're going to keep him. We're going to play hardball with him. All right, now we're to August. Well, now we're going to trade him. We're going to trade him to the Patriots or the Browns or maybe the Steelers. Actually, maybe we'll still keep him. What is your plan? It seems to have shifted a number of times, which tells me that that's not a good plan.
No, and their plan, I think, has changed based on the way he's reacted, and he's reacted in ways I believe that they did not predict, including the hold-in, which has served to annoy Kyle Shanahan, which maybe either increases the pressure to do something or increases no pressure to do anything, because now here we sit almost at the end of a week, and the Niners have a football game in 2 days. They practice today, they leave tomorrow, and they're off to Tennessee, and that's it. Preseason is underway, and they're doing it without Brandon Aiyuk. So maybe the pressure actually goes down as you start to see this team on the field in exhibition games.
That Filippone report, Andrew Filippone in Pittsburgh at our Odyssey station out there, where he did say, this has been agreed to in principle, Brandon will be on his way to Pittsburgh. There was a further tweet that said, whatever, in terms of dotting of I's, crossing of T's, this will be done by the end of the week.
Yep. So,
well, that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. The end of the week would be Saturday, but for all intents and purposes, it feels like that would be done by tomorrow. But just hearing TJ Houshmandzadeh talk about BA's desire to be a Niner and refusing more than $32 million a year average annual with New England, and TJ even mentioned who's Pittsburgh's quarterback. So it's not like he's looking at Pittsburgh like, yeah, I'll go there and we can win. It seems more and more like BA just is using this as a way to, get the price up to where he wants it so he can stay.
Wants to stay, and they want him to stay. And but everybody's too mad. Grandy, what are you doing here in a couple minutes?
What do you think?
Oh, TJ Houshmandzadeh. Woo! What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
He ain't better than me.